Chapter 1. Rebirth and Journey to the West. Celestial Soldiers of Heaven. The world of Journey to the West. Heavenly Court, South Heavenly Gate. At this moment, Feipeng, a celestial soldier stationed at the South Heavenly Gate, donned a suit of glimmering silver armor and wielded a long spear, standing tall and resolute like a pine. He presented a picture of unwavering loyalty. However, upon closer inspection, his gaze wandered aimlessly, clearly lost in thought, drifting into realms beyond. The Star of Tai Bai has descended to the mortal realm. It won't be long before the great sage, Sun Wukong, ascends to heaven to be appointed as the horsekeeper by the Jade Emperor. I must find a way to be reassigned from the South Heavenly Gate. Remaining on duty here, even if I am not struck down by the raucous Sun Wukong. According to Heavenly Court regulations, should he rebel against heaven, we celestial soldiers will not be able to impede him. We would face severe punishment. Let it be said that we are of lesser power. Such excuses would not hold weight. As a mere gatekeeper, failing to guard the entrance is a transgression in itself. Those above would not concern themselves with such trivialities. It must be noted that, as a low-ranking celestial soldier, his position at the South Heavenly Gate indicates that he has someone looking out for him from above. Otherwise, such a role would never fall to an ordinary celestial soldier. After all, in any era and any place, the duty of guarding a gate is, in most instances, a position that is both leisurely and secure. Moreover, it offers quite generous remuneration. The same applies to his duty at the South Heavenly Gate. He is neither required to descend to the mortal realm to subdue monsters, nor does he need to engage in daily drills like other celestial soldiers. Furthermore, he enjoys a remarkable 6-month vacation each year. Yes, you heard correctly, half a year of leave. To maintain their optimal mental state while on duty, they work one day and rest the next. Accumulated over a year, it amounts to merely half a year's work. Receiving a salary from the Heavenly Court, complete with benefits, and only needing to work half the year, such a prospect would have been beyond his wildest dreams in his previous life. Were it not for the impending chaos instigated by Sun Wukong, he would gladly remain at the South Heavenly Gate, continuing his role as a guardian of the Heavenly Court. Indeed, he was quite content to serve as a celestial security guard. To put it in modern terms, he, Feipeng, had circumvented decades of arduous paths. To be precise, he had now avoided centuries, even millennia, of detours, perhaps a billion lifetimes worth. One cannot claim he lacked ambition or was complacent. In the realm of Journey to the West, filled with deities and celestial beings, to aspire for advancement, one must possess both strength and connections. Lacking either renders the pursuit futile. Even with relentless desire, day and night, it yields no results. After the investiture of the gods, the ranks of the Heavenly Court became fully staffed, and due to the nature of the investiture list, even if numerous deities were to perish, they could be resurrected through the divine list. Thus, aside from the lowly servants or newly established positions in the Heavenly Court, most roles were locked in place. There were virtually no pathways for ascension. In summary, at this juncture in the Heavenly Court, even if one wished to strive, there were no opportunities to do so. Even Yang Jian, the nephew of the Jade Emperor, would not have secured a position within the Heavenly Court had it not been for Sun Wukong's rebellion. He could only reign over the waters of Guanjiankou. If Yang Jian faced such limitations, how much more so for others? Therefore, he could only choose, lying flat like a languid fish drifting through life. As Feipeng pondered what to do after work, intending to seek out Xiaoyu for some rouge, a white cloud floated down from the heavens. Upon it perched a monkey with a furry face and a thunderous mouth. One could easily deduce it must be that renowned Monkey King descending from the celestial realm. As a celestial soldier stationed at the Southern Heavenly Gate, it was imperative to confront and question any unfamiliar monkeys approaching. However, knowing full well the prowess of Sun Wukong, Feipeng deliberately slowed his pace, allowing himself to linger at the back of the line. Although it was Sun Wukong's first venture into the heavens, and he likely posed no immediate threat to the heavenly soldiers, one could never be too cautious. Better to be safe than sorry. After all, one's life was paramount. It was worth noting that the 4 generals of the Demon Clan had conspicuously failed to report for duty today. Evidently, the longer one resided in the heavenly realms, the more prudent one became. Clearly, the 4 generals had received early notice of Sun Wukong's arrival and had orchestrated their collective absence. Just as Feipeng was preparing to observe Sun Wukong from the shadows, A celestial soldier in front suddenly bellowed. Who dares to intrude upon the southern heavenly gate? Identify yourself at once. Fipeng's heart raced as he heard a soldier audaciously reprimanding Sun Wukong. He thought to himself, whose subordinate is this? Whether the soldier was valiant or not remained uncertain, but he was certainly courting disaster. Please do not involve him in this. He wished to survive, to savor Xiaoyu's rouge, and to indulge in the elixirs bestowed upon her by the Queen Mother for millennia. He did not wish to perish so soon. Who are you to obstruct me, old son? Do you not know that I was summoned to the heavens by the Jade Emperor? Hold on, great king. Just as the celestial soldiers prepared to mock, a voice resonated from afar, and in the blink of an eye, the illustrious Tai Bai Jinxing appeared before them. Greetings, Star-Lord. Greetings, Star-Lord. Upon the arrival of Tai Bai Jinxing, Faping exhaled in relief and promptly joined the other soldiers in bowing before him. Tai Bai Jinxing disregarded the celestial soldiers and grasped Sun Wukong's hand, advising, Great King, now that you have arrived in the heavenly realm, you must not continue to act as you did in the mortal world. I shall take you to meet the Jade Emperor shortly. Remember, you must not disrespect the Jade Emperor. As Tai Bai Jinxing and Sun Wukong moved further away, Faping and the other celestial soldiers straightened their postures, prepared to resume their duties. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Fipeng's mind. Ding! Detected interaction between the host and the protagonist of the journey to the west, the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. The 10,000-fold sharing system has officially activated. Host, do you wish to bind with Sun Wukong? What a timely arrival for his system. He had ascended from the mortal realm to the celestial realm, becoming a heavenly soldier, an official of the heavenly bureaucracy. Only now, with a position secured, did the system decide to show up. One might ask, does he still need this system? Cough, cough. Well, Fapeng, the celestial soldier, declared. Indeed, he needed it desperately. System, bind with me at once. Without a moment's hesitation, Fapeng, as a time traveler, understood the implications of the system. It signified that his days of a tranquil and comfortable existence were irrevocably over. Soon, he would ascend to the pinnacle of life. Perhaps, he might even have the opportunity to become the CEO of the heavenly realm, succeeding the Queen Mother of the West. Ding! System binding successful. With the system notification confirming the successful binding, Faping returned to his post. While stationed, he delved into understanding the system, aptly named 10,000-fold sharing. For the bound individual, their cultivation, battle experiences, insights, and acquired treasures would all be multiplied by 10,000 and shared with him. This implies that, in the near future, as Sun Wukong wreaks havoc in the heavenly palace, the celestial elixirs, peaches of immortality, and even his cultivation would be shared with him in 10,000-fold. Thus, Faping could effortlessly soar to new heights. As Faping eagerly anticipated the Monkey King's uproar in the heavenly palace, the system prompted. Sun Wukong is practicing the great celestial immortal technique. The host cultivation method has automatically transformed into the great celestial immortal technique, activating 10,000-fold sharing, and the host receives a portion of the 8-9 profound arts. The great celestial immortal technique, the 8-9 profound arts. What a remarkable system. He had effortlessly acquired 2 legendary techniques from the journey to the west. The great celestial immortal technique, in comparison to his current practice of the lesser celestial immortal technique, was indeed superior by 100-fold. While his lesser celestial immortal technique could only reach the golden immortal realm, the great celestial immortal technique could ascend to the great Luo golden immortal realm, a significant disparity. As the saying goes, sacred texts should not be lightly disseminated, and methods should not be lightly imparted. In the world of Journey to the West, true scriptures are akin to ancient texts, unattainable even for the common populace, who can scarcely hope to catch a glimpse of them. As for the 8-9 profound arts, its reputation is even more formidable. It is particularly renowned in both the Fengshan and Journey to the West narratives. The most notable practitioner of the 8-9 profound arts is none other than Jade Dingjinren, one of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan school, and Yang Jian, the nephew of the Jade Emperor, who achieved sanctification in physical form. The 8-9 profound arts is not merely a body refinement technique, it encompasses numerous mystical abilities, such as the 36 transformations of the Heavenly Gang and the 72 transformations of the Earth Fiends. Mastery of this technique grants one an indestructible body. In essence, he would not need to consume elixirs or peaches, nor endure the refining process in the 8 trigrams furnace as Sun Wukong did to attain an impervious physique. Instead, by merely commencing the practice of the 8-9 profound arts, he could attain such a form. Moreover, as long as the primordial spirit within the Niru Palace remains undying, the physical body can regenerate infinitely. The sole drawback is that the cultivation demands substantial resources. During the cataclysmic era of the dragon and Han, when the chaos of the witch and demon calamities prevailed, the abundance of spiritual energy and innate spiritual treasures rendered resource acquisition relatively uncomplicated. However, in the aftermath of the Fengshan War, the world was left shattered by the hands of several sages. Had it not been for the efforts of Hongjun Laozu to reconstruct the primordial world, it might well have returned to chaos. Yet, following its reconstruction, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth has significantly dwindled. Innate spiritual treasures are now a rarity, scarcely seen even in the mortal realm. Even certain paradisiacal domains have become scarce. Thus, the 8-9 profound arts is not a practice that just anyone can afford to cultivate. Nonetheless, for him, this is not a concern, because he possesses a system of boundless sharing. Sun Wukong absorbs and refines 100 strands of exquisite spiritual energy. The host absorbs and refines 1,000,000 strands of exquisite spiritual energy. Sun Wukong absorbs and refines 100 strands of exquisite spiritual energy. The host absorbs and refines 1,000,000 strands of exquisite spiritual energy. Chapter 2. Breakthrough to the Golden Immortal Lingxiao Palace. Under the persistent reminders of the system, Feiping discovered that the minor celestial immortal technique within him had transformed. No, it had evolved into the grand celestial immortal technique. It began to operate automatically. At this moment, he, at the pinnacle of celestial immortal, felt a sudden shift. Following a thunderous boom, his momentum surged dramatically. Feiping had officially entered the realm of true immortal. Yet, this was merely the beginning. His breakthrough did not cease. He ascended through the early, middle, and late stages of true immortal, ultimately reaching the zenith of this realm. With another resounding explosion within him, he advanced into the realm of profound immortal. After surpassing the profound immortal stage, his rate of advancement began to decelerate, though only in comparison to his prior speed. In truth, he continued to break through with fervor. Simultaneously, the commotion surrounding his ascension to profound immortal could not escape the notice of the heavenly soldiers at the southern heavenly gate. The soldiers gazed at Feiping with incredulity. Although their powers were limited to celestial immortal, they had nonetheless experienced the oppressive aura of the profound immortal level. None anticipated that the seemingly lackadaisical Feiping, who spent his days idling about, had quietly cultivated himself to the realm of profound immortal. The profound immortal is not a trivial stage. According to the hierarchy of immortals, the realms are classified as human immortal, earth immortal, celestial immortal, true immortal, profound immortal, golden immortal, Tai golden immortal, Deluo golden immortal, Hunyuan golden immortal, quasi-saint. Hunyuan Deluo golden immortal, saint, Hunyuan Taiji golden immortal, heavenly Tao realm, and Hunyuan Wujie golden immortal, great Tao realm. The profound immortal ranks just below the golden immortal, who can bestow titles and serve under their superior officers, the 4 generals of the demon family guarding the southern heavenly gate, who possess the cultivation of golden immortal. After his breakthrough to profound immortal, Feiping's strength ranked just beneath the 4 generals of the demon family, and according to the heavenly court's regulations, he could command 1,000 heavenly soldiers. However, the astonishment of the heavenly soldiers deepened as Feiping continued his ascent even after becoming a profound immortal, progressing through the mid, late, and peak stages of profound immortal. Under the breathless gaze of the heavenly soldiers at the southern heavenly gate, Feiping, unsurprisingly, broke through to the golden immortal stage. Golden immortal, a preliminary glimpse into the mysteries of the laws, breaking the shackles of mortality, forging the golden immortal body, and thus attaining an infinite lifespan. Only by achieving the golden immortal Tao fruit can one truly step onto the path of the Tao. Host, Feiping. Race, human. Identity, guardian heavenly soldier of the southern heavenly gate. Realm, early golden immortal. Physique, celestial immortal body. Cultivation method, grand celestial immortal technique. 8-9 profound art. Treasure, ordinary heavenly soldier equipment. The commotion generated by Fei Ping's breakthrough to Golden Immortal inevitably drew the attention of the Jade Emperor within the Lingxiao Palace, as well as that of the celestial families in the heavenly court. Upon opening his eyes after the breakthrough, Fei Ping could not help but ponder. Why hasn't he, the Monkey King, absorbed and refined the spiritual energy? Could it be that the official appointment has concluded? Has he already ascended to the position of the Horsekeeper? Reflecting on this, a sense of regret washed over him. Such exquisite spiritual energy in the entire celestial realm. It is likely that only the Lingxiao Palace and the Yaoqi Fairyland possess such exquisite spiritual energy. The next time he wishes to acquire such a vast amount of supreme spiritual energy, he may have to wait until the Monkey King is captured and leaps from the furnace of the Supreme Lord, thereby providing an opportunity to ascend to the Lingxiao Palace. Nevertheless, he has indeed broken through to the Golden Immortal realm. With his current prowess, he need not navigate the heavenly court with trepidation as he once did. Fei Ping, having tidied his cheerful disposition, contemplated sharing the news of his breakthrough to the Golden Immortal realm with his beloved Xiao Yu when he finished his duties. Over the years, he had been complacently coasting along, yet he had ascended from a mortal immortal to the pinnacle of the celestial immortals, not solely due to exceptional talent, but primarily because Xiao Yu had generously shared half of the elixirs bestowed by the Queen Mother. In truth, since ascending to the heavens, he had indulged in a life of ease, enjoying the blessings of elixirs and fine delicacies, without the need to descend to capture demons or engage in daily training. He spent his days idling at the southern heavenly gate, living a life of luxury. As the saying goes, contentment breeds forgetfulness of one's roots. Grateful by nature, now that he possessed strength, it was only fitting that he began to look after Xiao Yu. At that moment, a throng of celestial soldiers gathered around the southern heavenly gate to congratulate General Fei Ping. General Fei Ping? Were they addressing him? Had his Golden Immortal status been revealed? Well, considering his recent breakthrough and lack of disguise, it would be strange if it had not been noticed. However, having been a celestial being for some time, Fei Ping still could not shake his cautious demeanor. Ladies and gentlemen, I kindly ask that you refrain from addressing me as General for the time being. I have yet to be officially appointed to that rank by the Jade Emperor. Although he was quite pleased with the title General Fei Ping, he understood that he must wait for formal recognition. Just as the celestial soldiers were about to shower him with further compliments and praise, the illustrious Tai Bai Jingxing, who had previously escorted Sun Wukong to the heavens, made his appearance. The celestial soldiers promptly bowed in respect to Tai Bai Jingxing. Fei Ping scrutinized Tai Bai Jingxing and realized he could not discern the other's cultivation level, but it was evident that Tai Bai's prowess exceeded that of a Golden Immortal. Consequently, Fei Ping hastily saluted. Greetings, Star-Lord. There's no need for excessive formality. Tai Bai Jingxing assessed Fei Ping, noting his striking features and gallant demeanor, as well as his courteous manners. The favorable impression left by Sun Wukong only enhanced Tai Bai's regard for Fei Ping. Thus, he remarked, "Congratulations, young friend, on your enlightenment and attainment of the immortal Golden Immortal Dao fruit. This is indeed a reason for celebration." Tai Bai Jingxing stroked his long beard, exuding a benevolent aura that made him quite likable. "Thank you, Star-Lord," Fei Ping responded with a bow and clasped hands, musing internally. Having previously ignored me, he now refers to me as a young friend. Truly, strength is everything. Tai Bai Jingxing waved his feather duster and proclaimed, "His Majesty has summoned you to the Lingxiao Palace." Thus, Fei Ping followed Tai Bai Jingxing into the Lingxiao Palace. Fei Peng observed the Grand Hall, where Sun Wukong was intently staring at him. Seemingly still present in the Lingxiao Palace, Fei Peng felt a tinge of frustration. This wretched monkey, clearly still in the Lingxiao Palace. Why has he ceased absorbing spiritual energy? And what is he so fixated on? At that moment, it was not just Sun Wukong who was gazing at him. The surrounding celestial officials were also curiously appraising him. Having attained enlightenment and achieved the Golden Immortal fruit, such occurrences, while not entirely unprecedented, were exceedingly rare. Each individual who reached this level of understanding invariably possessed immense potential, which compelled everyone's attention. Even the Jade Emperor scrutinized Fei Peng closely. Upon Fei Peng's breakthrough to the Golden Immortal stage, the Jade Emperor, as the sovereign of the three realms, was already aware of Fei Peng's background, a lower realm immortal who had seized an opportunity to ascend to the heavenly realm and become a celestial soldier. Now, having attained enlightenment and realized the Golden Immortal fruit, the Jade Emperor deduced that Fei Peng's momentum would be unstoppable. In the Jade Emperor's mind, Fei Peng's potential was on par with that of Sun Wukong. if not surpassing others. More importantly, Fei Peng lacked any powerful backing, making him the ideal talent that the Heavenly Court, particularly the Jade Emperor, required. Thus, the Jade Emperor regarded Fei Peng with a benevolent gaze, even more amiable than toward Sun Wukong. Celestial Soldier Fei Peng, I pay my respects to your majesty. There is no need for excessive formalities. Thank you, your majesty. The Jade Emperor contemplated briefly, foregoing the customary protocol of consulting the celestial officials on what position to bestow upon Fei Peng. Instead, he directly inquired, Celestial Soldier Fei Peng, having attained enlightenment and achieved the golden immortal fruit, according to the rules of the Heavenly Court, you are eligible for an official position. Do you have any thoughts on this? What rewards do you seek? Speak freely, so I may hear your desires. In response, Fei Peng bowed deeply and replied, Your Majesty, since my ascension to the heavenly realm, I have yet to accomplish any merit and do not dare to request rewards. I am willing to continue guarding the southern heavenly gate for your majesty. In the near future, with Sun Wukong causing turmoil in the heavenly palace, the southern heavenly gate will become one of the main battlegrounds. As long as I guard this gate, opportunities for merit will undoubtedly arise. Before achieving the golden immortal status, Fei Peng was meek and compliant. After attaining it, he was determined to take decisive action. Not only did he seek to enhance his strength through the monkey, but he also aimed to leverage the monkey's exploits to establish his own position within the heavenly court. Indeed, Fei Peng was now eager for advancement. Chapter 3. The Jade Emperor's Bestowal of the Demon-Suppressing Sword. As a celestial soldier of the heavenly court, a figure of legendary status within the bureaucratic hierarchy, one must possess an unwavering ambition to ascend. Without such a drive, what distinguishes him from a mere salted fish? Previously, his languid demeanor at the southern heavenly gate stemmed from a lack of strength. Even if he desired to rise, he found himself powerless. Moreover, lacking in ability. Even if he were to ascend, he would be unworthy of his position. The fate that awaits those unworthy of their rank is seldom favorable. Thus, idleness seemed the most prudent choice. However, having now transcended to the golden immortal stage, he had acquired the necessary strength and was naturally inclined to pursue a path of advancement, at least to ensure a more comfortable existence. Of course, this was contingent upon the Jade Emperor's willingness to promote him, to serve as his support. Observing Fei Peng's modesty, devoid of grandiose aspirations or attempts to solicit rewards, the Jade Emperor was pleased and declared, In that case, I appoint you as the general guardian of the southern heavenly gate, to stand alongside the 4 generals of the demon clan. Thank you, your majesty. Fei Peng responded with a respectful bow. Regarding his role alongside the 4 generals, Fei Peng understood that rapid advancement often requires the presence of worthy companions. Allies need not always be adversaries. They can also serve as stepping stones. At this juncture, the Jade Emperor contemplated and stroked his beard, instructing, Bring forth the Xianyuan sword. Shortly thereafter, an immortal attendant entered the grand hall, bearing the Xianyuan sword. At the Jade Emperor's gesture, the attendant approached Fei Peng and presented the sword. General Fei Peng. Fei Peng assessed the sword held by the attendant and instinctively drew it from its sheath. The moment the Xianyuan sword was unsheathed, an overwhelming aura of sword energy permeated the air, causing many deities to feel an immense pressure. Yet, Fei Peng remained unaffected, even feeling a sense of familiarity. The Jade Emperor then spoke. This sword was forged by the ancient demon court specifically to combat the witch clan. During the chaotic times of Qiyu, this sword was bestowed upon the human Emperor Xianyuan to quell the unrest, becoming a symbol of his authority, thus named the Xianyuan sword. Today, I shall rename it the Demon-Suppressing Sword and bestow it upon you, my loyal subject. I trust you will wield this sword to guard the southern heavenly gate, preventing demons and malevolent spirits from trespassing into the heavenly realm and disrupting our celestial order, thereby safeguarding our peace. Upon hearing these words, Fei Peng's heart swelled with joy, and he knelt on one knee in gratitude, exclaiming, Thank you, your majesty, for your generous gift of the sword. I shall not disappoint your high hopes. As a transmigrator, he had encountered numerous tales of the primordial era and understood the terrifying power of the demon-suppressing sword. Although it was a postnatal spiritual treasure, its might surpassed that of innate treasures by a considerable margin. Simultaneously, he pondered the implications of the Jade Emperor renaming the sword. If his memory served correctly, this sword was forged from the blood and souls of countless human lives, used by its previous wielders to combat the witch clan. Now, entrusted to him, and with its new designation, the intent was unmistakable. He was to wield this sword against the demon race. In response, Faping remarked, on the surface, the journey to the west appears to be a quest for scriptures. In truth, it has been a relentless endeavor to eradicate the demon race. Those demons lacking any backing. With the exception of the Black Bear spirit who became the guardian deity of Guanyin and was integrated into the Buddhist pantheon, seem to have been entirely wiped out. Given that the extermination of demons is an inevitable trend, it is only natural for me, General Faping, to align with the prevailing current and join forces with others against the demons. Observing Faping kneeling on one knee in submission, the Jade Emperor nodded in satisfaction and continued, I shall bestow upon General Faping a residence, 20 celestial maidens, and 10 vials of elixirs. Faping expressed his gratitude once more. Thank you for your generous gifts, Your Majesty. He believed this would be the conclusion of the matter. However, unexpectedly, the voice of the Jade Emperor resonated again. I perceive that General Faping is still in need of a piece of defensive armor. Therefore, you may proceed to the armory to select a suitable suit of armor. Witnessing the Jade Emperor's repeated bestowals upon Faping, while he himself had received only the modest title of a lowly steward, Sun Wukong felt a surge of jealousy, his eyes nearly bulging out. He contemplated causing a ruckus, yet reconsidered, realizing that as a newcomer to the heavenly court, surrounded by numerous deities, he had yet to grasp the nuances of their hierarchy. Should he inadvertently provoke the Jade Emperor's displeasure, he might find himself stripped of his celestial position and sent back to Flowerfruit Mountain, facing the inquiries of his monkey kin. Thus, Sun Wukong begrudgingly chose to endure. Nevertheless, he secretly plotted to find an opportunity to challenge this so-called General Faping, eager to ascertain who was truly superior. Once the matters concerning Sun Wukong and Faping were resolved, the day's work came to a close. It was time to return to the Heavenly Palace. Following a performance of music and dance, the Jade Emperor signaled to his General of the Curtain. With a commanding voice, the General proclaimed, "Court dismissed." Faping and the other celestial officials bowed respectfully, saying, "We bid you farewell, Your Majesty." Sun Wukong mimicked the gesture, feigning compliance. Once the Jade Emperor departed, the celestial beings straightened their postures, forming small groups to converse and leave the Lingxiao Palace. Among them were figures such as the 4 generals of the demon family, the giant spirit god, and the thunder and lightning mother, who, before their departure, exchanged pleasantries with Faping, congratulating him. Their tones varied between envy and formality, but at the very least, they engaged in conversation with Faping, while Sun Wukong stood by, unnoticed. This situation was not a result of deliberate neglect, but rather stemmed from the differing origins of Faping and Sun Wukong. Faping, being an individual within the celestial hierarchy, had achieved enlightenment and ascended to the golden immortal level, representing a normal promotion. Except for the Jade Emperor's surprising gift of the demon-suppressing sword, his role as a general was not particularly prestigious, and thus, no one harbored envy. In stark contrast, Sun Wukong was a monkey from the mortal realm, having learned his formidable skills from an unknown source, who returned to stir chaos in the Dragon Palace and the underworld. Under certain manipulations, he was summoned by the heavens to serve as an official. In the context of the mortal dynasties, Sun Wukong resembled a rebellious bandit, having been incorporated into the court after his insurrection. How can one gain acceptance from officials elevated through the imperial examination? Similarly, the celestial officials found it difficult to accept someone like Sun Wukong, thus naturally reluctant to engage with him. Such disparate treatment only intensified the dissatisfaction that Sun Wukong already harbored, further souring his gaze upon Faping. Once all the celestial officials had departed, and as Faping prepared to leave, Sun Wukong stepped forward to obstruct his path, declaring, "What abilities do you possess that you could share with me, son?" Seeing the monkey block his way, Faping's eyes twinkled, and he replied with a smile, "The skills you possess, I, too, can master. The skills beyond your grasp, I also command. In fact, I can excel in all that you can." Sun Wukong paused momentarily. Then with a skeptical expression, retorted, "I do not believe you. You must be boasting." With that, he reached out to pull Faping along, exclaiming, "Come. Let us step outside and compete. Let us see whose skills are superior." After being tugged a few steps by the monkey, Faping grasped Sun Wukong's hand and shook it off, saying, "Monkey, we have just been appointed to our positions. If we were to fight now and the Emperor were to find out, it would not bode well for us. Instead, let us wait a month and arrange a meeting in the mortal realm to thoroughly test our abilities and see who truly excels. What do you say?" Chapter 4. A final farewell to the collective dormitory. Upon hearing Faping's words, Sun Wukong scratched his head in agitation. Though he was eager to compete with Faping at that very moment, He reflected upon Feiping's reasoning and found it sound. As a monkey who had yet to cause a ruckus in the heavenly palace, Sun Wukong harbored a sense of respect, or perhaps reverence, for the Jade Emperor. Moreover, Feiping had not declined the challenge. He merely suggested they postpone their contest for a month. Thus, Sun Wukong reluctantly suppressed his impulses. Very well. We shall compete a month hence. With that, he took his leave. Watching the Monkey King depart, Feiping let out a sigh of relief. He had genuinely feared that Sun Wukong might recklessly draw his golden staff to engage him in combat. Although Sun Wukong had yet to consume the peaches of immortality or the elixir of immortality, and was of the same golden immortal level as Feiping, the combat prowess of the legendary Monkey King was no jest. Feiping held no doubts. As a fellow golden immortal, he was no match for Sun Wukong. In the world of Journey to the West, cultivation does not always equate to combat strength. A higher cultivation does not guarantee superior combat ability, nor does a lower cultivation imply weaker combat prowess. As one of the 4 monkeys of chaos, Sun Wukong, the stone monkey, was born for battle, capable of effortlessly vanquishing foes of equal standing. However, there exists a flaw in the Journey to the West universe: the treasures wielded by deities. A powerful divine artifact can enable a lesser deity to triumph over a stronger opponent, a phenomenon that the Monkey King would encounter repeatedly on his pilgrimage. Presently, Feiping possessed the demon-suppressing sword, equipping him with a treasure that could rival Sun Wukong's, though he lacked in combat experience. Feiping remained unperturbed. He anticipated that after half a month, when the Monkey King relinquished his official position and raised the flag of the great sage equal to heaven, he would gain invaluable combat experience in the forthcoming confrontations with the heavenly court. As Feiping stepped out of the Lingxiao Palace, he was greeted by a celestial servant who clasped his hands in salute and declared, "I pay my respects to General Feiping. By the Emperor's decree, I am to escort you to your general's mansion." Feiping nodded in acknowledgement, signaling for the servant to lead the way. Upon arriving at the imposing general's mansion bestowed upon him by the Jade Emperor, Feiping could not help but marvel at his newfound residence. At last, he had bid farewell to the collective dormitory and acquired a villa of his own. He envisioned the delightful moments to come, such as when little Yuera would visit to bring him rouge, allowing them to indulge without the constant anxiety of being apprehended by the enforcement squad. In this mansion, he could do as he pleased, as long as he did not indulge in drunken escapades akin to Marshal Tianping's antics at the Moon Palace. He would be free to engage in whatever pursuits he desired. The celestial servants presented him with gifts from the Emperor: 10 vials of elixirs, 10 peaches of immortality aged 6,000 years, and 10 jars of royal wine. Feiping was astonished by the Emperor's generosity, as these offerings clearly surpassed what had been granted to him in the Lingxiao Palace, especially the Pan Tao, which the Jade Emperor refrained from mentioning in the Lingxiao Palace, seemingly out of fear that the celestial officials might feel envious. Among them, the celestial maidens required the arrangement of the Queen Mother. "I believe they will soon arrive at the general's residence." Feiping nodded, and with a shift in thought, he bowed respectfully towards the Taiwei Yuqing Palace where the Jade Emperor resided, expressing his gratitude. "Your humble servant is deeply thankful for your Majesty's favor." He was aware that the Jade Emperor could sense his actions, and indeed, after he completed his bow, the voice of the Jade Emperor echoed in his ears. "You have 1 month to solidify your cultivation. After a month, return to serve at the Southern Heaven Gate. Your humble servant obeys." It seems the Jade Emperor is continually watching over him and Sun Wukong. Their 1-month agreement at the Lingxiao Palace had certainly reached the ears of the Jade Emperor. However, this was in perfect alignment with his own intentions, as he had initially contemplated requesting a month of leave to avoid Monkey King's first descent to the mortal realm. Now, with the Jade Emperor's words, it could not be more suitable. After bidding farewell to the celestial maidens, Feiping was about to savor the taste of the Pan Tao when he heard the heavenly soldiers at the gate reporting, "General, outside there are maidens from the Yaoqi, claiming to be sent by the Queen Mother to deliver celestial maidens to you. Allow them to enter." Very well. Shortly after, a female official accompanied by 20 celestial maidens entered. Feiping glanced at the maidens and was pleasantly surprised to find his beloved, Xiaoyu, among them, winking at him from behind the female official. The Yaoqi official, Qingyi, greeted General Feiping. "There is no need for excessive courtesy, Qingyi. By the Queen Mother's decree, I have dispatched 20 celestial maidens to serve the general. Please assess whether you are satisfied. If there are no issues, I shall report back to the Queen Mother. I appreciate your efforts, Fairy. Please convey my gratitude to the Queen Mother." While speaking, Fei-ping picked up a pan towel and presented it to Qingyi. Then, in a voice only Qingyi could hear, he expressed his thanks. I am most grateful, Qingyi, for your past care of Xiaoyu. This small token of appreciation, I hope you will accept. Qingyi, holding the pan towel and hearing Fei-ping's gratitude, could not help but nod inwardly. Xiaoyu indeed has not misjudged him. This General Fei-ping is a man of sincerity and loyalty. I will relay your message to the Queen Mother. With that, Qingyi accepted the pan towel and glanced at Yu Shui with a slight nod before departing. Once Qingyi had left, Fei-ping stepped forward to take Xiaoyu's hand and inquired, Xiaoyu, what brings you here? Xiaoyu smiled brightly. Just after the emperor dismissed court, I went to Yaoqi and mentioned your name to the Queen Mother. The emperor asked the Queen Mother to select 20 celestial maidens to serve at the general's residence, inquiring if anyone wished to volunteer. I guessed it must be you. So I volunteered. What a stroke of luck that it truly is you. Fei-ping, how did you suddenly break through to the golden immortal level? Xiaoyu's tone was filled with curiosity, as she found it hard to fathom that her beloved had ascended to such a formidable status and was held in high regard by the Jade Emperor. As for how one achieves enlightenment to become a golden immortal, I know not how to explain it to you. Just remember this. Now, I can offer you my protection. From this moment forth, everything within the general's residence shall be determined by your word. Furthermore, take these elixirs and peaches of immortality to cultivate and elevate your prowess. Previously, you divided your elixirs with me, which hindered your own advancement. Now, I shall make amends. Upon hearing Fei-ping's words, Yu Zhu felt a surge of emotion. Yet she shook her head and replied, these treasures were granted to you by His Majesty to enhance your strength. No matter how high my cultivation as a celestial maiden, it remains of little consequence. After speaking, Yu Zhu gazed dreamily at Fei-ping and softly added, as long as I can stay by your side, I am content. Upon hearing this, Fei-ping gently pinched her cheek and replied earnestly, to achieve the golden immortal status is to truly attain freedom. If you wish to remain by my side forever, you must enhance your own cultivation. Otherwise, when I ascend to the great Luo golden immortal level, and subsequently to the primordial golden immortal, His Majesty may bestow more celestial maidens upon me. If your strength is insufficient, how will you manage them? It cannot be that they would take advantage of you due to their prowess, necessitating my intervention. Chapter 5. The Master Brother and the Second Brother engaged in a conflict in the ethereal realm of Yaoqi after Fairy Qingyi departed from the general's residence. She returned to Yaoqi to report to the Queen Mother, presenting the peach bestowed upon her by the General Fei-ping. In addition, she recounted the affair between Fei-ping and Yu Shui in its entirety to the Queen Mother. Upon hearing this, the Queen Mother chuckled, expressing her surprise at the emotional depth of General Fei-ping. Although the heavenly court forbids romantic entanglements among deities, certain conventions are often merely superficial. The allure of desire is such that, despite the rules, even the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother cannot entirely escape its grasp. Thus, as long as matters do not escalate too dramatically, they generally turn a blind eye. However, should a deity engage in a liaison with a mortal, the heavenly court does not afford the luxury of indifference. The distinction between mortals and immortals is no trivial matter. Furthermore, such unions could severely disrupt the order of the mortal realm, given the immense power of the deities, who possess means to extend mortal lifespans. Consequently, if the daughter of the Jade Emperor or the Queen Mother were to be discovered in a clandestine affair with a mortal, they would face stringent repercussions. You mentioned that the two ascended to the heavens together. Does that imply they were already partners before their ascent? The maid inquired, to which she received no clarification. Yuera was initially a consort of the Qin Emperor in the mortal realm, having ascended to the heavenly domain after consuming the elixir sought by the Taoist Su Fu. As for General Fei-ping, he was summoned to the capital by the Qin Emperor to seek immortality, gathering the most extraordinary talents from across the land. Fei-ping, through his endeavors with various classical texts, attained enlightenment and subsequently ascended to the heavens. Whether the two had interactions in the mortal realm remains unknown to this servant. The Queen Mother, upon hearing this, chose not to pursue the matter further, gesturing for Fairy Qingyi to withdraw. The peach gifted to Qingyi by Fei-ping was not reclaimed by the Queen Mother, as it was a reward from the Jade Emperor, and Fei-ping was free to bestow it upon whomever he pleased. Returning to the general's residence, Yu Shui, having indulged in Fei-ping's lingering essence for half a day, retreated to cultivate with the celestial elixir and the peach. The gifts from the Jade Emperor were sufficient to elevate an individual from the realm of celestial beings to that of golden immortals. Once Yu Shui concluded his seclusion, It is believed that he would achieve the golden immortal level. However, by that time, he would likely have surpassed the realm of Tai golden immortal. As the great sage's grand celestial technique was once again in motion, albeit now drawing upon lower-grade spiritual energy instead of the finest. His accumulation of magical power would thus proceed at a slower pace, yet still on a steady ascent. At this rate, within a fortnight, he would reach the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm without significant difficulty. As Yushui engaged in his cultivation, General Faping, instead of seeking the company of other celestial maidens to savor their essence, contemplated the demon-subduing sword, murmuring to himself, "This sword indeed requires refinement." The demon-suppressing sword, as a postnatal artifact, lacks the innate restrictions characteristic of congenital treasures, thus requiring only ritualistic refinement. How is this ritual conducted? Through one's own blood essence, utilizing a blood-forging method to merge with the artifact. The paramount advantage of postnatal treasures lies in their rapid refinement process. However, unlike congenital treasures, which can unleash energies far exceeding the wielder's own capabilities, the potency of postnatal artifacts is entirely contingent upon the strength of their possessor. The greater the prowess of the wielder, the mightier the postnatal treasure becomes. Conversely, should the wielder be insufficiently powerful, even a top-tier artifact like the demon-suppressing sword would fail to manifest significant strength. Both congenital and postnatal treasures possess their respective merits and drawbacks. The former is challenging to refine but boasts immense power, unbound by the wielder's inherent limitations. The latter is easily refined yet closely tied to the wielder's capabilities. The value of each is distinctly evident, ultimately reflecting the wielder's perspective. Regarding the demon-suppressing sword, Faping is exceptionally pleased. Having accompanied the Yellow Emperor for many years and being forged from the essence and soul of humanity, it inevitably absorbs the fortunes of the human realm, making it relatively easy for Faping, also of human descent, to refine. While Faping engages in this ritual, Sun Wukong embarks on his inaugural official role, horse caretaking. Regardless of species, one approaches their first job with utmost seriousness. Our Monkey King not only takes his responsibilities to heart, but also embodies the spirit of diligence, transforming the celestial work schedule from a rigid 9 to 6 to a tireless 24/7 commitment, voluntarily extending his hours without demanding a raise. Furthermore, as the head of the Horse Monitoring Bureau, he diligently ensures the well-being of the celestial steeds, even leading them in post-meal exercises, which inadvertently brings him to the River of Heaven. As Sun Wukong engages in combat with Marshal Tianpeng, his battle experience is significantly enhanced, greatly improving his combat prowess. As Sun Wukong engages in combat with Marshal Tianpeng, his battle experience is significantly enhanced, greatly improving his combat prowess. As Sun Wukong engages in combat with Marshal Tianpeng, his battle experience is significantly enhanced, greatly improving his combat prowess. While Faping refines the demon-suppressing sword, he is momentarily taken aback by the system's notifications, filled with confusion. How did Monkey Brother end up battling his second elder brother, who is still Marshal Tianpeng? Due to the considerable time elapsed since the events of Journey to the West, his recollection is somewhat hazy. He had assumed that during the journey for scriptures, Monkey Brother had no interactions with his second elder brother. It seems their brotherly bond was established long before in the heavenly realm. Speaking of which, as one of the 4 saints of the north and commander of the vast celestial water army, could the second elder brother truly be a match for our Monkey King? System, what is your perspective? Ding. Host, each field has its experts. Tianpeng possesses a unique constitution that grants him an innate resistance to the erosion of the weak water, which is why he was exceptionally promoted by the Jade Emperor to the position of Marshal Tianpeng, overseeing the 100,000 water forces of the River of Heaven. In the depths of the weak water river, or amidst the water itself, even the formidable Sun Wukong could not triumph over Tianpeng. Yet, on land, the tables turned as Tianpeng found himself outmatched by Sun Wukong. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Faping experienced a moment of clarity, reflecting on the various demons encountered by the Monkey King and his companions during their pilgrimage. Take, for instance, the Scorpion Demon. Despite Sun Wukong's indomitable bronze skin and iron bones, he remained susceptible to the Scorpion Demon's venomous stinger, which even the likes of Buddha found uncomfortable. Ironically, this very Scorpion Demon met its match in the formidable Xingguan, who swiftly subdued it, embodying the adage, "One creature is subdued by another." Contemplating the physical prowess of his second elder brother and Sun Wukong, Faping couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he inquired, "System, have you perhaps overlooked something? The essence of the Monkey King, the Lingming Stone Monkey, has not been shared with me. Please expedite this process. Does the host wish to transform into a monkey? The system replied. Faping fell silent. He desired the Monkey King's attributes, but harbored no intention of becoming a monkey himself. System, I wish to possess the Monkey King's attributes without undergoing transformation. Is there a possibility for an alternative physique, preferably one akin to my second elder brother's, which remains unscathed by weak water? Indeed, he had set his sights on the esteemed position of the Marshal of the Heavenly River Water Army, a commanding role overseeing 100,000 celestial soldiers. This rank within the heavenly court held considerable significance. One need only observe the pride exuded by his second elder brother when he spoke of his rank as Marshal, brimming with self-importance, while Sun Wukong would bristle with indignation at the mere mention of the title Stable Master. Moreover, the deities within the heavenly court exhibited a similar reverence towards the second elder brother. Upon encountering him, all would address him as Marshal, underscoring the high esteem associated with his former command of the Water Army. Even after his descent to the mortal realm, having taken on the form of a pig, the respect bestowed upon him by the deities remained intact, albeit superficially. Should he acquire the strength of a Tai Golden Immortal or a Deluo Golden Immortal, alongside the title of Marshal of the Heavenly River Water Army, commanding 100,000 celestial soldiers, his standing within the heavenly court would ascend dramatically. Furthermore, it is of utmost importance to note that given the precedent of his second elder brother's exceptional promotion, if he were to overcome the challenges posed by weak water, the Jade Emperor might also consider elevating him beyond the ordinary ranks. In the heavenly court, positions are unique and competitive. Thus, even if he were to achieve notable accomplishments during Sun Wukong's tumultuous uprising in the heavenly palace, he could not expect immediate elevation to the rank of a marshal. Consequently, he must seize the opportunity presented by Tianping's demotion to secure the vacant position of Marshal of the Heavenly River Water Army and elevate his status accordingly. Chapter 6. The Water God Physique and the Monkey King's Abdication to the Mortal Realm. Beep. Water God Physique acquired. Impervious to the weak water. Does the host wish to merge with the Water God Physique? Affirmative. Beep. Merging with Water God Physique. Beep. Merging successful. As the system announced the successful fusion, Faping felt an indescribable transformation within his body. It seemed. He extended his finger, and with a mere thought, a sphere of water materialized at his fingertip. Astonishingly, he required no incantations. A simple mental command sufficed to conjure water. Host, Faping. Race, human. Identity, General of the Southern Heavenly Gate. Realm, Early Golden Immortal. Physique, Water God, one mastery of the laws of water. Cultivation technique, Great Immortal Technique. 8-9 Mystical Art. Artifact, Demon Subduing Sword. Remarkably, with the integration of the Water God Physique, he had directly grasped the laws of water. Although his mastery was a mere one must acknowledge the adage. The first step is always the hardest. Once the initial hurdle is overcome, the path ahead becomes considerably smoother. With this Water God Physique, he was convinced that once his second senior brother was demoted to the mortal realm, the absence of his oversight would undoubtedly incite chaos in the weak water. Even if the weak water remained tranquil, he would provoke disorder. In any case, the position of Grand Marshal of the Heavenly River Army was his for the taking. Not even the Jade Emperor could obstruct him. Just as he was basking in his excitement, he noticed the battle between the Monkey King and his second senior brother had ceased, which somewhat dampened his joy. Soon after, he was inundated with the experience of horse rearing, which he found utterly irrelevant. He, Faping, would never engage in such an endeavor in his lifetime. Time swiftly passed, and after half a month, Faping opened his eyes, having emerged from his ecstatic reverie. His rapid ascension in cultivation had come to a halt. Without needing to speculate, it was evident that the Monkey King had indeed abdicated to the mortal realm. Upon sensing his surroundings, he discovered that, unbeknownst to him, he had ascended to the pinnacle of the Golden Immortal Realm. In just over a fortnight, he had progressed from the early stages to the peak of the Golden Immortal Realm. This speed was swifter than a rocket's ascent. One must commend the Monkey King. He truly absorbed the celestial energy of the heavenly court with remarkable efficacy. Host, Faping. Race, human. Identity, General of the Southern Heavenly Gate. Realm, Peak Golden Immortal. Physique, Water God, one mastery of the laws of water. Cultivation technique, Great Immortal Technique, 8-9 Mystical Art. Artifact, Demon Subduing Sword. Sighing, Faping lamented that had the Monkey King delayed his descent, he might have achieved a breakthrough to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. Attaining such a status would place him among the elite in the heavenly court, at least on par with Neza. Having experienced such a meteoric rise, it was impossible for anyone to continue with a conventional pace of cultivation. Thus, Faping hastily concluded his seclusion, grasped his refined demon-subduing sword, and exited the general's residence, setting forth to the Jade Emperor's Taiwei Yuqing Palace, prematurely ending his leave. Certainly, his primary desire was to participate in the impending celestial conflict aimed at apprehending the Monkey King. Given the combat experience gained from the previous encounter between the Monkey King and his second brother, he was eager to test his current strength. As he made his way to the Taiwei Yuqing Palace, the Jade Emperor had already dispatched a decree summoning the celestial beings to the Lingxiao Treasure Hall for a council. Thus, Faping redirected his path towards the Lingxiao Treasure Hall instead. On his way, he encountered the King of Heaven and others, exchanging nods and brief glances. Faping took a moment to scrutinize Neza. This version of Neza bore an uncanny resemblance to the one portrayed in the Lotus Lantern, resembling a charming neighborly girl. That face. It provoked an irresistible urge to pinch her cheeks. Noticing Faping's gaze, Neza tilted her head curiously and remarked, "General Faping, your cultivation has advanced remarkably fast." As soon as Neza finished speaking, the attention of the King of Heaven and others turned toward Faping, their expressions reflecting astonishment. They certainly did not anticipate such a rapid enhancement in his prowess. Just half a month prior, he had attained the Golden Immortal Fruit. And now he stood at the pinnacle of the Golden Immortal realm, a mere step away from the Tai Golden Immortal. Observing their surprise, Faping chuckled. Thanks to His Majesty's bestowed elixirs, I would not have achieved such a significant breakthrough otherwise. He then performed a respectful gesture towards the Lingxiao Treasure Hall. Expressing his gratitude to the Jade Emperor, the King of Heaven and the others accepted Faping's explanation with nods of belief, yet Neza continued to scrutinize him in silence. Feeling the weight of Neza's gaze, which clearly held skepticism, Faping couldn't help but blink. He held a certain fondness for Neza, especially given her endearing appearance. Had she looked like a little demon, he might have considered admonishing her. After all, beauty is justice. One could be forgiven for numerous misdeeds if they possessed an appealing visage. Ultimately, the Buddha himself proclaimed, "Lay down the butcher's knife, and one can become a Buddha instantly." If one could not let go, it mattered little. Neza's intended target was not him, but rather her father, Li Jing. When Faping winked at her, Neza momentarily froze. Quickly regaining her composure and inwardly reflecting, this General Faping appears to be straightforward and kind-hearted, with looks only slightly inferior to my second brother, Yang Jian. Yet, I did not expect him to resort to deceitful tactics against a child. Wait, who is the child? Realizing her own thoughts, Neza instinctively shot Faping a glare, puffed out her chest, and chose not to engage with him further. Faping was taken aback by her sudden shift in demeanor. Indeed, regardless of the world, the thoughts of children are the most enigmatic, particularly those of young girls. Once he breaks through to the Tai Golden Immortal or the Deluo Golden Immortal, he would invite Neza to his general's mansion for a playful reprimand. At that time, she would think twice before being so audacious. In the Lingxiao Treasure Hall, Faping stood behind the four generals of the Demon Clan, exchanging intense gazes with Neza. Unbeknownst to them, a silent rivalry had begun to brew. As for the reason, it primarily stemmed from the moment he harbored the instinctual desire to strike Neza, inadvertently glancing at a certain part of Neza's being. This action caused Neza to perceive him as one of those peculiar individuals with unusual proclivities. Had the circumstances been different, Neza might have already unleashed his celestial weapons, such as the Universe Ring, the Celestial Silk, and the Fiery Spear, to deal with him. Previously, Faping would have undoubtedly yielded. However, now possessing the pinnacle of golden immortal strength, perhaps emboldened by his surging power, he found himself unyielding. Thus, the two engaged in a silent standoff, their eyes locked, until the Jade Emperor called his name. Snapping back to reality, Faping hastily bowed and addressed, "Your Majesty." The Jade Emperor stroked his beard and inquired, "General Faping, are you willing to descend to the mortal realm alongside the towering King Li to capture Sun Wukong?" From the moment Faping entered the Heavenly Palace, the Jade Emperor had noticed the remarkable attainment of Faping's power, and to be frank, he was somewhat astonished by the rapidity of Faping's advancement. Logically speaking, within a mere span of days, even with the bestowed elixirs and celestial peaches, it would be improbable for one to elevate so swiftly. Nevertheless, Faping's swift rise in cultivation merely evoked mild surprise in the Jade Emperor. What piqued his interest further was the examination of Faping's combat prowess. Merely possessing cultivation without combat capability was of little value to the Jade Emperor. There were ample subjects of such caliber in his court. and he had no need to invest in nurturing another unless Faping demonstrated exceptional martial strength worthy of his attention. Faping did not hesitate, bowing deeply and responding. In response to your majesty, this humble servant is willing to descend with the towering king to apprehend the demon monkey. Indeed, the term demon monkey was fitting. As a civil servant of the heavenly realm, Faping was acutely aware of his position. Sun Wukong had audaciously abandoned his post without so much as a word, an act that was nothing short of a blatant affront. Furthermore, he had slapped the face of Faping's superior, the ruler of heaven and the sovereign of the three realms, the Jade Emperor himself. As the saying goes, a ruler's humiliation leads to a servant's demise. As a loyal subject, it was imperative for Faping to delineate his boundaries with the Monkey King, exhibiting an attitude of profound disdain towards him to affirm his loyalty. The true sentiments of the Jade Emperor towards the Monkey King were his own concerns. As a subject, Faping merely needed to express the stance and demeanor befitting his role. As for the Monkey King, he would face the full force of retribution. Chapter 7. Encountering an old acquaintance, ascending to immortality. Indeed, upon observing the demeanor of General Faping, the Jade Emperor expressed his satisfaction, stroking his beard and declaring, "Thus, General Faping, you shall accompany the great King Li, the protector of the heavens, to descend to the mortal realm and apprehend the demon monkey. Should you succeed in capturing this fiend, I shall bestow upon you generous rewards." Afterward, the Jade Emperor noticed that General Faping was still clad in his previous heavenly soldier's attire, prompting him to add, "Faping, go first to the armory and select a suitable suit of armor for your mission to subdue the demon monkey." "Yes, your majesty, I shall obey," replied Faping, bowing respectfully before departing from the Lingxiao Palace. Once outside, he did not hasten his journey but proceeded at a leisurely pace towards the heavenly armory. As for whether he would catch up with the great king and his companions in their descent, Faping mused that it would be preferable not to. He reasoned that it would be more beneficial for him to wait until the Monkey King engaged in a fierce battle with the likes of the giant spirit god, the 4 demon generals, and Neza, allowing him to gain invaluable combat experience before making his grand entrance to capture Sun Wukong. Thus, Faping ambled to the armory. Upon arrival, the gatekeeping heavenly general inquired, "Who approaches?" "This is the sacred ground of the heavenly armory, and no idle person may draw near." Faping surveyed the guardian of the armory and, to his surprise, recognized him as an old acquaintance. "General Meng, have you truly forgotten me?" Indeed. The guardian of the heavenly armory was none other than Meng Tian, his former comrade who had valiantly defended the Great Wall for the Great Qin in the mortal realm. "General Meng," Faping exclaimed, "it brings me joy to see you still remember me." Meng Tian responded happily, "Faping, esteemed immortal, I am unworthy of such titles now. However, I have heard that recently, at the Southern Heavenly Gate, an immortal attained enlightenment and achieved the golden immortal Tao fruit, subsequently being appointed as a guardian general by the Jade Emperor. I surmised it must be you." Faping nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, that is I." Curious, he inquired, "How did you come to be a heavenly general, and why are you stationed here guarding the armory?" Meng Tian smiled. "The common folk revered me, and after my passing, they erected temples in my honor and fashioned a golden effigy to receive their offerings. This devotion allowed me to ascend to the heavens and take on the role of a heavenly general." Upon hearing Meng Tian's account, Faping couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy, reflecting, "How unfair it is. When I traversed into the great Qin dynasty, I initially intended to follow the paths of Liu Bang and Xiang Yu in rebellion. Yet, upon discovering the existence of magic and immortals, my desire for eternal life led me to pursue the path of cultivation. My journey has been fraught with hardships. Had I known that establishing temples and crafting golden statues could grant me ascension to the heavens, I would have chosen to follow Meng Tian's example rather than endure the trials of cultivation." Noticing the myriad expressions on Faping's face, Meng Tian worried he had misspoken and quickly reassured him. "General Faping." Snapping back to the present, Faping asked, "By the way, aside from you, are there others from Great Qin in the heavenly realm?" Meng Tian replied, "In addition to myself, there are also generals Bai Qi, Wang Jian, and Wei Liao. Bai Qi has ascended as well." Faping exclaimed. Faping's expression grew somewhat peculiar. With Bai Qi's esteemed reputation, it was rather surprising that he was worshipped by the common folk. Meng Tian felt a twinge of embarrassment on Bai Qi's behalf and remarked, "General Bai Qi is not revered for the incense offered to him, but rather due to the heavy toll of his past slaughters, the depth of his sins rendering him unable to reincarnate. Moreover, his execution of surrendered soldiers resulted in the untimely deaths of hundreds of thousands, souls that could not be reborn, forced to linger in the city of misery. As long as he resides in the underworld, those restless spirits will not find peace. Thus he has been dispatched to the heavens. Feiping was both amused and perplexed. He had never anticipated that Bai Qi would ascend to the celestial realm in such a manner. However, he was intrigued by the circumstances of one who was deemed unwelcome in the underworld yet found a place among the divine. Thus, he turned to Ming Tian and inquired curiously, what position does he hold now? Ming Tian hesitated before quietly responding, the demon-slaying platform. The demon-slaying platform? Feiping paused momentarily, but soon grasped the implication. Given Bai Qi's propensity for violence, his role there seemed fitting. The illustrious god of slaughter Bai Qi had become an executioner in the heavens. An ironic fate, indeed. Contemplating his own aspirations to ascend within the celestial court and the necessity of trustworthy allies, Feiping proposed. Please contact those three and arrange a time for them to visit my residence. We should convene. Upon hearing Feiping's words, Ming Tian suppressed his excitement and bowed respectfully, saying, "This humble servant shall obey." It was no wonder he felt this way. Despite currently receiving the worship of mortals and having attained the rank of a celestial general, he remained merely an ordinary general with cultivation limited to the true immortal realm, in stark contrast to Feiping, who had already achieved the golden immortal Dao fruit and was personally appointed by the Jade Emperor as the general guarding the southern heavenly gate. The two were not comparable. Moreover, he could discern Feiping's intentions to recruit them. Such a prominent ally was too valuable to ignore. Now that the formalities are concluded, I have been sent by His Majesty to select armor from the armory. I kindly request you to grant me access, Feiping stated. Yes, General Feiping, please proceed. Ming Tian replied. As Feiping stepped into the armory, he was greeted by a dazzling array of golden light. Various weapons and armors were displayed on the racks, emanating powerful waves of spiritual energy. In his eyes, each item could be deemed a divine artifact, yet here in the celestial realm, they were quite ordinary. He bypassed the commonplace weapons at the front and advanced toward the rear, where fewer yet more potent spiritual treasures were located. Soon, a suit of armor caught his eye, drawing his attention. This armor, like the celestial armor he wore, was silver white and bore a striking resemblance to the armor worn by General Feiping in the Immortal Sword, a character renowned as the first divine general of the celestial realm. Feiping felt a surge of determination. He too must not fall short, aspiring to become the foremost divine general in the heavenly court, regardless of future challenges. I am uncertain whether the world of Journey to the West features a character named Shi Yao. Nevertheless, let us set aside Shi Yao and instead turn our attention to Chang'e. In the heavenly realm, the term Chang'e does not merely refer to a singular individual. Rather, it denotes a title encompassing the female deities residing within the Moon Palace. All the celestial maidens dwelling in the Moon Palace are collectively referred to as Chang'e. Their primary role in the heavenly court is to perform as lead dancers during grand banquets and festivities, akin to members of a celestial cultural troupe. Many of these Chang'e are renowned beauties from the mortal realm. If all goes as anticipated, we may encounter versions of Chang'e portrayed by Chen Hong, Yan Kanchen, and Li Xinru. The mere thought is quite delightful. Therefore, the armor he dons must prominently showcase an air of gallantry. Considerations of defense are secondary. As Sun Wukong engages in battle with the giant spirit god, his combat experience is significantly enhanced, resulting in a substantial increase in the host's fighting prowess. As Sun Wukong confronts the four generals of the demon clan, his combat experience is further elevated, leading to a marked improvement in the host's fighting skills. As Sun Wukong duels with the Thunder Lord and Lightning Mother, his combat experience continues to grow, resulting in a considerable boost in the host's combat abilities. Thus, there is no need for further contemplation. This shall be the armor he chooses. Now that the Monkey King has already engaged with the giant spirit god and others, he must hasten to join the fray. Otherwise, he will forfeit the opportunity to claim the first wave of accolades. Chapter 8. Arrival at the Mountain of Flower and Fruit. Confrontation with the Monkey King. As Feiping donned his divine armor and arrived at Flower and Fruit Mountain, Sun Wukong had already engaged in battle with Neza. It must be said that Neza displayed remarkable audacity by deliberately holding back. The thought of confronting Neza flitted through Wukong's mind for a fleeting second before he dismissed it. In the discerning eyes of the Jade Emperor, Neza's leniency would undoubtedly be apparent, even to the formidable Totally Tianwang. Clearly, someone had already advised Neza to show mercy towards the Monkey King, and one could easily deduce who that person might be. Upon seeing Feiping's arrival, Totally Tianwang called out, "General Feiping." Feiping approached Totally Tianwang, clasping his hands in respect. "I am Feiping, here to pay my respects to Lord Li." Totally Tianwang took a moment to assess Feiping, now clad in his divine armor, and remarked, "General Faping, that demon monkey possesses considerable skill. He has already vanquished the giant spirit god, the 4 generals of the demon clan, and even my son Neza has found himself at a loss against him. With your enlightenment and the favor of his majesty, I trust you will be able to subdue that demon monkey." No sooner had Totally Tianwang finished speaking than the giant spirit god and others chimed in unison, "We implore you, General Faping, to take action." Recognizing the intent behind their words, Faping understood that many were eager to witness his prowess, perhaps even hoping to see him falter. However, he remained undeterred and addressed Totally Tianwang, "Very well, let us see how I fare against that demon monkey." With that, Faping unsheathed the demon-suppressing sword and charged towards the battlefield where Wukong and Neza clashed. The demon-suppressing sword, after countless years, was once again revealed to the world. The power of its sword energy far exceeded what anyone could have anticipated. As Wukong and Neza were engaged in their fierce confrontation, they sensed the terrifying aura of the sword energy, causing their expressions to shift dramatically as they instinctively dodged. With a resounding crash, the mountain peak beneath them was cleaved in two by the sword's might. Both Wukong and Neza, having narrowly escaped disaster, gazed in shock at the bisected mountain, their hearts racing with both fear and indignation. They looked skyward, eager to discern the identity of the audacious assailant. Upon recognizing Faping, they were momentarily stunned, followed by disbelief as they thought to themselves, "This fellow is remarkably powerful." Faping, having unleashed a strike that did not achieve its intended surprise, approached the two with a calm demeanor, devoid of any sign of embarrassment or agitation. Neza glanced at Faping, then at the demon-suppressing sword in his hand, scrutinizing Faping's divine armor with keen interest. Surprisingly, Neza found himself unable to feel any anger in the presence of Faping's striking appearance. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, Neza finally mustered the courage to inquire, "Faping, was that strike just now yours?" "Indeed, it was. Do you realize that you nearly caused me harm? My apologies. I did not anticipate the formidable power of the demon-suppressing sword. Next time, I shall exercise greater precision." Neza, at a loss for words, contemplated, "Is this truly a matter of precision?" However, seeing that Faping had already apologized, Neza chose not to delve deeper into the issue and remarked, "This troublesome monkey is now your responsibility." She understood that Faping's abrupt intervention was undoubtedly ordered by Li Jing. Coincidentally, she had no desire to engage in theatrics with the demon monkey any longer. Thus, she decided to return to the heavens and observe Faping as he dealt with the demon monkey from above. After Neza's departure, Sun Wukong scrutinized Faping for a moment and spoke, "I did not realize before that you possess some skill." That Jade Emperor. Before Sun Wukong could finish his sentence, Faping bellowed, "Impudent demon monkey, be silent. How dare you speak disrespectfully of his majesty? I shall slay you." As soon as the words left his mouth, Faping swung the demon-suppressing sword towards the Monkey King. Sun Wukong instinctively chose not to confront the attack directly but rather to evade it. In the distance, another mountain peak was cleaved in two. Sun Wukong's eyes widened in fury, and he scratched his head in frustration, for this was indeed his flower fruit mountain. With Faping's destructive capability, it would not take long before his beloved home was reduced to ruin. Thus, Sun Wukong suppressed his urge to retaliate. Meanwhile, Faping, realizing that the Jade Emperor and the celestial officials were undoubtedly observing the mortal realm, saw this as a perfect opportunity to perform. He proclaimed with righteous indignation, "You demon monkey, His Majesty values you so highly, rewarding you with an official position. Instead of showing gratitude, you abandon your post and descend to the mortal realm. And you even dare to call yourself the great sage equal to heaven." Sun Wukong, baring his teeth in protest, retorted, "Humph. He appointed me as the stable master, a mere lowly official tasked with tending to the heavenly steeds. Is this what you call valuing me?" Faping snorted dismissively and continued, "You are but a lowly demon monkey from the mortal realm. Through mere chance, you acquired these skills when you descended into the Dragon Palace to seize the Rui Jingu Bang and ventured into the underworld to destroy the Book of Life and Death. According to the laws of heaven, you should have been captured and brought to the celestial realm to face execution at the demon-slaying platform, as an example to the three realms. However, His Majesty, considering your innate nature, chose not to send celestial soldiers to apprehend you. Instead, He dispatched the bright star to invite you to serve in heaven. You dismissed the position of stable master as insignificant. Yet, the celestial realm has its own rules, and promotions are governed by established protocols. You, a demon monkey with no merit, have already been given an exceptional opportunity to serve as stable master. What is it that you find unsatisfactory?" Know this. I too started as a celestial soldier, and even after achieving enlightenment and attaining the golden immortal Tao fruit, I was merely appointed as a guardian general, a position not much higher than yours. Upon hearing Fei Ping's words, Sun Wukong stood dumbfounded for a considerable time, for no one had ever informed him of such truths before. He had only felt that the Jade Emperor's assignment of him to the position of stable master was a deliberate humiliation. Yet, after Fei Ping's explanation, he suddenly perceived that perhaps he had been ungrateful, taking advantage of the situation while feigning innocence. Not only Sun Wukong, but also the words of Fei Ping were spoken without any deliberate concealment, allowing all present to hear, including the monkeys of Huahua Mountain. Monkeys, by nature, are quite intelligent. After Fei Ping's remarks, some of the monkeys began to feel that their king had indeed overstepped. Even if he did not wish to assume the role of the stable master, he could not simply abandon his post and descend to the mortal realm. Upon hearing the chatter among the monkeys, Sun Wukong felt a tumult of emotions, anxiety, anger, and shame. In a fit of indignation, he brandished his golden staff and declared fiercely, "Enough of your prattle. Come, let us engage in a battle of 300 rounds. Should you emerge victorious, I shall accompany you to the heavens and acknowledge my errors before the Jade Emperor." With that, he aimed to demonstrate his formidable prowess. Observing Sun Wukong's refusal to surrender, Fei Ping was filled with delight. After all, if Sun Wukong capitulated so easily, how would he showcase his own abilities? His previous statements were merely to please the Jade Emperor, as gaining the Emperor's favor required a demonstration of true strength. Chapter 9. Capturing Sun Wukong. As Fei Ping prepared to strike preemptively, Sun Wukong unexpectedly shouted, "Hold on." Fei Ping paused momentarily but disregarded Wukong's plea, silently criticizing the needless chatter during battle. Unlike Neza, he would not grant Wukong any leniency. Thus, Fei Ping remained resolute, directing the demon-suppressing sword toward Wukong's head. Oh, pardon. His simian crown, without any hesitation. Seeing this, Wukong's fury ignited, and he momentarily forgot about his legion of monkeys, as well as the potential devastation of Flower Fruit Mountain. With eyes ablaze, he gripped his golden staff tightly and met Fei Ping's sword head-on, swinging with all his might. The clash of metal echoed through the heavens, reverberating with a deafening resonance. Their initial encounter yielded no victor. Subsequently, a breathtaking duel ensued, with each combatant exchanging blows fiercely, refusing to yield. Every strike was executed with utmost vigor, resulting in a stalemate. The terrifying aura of the demon-suppressing sword compelled the monkeys of Flower Fruit Mountain to flee desperately, evading the surging sword energy. From above, Neza and the giant spirit god, among others, observed Fei Ping's valor with bated breath. Save for Neza, all had faced Wukong in combat and had been bested by him. The prowess exhibited by Fei Ping suggested a subtle dominance over Wukong, even if it was partially derived from the sword's might. However, Fei Ping's own strength should not be underestimated. After all, the demon-suppressing sword was a postnatal spiritual treasure, and without sufficient power, he could not fully harness its potential. Not content with the ground, Fei Ping and Wukong ascended to the skies to continue their fierce engagement. Their silhouettes danced amidst the clouds, appearing and disappearing in a breathtaking display. From earth to sky and back again, their battle escalated to the heights of the East Sea, drawing the attention of all realms. Their conflict stirred the ocean into tumultuous waves, sending the aquatic denizens into a frenzy of flight. With each swing of the demon-suppressing sword, Fei Ping's confident sword, its chilling brilliance illuminating the fray, while Wukong gradually felt the strain. Devoid of the life-extending elixirs and the peaches of immortality, Wukong, having not undergone the tempering within the furnace of Taishang Laojun, lacked infinite endurance. At that moment, Ao Guang, the Dragon King of the East Sea, emerged with his shrimp and crab soldiers, witnessing the ferocity of their clash. Despair filled his heart. Why must his aquatic kin suffer the consequences of this conflict? He implored, "Might you two cease hostilities for a moment?" However, Fei Ping and Wukong remained oblivious, their battle drawing them closer to the Dragon King and his retinue. Realizing the peril, Ao Guang dared not linger on the surface, urging his soldiers to dive beneath the waves. It was then that Fei Ping felt a surge of newfound strength and recalled his divine water affinity. Fei Ping's eyes suddenly brightened as he contemplated. This wretched monkey seems rather deficient in aquatic prowess. Not even Zhu Beiji or Sha Seng would stand a chance against him in the water. Thus, Fei Ping sheathed the Jinyao sword. Sun Wukong, witnessing this, presumed Fei Ping had grown weary and decided to cease hostilities. Just as he prepared to deliver a mocking retort, he was taken aback by the sudden appearance of water walls encircling him. This spectacle left not only Sun Wukong in awe, but also caught the attention of celestial beings such as Neza and the divine King Li, who had not anticipated that Faping possessed water-based powers. Indeed, they believed Faping was employing water magic, yet only a select few in the heavenly court, including the Jade Emperor, the Queen Mother, and the Grand Supreme Elder, discerned that Faping was not wielding mere water magic, but was instead manipulating the very principles of water. In that moment, the celestial dignitaries harbored various thoughts, regardless of Faping's unique constitution or his early comprehension of such principles at the golden immortal level. His potential had been wholly revealed. Barring unforeseen circumstances, he was destined to achieve the status of a great Luo Golden Immortal, with a substantial likelihood of attaining the rank of Hunyuan Golden Immortal, Quasi-Saint. Having been swept into the sea, Sun Wukong, unsurprisingly, found himself devoid of any capacity for resistance. Faping personally escorted the subdued monkey before the divine King Li, stating, "Your Majesty, Faping has fulfilled his duty and captured the demon monkey." Upon hearing this, the divine King Li nodded in acknowledgement. General Faping is indeed formidable. His successful apprehension of the demon monkey merits the highest commendation. Upon our return to the heavenly court, I shall certainly report to His Majesty about General Faping's contributions and advocate for his recognition. Bound by celestial ropes, Sun Wukong, overhearing their intentions to claim credit for his capture, retorted angrily, "Faping, you have won without honor." Faping merely cast a glance at Sun Wukong, choosing to ignore him. Neza, however, interjected, "Foolish monkey, a loss is a loss. Your claims of dishonor are utterly laughable." Sun Wukong defended himself, exclaiming, "I, Sun Wukong, lack aquatic skills. He trapped me in the sea, rendering me incapable of exhibiting even a fraction of my abilities. Is that not a clear demonstration of his dishonorable victory? I refuse to accept it." Neza laughed derisively. "By your reasoning, should others be compelled to defeat you in your area of expertise for you to concede defeat?" Sun Wukong's face flushed with indignation as he retorted, "Regardless, I, Sun Wukong, refuse to concede. Faping's victory is devoid of honor." Neza scoffed, "TSK, the monkey cannot bear defeat. Just moments ago, you were neither impressive on land nor in the sky. You were merely subdued by General Faping." Faping observed Neza curiously, pondering the nature of her unexpected defense of him. However, he wished to avoid wasting time on their squabbling, so he interjected, "Third Prince, pay no heed to this demon monkey. Once we escort him back to the heavenly court, His Majesty will determine his fate. Ultimately, whether he concedes or not will be inconsequential upon reaching the demon extermination platform." Neza promptly fell silent, refraining from further comment. The divine King Li, witnessing the exchange, commanded the demon-slaying army to return to the heavenly court. Before long, they arrived back at the heavenly realm. Upon passing through the southern heavenly gate, the 100,000 celestial soldiers returned to their barracks. Faping and his companions, with Sun Wukong in tow, arrived at the Lingxiao Palace to present themselves before the Jade Emperor. Upon entering the Grand Hall, they bowed respectfully to the Sovereign of Heaven and the ruler of the three realms, proclaiming, "We humbly pay our respects, Your Majesty." The Jade Emperor, seated regally, replied, "My esteemed ministers, there is no need for excessive formalities." After expressing their gratitude, the crowd bowed once more, and Li Jing stepped forward, respectfully stating, "Your Majesty, at your command, I have led 100,000 celestial soldiers to apprehend the rebel Sun Wukong. He has now been captured by General Faping. We await your decree." The Jade Emperor cast a brief glance at Faping, nodding kindly, before his gaze shifted to Sun Wukong. The warmth on the Jade Emperor's face vanished instantly. "Impudent monkey, you have first disturbed the Dragon Palace and stolen the East Sea's stabilizing needle. Then you brazenly altered the Book of Life and Death in the underworld. Now, you dare abandon your post and descend to the mortal realm, even audaciously proclaiming yourself the great sage equal to heaven. Such transgressions are unforgivable." At this juncture, the Jade Emperor called out, "Where is General Faping?" Without hesitation, Faping stepped forward, bowing respectfully, "Your Majesty, I am here." The Jade Emperor, with an air of authority, commanded, "Let General Faping escort the demon monkey Sun Wukong to the execution platform, where his head shall be severed and displayed throughout the three realms as a warning to others." Upon hearing the order for Wukong's execution, Faping was momentarily taken aback, thinking to himself, "This is not right. If we execute Sun Wukong now, he has not consumed any celestial elixirs or the peaches of immortality, nor has he been taken by the Supreme Lord for alchemical refinement. Allowing him to ascend the execution platform is tantamount to ensuring his survival. Should he perish, who would I turn to?" Yet, in the face of the Jade Emperor's command, Faping dared not defy it and thus bowed, accepting the order. At that moment, the star of Venus, Tai-Bai, stepped forward, exclaiming, "General Faping, hold on." Chapter 10. The Great General of Demon Suppression and the Demon Suppression Army. Upon being called by the Celestial Master of the White Planet, Faping couldn't help but exhale deeply, reflecting inwardly that it seemed Sun Wukong would not meet his demise. However, Faping did not reveal his thoughts. Instead, he feigned a look of confusion as he gazed at the Celestial Master. The Celestial Master bowed respectfully to the Jade Emperor and said, "Your Majesty, although Sun Wukong has committed grave offenses, considering his inherent nature is not entirely malevolent, coupled with his formidable skills. During his previous encounter with General Faping in the mortal realm, they were evenly matched for a time. I propose we spare his life for the moment and confine him in the heavenly prison to observe his future conduct. What are your thoughts, Your Majesty?" The Jade Emperor, upon hearing this, furrowed his brows and remained silent. At that moment, the Heavenly Kingly and a dozen other celestial officials stepped forward in agreement, imploring, "We beseech Your Majesty to spare Sun Wukong." Faping cast a glance at Heavenly Kingly and the others. Having served as a heavenly soldier for an extended period, he understood well that the Heavenly Court was not solely under the dominion of the Jade Emperor. Rather, it comprised 6 major factions. These factions included the Jade Emperor, the Queen Mother, the Western faction, the Jie sect, the Chan sect, and the Alchemical Master, Lao Jun. Among them, the Jie sect had the largest following. However, the Jie sect, having lost the Fengshan War, and with their leader Tong Tian being detained by Hongjun Laozu in the Purple Cloud Palace, was effectively a shell of its former self. Thus, the celestial beings of the Jie sect showed little enthusiasm for vying for power and often remained on the sidelines, merely watching the unfolding events. The Queen Mother governs the female immortals across the 3 realms. Connected to the Jade Emperor's fortune, she aligns herself with him. Though she does not directly share in his authority, they engage in a mutual sharing of power. Lao Jun, being the incarnation of Laozi, holds a high status but has few disciples, rendering his stance similar to that of the Jie sect's celestial beings. The true power struggles within the Heavenly Court lie between the Chan sect and the Jade Emperor's faction, each possessing distinct advantages. The former, having taken the lead in the Fengshan affair, established the 4 emperors to assist the Jade Emperor, effectively diluting his authority. Among the 4 emperors, the Southern Emperor of Eternal Life, Nanji Xianwing, a disciple of the primordial heavenly sovereign, the Emperor of the Heavenly Palace, Lai Zhenzi, whose master, Yan Zongzi, is also a disciple of the primordial heavenly sovereign, and who himself is a 3rd-generation disciple of the Chan sect, the Northern Emperor of the Purple Microcosm, Boikeo, whose father is King Wen of Zhou and brother is Lai Zhenzi, making his allegiance clear, and lastly, the Empress of the Earth, Hutu, who, before her transformation, was one of the 12 ancestors of the witches. Among the 4 emperors, only Hutu is not affiliated with the Chan sect, while the other 3 belong to it. This illustrates the significant influence of the Chan sect within the Heavenly Court. Due to their overwhelming power, the Jade Emperor had no choice but to invite Western forces to counterbalance the Chan sect's members. Although the Jade Emperor's influence may not match that of the Chan sect, his position as the sovereign of the Heavenly Court and the 3 realms is undeniably legitimate. Therefore, Faping declared his allegiance to the Jade Emperor. He had no other choice. As he was not a disciple of the Chan sect, he would not receive due recognition even if he sought to align himself with them. It was far better to be associated with the Jade Emperor. Sun Wukong had been designated as the pilgrim by the West, and unless absolutely necessary, he would not be discarded. Faping believed the Jade Emperor would ultimately reach a compromise. At that moment, the Jade Emperor spoke. "Faping, you have captured Sun Wukong. What do you propose we do with him?" Faping was taken aback, unable to fathom why the Jade Emperor would entrust the decision regarding Sun Wukong's fate to him, a mere golden immortal. Yet, it was evident that the Emperor's attitude had shifted due to his involvement. Faping couldn't help but think, could this change in the Jade Emperor's demeanor be attributed to me? He refrained from delving deeper, bowing respectfully as he replied, "Your Majesty, I do not dare to decide on the fate of Sun Wukong. However, I assure you that if I was able to capture him once, I can certainly do so again." Upon hearing Faping's words, the Jade Emperor stroked his beard with delight. "Excellent, excellent. Truly worthy of the esteem I hold for you. General Faping, your previous capture of the demon monkey has earned you great merit, and such accomplishments cannot go unrewarded. Speak boldly of your desires. I shall grant them without hesitation." Faping remained humble, responding, "Your Majesty, I have yet to achieve any merit, and you have already elevated me to the position of garrison general. Thus, capturing the demon monkey is merely my duty, and I do not dare to ask for rewards." Seeing Fei Ping's humility, the Jade Emperor felt even more pleased. However, recognizing the rare opportunity and the potential Fei Ping displayed, he decided to cultivate their relationship. Thus, the Jade Emperor declared, "I have always rewarded merit. Since you are unwilling to voice your wishes, I shall proceed myself. General Fei Ping, heed my command." "Your Majesty." Fei Ping bowed deeply, unable to suppress his thoughts. "What rank will the Emperor bestow upon me?" "Please, not too high." He aspired to be the commander of the Heavenly Rivers Water Army, overseeing 100,000 celestial troops. "Henceforth, I appoint you as the vice commander of the Heavenly Rivers Water Army, assisting the marshal in leading the 100,000 celestial troops. Additionally, I shall designate you as the Grand General for Demon Suppression, charged with forming a personal guard of 10,000 to quell demons. The officers of this demon suppression army will be chosen by you, General Fei Ping, from anywhere within the 3 realms, whether they be heavenly soldiers, ghostly generals from the underworld, or any beings from the mortal realm that you deem worthy. No one shall obstruct your choices. I shall obey." Fei Ping swallowed hard, internally exclaiming, "What a remarkable position, Vice Commander of the Heavenly Rivers Water Army and Grand General for Demon Suppression. Is the Jade Emperor truly playing such a grand game?" Fei Ping paid no heed to the potential pressure this placed upon him. As long as Sun Wukong remained alive, the chaos in the Heavenly Palace would continue. Therefore, breaking through to the Tai Golden Immortal or even the Deluo Golden Immortal would not pose a problem for him. With his power elevated, Fei Ping declared, "Aside from the Jade Emperor, I shall bow to no one. With the Emperor as my backing, as long as I do not pursue the Emperor's sister or a few celestial princesses, I believe I can navigate the heavenly court with ease." With a left hand and a right hand, he could have a Chang'e by his side. He trusted that the Jade Emperor would turn a blind eye. However, if it truly came to him brazenly courting Chang'e in the heavenly court, he certainly wasn't foolish enough to take such a risk. As the saying goes, the higher one stands, the more cautious one must be. It is through humility and restraint that one can endure the test of time. Remaining composed is paramount. Upon witnessing Fei Ping swiftly regain his composure, the Jade Emperor secretly nodded in approval. He was not apprehensive about bestowing high honors upon Fei Ping, but rather concerned that he might become overzealous. Initially, he harbored certain expectations for Sun Wukong, yet those aspirations have now turned to disappointment. The disparity between Sun Wukong before and after acquiring his powers is indeed striking. Prior to mastering his abilities, he embodied humility and courtesy, truly deserving the title of the most polite monkey under heaven. However, after attaining his powers, he returned to Huaguo Mountain to seize the Rui Jingu Bang from the Dragon Palace and subsequently descended to the underworld to alter the Book of Life and Death. He now audaciously proclaims himself the great sage equal to heaven, completely discarding the humility and decorum he once possessed. One might question whether Sun Wukong genuinely knows nothing. After all, he has lived in Huaguo Mountain for centuries, and with his cleverness as a monkey, coupled with the experiences he encountered on his journey to seek a master, one must ask, does Sun Wukong truly understand nothing? It is simply that, after acquiring his powers, he has become inflated with arrogance and defiance. In contrast, Fei Ping remains prudent and unassuming, showing no signs of pride or complacency in light of his accolades, an exceedingly rare quality. The heavenly court indeed requires such individuals. Chapter 11. A 9-turn golden elixir equals the power of a great Luo Golden Immortal. Within the Hall of Celestial Worthies, the Jade Emperor, without consulting the opinions of the celestial beings, directly appointed Fei Ping as the Vice General of the Heavenly River Water Army and the Great General of Demon Suppression, also permitting him to form a personal guard to combat demons. Though the Demon Suppression Army comprises merely 10,000 troops, the Jade Emperor's use of the term tentative leaves ample room for future expansion of the forces. Consequently, the atmosphere within the hall grew somewhat subdued. At this moment, the illustrious Taibai Jingxing took the initiative to speak. "Congratulations, General Fei Ping." As soon as his words fell, the likes of King Li with the pagoda and others hesitated momentarily before joining in. "Congratulations, General Fei Ping." Faced with the necessity of rescuing Sun Wukong, they found themselves compelled to support the Jade Emperor, for otherwise, he might truly send Sun Wukong to the demon-slaying platform, to be executed as an example to the 3 realms. Following King Li, Wen Zhong, the representative of the, cast a glance at the celestial beings of the Chan teaching and stepped forward. "Congratulations, General Fei Ping. Should you require additional manpower for the formation of the Demon Suppression Army, they may not possess much, but we certainly have an abundance of personnel to offer our assistance." In the wake of the investiture of the gods, they had suffered a total rout, and although initially some had resisted the notion of working in the heavenly court, over time, they came to realize that to endure, they must integrate into the celestial hierarchy. Despite their inability to attain significant positions within the court, they adeptly leveraged their numerical advantage, establishing a peculiar dynamic. Though they may be disliked, they could not be easily eliminated, and thus remained indispensable. Their strategy was to thrive on the periphery. Even if they could not gain entry, they ensured their presence was felt, and should tensions escalate, they would collectively find solace in shared discomfort. Thank you all. Fei Peng beamed outwardly, while internally he shared the same mirth. With both the Western powers and the now backing the Jade Emperor, his position as the great general of demon suppression felt secure. As for the vice-general of the Heavenly River Water Army, with Marshal Tianping in place, any aspirations to interfere there appeared futile. Nevertheless, the Jade Emperor's appointment of him as vice-general suggested that his second senior brother was likely under scrutiny, awaiting an opportunity for misstep. At that juncture, the Jade Emperor could use him to assert control over the Heavenly River Water Army. Meanwhile, the celestial beings of the Chan teaching within the hall refrained from voicing any objections, not due to a lack of desire to impede, but rather because the higher-ups had already decreed their support for the Western initiative of propagating Buddhist teachings eastward. Previously, to secure victory in the investiture of the gods, the primordial supreme being had enlisted the aid of the two Western saints against his own brother, Tongtian, leading to this defeat. It was only reasonable that the Chan teaching would provide some benefits to the Western leaders who had personally intervened. The current Western-led dissemination of Buddhist teachings eastward was one such benefit, with the higher-ups of the Chan teaching having explicitly endorsed this initiative. How could their disciples dare to defy? The Jade Emperor is evidently intent on claiming Sun Wukong's head, aiming to exchange it for the support of Li Jing and other celestial forces aligned with the West, or those who might seek to ally with the Western celestial powers to bolster Fei Peng. Sun Wukong's significance in the transmission of Buddhist teachings from the West to the East cannot be overlooked, intertwining their fates. The Chan sect, recognizing the futility of resistance, must acquiesce. Observing the lack of opposition from the Chan sect, the Jade Emperor, with a smirk, commanded, "Bring forth Sun Wukong and confine him in the celestial prison for the time being, to observe the outcome. Once he acknowledges his transgressions, we shall deliberate on further actions." With that, the Jade Emperor rose and departed. The general of the curtain, promptly bellowed, "Dismiss the court." The assembled celestial officials bowed and saluted, exclaiming, "We bid farewell to your majesty." Upon concluding the court session, Fei Peng engaged in mutual flattery with the other celestial officials for a brief moment before departing the Lingxiao Palace. Upon returning to the general's residence, nay, it has now transformed into the Grand General's abode, he pondered the absurdity of being conferred the title of Grand General merely for capturing a demon monkey. Surely, this is a first for the Heavenly Court throughout history. Nonetheless, compared to his second senior brother, his title of Grand General, while prestigious, still pales in comparison to that of a marshal, thus not warranting excessive pride. Just as Fei Peng was about to rest, a heavenly soldier reported at the gate, "General, a celestial attendant from the Emperor has arrived. They bear gifts for you." "Ah, please, let them enter," he responded. Upon the celestial attendant's arrival, they respectfully bowed, saying, "I am but a humble servant, here to pay my respects to General Fei Peng." "There is no need for such formalities," Fei Peng replied. "This is a token of appreciation from His Majesty for your successful capture of the demon monkey," the attendant continued. "You are awarded a vial of 9-turn golden elixir, 100 bottles of 6-turn golden elixir, 1,000 bottles of 3-turn golden elixir, 109,000-year peaches, 1,000 6,000-year peaches, 10,000 3,000-year peaches, and 100 jars of exquisite imperial wine. Note, the peach tree has a total of 600 trees. There are 200 trees yielding peaches every 3,000 years, 200 trees yielding every 6,000 years, and 200 trees yielding every 9,000 years, with each tree producing a varying number of peaches per harvest." Upon receiving such lavish rewards from the Jade Emperor, including the 9-turn golden elixir and the 9,000-year peaches, Fei Peng was initially taken aback, but soon realized that these offerings were not merely for his personal benefit. The Jade Emperor intended for him to swiftly assemble a formidable demon-suppressing army using these gifts. Otherwise, such extravagant rewards would be inconceivable, no matter how much the Emperor valued him. Upon this realization, Fei Peng turned to the celestial attendant and solemnly stated, "Please convey to His Majesty that I shall not disappoint him." The attendant nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "I shall certainly relay your words to the Emperor." After bowing, the attendant added, "I must return to report to His Majesty. I shall take my leave now." After escorting the attendant away, Fei Ping gazed at the rewards bestowed by the Jade Emperor, lifting the 9-turn golden elixir crafted by the Supreme Laozi. It is said that a single 9-turn golden elixir can elevate an individual to the status of a great Luo golden immortal, a notion that left Fei Ping somewhat skeptical. If one elixir could facilitate such a monumental breakthrough, then the teachings of the Supreme Laozi would have already rendered his followers overwhelmingly powerful. In Journey to the West, Sun Wukong secretly consumed the celestial elixir. However, after ingesting several jars of the 9-turn golden elixir, he only attained the rank of Tai Golden Immortal, failing to reach the exalted status of the great Luo Golden Immortal. This highlights the inflated claims surrounding the 9-turn golden elixir's ability to elevate one directly to the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Curious about the true quality of the 9-turn golden elixir, Fei Ping hesitated not for a moment, pouring forth a single elixir from its vial and scrutinizing it before promptly swallowing it. Soon, he was enveloped by the immense energy contained within the 9-turn golden elixir, and he hastily activated the Depin Tian Xianju to refine it. After an indeterminate duration, Fei Ping opened his eyes, a hint of astonishment gracing his features, as he murmured to himself, the 9-turn golden elixir indeed lives up to its reputation. He realized that he was on the verge of breaking through to the Tai Golden Immortal level. Indeed, he could transcend to Tai Golden Immortal, not the great Luo Golden Immortal. According to his estimations, the energy contained within a single 9-turn golden elixir was roughly equivalent to the magical power of a great Luo Golden Immortal. Although it could provide someone with the magical power of a great Luo Golden Immortal, it did not imply an instantaneous transformation into one. It is akin to a youth consuming a substantial meal meant for an adult. Such an act would not instantaneously render them an adult. Similarly, possessing the magical power of a great Luo Golden Immortal does not equate to being one. Nevertheless, with this vial of 9-turn golden elixirs refined by the Supreme Old Lord, he was confident that he could cultivate several golden immortals without significant difficulty. Perhaps those golden immortals, born from the elixir, would not rival the established golden immortals such as the giant spirit god, the 4 generals of the demon clan, or the thunder god and lightning mother. After all, the giant spirit god and the 4 generals, along with the thunder god and lightning mother, became celestial beings in the heavenly court after the investiture of the gods and are still inscribed upon the divine list. To be honest, were it not for the limitations imposed by the divine list after their ascension, figures like the giant spirit god and the 4 generals would surely have reached the Tai Golden Immortal realm by now. While those golden immortals cultivated through elixirs may be weaker in comparison to the venerable golden immortals, they remain golden immortals nonetheless. Moreover, should his candidates for cultivation include formidable generals from the mortal realm such as Meng Tian, Bai Qi, or Wang Jian, they may well prove to be no less capable than the likes of the giant spirit god. Chapter 12. Yet another familiar face, the Prime Minister of the Great Qin. At this moment, the celestial guards at the gate returned to report, General, the heavenly General Meng Tian requests an audience. As the saying goes, speak of Cao Cao, and Cao Cao arrives. Fei Ping smiled knowingly and then turned to the celestial guards, inquiring, is he alone, or are there others accompanying him? The guard replied, 3 others are with him. Fei Ping nodded in acknowledgement. Unquestionably, accompanying Meng Tian would be Bai Qi, Wang Jian, and Wei Liao. Thus, Fei Ping instructed, please bring them all in. Yes. After the celestial guard departed, Fei Ping gathered the treasures bestowed upon him by the Jade Emperor. Pondering to himself, I wonder when little Yuo will emerge from her seclusion. If Meng Tian and the others were to see Yushu, TSK, I can only imagine their reactions. After all, Yushu was the consort of the Qin Emperor in the mortal realm. Despite the Emperor's pursuit of immortality leading him to forsake women, Yushu, as a princess of a political marriage, enjoyed the privileges of a concubine. Moreover, due to her extraordinary beauty, she garnered immense favor during the Emperor's final days, to the extent that he contemplated sharing eternal life with her. This was the very reason Yushu obtained the elixir of immortality and ascended to the heavenly realm. However, while Yushu achieved immortality, the Emperor, as the Son of Heaven, was unable to attain it. Moreover, after the deification, there would no longer be human emperors, only the Son of Heaven. The distinction between a human emperor and the Son of Heaven can be illustrated by the cases of King Zhou and Li Shimin. The former, even while composing lewd poetry in the temple of Nuwa, evaded direct retribution from Nuwa, who could only send Daji to ensnare him and disrupt the Shang dynasty. In contrast, the latter, merely for the West's desire to propagate Buddhism eastward, had his soul dragged to the underworld for a fright. Even a mere old dragon dared to seek retribution from Li Shimin. This starkly illustrates the disparity in their respective standings. To maintain dominion over the incense offerings of the mortal realm, neither the heavenly court nor the three pure ones would permit earthly emperors to achieve immortality. Thus, the Qin emperor can be seen as a victim of fate. While Fei Ping was lost in his musings, Meng Tian and his three companions arrived before him, escorted by the celestial guards. Upon their meeting, they knelt on one knee in homage, declaring, "This humble general Meng Tian pays his respects to the great general. This humble general Bai Qi pays his respects to the great general. This humble general Wang Jian pays his respects to the great general. This humble general Wei Liao pays his respects to the great general." During Fei Ping's endeavor to capture Sun Wukong, Meng Tian had already conferred with Bai Qi and the others, and they unanimously resolved to align themselves with Fei Peng. Now, with Fei Ping being honored for his accomplishments in subduing the demon monkey, having been appointed as the Great General of Demon Suppression and Deputy General of the Heavenly River Navy, and granted permission to form his personal guard, their determination to serve under Fei Peng was further solidified. Thus, upon their first meeting, they bowed deeply in allegiance. Observing their actions, Fei Peng understood their intentions clearly. They were signifying their commitment to follow him. Thus, Fei Ping stepped forward to assist the four individuals, foregoing pleasantries and stating directly, "Previously, within the Lingxiao Palace, His Majesty appointed me as the General of Demon Suppression and tasked me with forming the Demon Suppression Army. I intend to divide this army into 10 divisions, each led by a golden immortal. You four are my esteemed acquaintances and formidable warriors of the Great Qin in the mortal realm. I plan to appoint you as leaders of 4 of these divisions. As for your cultivation levels." As he spoke, Fei Ping produced 4 9-turn golden pills, which had been bestowed upon him by the Jade Emperor. These elixirs, refined by the Supreme Laozi, are a gracious gift from His Majesty, sufficient to elevate you to the realm of golden immortals. The 4 men gazed at the 9-turn golden pills in Fei Ping's hands, swallowing hard. Having served in the celestial realm for many years, they were well aware of the esteemed reputation of the 9-turn golden pill. They had not anticipated Fei Ping would grant them such a boon. Indeed, their journey had proven worthwhile. Exchanging glances filled with suppressed excitement, they vowed in unison, "We, your humble subordinates, shall pledge our lives in unwavering loyalty to the general." Fei Ping nodded and presented the elixirs to the 4. He then pointed at their foreheads, causing a stream of light to enter each of them. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, Fei Ping continued, "This is the cultivation technique I am currently practicing, the Grand Immortal Technique, which can elevate one to the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. Before consuming the golden pills, you must first cultivate this technique. Once you have familiarized yourselves with it, you may then take the elixirs to breakthrough. We shall obey your command." They responded, "By the way, you will be in seclusion at my general's manor. His Majesty has granted me the authority to assemble the Demon Suppression Army. I will inform your previous superiors. From this moment on, you are all under my command, Fei Ping. Henceforth, you will heed only my orders." After arranging matters for Meng Tian and the others, Fei Ping resolved to swiftly complete the roster of commanders for the 10 divisions. He dispatched someone to summon the official responsible for celestial registrations. As a newly appointed general and favored by the Jade Emperor, he possessed certain powers to command lower celestial officials in the heavenly court. The official overseeing celestial registrations was among these lower officials, akin to minor clerks in the mortal realm. Before long, the celestial registration official arrived. However, upon recognizing the official, Fei Ping was momentarily taken aback, for he encountered yet another familiar face. Li Si, who had once served as the Prime Minister of the Great Qin in the mortal realm, was now a celestial official himself. Reflecting on his past efforts in cultivation, Fei Ping pondered the significance of his endeavors. With a heart full of trepidation, Li Si knelt and greeted. This subordinate pays respects to the general. Fei Ping composed himself and assessed Li Si before speaking. "Prime Minister Li, it is a pleasure to see you well." Upon realizing that Fei Ping recognized him, Li Si felt a surge of joy. He had been contemplating how to establish a connection with Fei Ping ever since hearing of his appointment as the General of Demon Suppression. After all, they had shared a bond during their time in the mortal realm. If one could secure the favor of the esteemed Fei Ping, even serving as a mere gatekeeper would be akin to holding the position of a 7th-rank official before a prime minister. This would undoubtedly be far superior to his current status as a lowly clerk in the celestial registry. However, as he pondered how to establish a connection with Fei Ping, a messenger from Fei Ping arrived at the celestial registry, instructing the officials there to take the celestial register to the Grand General's residence. Ordinarily, such matters would not concern a mere clerk like him, especially given the abundance of clerks in the celestial registry. It was unlikely he would be chosen for this task. Yet, in a bid to seize this opportunity, Li Si boldly informed his superior that he was acquainted with the Grand General Feiping and had even been an old acquaintance of his in the mortal realm, thus justifying his involvement. Prior to this, he had felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that Feiping might no longer remember him. Upon hearing Feiping call him Li Chancellor, Li Si felt a wave of relief wash over him, though he feigned modesty, replying, "I dare not bear the title of Chancellor, Grand General. Simply calling me Li Si will suffice." Feiping, unfazed, inquired, "Li Si, what brings you to the Celestial Court?" Ming Tian, Wang Jian, and Wei Liao had ascended to immortality because someone in the mortal realm had erected temples and fashioned golden statues in their honor. As for Bai Qi, well, it was best not to speak of him. He was curious as to the reason behind Li Si's elevation to the heavens. It was unlikely that anyone had honored him in such a manner, as he was not akin to Meng Tian and the others, who enjoyed the offerings of incense and worship. Li Si respectfully replied, in response to the Grand General, "The Celestial Court and the Underworld operate continuously, requiring individuals like myself. Therefore, only those who have made significant contributions in the mortal realm are given the opportunity to serve in the Celestial Court and the Underworld." Feiping pondered this and felt compelled to express a thought that lingered on the tip of his tongue. Indeed, it could be said, there are countless paths to immortality. Yet he, Feiping, had chosen the most arduous one. Chapter 13. The Request of the Empress, Breaking Through the Tai Golden Immortal. Never mind. Let us not dwell on this matter any further. As the saying goes, that is not his dark history, but rather the path he has traversed. Ultimately, he has ascended to the heavens. With this thought, Feiping's mood brightened significantly, and he turned to Li Si, inquiring, "You and Ming Tian are officials in the heavenly court. Have you never crossed paths?" Upon hearing this, Li Si's expression stiffened, unsure of how to respond. Feiping raised an eyebrow, as if comprehending the underlying tension. It seemed that Ming Tian harbored lingering feelings regarding Li Si's alliance with Zhao Gao to elevate Hu Hai, which led to the downfall of the Qin dynasty. Hence, he had not mentioned Li Si to him. While Feiping could empathize with this sentiment, he did not appreciate Ming Tian's behavior. Thus, he stated, "Now, His Majesty has commanded me to assemble the Demon Suppression Army, and my general's manor is in dire need of personnel. Would you be willing to assist me?" Li Si's face lit up at this, and he promptly bowed, exclaiming, "Li Si is at your service." Feiping, maintaining his composed demeanor, continued, "In that case, I entrust you with a task. My general's manor urgently requires individuals, as you hold a celestial title. You must be aware of where the renowned generals and capable ministers of the mortal realm serve in the heavenly court. I require you to locate them all and bring them to serve in the general's manor. Additionally, beyond the heavenly court, even from the underworld, as long as they possess abilities comparable to yours or Meng Tian's, summon them all." Hearing the assignment bestowed upon him, Li Si could not help but chuckle bitterly. Originally, he believed that by aligning himself with Feiping, he would inevitably attain a position akin to that of a chancellor in the mortal realm, becoming Feiping's trusted confidant. Yet now, Feiping expected him to gather individuals of similar talent and capability to serve in the general's manor. If those individuals were to come, would he still have a chance to rise? Or could he still aspire to be, as in the mortal realm, one who stands above others? Noticing Li Si's silence, Feiping said nonchalantly, "If you cannot accomplish this, I can seek others for the task." Li Si, upon hearing this, promptly replied, "I shall obey your command." Feiping scrutinized Li Si for a moment before cautioning, "Do not blame me for not warning you. Aside from those who willingly declined to come, should I discover that you have intentionally overlooked even one individual?" He left the statement hanging, casting Li Si a meaningful glance. Instantly, Li Si awakened from his reverie, shuddering involuntarily, and hurriedly declared, "I would never dare." Feiping was a general of the celestial realm, not the Qin emperor of the mortal world. The methods of the deities in the heavenly court, though he had not witnessed them firsthand, were well known to him. As long as Feiping's strength surpassed his own, he could effortlessly discern any misdeeds Li Si might commit. He wished to avoid death, thus. The best course of action was to dutifully perform his tasks. Unconcerned with Li Si's inner thoughts, Feiping promptly convened the members of the general's manor and announced, "I hereby appoint Li Si as the chief secretary of the general's manor, temporarily responsible for all internal and external affairs, and grant him the seal of the chief secretary." Upon witnessing Li Si aligning himself with Feiping, Bai Qi, Wang Jian, and Wei Liao were somewhat taken aback, yet not entirely surprised. However, Meng Tian was drenched in cold sweat. His anxiety did not stem from Li Si's newfound prominence as a chief aide in the Grand General's office, but rather from recalling Fei Ping's earlier inquiry regarding who among the Qin resided in the heavenly realm. He had not mentioned Li Si, and he was uncertain whether Fei Ping would harbor discontent towards him for this omission. All right, everyone may leave. After announcing Li Si's appointment, Fei Ping gestured for the others to depart. Once the room had cleared, only Meng Tian and Li Si remained. Fei Ping deliberately posed the question, Meng Tian, do you have any matters to discuss? Grand General, Meng Tian is guilty. Upon seeing that Meng Tian did not feign ignorance but instead knelt and acknowledged his fault, Fei Ping nodded in satisfaction, stating, regardless of any past grievances you may have had in the mortal realm, now that you are in the heavenly court, I expect you both to serve me diligently. Li Si promptly replied, this humble official will certainly devote himself to the Grand General's service and will not bring any mortal disputes into the heavenly realm. Meng Tian affirmed. This subordinate will comply. Fei Ping cast a glance at Meng Tian and then, with a shift in thought, remarked, currently, the general's office is short-staffed, and I intend to summon renowned generals and capable officials from the mortal realm to assist in the Grand General's duties. At this, Fei Ping secretly chuckled and continued. Li Si, should there be any oversights, do remember to remind him. Initially taken aback, Meng Tian soon rejoiced, asserting, rest assured, Grand General, I shall ensure that no talent is overlooked. After speaking, he cast a deliberate glance at Li Si, who, bewildered, thought, wasn't it agreed that we would part amicably? Why is there still this entanglement? Fairy Qingyi, what brings you here? After delegating the tasks, Fei Ping found himself at leisure, contemplating a breakthrough to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. Unexpectedly, the Fairy Qingyi, who had previously delivered celestial maidens to him, reappeared. Could it be that she was here to present another celestial maiden? Could I be graced with Chang'e, Qin Chang'e, Yin Chang'e, or Li Chang'e? Any of them would suffice. I am not particular. Greetings, Grand General Fei Ping. Fairy Qingyi, there is no need for such formalities. Your Majesty summons you. It appeared that she was not delivering a celestial maiden or Chang'e, but rather, the Queen Mother of the West had a request. However, what could it possibly entail? Was she inviting him to partake in the grand and succulent peaches of immortality? To be honest, he had yet to experience the taste of these peaches. All the ones previously bestowed upon him by the Jade Emperor had been consumed by Yushu. The latest batch had not yet reached his palate. Naturally, if he could indulge in the Queen Mother's peaches without cost, Fei Ping was certainly inclined to savor them. Please, Fairy Qingyi, allow me a moment to strive for a breakthrough to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, regardless of the Queen Mother's intentions. Adhering to the principle that women are drawn to and admire the strong, I must first elevate my cultivation before proceeding. Though he possesses the cultivation of a golden immortal, specifically that of a Tai Golden Immortal, to the Queen Mother, he remains but an insignificant insect. Yet, there exists a distinction between a large insect and a small one. Particularly when it comes to this particular insect. Given sufficient time, it could turn upon its predator. Just as the celestial maiden Qingyi was about to speak, she observed the soaring momentum radiating from the flying rock, ultimately witnessing it break through to the realm of Tai Golden Immortal before her very eyes. Host, Flying Rock. Race, Human. Identity, General of Demon Suppression, Deputy Commander of the Heavenly River Water Army. Cultivation level, Early Stage Tai Golden Immortal. Physique, Water Deity, 2 of the Law of Water. Technique, Supreme Celestial Technique, 8-9 Arcane Art. Treasure, Demon Suppressing Sword. Upon breaking through to the Tai Golden Immortal stage, the Flying Rock smiled at the astonished Celestial Maiden Qingyi and called out, Celestial Maiden Qingyi, shall we depart? Huh? What? Qingyi was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure, nodding in agreement. Oh, very well. She walked ahead, her mind still somewhat dazed, struggling to fathom the simplicity of the breakthrough to Tai Golden Immortal. It defied all scientific reasoning. In any case, the actions of the Flying Rock had utterly shattered her previous understanding. Chapter 14. The Queen Mother and the Mysterious Lady of the Nine Heavens. The Enchanted Realm of Yachi. As the Celestial Maiden, Qingyi, arrived at the Yachi, Fei Ping was struck by the profound joy radiating from the Jade Emperor. The realm was teeming with ethereal maidens, each one more enchanting than the last. Their beauty was beyond description, simply breathtaking. Yet, among all, the Queen Mother surpassed them in splendor. The director of the Lotus Lantern must be summoned to account for this. She was undoubtedly the Celestial Mother, the version of the Queen Mother portrayed by Liu Yifei. It was perplexing that they had chosen the modest Aunt Qing for the role. For the first time, Feiping found his unwavering loyalty to the Emperor wavering. "Your Majesty, General Feiping has arrived," announced Qing Yi as she bowed respectfully to the Queen Mother before stepping aside. Standing with the 7 fairies, the mysterious lady of the 9 heavens, and the Chang'e sisters, Chun, Yan, and Li, Feiping was scrutinized. Previously, Qing Yi had led the way, leaving little opportunity for a thorough observation of Feiping. Now, from a third-party perspective, she realized she had been moved by earthly sentiments, envying the youthful Yuer for a fleeting moment. Disregarding the assembly of celestial maidens near the Queen Mother, Feiping inhaled deeply, striving to steady his wavering loyalty. He then bowed deeply, uttering, "I am General Feiping, here to pay my respects, Your Majesty." The Queen Mother had been observing him intently. Upon noticing his brief moment of distraction, she saw him regain his composure. Satisfied, she nodded and smiled, saying, "General Feiping, there is no need for excessive formality." "Thank you, Your Majesty," Feiping replied, before directly inquiring, "Might I ask the reason for your summons?" He silently vowed to himself that he would minimize his visits to this enchanted realm until he achieved the status of a primordial golden immortal. Fearing he might succumb to temptation and rebel against the heavenly order, potentially becoming a second Sun Wukong, wishing to overthrow his superior, the Jade Emperor. "I have heard from His Majesty that you are to assemble the Demon Suppression Army. As I understand it, you are a mere loose immortal who has ascended to the heavenly realm. Thus, you may lack experience in such matters." The Queen Mother paused, gesturing toward the mysterious lady of the 9 heavens. "This is the mysterious lady of the 9 heavens. She has imparted the art of warfare to the Yellow Emperor and aided him in vanquishing Chiyu." Feiping raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing the renowned female warrior of the 3 realms, realizing her beauty rivaled that of the Queen Mother. The only distinction lay in their distinct auras. One exuded regal grace, while the other radiated gallant vigor. Each possessed their own merits. At this moment, he had already contemplated the names he would bestow upon his future children. Of course, until they were born, he must keep these thoughts concealed from their mother. Feiping straightened, bowing once more. "I am honored to meet the mysterious lady, General Feiping." "There is no need for such formalities." The mysterious lady of the 9 heavens raised her hand, using her divine power to assist him to his feet. "The Queen Mother desires for me to teach you the art of warfare. Would you be willing to take me as your mentor?" With that, she fixed her gaze upon Feiping, awaiting his humble submission to her tutelage. Indeed, she does not believe that Feiping would refuse. However, at this moment, Feiping mused, to take on an apprenticeship and learn military strategies? Can I not study military tactics? To be frank, he held little interest in such matters. After all, this is the world of Journey to the West, where even a moderately powerful demon could devour 100,000 celestial soldiers. And the Jade Emperor could transform a mere peach into a mountain of peaches. The Buddha, with a mere gesture, could confine Sun Wukong beneath the 5-finger mountain. What purpose would studying military tactics serve? Moreover, he currently had formidable generals at his command, Bai Qi, Ming Tian, Wei Liao, and the renowned conqueror Wang Jian. As the leader, what need had he for military strategy? If he were to learn it, how could his subordinates showcase their talents? He wholeheartedly agreed with the words of Liu Bang, the Emperor of Han. In strategizing within the tent, one can decide victory from 1,000 miles away. I am not as capable as Zifeng or Zhang Liang. To stabilize the nation, care for the people, and ensure the supply lines remain unbroken, I am not as adept as Xiao He. To command 1,000,000 troops and guarantee victory in battle, I am not as skilled as Han Xian. All 3 of them are exceptional talents, and I am fortunate to employ them. This is how I have seized the realm. Xiang Yu had a Fanzong, but could not utilize him. Thus, he fell into my grasp. Hence, the study of military tactics seemed futile to him. Without hesitation, Feiping declared, "I beseech the Lady Xin Nu to impart the Huangdi Neijing." The Huangdi Neijing? The 9 heavens. Xin Nu paused for a moment, then regarded Feiping with a peculiar expression. While the Huangdi Neijing encompasses a multitude of subjects, it was indeed perplexing for a demon-subduing general to forsake military tactics in favor of this text. It raised her suspicions. Perhaps Feiping was not genuinely interested in the Huangdi Neijing as a whole, but rather a specific part of it, one that piqued a man's interest. In contrast to the Xin Nu's calm demeanor, the 7 fairies, including Qing Yi and several Chang'e and Yaoqi nymphs, cast bashful glances at Feiping. Clearly, they were all astute, understanding precisely what he sought to learn. At that moment, Feiping's heroic image was utterly shattered. It left the celestial maidens blushing, filled with anticipation. Indeed, anticipation. A group of women, who spent their days in the heavenly realm with their minds occupied by earthly affairs, found their greatest disdain for those who feigned propriety and moral superiority. Conversely, they held a certain admiration for men who disregarded traditional male decorum and displayed a roguish charm. Just observe how the cowherd won over Xin and Lu Yinchong managed to pursue the three holy mothers, one through mischief and the other through relentless pursuit. The latter even bullied the three holy mother in her dreams, resulting in quite the calamity. In the end, both rogues succeeded in winning their beloved. The latter even caused the three holy mother to give birth to a second son Yukong, leading to Lu Qinxiang's uproar in the heavenly palace. Thus, not a single celestial maiden is truly virtuous. Even if one might be, it merely indicates a lack of roguishness. When faced with a rogue, they often gravitate towards him. This included his own little Yue. Previously, he was merely a lowly heavenly soldier. Yet Yushu not only shared half of her celestial elixir with him but also feared for his safety. Requesting the assistance of Qingyi to secure him a position at the southern heavenly gate, you inquire whether Yushue treats him kindly due to her belief in his potential, that one day he may attain enlightenment and achieve the status of a golden immortal. Clearly, this is not the case. The individual in question spends his days idly in the heavenly realm, yearning for a life imbued with passion, such as indulging in delicacies. This is essential to avoid a life that is overly monotonous and stagnant. Thus, the incident involving Zhu Beiji's flirtation with Chang'e, leading to his banishment and subsequent rebirth in a pig's body, suggests that he was either manipulated by others or intoxicated, daring to jest with Chang'e in a public setting, prompting her to retaliate for her own protection. Had this not occurred in such a conspicuous environment, one might believe that Chang'e would have been even more proactive than Zhu Beiji. This is evident from her demeanor towards Zhu Beiji, as she never held him accountable for his advances. As Fei Ping anticipated, the celestial maidens present, whether the seven fairies or the ordinary ones, regarded him with newfound admiration. Many gazes were filled with allure. Were it not for the presence of the Queen Mother, it is likely they would have rushed forward to offer Fei Ping a plethora of enticing delicacies. Even the Queen Mother's gaze towards Fei Ping shifted, subtly comparing him to the Jade Emperor. This comparison is perilous for anyone. The young and handsome Fei Ping stood in stark contrast to the Jade Emperor, whose beard was perpetually stained from meals, rendering the latter utterly defeated in this comparison. Ahem. The Queen Mother cleared her throat twice, glancing at the nine heavens' mysterious maiden, and spoke. Mysterious maiden, since General Fei Ping wishes to learn the Huangdi Neijing, kindly impart this knowledge to him. Upon hearing the Queen Mother's words, the nine heavens' mysterious maiden could not refuse, and thus turned to Fei Ping and said, "If you desire to learn the Huangdi Neijing, I shall teach you. However, should you refuse to study military strategy, you need not take me as your mentor." Chapter 15. General Fei Ping possesses the potential of a transcendent being. Upon concluding her words, the celestial maiden of the nine heavens did not wait for Fei Ping to respond. She raised her hand and pointed at him, sending a stream of luminous energy that penetrated his brow, imparting the entirety of the Huangdi Neijing. After receiving the ancient text, Fei Ping bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Your Highness, for the transmission of knowledge. I am profoundly grateful." The celestial maiden waved her hand dismissively. "No need for such formality." After a moment's hesitation, Fei Ping continued, "I humbly request your guidance in military strategy." Upon hearing this, the celestial maiden furrowed her brow, fixing her gaze on Fei Ping in silence. Earlier, she had intended to bestow military tactics upon a certain individual, yet that individual had opted for the Huangdi Neijing instead. Now, he sought to learn military strategy as well. Did he presume her teachings were as commonplace as cabbage? That he could simply take what he desired? Observing her reaction, Fei Ping hastily added, "If Your Highness could impart military strategy to me, I would owe you a personal favor. If you ever require assistance within my capabilities, I shall not refuse." To clarify, he did not have a change of heart. His request was not for himself, but rather for the benefit of Ming Tian and Bai Qi. Fei Ping had no interest in the celestial maiden's military tactics, but he knew they would greatly interest Ming Tian and Bai Qi. After all, those were the strategies bestowed upon the Yellow Emperor by the celestial maiden herself, incomparable to the mundane military tactics of the mortal realm. Upon hearing Fei Ping's words, the celestial maiden's earlier displeasure diminished significantly. However, she remarked, "Even if I had matters for you, what could a mere Tai Golden Immortal accomplish?" Before she could finish her thought, she suddenly paused, pondering. This fellow's rate of advancement is astonishing. Had he not only recently attained the Golden Immortal realm? How then had he now ascended to the Tai Golden Immortal level? Moreover, she could discern that the aura of medicinal pills surrounding him was faint, clearly indicating he had not ascended through the excessive consumption of elixirs. At this rate of improvement, it would not be long before he caught up to her and broke through to the great Luo Golden Immortal stage. Indeed, the Celestial Maiden herself was only at the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal realm. She ought to have long since broken through to the Hunyuan Golden Immortal realm, reaching the quasi-saint level. However, during her time in the mortal realm aiding the Yellow Emperor and subduing Qiyu, she had accumulated considerable karmic burden and sustained injuries, delaying her breakthrough. Reflecting on her own injuries, the Celestial Maiden scrutinized Faping once more, recalling his prior choice to study the Huangdi Neijing. She mused inwardly. Could this be the will of destiny? Meanwhile, as the Celestial Maiden contemplated, the 7 fairies in Chang'an nearby erupted in astonishment. They were taken aback by the Celestial Maiden's remark regarding a mere Tai Golden Immortal. To the Celestial Maiden, such a title was insignificant, yet to them, it was a formidable achievement. Moreover, how long had it been since Faping had attained the Golden Immortal realm? Just over a dozen days had passed since his breakthrough, and now he had already ascended to the Tai Golden Immortal level. Such rapidity was almost unbelievable. After a brief moment of pause, the intensity of their gazes upon Faping grew ever more fervent. Even the Queen Mother can perceive the changes in her daughters and the Celestial Maidens under her command. She quietly reflects. It seems that the Yaoqi Celestial Realm must limit the visits of this Faping, for it attracts far too much attention. However, Faping's rapid ascension to the Tai Golden Immortal level, with his aura of alchemical energy quite negligible, aligns with the Jade Emperor's previous assertion. Faping possesses the potential for primordial chaos. Upon exiting the Yaoqi Celestial Realm, Faping exhaled deeply. In a domain filled solely with women and devoid of men, the pressure upon a man is undeniably immense. Amidst the sea of blossoms, to remain untarnished, one must possess strength. Otherwise, when confronting a true pack of wolves, one might end up as mere remnants. In summary, this place warrants fewer visits. Otherwise, one may find oneself akin to the emperors of the mortal realm, struggling for longevity. Nevertheless, his gains from this experience are substantial. Not only has he acquired the Huangdi Neijing, but he has also received the military strategies from the Nine Heavens Xian Nu, who ultimately passed them on to him. The only regret is that the Nine Heavens Xian Nu did not permit him to become her disciple, thus depriving him of the chance to betray and extinguish his predecessors. The price he paid was merely an ethereal favor. Although he believes that this favor will prove invaluable in the future, its worth hinges on recognition. Without acknowledgement, it holds no value. Now, through this favor, he has obtained the Huangdi Neijing and a treatise on the strategies of the Xian Nu, thus rendering his favor tangible. With the endorsement of the Nine Heavens Xian Nu, Faping, the general, finds his favor equivalent to the worth of both the Huangdi Neijing and the Xian Nu's military treatise, summarizing that his favor is indeed precious. In the future, seeking assistance will be significantly more convenient. Returning to the general's residence, he intends to delve into the Huangdi Neijing. Regarding the legend of the Huangdi's 3,000 maidens, Faping finds himself deeply yearning. Now that he possesses the Huangdi Neijing, he decides to set a modest goal. 300 maidens will suffice. After all, he is neither in the mortal realm nor a human emperor. He must remain somewhat discreet and not overly ostentatious. It is not that he is revealing his true nature. Rather, he simply wishes to provide each celestial maiden with a home. Ahem, merely a light jest. He is not the Huangdi, nor is he a stallion. 300, after all, may be somewhat exaggerated. Nonetheless, the Huangdi Neijing must be studied, not only for his own happiness and that of Xiaoyu, but also because he wishes to provide the Jade Emperor with a lever, a means to keep him in check, thus allowing the Emperor to confidently support and empower him with significant authority. Like the rulers of the mortal realm, the Jade Emperor, too, fears the flawless minister. Virtuous officials are not necessarily favored by emperors, for being too virtuous makes it difficult for the emperor to manage them. To become a trusted confidant of the emperor and earn his trust, one must proactively offer their vulnerabilities, enabling the emperor to control and dispose of them at will. Only then will the emperor feel secure in bestowing power upon you, for your life and death, your honor and disgrace, rest solely in his whims. In the celestial realm, deities are forbidden from harboring personal affections. It can be said that such feelings may exist in private, yet they must not be displayed openly. Moreover, matters of romantic inclination can vary in significance. Should the Jade Emperor require your services, he may turn a blind eye. However, once you are deemed unnecessary, this very aspect can be wielded against you. or serve as a means of subtle coercion. Thus, as a loyal subject, a commendable one who aspires to progress and earn the emperor's trust, one must learn to embrace moral ambiguity. He, the great general of demon suppression, known as Fei Ping, must exert considerable effort in the study of the Huangdi Neijing to ensure the Jade Emperor's confidence and to provide him with leverage. This endeavor requires not only diligent research but also practical application, for true understanding is born of experience, a truth that remains unchanged throughout the ages. Chapter 16. The Seventh Princess's Yearning, the Seven Fairies' Envy. In the ethereal realm of Yaoqi, after the departure of Fei Ping, the Queen Mother turned to the nine heavens Xiannu and inquired, Xiannu, what are your thoughts on Fei Ping? As Xiannu's superior, she was acutely aware of the underlying issues concerning his injuries, which could only be remedied through dual cultivation. The Queen Mother had often contemplated providing assistance. Yet the choice of a suitable candidate was fraught with complexity given Xiannu's esteemed position. The recent demeanor of Xiannu suggested she harbored certain inclinations. But the Queen Mother sought clarification. Xiannu met the Queen Mother's gaze and responded ambiguously, General Fei Ping is indeed a clever individual, although she had formulated her own plans. The unfolding of events would largely depend on Fei Ping's performance and his capacity for rapid growth, which remained uncertain. The Jade Emperor aspired to nurture Fei Ping and bolster his own influence, yet the teachings of the Chan sect would not remain indifferent. Should Fei Ping falter under the pressure from the Chan sect, any subtle stratagems or clever tricks would yield little effect, potentially resulting in a counterproductive outcome. Without strength, presenting the Jade Emperor with incriminating evidence could lead to dire consequences, akin to a warning to others. The Queen Mother chuckled softly, remarking, he is indeed far more astute than the monkey demon meticulously cultivated in the West. Humanity possesses a distinct advantage in this regard, which is undeniably evident. Reflecting on the West's investment in nurturing Sun Wukong, who monopolized the ancestral veins of Huagua Mountain for centuries, even the Queen Mother could not help but express her admiration for such lavishness. It is said, wealth, companions, laws, and land all play pivotal roles. Although land is mentioned last, the quality of celestial abodes is paramount. The more desirable the dwelling, the greater the competition for it. Huagua Mountain, as the ancestral vein of the 10 continents, boasts spiritual energy comparable to that of the heavenly realm. Otherwise, how could the monkeys and their descendants contend with the celestial soldiers? The celestial troops would not merely be idle. To put it plainly, the allure of Huagua Mountain lies in its enviable location. Each region nurtures its own inhabitants, and Huagua Mountain, with its abundant spiritual essence, produces extraordinary monkeys. Such a treasured land is the object of many covetous gazes. From the moment of his birth, Sun Wukong reigned as the Monkey King in Huagua Mountain, untroubled by any demons for 300 years. Who, apart from the West, would be willing to invest such vast resources for such an endeavor? However, it now seems that the investment in Sun Wukong was merely the beginning. The cost required for his true growth could be astronomical. Contemplating this, the Queen Mother suddenly proposed, Xiannu, what do you think of having Shaoqi engage with him? Xiannu, taken aback by the suggestion, curiously inquired, Your Majesty, has Shaoqi displeased you? The Queen Mother shook her head, clarifying, It is not that Shaoqi has caused me distress, but rather the matter concerning Xiannu has significantly impacted her. I have noticed her recent stirrings of mortal affection. She may descend to the mortal realm at any moment. Instead of allowing her to become the second weaving maiden, deceived in matters of the heart by mere mortals, it would be preferable to relinquish her to that Fei Ping. This way, one could maintain a semblance of control over him. The Nine Heavens' mysterious lady listened in silence. From Yaoji to the weaving maiden, and with the Yaoqi fairyland occasionally witnessing celestial maidens unable to withstand solitude, descending to the mortal realm to engage in romantic affairs. Such occurrences remain incessantly recurrent, defying suppression. She understood well that the Queen Mother's choice stemmed from a place of resignation. After all, one cannot simply confine Chi-Chi for fear of her clandestinely descending to the mortal realm. It is better to allow certain liberties than to impose unnecessary restrictions. Granting favor to someone is far superior to indulging commoners. Qingyi, have you seen Yuer today? How is she faring at the general's residence? Is General Fei Ping treating her well? The 7 fairies encircled Qingyi, their words ostensibly expressing concern for Yushu, yet their true curiosity lay with Fei Ping. They were all aware of the affair between Yushu and Fei Ping, especially since Yushu had previously served by the Queen Mother's side. Their daily encounters made ignorance nearly impossible. However, previously, Fei-ping was merely a heavenly soldier. And despite their royal status, the seven fairies would never have cast their gazes upon a soldier. Yet, circumstances had shifted. One day, this soldier attained enlightenment and achieved the golden immortal Dao fruit, not only reaching their level but surpassing it in the blink of an eye. More importantly, Fei-ping now garnered the emperor's attention and was appointed as the Grand General of Demon Suppression, tasked with forming a new army. A notable event, as it had been years since the Celestial Realm had established a new military force. This underscores the significance placed upon Fei-ping. Furthermore, when Fei-ping visited the Yaoqi fairyland today, they witnessed his gallant and handsome demeanor, proving that beauty is indeed in the eye of the beholder. Noticing the interest of the princesses in Yuer, oh no, in general Fei-ping, Qingyi did not conceal her thoughts, candidly stating, "I did not encounter Yuer today. But I heard from the celestial maidens at the general's residence that General Fei-ping has bestowed upon Yuer the celestial elixirs and peaches awarded by His Majesty. Yuer is currently in seclusion for cultivation." Upon hearing that Fei-ping had given the celestial elixirs and peaches to Yushu, the princesses were somewhat taken aback, with the seventh princess expressing her envy, saying, "It seems Yuer has truly found the right person this time." The eldest princess could not help but reflect, initially, "I thought Yuer foolish for sharing her celestial elixirs with General Fei-ping. Looking back now, seeing Yushu and Fei-ping's journey, it is indeed enviable." Of course, it was primarily Yushu's efforts that garnered such rewards. Otherwise, it would be an entirely different narrative. At that moment, the seventh princess continued, "Qingyi, why not seize the opportunity to take us to the general's residence to meet Yuer? I suddenly find myself missing her." Upon hearing the seventh princess's words, Qingyi inwardly rolled her eyes, thinking, "You miss Yushu, a mere maid?" Qingyi was filled with disbelief. Nevertheless, the seventh princess is, after all, a princess. Since the other party has spoken, and the other princesses are also gazing at her, it is evident that they too wish to visit the Grand General's residence. Thus, the celestial maiden Qingyi nodded and said, "Once Yuer concludes her seclusion, I shall escort several princesses to the Grand General's estate to meet her." The seventh princess smiled and replied, "It's settled then." Originally, she had contemplated descending to the mortal realm in secret, hoping to encounter someone willing to offer their heart. Much like the weaving maiden, or rather, like her aunt, Yaoji, to experience the sweetness of love. However, upon seeing General Fei-ping today, the seventh princess suddenly felt that there was no need to venture down to the mortal realm. After all, General Fei-ping embodies the essence of a celestial being who has transcended and ascended to the heavenly realm. Why should she seek far and wide when the answer lies so close at hand? Toiling and laboring to search for someone in the mortal realm could lead to misfortune. What if she were to encounter a figure akin to the cowherd? Would she not become the subject of ridicule among her elder sisters? Over the years, the seven fairies, under the guidance of the Queen Mother, have come to understand the shameful act of the cowherd stealing the weaving maiden's garments. Consequently, their admiration for the cowherd and the romance between him and the weaving maiden has diminished. Instead, they have begun to yearn for the love of their aunt, Yaoji. After all, who could resist the allure of having such a formidable cousin, the illustrious Erlangsheng, Yang Jian? Chapter 17, The Daring Fei-ping. Do not release me. Yet upon returning to the Grand General's residence, Fei-ping intended to delve into the Huangdi Neijing. However, he discovered that Yushu had completed her secluded training, and upon assessing her current realm, he noted her achievement at the pinnacle of true immortal. Unlike him, who possessed a system, Yushu's breakthrough was indeed conventional, especially considering the immortal elixir bestowed upon her by the Jade Emperor. Although it was merely a 6 transformation golden elixir, it paled in comparison to the 9 transformation golden elixir. Transitioning from celestial immortal to true immortal was commendable in itself. Yuer, why did you emerge from seclusion so swiftly? Yushu approached Fei-ping, hesitating to articulate her thoughts. Observing her demeanor, Fei-ping drew her into his embrace and inquired gently, "Yuer, what troubles you? I heard from Zhaoer that you recently descended to the mortal realm and captured the demon monkey, earning commendation. The Emperor has conferred upon you the title of Demon Subduing General." Indeed, Fei-ping nodded, continuing, "Not only has the Emperor bestowed upon me the title of General, but he has also rewarded me with a 9 transformation golden elixir." As he spoke, Fei-ping produced the elixir, stating, "This is the 9 transformation golden elixir refined for the Emperor by the Supreme Laozi. This singular elixir possesses the power equivalent to that of a great Luo golden immortal, ample enough for you to ascend to the golden immortal realm. You needn't consume the elixir I previously gave you. Rather, Save it as a gift for the celestial maidens in the residence, ensuring their loyalty to you. Gazing at the 9 transformation golden elixir in Fei Ping's hand, Yu found herself at a loss for words, overwhelmed by her fortune to have encountered Fei Ping. She did not take the elixir, instead leaning against his chest and softly murmuring, "Fei Ping, why are you so kind to me?" Fei Ping lowered his gaze, placing a gentle kiss upon her and retorting, "Then why were you so gracious to me initially? Sharing half of your elixir when I was merely a celestial soldier?" After a prolonged moment of hesitation, Yu stammered, I found you exceptionally handsome." At this remark, Fei Ping looked down at the slightly bashful Yu, lifting her chin with a smile. "I too find you enchanting." Feeling a mix of apprehension and insecurity, Yu replied, "There are many celestial maidens in the heavenly court who are more beautiful than I, like Sister Qingyi." Before Yu could finish her thought, Fei Ping interrupted, "They may be beautiful, yet none compare to you. Now about that elixir." He playfully pinched Yu's cheek, his tone turning earnest. "Do not worry, within this grand general's residence, apart from me, you shall hold the highest position, and that shall never change." Upon hearing Fei Ping's assurance, Yu felt a wave of relief wash over her, dispelling her earlier anxieties. However, after a moment's contemplation, she could not resist saying, "Fei Ping, would you like to sample Sister Qian's rouge?" Taken aback, Fei Ping thought to himself, "A test, perhaps?" Ignoring his reaction, Yu continued, "Since my ascension to the heavenly realm, Sister Qingyi has treated me exceptionally well and has cared for me greatly. The previous assignment that sent you to the southern heavenly gate was also arranged with her assistance. If you desire, I can help you." Fei Ping playfully scratched Yu's nose. Feigning annoyance, "She cares for you so much, and yet you entertain thoughts of her?" Yu shook her head and, with a wry smile, remarked, "You cannot fathom the profound boredom and solitude we celestial maidens experience in the heavenly realm. In truth, many of us would prefer to descend to the mortal world and live as ordinary beings rather than remain confined to the celestial court. However, ascending to the heavens is effortless, while descending is arduous. Were it not for you over the years, I would scarcely know how to persevere. If I, a newcomer to the heavens, feel this way, one can only imagine the plight of Sister Qingyi, who has lingered in the celestial court for countless years. I can perceive her affections towards you. Otherwise, she would not have assisted you at my request. All you need do is comply, and I shall handle the rest." At this juncture, Yu leaned closer to Fei Ping, whispering, "Moreover, Sister Qingyi serves as an attendant to the Empress. Do you not wish to experience the allure of the Empress's maidens?" Hiss! Fei Ping inhaled sharply, internally exclaiming, "Enchantress!" He understood that Yu was enticing him. Yet he found himself unable to genuinely reject the idea of the Empress, the celestial matron. Fei Ping embraced Yu and declared, "Little girl, you dare jest about the Empress? Just watch as I teach you a lesson on her behalf. Bold Fei Ping, release this princess at once. Beware, I shall report your impertinence to His Majesty." Kakik. Lady Li, today, I shall play the role of a rebellious traitor and indulge in the experience of the dragon bed. A day swiftly passed. After a thorough exploration of the Huangdi Neijing alongside our Princess Yu and Lady Li, General Fei Ping emerged from the chamber, radiating with the satisfaction of spring, unburdened by any aches or fatigue. As a Tai Golden Immortal, Fei Ping felt that his energy was boundless. Just as he contemplated whether to visit the River of Heaven to see his second elder brother and inspect his future naval forces, Li Si, who had been burning the midnight oil, arrived. "Greetings, General. Li Si, what brings you here?" "To report to the General. I have compiled a list of the capable officials and renowned generals currently serving in the heavenly court and the underworld." With that, Li Si presented the list with both hands. "Quite efficient," Fei Ping remarked as he glanced at Li Si, accepting the document. Upon opening it, he was met with familiar names: Han Xian, Xiang Yu, Wei Qing, Wei Yubing, Zhou Yafo, Li Mu, Lian Pe, Long Ke, Ping Yu, Ying Bu, Zhou Bo, Li Guang, Wang Bin, Fan Kuai, Li Xian, Zhang Han, among others. The list was predominantly filled with military figures, though it also included renowned strategists such as Xiao He, Zhang Liang, Fan Zhang, Sang Hongong, Zhu Fu Yin, and Zhang Qian, individuals of whom he had heard tales. However, the majority hailed from the late Warring States period to the Western Han Dynasty, with scarcely any from earlier times. What of Sun Wu and Wu Qi? Have they not served in the heavenly court or the underworld? General, they serve under the three sovereigns, and their celestial records remain with the three sovereigns. Upon hearing this, Faping raised an eyebrow. It seems that aside from Huda selling the Jade Emperor's accounts, the other three sovereigns do not regard my esteemed superior. The three sovereigns of the great deities even disregard the Jade Emperor. It would be wise for one to refrain from embarrassing oneself, as face is granted by others while disgrace is self-inflicted. Although the Jade Emperor has decreed that he may select anyone from the three realms to join the demon suppression army and that none may obstruct him, he currently possesses neither the strength nor the stature to encroach upon the domain of the four sovereigns. Thus, Fei Peng ceased his ruminations and spoke. Refer to the list above and summon them all to the general's mansion. Furthermore, if they have trustworthy subordinates or colleagues, they may also join the demon suppression army. As for the numbers, here, Fei Peng hesitated before continuing. There are no restrictions. The more, the better. He was unconcerned about whether the numbers would exceed 10,000. Should they surpass that threshold, the surplus could be formed into a reserve force. It is only natural for the demon suppression army to be comprised of the elite, and having an excess of 1 or 2,000, or even 3 to 4,000, or 5 to 6,000 reserve celestial soldiers is quite reasonable. He believed that the Jade Emperor would turn a blind eye. After all, the Emperor's intent in allowing him to establish a personal guard for the demon suppression army was to solidify his standing in the heavenly court and transform him into a pawn within the Emperor's scheme. The significance of this pawn lies in his own hands rather than those of the Jade Emperor. The greater the number of celestial soldiers he commands, the higher his status within the heavenly court, and consequently, the more the Emperor would regard him. As for the concern of whether he could sustain an excessive number of celestial troops, Fei Peng asserted that this was not his burden to bear, but rather a matter for the Jade Emperor. Moreover, even if the Emperor refrained from taking responsibility, as long as he was willing to delegate authority and provide a means for self-sufficiency in terms of sustenance and welfare, Fei Peng could leverage this opportunity to accomplish many tasks. For instance, he could operate without needing to report back while ridding the lower realms of demons. Relying on the extermination of evil to support an army would pose no significant challenge. Chapter 18. The Injustice of the Jade Emperor, the Discontent of Old Zhu. After entrusting matters to Li Si, Fei Peng soared towards the Milky Way, soon arriving at its banks. Before him lay an endless river, where fish and shrimp leapt joyfully upon the surface, presenting a scene teeming with vitality and the fervor of life. Just as Fei Peng marveled at the celestial realm's possession of such earthly beauty, a squadron of heavenly river soldiers interrupted his reverie. The Milky Way was a sacred domain, off-limits to the uninvited. When had it become forbidden for deities to approach the Milky Way? Fei Peng cast an irked glance at the soldiers sent to disperse him, reminiscent of some unpleasant experiences from his past life. This Milky Way, vast and circular, nay, long and wide, why must it be inaccessible for admiration? Was there a toll to behold its splendor in the celestial court as well? Noticing Fei Peng's dignified demeanor, the heavenly soldiers quickly explained, "We beseech your forgiveness, esteemed immortal. Since the incident involving the celestial horse polluting the waters of the Milky Way, our commander has decreed that no one may approach the river. Furthermore, our forces are preparing to descend to the mortal realm to capture demons, hence the temporary restriction on outsiders." Upon hearing this explanation, Fei Peng's expression softened, and he declared, "I am the great General Fei Peng." The soldiers, momentarily taken aback, quickly bowed in unison. "We pay our respects, great General." Fei Peng nodded and inquired, "Is Commander Tianpeng present at the Milky Way?" Replying to the great General, "The commander is currently at the Weakwater River." Weakwater River? Fei Peng raised an eyebrow and commanded, "Take me there." "As you wish." Under the guidance of the heavenly soldiers, Fei Peng traversed the Milky Way and reached its terminus. Before him, two rivers flowed distinctly, one vibrant with life, the other lifeless and desolate, devoid of any signs of vitality. This stark contrast astonished Fei Peng. "Great General, we can go no further. The Weakwater River is treacherous, it does not support feathers, and even birds cannot cross. Moreover, the waters are toxic, corroding both deities and demons alike. Presently, only Commander Tianpeng can approach the Weakwater, for he alone can subdue its peril." Upon hearing the soldier's final warning, Fei Peng merely glanced at him before stepping boldly across the Milky Way into the depths of the Weakwater River. He then submerged beneath the surface, leaving the heavenly soldiers on the shore in a state of disbelief, unable to fathom their eyes. The great General Fei Peng showed no fear of the Weakwater. Just recently, news of Fei Peng's appointment as the vice commander of the Milky Way forces had spread throughout the ranks. Many believed that despite the Jade Emperor's trust, Fei Peng could never supplant Commander Tianpeng, for the Weakwater was known to erupt violently at intervals, and only the commander could quell its fury. Now, witnessing General Fei Ping's fearless venture into the treacherous waters, they were left astounded. As Fei Peng entered the weak water, disregarding the reactions of the celestial soldiers, he discovered that his understanding of the laws of water was gradually increasing. It was evident that weak water provided substantial assistance in comprehending these laws. Simultaneously, the circulation speed of his grand celestial technique accelerated by more than tenfold. This revelation filled Fei Ping with immense joy. Just as he contemplated abandoning the search for his second senior brother to cultivate in the weak water, he suddenly heard a voice. Weak water, in a few days. I shall descend to the mortal realm to capture a demon. Should a person named Fei Ping arrive in the heavenly river, you are to assist me in teaching him a lesson. Fei Ping was taken aback, realizing that his robust and spirited second senior brother harbored intentions of reprimanding him in secret. Had he truly provoked his senior brother in any way? At that moment, a crisp voice resonated. Fei Ping, who is he? Following this, his second senior brother, filled with jealousy, remarked, a mere guard of the Southern Sky Gate, who recently had the fortune of enlightenment and attained the golden immortal Tao fruit. He descended to the mortal realm and captured an audacious demon, earning the title of Vice General of the Heavenly River Water Army and the position of General of Demon Suppression from the Jade Emperor. Moreover, the legendary Xianyuan sword, once wielded by the Yellow Emperor, was bestowed upon him. Meanwhile, Tianping, rise earlier than the rooster and retire later than the dog, tirelessly safeguarding the heavenly river for the Jade Emperor. Even without merit, my efforts are undeniable, yet the only weapon I possess is a nine-tooth rake. The Jade Emperor's injustice leaves me unsatisfied. Weak water, assist me in teaching that Fei Peng a lesson and help me obtain that sword of demon suppression. No, I mean the Xianyuan sword. I shall secretly allow you to descend to the mortal realm. How does that sound? Upon hearing that his second senior brother intended to covertly send weak water to the mortal realm to deal with him, Fei Ping struggled to maintain his composure. He understood that the descent of weak water would inevitably lead to calamities for the beings of the lower realms. Are you referring to the Fei Peng standing behind me? Behind me? The second senior brother was momentarily bewildered, for he was amidst weak water, and how could anyone be behind him? Nevertheless, he turned to glance, and upon doing so, he was instantly alarmed, his hair standing on end. Indeed, Tianpeng was originally a wild boar who had attained enlightenment. The so-called misplacement into a pig's form was merely a disdain for his porcine appearance. Greetings, Commander Tianpeng. Fei Peng greeted with a smile, while internally cursing. This individual sought to have weak water discipline him, and more importantly, coveted his sword of demon suppression. Should he eliminate this foe now? Tianpeng's complexion shifted rapidly, clearly taken aback that his clandestine intentions had been overheard. Wait, what if he didn't catch everything? Tianpeng thought, unwilling to concede. General Fei Peng, just now. You didn't hear anything, did you? I only heard that you wanted weak water to teach me a lesson, covet my sword of demon suppression. And your plan to send weak water to the mortal realm. Fei Ping replied. Tianping, is this not everything I wish to keep from being known? Reflecting on the trust bestowed upon him by the Jade Emperor, Tianping felt a pang of anxiety at the thought of his counterpart potentially reporting him. If that were to happen, he might find himself descending to the mortal realm sooner than anticipated, though he would eventually have to descend. He mused that every additional day he could remain in his current position was a day gained. General Fei Ping, he declared, if I, old Zhu, were to say that those words I just uttered were not a reflection of my true sentiments, would you believe me? Fei Ping shot him a scornful glance, retorting, Tianping, do you genuinely think I would accept that? Tianping's lips twitched in irritation as he turned to Ruo Shui, exclaiming, Ruo Shui, why didn't you alert me? Ruo Shui, ignoring Tianping, glided over to Fei Ping, her expression one of bewilderment as she pinched his arm and inquired, strange, you are clearly a human, yet possess the physique of a water deity. Might you be a hybrid of divine and mortal essence? As Fei Ping beheld Ruo Shui, whose beauty surpassed even that of his dear Xiaoyu, he struggled to suppress his inner turmoil. Eyeing her with a mixture of wariness and intrigue, he noted that despite having been positioned at a considerable distance, she had appeared suddenly behind Tianping. The orchestrator of this unexpected maneuver could only be Ruo Shui. More troubling was the realization that he could not discern the full extent of her abilities. It was evident that her strength eclipsed his own. Chapter 19. A mythical tale of the origins of the Jiao Demon King. Seeing that Fei Ping remained silent, Ruo Shui furrowed her brow and inquired, why do you not respond to my words? Fei Ping, sensing her enigmatic temperament, decided to speak. It is a long story. Ruo Shui's face brightened with anticipation, Then please, take your time. I have all the time in the world. Faping thought to himself, this woman has a peculiar way of conversing. She may have time, but I certainly do not. My tales from the mortal realm to the celestial heavens would take 3 days and nights to recount. Just as he pondered how to evade her inquiry, Ruoxue appeared to have an epiphany. I recall that your kind often requires a reward for storytelling, but alas, I have no currency. However, I possess spiritual treasures. What kind would you desire? Medium grade, high grade, or perhaps a supreme innate spiritual treasure? Faping, intrigued, asked, do you truly possess a supreme innate spiritual treasure? Indeed. Ruoxue nodded, seemingly eager to assure him of her claim. There was once an elder named Hongyun, who was besieged by several powerful beings and met a tragic demise. In the end, only a fragment of his primordial spirit escaped with his treasure gourd. Unfortunately, his luck was rather poor. As he traversed the Ruoxue River, he fell into its depths. His primordial spirit was too weak to withstand the river's corrosive nature, and he perished, leaving only his gourd behind. Upon hearing this, Faping could not help but exclaim internally, what a tragic fate for Elder Hongyun. After narrowly escaping, he fell into Ruoxue and succumbed to its corruption due to his frail spirit. Such misfortune is unparalleled. He then recalled, what was the name of Elder Hongyun's gourd again? Before he could dwell on it further, Ruoxue continued, aside from Elder Hongyun's treasure, I possess another identical gourd, which belonged to the master of the celestial teachings. During a cataclysmic battle with several saints, he too was cast down into the mortal realm, and his gourd fell into Ruoxue. Both gourds are supreme innate spiritual treasures. Would you like one? Her voice was laced with temptation. Just as Faping instinctively began to acquiesce, his elder brother urgently interjected, do not agree to her. She seeks to ensnare you. Do not be swayed by her words. Faping glanced between Ruoxue and his elder brother, feeling perplexed. For his instincts told him that both were indeed correct. This left him in a quandary. General Faping, our physiques are unique. Ruoxue cannot harm us. Yet she has the power to deceive the heart, ensnaring us in the depths of Ruoxue forever. Faping's gaze returned to Ruoxue, who did not attempt to refute his brother's claims but simply regarded him with quiet intensity, contemplating the gourds of Elder Hongyun and the master of the celestial teachings. He mused on the potential fortune of obtaining both treasures. Subsequently, he must not engage in reckless slaughter. It is imperative to recognize that the two gourds are indeed supreme innate spiritual treasures in the entirety of the journey to the West Realm, or rather, the primordial world. The number of such supreme innate spiritual treasures is scarcely over 100, with only a handful in existence. Most of these treasures reside in the possession of formidable beings at the level of Hunyuan Golden Immortals, or even higher, among a few saints. Unclaimed supreme innate spiritual treasures are exceedingly rare. Now that he has encountered them, it would be a grave error to let this opportunity slip by. Reflecting upon the words of his second senior brother, he realized that weak water could not inflict harm upon him, but could only bewitch him. Thus, Faping inquired within his heart, System, if I fall under the enchantment of weak water, can you awaken me? Rest assured, host, should you succumb to slumber, the system will promptly rouse you, ensuring you do not descend into oblivion. With the system's assurance, Faping felt entirely at ease. He then turned his gaze toward Weak Water. Weak Water, I place my trust in you. However, if you seek a tale, my own story is rather mundane. Instead, how about I recount the tale of another deity from the heavenly court? Weak Water smiled and replied, that would be acceptable, but your story must be captivating. Otherwise, I shall withhold the spiritual treasure. No problem, I shall regale you at once. And so, under the watchful eyes of Weak Water and his second senior brother, Faping began to sing, let me tell a myth about a family so rare. A couple bore a peculiar child, with 2 lofty hairdos and bare little feet, riding on 2 flaming wheels, holding the universe circle in hand. Host, Faping. Race, human. Identity, Great General of Demon Suppression. Deputy General of the Water Army. Realm, early stage of Tai Golden Immortal. Physique, Water Deity, 3 of the Law of Water. Cultivation Method, Great Heavenly Immortal Technique, 8-9 Profound Art. Treasures, Demon Suppression Sword, 9-9 Scatter Soul Gourd. Above Weak Water. The second senior brother gazed enviously at the red gourd in Faping's hands, filled with jealousy. He never anticipated that telling a story could yield a supreme innate spiritual treasure. Had he known, he would have shared tales with Weak Water long ago. After all, when it comes to the story of Neza, not only he, but even other deities in the heavenly court would be well acquainted with it. Perhaps his narration would not rival Feipeng's brilliance. But the question remains, is it not a story? Of course, he merely pondered this. Should he truly be tasked with narrating a story to weak water, he would hesitate. For there exists a saying, once you gain a foothold, you long for more. Once one acquires a supreme innate spiritual treasure, the desire for a second, third, and fourth would inevitably arise. Under the influence of weak water, one might find it impossible to cease. Moreover, even if one were to awaken and break free, as long as weak water remained unwilling, the treasures could not be taken away. Yet, what did he witness? Feipeng not only avoided succumbing, but also successfully extracted a supreme, innate spiritual treasure from weak water, which left the second senior brother utterly astonished. How could he possibly endure such a sight? Marshal Tianpeng, I have heard that the Heavenly River Water Army is preparing to descend to the mortal realm to capture demons. May I inquire what kind of demons you intend to pursue? Feipeng carefully stowed away the red gourd, lest the envious gaze of his second brother fall to the ground and shatter, which would indeed be quite awkward. Observing Feipeng's actions, Marshal Tianpeng could only say, the Dragon King of the North Sea has reported that his illegitimate son, the Jiao Demon King, previously formed a brotherhood with the Demon Prince Sun Wukong. He wishes for the heavenly court to dispatch celestial soldiers to apprehend the Jiao Demon King from the mortal realm. The Jade Emperor issued a decree, commanding this marshal to lead the heavenly army of the River of Heaven to join forces with the Dragon King of the North Sea to capture the Jiao Demon King and bring him to the heavens. Feipeng was somewhat surprised to learn that the Jiao Demon King was indeed the son of the North Sea Dragon King. Was it not said that the 4 Sea Dragon Kings were rather weak? How could the illegitimate son of the North Sea Dragon King possess such formidable prowess? Given the strength of Sun Wukong, who had taken the Bull Demon King as his elder brother, it stood to reason that the Jiao Demon King, known as the Great Sage of the Overturning Sea, must be at least of the Tai Golden Immortal rank. After all, the Jiao Demon King ranked second among Sun Wukong's sworn brothers, just below the Bull Demon King, while Sun Wukong himself ranked 7th, at the very bottom. It is crucial to understand that the hierarchy within the demon clan is not determined by seniority, but rather by strength. Power alone dictates leadership. Thus, the Jiao Demon King must be a Tai Golden Immortal. In a confrontation of equals, the Jiao Demon King might not even be Sun Wukong's match. With such capabilities, one would wonder why the North Sea Dragon King was not intent on staging a scene to reclaim his son, instead of seeking the Heavenly Court's assistance to capture the Jiao Demon King. Could it be that the North Sea Dragon King was akin to another Taotai Tianwang, Li Jing? Noticing Feipeng's curiosity regarding the Jiao Demon King's origins, and wishing to remedy his earlier indiscretion, Marshal Tianpeng continued, General Feipeng, you have likely heard the phrase dragons are inherently lustful. It is said that the Jiao Demon King is the offspring of the North Sea Dragon King and a serpent woman. Due to his impure bloodline, being not of the pure dragon lineage, the Jiao Demon King, despite being the son of the North Sea Dragon King, has faced considerable discrimination among his kin. On one occasion, while being bullied by the other sons of the North Sea Dragon King, the Jiao Demon King inadvertently killed one of the legitimate sons of the North Sea Dragon King. Fearing punishment, he fled the North Sea, and subsequently, through unknown fortuitous circumstances, he experienced a meteoric rise in cultivation, nearing the strength of the North Sea Dragon King himself. Chapter 20. The reasons behind the lower realm, virtue, and fortune. After experiencing a significant surge in power, the Dragon King of the Jiao returned to the Northern Sea and devoured all the sons of the Northern Sea Dragon King who had once bullied him. Yet, even after consuming his brothers, the Jiao Demon King was still not satisfied. He sought to coerce the Northern Sea Dragon King into abdicating, intending to usurp his position. The Northern Sea Dragon King, bemused by his son's audacious ambition, was unwilling to yield. Initially, he refrained from publicizing their family disgrace, preferring to keep the matter discreet. However, as the Jiao Demon King's strength grew and he established his own influence within the Northern Sea, continuously encroaching upon its domain, the Northern Sea Dragon King found himself compelled to ally with several other Dragon Kings. Despite their combined efforts, they were unable to subdue the Jiao Demon King and thus reported the situation to the Heavenly Court, seeking intervention. However, the Jade Emperor had previously dismissed the matter, deeming it a family affair of the Dragon Clan. It was only upon learning that the Jiao Demon King had formed a brotherly bond with Sun Wukong that the Jade Emperor finally issued a decree, commanding that I lead the Heavenly River's naval forces to apprehend the Jiao Demon King. At this juncture, Marshal Tianpeng's eyes gleamed with a sudden idea. And he spoke. General Feipeng, you were previously appointed as the vice commander of the Heavenly Rivers Navy by the Jade Emperor. The time has come for our forces to descend to the mortal realm and capture the Jiao Demon King. You must not stand idly by. Initially, he had been troubled by the prospect of failing to subdue the Jiao Demon King, especially since even the 4 Sea Dragon Kings had been unable to do so. Given that his own strength was not significantly greater than theirs, he feared the repercussions of a failed mission, particularly if it resulted in substantial losses for the Heavenly River Navy, which could lead to the Jade Emperor's wrath. Now that Feipeng had proactively offered his assistance, adhering to the principle of seizing opportunities, it was only prudent to enlist him. Considering Feipeng's previous display of formidable combat prowess when capturing the demon candidates, and now that he had transcended to the Tai Golden Immortal realm, it was reasonable to conclude that his capabilities would be nearly on par with his own. Indeed, Marshal Tianpeng, whose cultivation had surpassed that of Feipeng, recognized that Feipeng had achieved this breakthrough. Coupled with Feipeng's possession of the demon-suppressing sword and the newly acquired supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Gourd, aiding in the capture of the Jiao Demon King should pose no significant challenge. After digesting the melodrama between the Northern Sea Dragon King and his son, the Jiao Demon King, Feipeng cast a sidelong glance at his second senior brother and said, Marshal Tianpeng, I am currently preoccupied with assembling my own personal guard, the demon-suppressing army, and thus may not be able to accompany you to the lower realm to apprehend the Jiao Demon King. You should proceed on your own. Should the battle turn unfavorable, you may send word, and I shall assess the situation to lend my assistance. Seeing Feipeng's reluctance, Tianpeng scrutinized him for a moment before speaking. General Feipeng, my time in this martial position is limited. The Heavenly River Navy will inevitably be yours in the future. Do you not wish to avoid an unforeseen calamity that could lead to significant losses among the 100,000 Heavenly River troops, leaving your own strength diminished? Feipeng regarded his second senior brother with a look of astonishment, pondering, could it be that he has learned of my affiliation with the pilgrimage team beforehand? Thus, the pretense of drunkenness and teasing Chang'e was merely a fade? The marshal harbors unspoken burdens. Feipeng gazed at his second elder brother, intrigued by the latter's decision to descend to the mortal realm. Escorting Tang Sung on his pilgrimage for scriptures, one must acknowledge that Tianpeng, the marshal of the Celestial Rivers Navy, received but the title of purifier after his journey. The disparity in status between the marshal and a mere external purifier is not trivial. Shaking his head, Tianpeng sighed, it is merely a matter of merit and fortune. When I, old Zhu, ascended to the rank of Tai Golden Immortal, it was through the power of elixirs. Now, after many years of cultivation, I have only reached the pinnacle of Tai Golden Immortal. The path to attaining the Tao fruit of Great Luo remains a distant dream. Only by descending to the mortal realm to cultivate anew and harness great merit and fortune can I hope to achieve the Tao fruit of a Great Luo Golden Immortal. At last, Feipeng comprehended why his second elder brother would forsake his position as marshal to serve as a disciple to Tang Sung on his quest. Merit and fortune. These elements not only pervade the entire realm of Journey to the West, but also echo through the epics of the Fengshen Calamity, the Wu Yao Calamity, and even the Dragon Han Catastrophe, as well as the conflicts between Tao and Demon and the calamities of fierce beasts. In nearly every calamity, the contention revolves around merit and fortune. Although the pilgrimage to the West represents merely the commencement of the calamity, it is indeed just the beginning. Following the completion of the pilgrimage, the true calamity of Journey to the West unfolds in the aftermath. However, it is likely that the second elder brother would never have anticipated that after the pilgrimage, he would only attain the position of a purifier. The grand merit and fortune he envisioned ultimately diminished to mere trifles. Of course, one cannot dismiss the possibility that the Buddha aimed to exorcise the second elder brother, akin to how Sun Wukong was constrained beneath the Five-Finger Mountain for 5 centuries before wreaking havoc in the Heavenly Palace. Moreover, the second elder brother's numerous flaws, his indulgent nature and lingering desires, make the role of purifier a fitting assignment, allowing him to fully indulge his cravings without restraint. Any pursuit, over time, inevitably loses its allure. This truth is evident in the second elder brother's portrayal in the continuation of Journey to the West. If one considers that in this sequel, he was conferred the title of the Buddha of the Golden Lotus of Mu Mother, he indeed attained considerable merit and fortune. With these thoughts in mind, Feipeng inquired, Marshal, when will the army depart? In 3 days. Very well, I shall accompany the marshal then. Thank you, great general. Tianpeng clasped his hands in gratitude, fully aware that Feiping's agreement stemmed not from a genuine desire to assist him. Yet, this mattered little. As long as Feiping was willing to join him in the mortal realm to capture demons, he, as the marshal, would have ample opportunity to bridge the gaps between them. Though his descent to the mortal realm was imminent, it was precisely because of this that he needed to cultivate their relationship. In truth, his intention to have the weaker water teach Feiping a lesson was also a means to forge a bond, albeit accidentally thwarted by Feiping's timely intervention. Had things proceeded according to his plan, he led the River of Heaven's water army to descend to the mortal realm to capture demons. As the deputy general, Feiping would undoubtedly follow in his footsteps to the River of Heaven to guard the weak water. Should Feiping encounter difficulties with the weak water, it would present an opportunity for him to shine. Initially, his scheme seemed impeccably crafted. However, despite meticulous calculations, he failed to anticipate Feiping's swift arrival at the River of Heaven, and his immediate rush to the weak water rendered his elaborate plan null and void before it truly began. Nevertheless, he remained unfazed. As a seasoned socialite of the Celestial Court, Tianpeng asserted that he could handle even the likes of Prince Neza and Yang Jian with ease. A mere Feiping posed no challenge for him. Let us observe how Commander Tianpeng, or rather, he himself, will skillfully appease General Feiping, ensuring that the latter soon forgets the minor unpleasantness associated with the weak water. Chapter 21. The Great Sage Equal to Heaven transformed into a fallen monkey. Departing from the heavenly river, Feiping did not return directly to his general's mansion. Instead, he veered towards the celestial prison, determined to check on the Monkey King. In the original narrative, after Sun Wukong relinquished his official post and descended to the mortal realm, the celestial soldier's initial expedition to subdue him yielded no results. Subsequently, he was summoned back to the heavens to guard the Peach Garden. However, due to Feiping's intervention, the Monkey King not only narrowly escaped execution, but was also incarcerated in the celestial prison. Following this ordeal, it was highly probable that the Monkey King would reconsider his rebellious ways and refrain from causing chaos in the heavenly palace or indulging in the heavenly peaches and elixirs. Thus, it was imperative for Feiping to engage in some motivational discourse with our dear Monkey King. Soon, Feiping arrived at the celestial prison. Who goes there? A guard, stationed at the entrance, questioned, forbidding any unauthorized approach. Feiping halted his steps, gazing at the obstructing celestial soldier, and replied nonchalantly, "I am the demon-suppressing general, Feiping." The celestial guard was taken aback, quickly bowing in respect. "I pay my respects to General Feiping. Please, no need for excessive formalities." Feiping nodded slightly and inquired, "This general wishes to visit Sun Wukong in the prison. May I proceed?" The guard responded, "General, His Majesty has decreed that no one is permitted to visit the demon candidate Sun Wukong." Noticing Feiping's frown, the guard quickly amended, however, "Since the demon candidate was personally apprehended by the general, you are, of course, allowed to see him." Feiping scrutinized the guard, appreciating his adaptability, and replied, "Lead the way." "Of course, General, please follow me." Before long, guided by the celestial soldier, Feiping encountered the dejected Monkey King, confined within his cell. At that moment, the Monkey King bore no trace of his former grandeur as the great sage equal to heaven. Instead, he resembled a forlorn monkey trapped beneath the five-finger mountain. This transformation was, perhaps, understandable. Even the Prime Minister of Han, Zhou Bo, after enduring imprisonment, lamented, "I once commanded 1,000,000 troops." Yet how can one fathom the dignity of a jailer? Although the Monkey King was imprisoned, the jailers could not dictate his fate. Nevertheless, as a monkey who had lived for several centuries, having enjoyed a smooth journey, the abrupt confinement and restriction of his freedom, coupled with the uncertainty of his future, would be unbearable for any creature. Upon hearing footsteps, the Monkey King instinctively lifted his head and, upon recognizing Feiping, exclaimed with excitement, "General Feiping! General Feiping! Please convey to the Jade Emperor that I, your humble servant, have learned my lesson. I beseech his forgiveness this once and implore him to release me. I am willing to continue tending to the heavenly horses, to serve as the stable master once more. I shall no longer bear the title of the great sage equal to heaven." Feiping smiled knowingly. Indeed, whether human or monkey, none could escape the anguish of imprisonment. He chose not to respond to the Monkey King, patiently awaiting the guard to unlock the cell door and step inside. Upon entering the cell, Feiping discovered that the Monkey King was shackled by a peculiar chain, seemingly impervious even to his formidable strength. The Monkey King appeared to be somewhat concerned about his dignity. Discreetly concealing his bound foot behind him, Faping gestured for the celestial attendant to depart, then waved his hand to conjure a table. Upon this table lay the imperial wine bestowed upon him by the Jade Emperor, along with celestial peaches and elixirs crafted by the Supreme Old Lord. However, the peaches were merely 3,000 years old, and the elixirs were of only the third refinement. Additionally, there were bananas, the Monkey King's favorite delicacy. Faping then summoned a cushion and sat opposite the Monkey King. Once seated, he regarded the monkey with a calm demeanor, saying, "Great sage, remain at ease. It will not be long before you are released." Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong scratched his head in frustration, exclaiming, "This celestial prison is devoid of anything. I, the great sage, yearn to escape at once. I cannot endure even a single day here. I implore you, General Faping, to intercede on my behalf with the Jade Emperor. Once I am freed, I shall surely repay your kindness." Since his birth, he had never experienced such a loss of freedom, and coupled with his inherently restless nature, he found this confinement unbearable. Faping poured himself a cup of imperial wine, drank it, and continued, "The Emperor has yet to calm his anger. Your urgency is of no avail." He then gestured, "Great sage, do sample this imperial wine. It far surpasses the mundane beverages of the mortal realm." Sun Wukong, trusting Faping's intentions, lifted the cup and drank deeply. As he savored the wine, he remarked, "Indeed, it lives up to the reputation of the Jade Emperor's gift. Its flavor is undeniably superior to that of the wine I have enjoyed in the mortal world. However, the monkey wine brewed by my kin in Flower Fruit Mountain is not to be dismissed. Once I am free, I would be honored for you to taste it." "Agreed. It is settled," Faping replied with a nod, then continued, "Great sage, here are the celestial peaches gifted to me by the Emperor. These peaches are reserved for the celestial banquet and are bestowed only upon high-ranking officials and dignitaries of the three realms." Excited by this revelation, Sun Wukong eagerly seized a peach and took a bite. Delicious. This peach indeed surpasses those from Flower Fruit Mountain, with far more juice and flavor. In a matter of moments, he devoured one peach and, still unsatisfied, clutched an entire platter of peaches to his chest. "General Faping, these few peaches are now mine. I promise to repay you in due time." Faping smiled, unfazed, and replied, "Please, indulge yourself. During your capture, the Emperor generously rewarded me with an ample supply of peaches. And, truth be told, a portion of these peaches rightfully belongs to you, great sage." The Monkey King twitched his lips, pretending not to hear, wholly engrossed in eating peaches. "It must be said that, dear sage, your Flower and Fruit Mountain is indeed a paradise. Were I to possess a domain like Flower and Fruit Mountain, I would undoubtedly seek to petition His Majesty for several hundred peach trees to cultivate there, ensuring that I could indulge in their fruit whenever I desired." Upon hearing Faping's words, the Monkey King's eyes sparkled with interest. The act of stealing peaches is intrinsic to a monkey's nature. If he had shown no reaction, that would have been the true anomaly. However, Faping, observing this, couldn't help but smile slyly. Indeed, in comparison to the peaches, the peach trees held far greater value in his eyes. The peaches, once consumed, would be gone forever. Should he proceed to cultivate the 8-9 mystical arts, he would require tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of peaches. Thus, if possible, he hoped to leverage the Monkey King to obtain tens of thousands, or even millions, of peach trees through the system's tenfold sharing. With these trees, the resources for cultivating the 8-9 mystical arts would be secured. Furthermore, he recalled that the peach trees, being among the top 10 innate spiritual roots, also possess the power to suppress the fortunes of a given domain. Currently, the Heavenly Court's fortune is upheld by the peaches from the peach garden, ensuring the stability of its prosperity. Once he possessed a greater number of peach trees than the Heavenly Court, he would be well prepared to either emerge as a force to be reckoned with in the aftermath of the journey to the west or to establish his own domain entirely. As for the consequences of the Monkey King stealing the peach trees, that would fall into the realm of his interactions with the Western Buddha. After the Monkey King finished his peaches, Faping continued to introduce him to the elixirs, stating, "Great sage, this is a celestial pill crafted by the Supreme Lord Laozi, a figure of immense stature in the heavenly realm. This pill is known as the 3-transformation golden elixir. Consuming one will grant your offspring eternal life and the path to immortality. I have heard that the Supreme Lord also possesses the 9-transformation golden elixir, which can elevate a person to the status of a Great Luo Golden Immortal." Great Luo Golden Immortal? Sun Wukong's eyes widened. He was not merely a wild monkey. Rather, he had received formal education under the tutelage of Bodhi Patriarch. Thus, he understood well the significance of a great Luo golden immortal. Faping, you wouldn't deceive me. Would you? Is the 9 transformation golden elixir truly that formidable? Sun Wukong wore an expression of disbelief. Precisely because he recognized the might of a great Luo golden immortal that he questioned Faping's claims. Ahem, while I cannot guarantee the attainment of a great Luo golden immortal, achieving the status of a Tai golden immortal is certainly within reach. With that, Faping showcased his own Tai golden immortal aura. At present, the Monkey King was at the late stage of the golden immortal rank. If he could make the Monkey King aware that the 9 transformation golden elixir could facilitate a breakthrough to Tai golden immortal, he had no doubt that the Monkey King would be eager to pursue the elixir. Thus, this was an overt scheme. Even if the Monkey King was shrewd enough to see through his machinations, Faping was confident the Monkey King would still be tempted to take the bait. Chapter 22. The world admires the Chancellor. In a state of astonishment, the Monkey King watched as Faping refrained from further deceiving him and, with a heart full of anticipation, departed the prison. Upon exiting the celestial prison, the very celestial general who had escorted him there suddenly called out to him, "General Faping, please pause." Faping halted, turning his gaze towards the celestial general and inquiring, "You have summoned me. What is your request?" "I wish to join the Demon Suppression Army. I hope the esteemed general will grant me this opportunity." Upon hearing the request to join his esteemed ranks, Faping promptly asked, "What is your name?" The celestial general replied, "I am Zhou Yafu." Without thinking, Faping exclaimed, "Zhou Yafu? Of the Shilio camp?" Zhou Yafu could not help but look up at Faping, his eyes betraying a glimmer of surprise, and he quickly responded, "Indeed, I trained a unit by that name during my time in the Han Dynasty." Having confirmed Zhou Yafu's identity, Faping nodded and said, "Wait here, your transfer order will arrive shortly." As for whether Zhou Yafu would dare to let the celestial soldiers bar his entrance to the military camp in the future, Faping asserted, "He is not Emperor One of Han. Should Zhou Yafu continue to play such games, we shall see if he can withstand the consequences." Regarding the so-called renowned generals, after perusing the list provided by Li Si, Faping understood well that the 3 realms were not lacking in such figures. Moreover, with the cyclical rise and fall of mortal dynasties, each era births numerous celebrated warriors. As long as he kept a watchful eye, he could easily gather the outstanding talents of the mortal realm. Therefore, he would not indulge arrogant generals or political fools. He would merely hasten their reincarnation, or perhaps deny them that as well. Zhou Yafu, overjoyed, bowed deeply and expressed, "Thank you, General." Initially, he had approached this matter with a sense of trepidation, never expecting to succeed. To his astonishment, General Faping had not only heard of him, but also recognized his name in the Shilio camp. Zhou Yafu realized he had indeed secured a fortuitous alliance and would undoubtedly be valued in the Demon Suppression Army. Once Faping had departed, chaos erupted at the entrance of the celestial prison. The celestial soldiers guarding the prison surrounded Zhou Yafu, clamoring, "Boss, I want to join the Demon Suppression Army too. Count me in, boss." Seeing his subordinates encircling him with fervent voices, Zhou Yafu's expression darkened as he commanded, "Silence. Do you take me for someone who can accommodate you all?" Zhou Yafu shot them a glance, exasperated. "Do you truly believe I possess such capability? Boss, General Faping must have heard of you. You will surely be valued in the Demon Suppression Army. Besides, it is newly established and surely in need of personnel. We are not aiming to become celestial generals, just ordinary celestial soldiers." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yafu contemplated for a moment before raising his gaze to his subordinates, responding ambiguously, "Once I arrive, I will assess the situation. If feasible, I will ensure you all join the Demon Suppression Army. Li Zhibu, the general has exited. If you have matters to attend to, you may seek out Sister Yu. May I inquire, dear fairy, who this Sister Yu is that has captured your attention to the extent that you feel the absence of General Faping? This individual seems to wield considerable influence over the affairs of the general's residence." The fairy did not respond to Li Si, merely gesturing for him to follow her. After a moment's hesitation, Li Si accompanied her into the rear courtyard. However, upon encountering the Sister Yu the fairy referenced, Li Si was momentarily taken aback, instinctively exclaiming, "Your Majesty, the consort." Upon hearing this long-forgotten title, he recalled that the esteemed general had often addressed her as such just the previous day. Indeed, it must be said that Faping possesses a unique sense of amusement. Yet, the title of consort is one that only Faping is permitted to bestow. Others are not granted this privilege. After a brief moment of recollection, Yushu finally recognized the individual before her. "Minister Li, what brings you here?" she inquired. Somewhat surprised by Li Si's unexpected presence in the celestial realm, and even more so in the general's abode, Li Si quickly regained his composure, bowing respectfully as he replied, "Your Majesty, I am currently serving as the chief assistant at the general's residence, attending to his affairs." His reverence for Yu Shu was not solely due to her past as consort, but rather a recognition of her current standing. The fact that she could be present in the general's courtyard and make decisions in his absence signifies her significant status, perhaps as Feiping's beloved, or at the very least, someone of close acquaintance. "Please refrain from calling me Your Majesty in the future," she said. "Is there something you wish to discuss with the general?" Just as Li Si prepared to speak, Feiping returned, prompting Yu Shu to halt Li Si and approach him. "Feiping, you have returned. Where have you been?" she asked. "I took a trip to the Heavenly River," he replied, wrapping his arm around Yu Shu's slender waist, casting a glance at Li Si without acknowledging him. Instead, he expressed concern for Yu Shu. "My dear, why have you not rested longer?" In the presence of Li Si, the Grand Chancellor of Qin, the sight of the consort embracing the emperor was undeniably delightful. It is no wonder that the people hold the chancellor in high esteem. There is a reason behind it. By the way, it seems that Yang Jian's mother, Yao Ji, remains alive in this world of Journey to the West. If the opportunity presents itself, Yu Shu, undeterred by Li Si's presence, leaned into Feiping's embrace and softly murmured, "I could not sleep while you were away." Upon hearing this, Li Si promptly covered his ears, unwilling to eavesdrop any further. He could now be entirely certain that Yu Shu was indeed Feiping's beloved. Although the celestial realm forbids romantic entanglements among deities, rules are rigid while humans are dynamic, and within the general's residence, few would dare to intervene. Furthermore, given Feiping's esteemed position, as long as he does not pursue the Queen Mother or the Jade Emperor's daughter, it is unlikely that anyone would concern themselves with such matters. Feiping playfully tapped Yu Shu's petite backside and remarked, "If you find yourself bored, why not seek out your sister Qingyi?" The mention of the celestial Qingyi stirred something within Feiping's heart. Just yesterday, when someone could no longer endure the situation, they had expressed a desire for assistance. And the chosen one was none other than the enchanting Qingyi. Coughing lightly, he added, "I have some matters to discuss with Li Si. You may take your leave." Yu Shu cast a glance filled with disdain, thinking to herself, "Indeed, men are all the same, selfish and greedy, yearning for what lies beyond their reach." However, the affair regarding Qingyi was initiated by her own volition. Even if she shed tears, she would still pull others into her predicament. Thus, Yu Shu covered her little backside and departed to seek out her sister Qingyi. Once Yu Shu had left, Feiping turned his gaze towards Li Si, who appeared as a statue. His eyes cast downward, fixated on his shoelaces. Feiping smiled faintly, recognizing the astuteness of the Grand Chancellor of the Qin. He then inquired, "What is it?" With his cultivation as a Tai golden immortal, even if Li Si had sealed his hearing, Feiping's voice resonated clearly within his ears. Li Si hastily unsealed his hearing, bowed deeply, and replied, "To the great general, I have a matter that requires your report." "Speak," Feiping urged. "It is as follows. Great general, the celestial soldiers of the heavenly court are bound by quotas, though His Majesty has granted you the authority to select soldiers. Gathering the requisite number for the demon suppression army or exceeding its limits will be challenging. The various heavenly kings would not permit a significant reduction of their celestial soldiers. A loss of a few or even dozens might be tolerable, but should it reach the hundreds, even with the emperor's decree, they may refuse to comply and could even come into conflict with you. Given your current standing in the heavenly court, it would be prudent to avoid antagonizing the heavenly kings at this time. Furthermore, some renowned generals may not wish to join our newly established demon suppression army. Considering the state of affairs in the heavenly court," Li Si paused, then shifted the topic, stating, "These individuals are the elite of the human race. While they may lack in strength, they possess other qualities." Before Li Si could finish, Feiping interjected, "Enough. Just tell me your thoughts. I am eager to hear them." Chapter 23, Setting a Modest Objective, the Fifth Celestial Emperor. Feiping sat gracefully in the grand chair, accepting the tea offered by the celestial maiden, savoring it with delight. One must say, celestial tea is indeed extraordinary. It possesses a singular quality, remarkably smooth. Li Si, evidently well prepared, hastily interjected after being interrupted by Feiping, stating, "General, I propose that you summon the heavenly generals who are willing to be recruited to the underworld to gather their former comrades. Many soldiers who have perished in battle are unable to reincarnate and remain trapped in the city of wrongful deaths, engaged in endless combat, severely disrupting the stability of the underworld's order. Should you agree to enlist the fallen soldiers from the city of wrongful deaths to ascend to the heavens? I am confident that the majority of renowned generals would accept your call. Furthermore, the underworld would likely not impede this endeavor and might even express gratitude towards the great general. In this manner, your demon-suppressing army could be rapidly established. And those celestial soldiers who have benefited from your grace would undoubtedly feel immense gratitude towards you. Faping placed his teacup upon the table, contemplating Li Si's suggestion carefully. The notion of recruiting the fallen soldiers from the underworld to become celestial warriors was indeed feasible. The celestial realm possesses the transformative immortal pool, where any ascendant, be they human, demon, or even ghost, who enters it can attain immortality. Faping himself had ascended by entering this very pool, shedding his mortal form to become a deity. Thus, this aspect posed little concern. What he truly needed to ponder was whether permitting those esteemed generals to gather their former troops would result in an influx of tens or even hundreds of thousands of ghost soldiers ascending to the heavens. While he yearned to possess such a formidable force, he knew that others may not share this enthusiasm, particularly the celestial beings of the Chan sect, who would likely oppose it. Even figures like Li Jing from the Western teachings would probably not acquiesce. After much deliberation, Faping gritted his teeth, deciding, why dwell on these uncertainties? Let us first experiment. If it fails and results in chaos, he could easily shift the blame onto Li Si. As the idea was originally his, Faping, a mere white lotus, could never conceive of such a notion. Moreover, should 100,000 ghost soldiers ascend, even if met with opposition, negotiations could still take place. If 100,000 is unfeasible, surely 10,000 would suffice? Let us proceed. Fortune favors the bold. And the upcoming journey to the west represents a golden opportunity for his growth. He must seize the winds of the west to soar swiftly. Ideally, he would achieve substantial gains, for even after the journey concludes, as long as his strength and influence remain formidable, no one would dare challenge him. The four great emperors are not immutable. The addition of a fifth could indeed be realized. Thus, he set a modest objective, to become the fifth celestial emperor after the journey to the west. Meanwhile, in the Qingluan Palace, the celestial maiden Qingyi, engaged in her grooming, promptly welcomed the arrival of Yushu, ushering her into the palace with grace. The enchanting fairy Qingyi grasped Yushu's hand and smiled. I had originally intended to visit the general's residence today, but it seems you have come to me instead. As she spoke, a flicker of regret danced in her eyes. The source of her regret was clear with Yushu's arrival. She lost her excuse to visit the great general's estate, and thus would not have the chance to see the formidable General Zhenyao. Faping, unaware of the subtle shift in Qingyi's demeanor, Yushu followed her into the latter's boudoir and inquired leisurely, Sister, do you have matters to discuss with me? Qingyi shook her head and replied, Not particularly. I merely heard that you emerged from seclusion yesterday, and since I am free today, I thought to pay you a visit for a chat. By the way, not long ago, Fairy Baiwa sent a jar of her exquisite Baiwa brew and some of her homemade Baiwa cakes. I recall you once expressed a fondness for her cakes, so I thought to bring some for you. Upon hearing this, Yushu swallowed hard and said, Indeed. It has been a while since I last indulged in Fairy Baiwa's cakes. Qingyi then beckoned to a servant nearby, instructing, Quickly fetch the Baiwa cakes sent by Fairy Baiwa for our general's lady to taste. Yushu's face flushed crimson as she exclaimed, Sister, upon my arrival, you jest about me being the general's lady. Please do not let such rumors spread. It would be quite embarrassing. With a chuckle, Qingyi refrained from further teasing and shifted the conversation. It has only been a few days, yet you have already ascended to the pinnacle of the true immortal realm. At this rate, it won't be long before you catch up with me. After a moment's hesitation, Yushu replied, Faping had previously gifted me the elixirs and peaches bestowed by His Majesty. Upon my emergence from seclusion yesterday, he presented me with a 9-turn golden pill, claiming it would aid my breakthrough to the golden immortal realm. The next time you see me, dear sister, I shall truly be at your level. Qingyi was taken aback. Gazing at Yushu in disbelief, he even bestowed upon you the 9-turn golden pill? Yushu nodded, not intending to boast, but rather to convey Faping's generosity towards women, hoping to leverage this to entice Qingyi further into her plans. Noticing Yushu's subtle display of pride, Qingyi expressed a blend of envy and admiration. You little minx. Are you deliberately flaunting your fortune before me? Here I am, thinking of you, even reserving Baiwa cakes for you. How dare you provoke me? Ah, dear sister Qingyi, do not be upset. I did not come to vex you, but rather to seek your assistance. Qingyi looked at Yushu with a puzzled expression, unsure of what she meant. Without hesitation, Yushu leaned closer and whispered softly into Qingyi's ear, her words unknown to others. All that could be seen was the sudden flush of color on Qingyi's fair face, her expression one of bashful allure, revealing that Yushu had shared something rather intimate. After speaking, Yushu returned to her seat, watching Qingyi intently. The celestial maiden, Qingyi, felt a twinge of embarrassment as she glanced at her companion, indignantly exclaiming, "You mischievous girl, do not attempt to drag me into this." Upon witnessing her sister's bashful demeanor, Yushu could not help but roll her eyes and retort, "Sister speaks contrary to her heart. Had it not been for the care you bestowed upon me, I would never consider sharing this delightful opportunity with you. If you are unwilling, I shall seek out the flower fairy or the peony fairy, for I have a fondness for the floral cakes they prepare. Should they acquiesce, I would no longer wait for you." Before Yushu could finish her sentence, Qingyi interjected with irritation, "Little you err, I forbid you from seeking them out. If the Empress were to discover this, what fate might befall them? But sister, if you do not consent, what recourse do I have?" Yushu responded, "Moreover, I am soon to enter seclusion. What if someone were to seize this opportunity and approach the general to discuss the Yellow Emperor's classic? What if the general's affections wane?" At this juncture, Yushu feigned a worried expression, though it was not entirely disingenuous. She harbored genuine concern, primarily due to Fei Peng's rapid advancements, while her own status remained merely that of a celestial maiden. Despite Fei Peng's repeated reassurances, an underlying anxiety gnawed at her, fearful that one day he might lose interest in her. The prospect of returning to her former existence shortly after ascending to the heavenly realm, a life devoid of excitement and fraught with tedium, was unbearable. Furthermore, as a former consort of the Qin Emperor, she had witnessed too many favored concubines face dire fates once they lost the emperor's affection. Rather than relinquishing opportunities to other women, she resolved to take the initiative, assisting Fei Peng in finding a woman she deemed trustworthy. Thus, she could at least find some solace for herself. Chapter 24. The beauty that dims the fish and bird, the moon that shames the flowers. Upon hearing Yushu's concerns, the fairy Qingyi felt a tightening in her heart. As a lady in waiting to the Queen Mother, she was acutely aware of how some celestial maidens could be quite bold. Yushu's apprehensions were certainly not unfounded. Previously, Fei Peng was merely a heavenly soldier, and no celestial maiden would vie for anything with Yushu. However, now that Fei Peng had ascended to the rank of general, his generosity towards Yushu was notable. He even bestowed upon her the 9-turn golden elixir without hesitation. It was no surprise that other celestial maidens would aspire to become the second Yushu. Even she felt a twinge of envy. If she felt this way, how much more so would others? "Sister, have you made up your mind?" "Ahem. You err. Grant me a little time. You cannot expect me to go to the general's residence right away. Moreover, as a lady in waiting to the Queen Mother, I cannot simply go whenever I please. I must find an appropriate moment. There must be an opportunity." After speaking, the fairy Qingyi's cheeks flushed a deeper shade of red. She lowered her head, too shy to meet Yushu's gaze. Yet, images of Fei Peng filled her mind, causing her heart to race and her breath to falter. Observing Qingyi's reaction, Yushu felt a pang of jealousy. However, having once served as a queen, she possessed a certain composure, even if only as a consort of a mortal emperor. She then considered the implications of Qingyi's position as a lady-in-waiting. This matter should not be widely known. After all, the Queen Mother might tolerate ordinary celestial maidens having romantic interests, but for someone as close to her as Qingyi, such affairs could lead to complications if they reached the Queen Mother's ears. Thus, there was no need to rush. A suitable time must be found, and naturally, she would assist in creating the opportunity. On the other side, at the general's residence, Fei Peng embodied the spirit of Liu Bang, the founder of the Han dynasty. After granting Li Si ample authority through a mere conversation, he sent Li Si off to attend to his duties. Once Li Si departed, Fei Peng intended to enter seclusion to refine the gourd of the Red Cloud ancestor. To his surprise, just as Li Si left, a celestial maiden nearby mustered her courage and asked, "General, would you like me to assist you with a massage?" Fei Peng assessed the maiden. Recognizing her as one of the celestial maidens gifted by the Jade Emperor, her beauty rivaling that of Yushu, he beckoned her closer. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she cautiously approached and knelt at Fei Peng's feet. Seeing her understanding demeanor, Fei Peng lifted her chin and inquired, "What is your name?" The maiden replied softly, "I am Zhao Er." Fei Peng continued, "How long have you been in the heavens?" The maiden pondered for a moment before shaking her head. "I have forgotten how long it has been. I ascended after Sister Yu. And what was your name in the mortal realm? What was your status? In the mortal realm, I am known as Wang Zhaojun. Originally a palace made in the Han court, later bestowed upon the Xiongnu chieftain in a diplomatic marriage. Upon arriving in the Xiongnu territory, I was honored with the title of Ninghu Yanshi. Indeed, I am one of the 4 great beauties of ancient times, celebrated for my beauty, which can be described as sinking fish and falling geese, the moon hiding and flowers blushing, specifically the falling geese. It is no wonder that I possess such exquisite beauty. According to legend, after the Han Emperor Yuan granted me to the Xiongnu chieftain, he summoned me before my departure. However, upon seeing my stunning beauty, he was tempted to keep me in the palace, yet he struggled with the dilemma of breaking his promise. Regrettably, he had to let me go. It is said that upon returning to his palace, he felt increasingly vexed, pondering how he could have overlooked such a captivating beauty in his harem. After investigation, it was revealed that the painter Mao Yanshou had illustrated the maids, but only rendered their beauty if they bestowed gifts upon him. As I had not given him any gifts, my beauty was not accurately portrayed, leading to the emperor's unfortunate loss. Once Emperor Yuan learned the truth, he punished Mao Yanshou for his corruption and deception, executing him for his crime. The fact that even the emperor was smitten by my beauty speaks volumes of my allure. Feiping lifted me from the ground and embraced me, inhaling deeply. There is no unpleasant odor. He jested, believing that despite my marriage to the Xiongnu chieftain, my dietary habits would remain unchanged, and I would not develop a taste for mutton. With the emergence of Wang Zhaojun, one of the 4 great beauties, should he not gather all 4 to serve him? Diaochan and Yang Guifei would have to wait. The dynasties below have yet to experience the turmoil of the 3 kingdoms or the grandeur of the Tang. I wonder if she sure resides in the heavens. As Feiping's hand wandered, he observed my gradually entranced gaze and inquired, "Have you ever heard of Shishir?" I regained a measure of clarity and responded, "Are you referring to the beauty of the state of you during the late spring and autumn period?" He nodded affirmatively. A flicker of hesitation crossed my eyes. Yet I replied honestly, I was fortunate enough to witness her dance before. Now she is the Chang'e of the Moon Palace. If the general wishes to see her, he may send a message to the Moon Palace, requesting a few Chang'e to come and dance for his entertainment, and he would be able to meet her. Feiping regarded me with a knowing smile, asking, "What if this general desires more than merely a dance?" At this moment, I was fully aware of his intentions. With a sigh, I said, "Please grant me a moment, and I assure you I will find a way for Shishir to serve the great general." "Very well. I entrust this matter to you. However, before that, you shall attend to me first." After a night of indulgent spring breezes, having explored the depths of our desires for hours, Feiping dressed and slipped away to a secret chamber. Although beauty is delightful, it is sufficient to have experienced it. There is no need for obsession. What a pity that the sovereign no longer attends morning court. Feiping remarked, "Let us speak of his ascension to the throne when the time comes. For now, he dedicates himself to 3 pursuits: to grow stronger, and once more, to grow stronger." Presently, the Monkey King finds himself imprisoned in the celestial dungeon, momentarily setting aside his training. He intends to refine the exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the 99 Scatter Soul Gourd, which he acquired from the weak water. The 99 Scatter Soul Gourd contains red sand, capable of tainting one's primordial spirit and absorbing the souls of others, while also possessing formidable offensive and defensive capabilities. Innate spiritual treasures are bound by innate restrictions. The greater the number of restrictions, the higher the treasure's grade and potency. The classification of innate spiritual treasures, ranked from highest to lowest, is as follows: Supreme Innate Spiritual Treasure, 39 to 48 innate restrictions; Upper Grade Innate Spiritual Treasure, 29 to 38 innate restrictions; Middle Grade Innate Spiritual Treasure, 19 to 28 innate restrictions; Lower Grade Innate Spiritual Treasure, 9 to 18 innate restrictions. Additionally, there exists the Innate Supreme Treasure, which possesses 49 innate restrictions, surpassing the Supreme Innate Spiritual Treasures by 1 restriction. One must not underestimate this additional restriction. For as the saying goes, the Great Tao encompasses 50, and the celestial transmutation results in 49. The number 49 represents the utmost limit. An innate spiritual treasure can possess a maximum of 49 innate restrictions. Exceeding this number would categorize it as a chaotic spiritual treasure. Among the chaotic spiritual treasures, aside from the Pangu Axe, the primordial Blue Lotus, the primordial Jade Plate, and a few other treasures, he remains unaware of others. The 99 Scatter Soul Gourd contains 45 innate restrictions, placing it among the most powerful of supreme innate spiritual treasures. Faping extracted a drop of his essence blood, intending to initially recognize the 99 Scattersoul gourd as his own. As for refining the innate restrictions, it is a time-consuming endeavor that requires patience. In 2 days, he must descend to the mortal realm with his second senior brother to capture demons. For now, he shall establish ownership and utilize it as needed. Chapter 25. The Legacy of the Red Cloud. The Celestial River Navy swears allegiance to descend to the mortal realm. 99 Soul Dispelling Gourd. Master recognition successful. 99 Soul Dispelling Gourd. Second Master, Faping. 99 Soul Dispelling Gourd. Please accept the inheritance from the previous master. Lo and behold, an impressive 40 innate restrictions have already been refined. Indeed, after Faping underwent the initial recognition of the 99 Soul Dispelling Gourd, he discovered that it had opened its doors to him, revealing a total of 40 innate restrictions. Through the feedback from the gourd, it became clear that the Red Cloud ancestor, prior to his demise, had issued a command to his spiritual treasure. Whoever claims the 99 Soul Dispelling Gourd and agrees to avenge him would inherit the 40 innate restrictions he had refined. To this, Faping naturally expressed his consent. Given the tragic fate of the Red Cloud ancestor, it was only fitting for him to seek vengeance upon acquiring such a treasured artifact. Of course, while he agreed, the notion of confronting Kuanping in the River of Souls was entirely out of the question. Both were notorious recluse figures from the same era as the 3 Pure Ones in Yuhua. It would be absurd for him to seek them out directly. Rather, he could simply await their natural demise. Surely, that would be more advantageous. Alternatively, once his own powers had grown sufficiently formidable, he could use this as a pretext to confront them, which would indeed be a clever strategy. As for the concern that failing to fulfill his promise might hinder his breakthroughs, Faping was undeterred, confident in his own capabilities. In essence, his mantra was one of adaptability and pragmatism. After successfully passing through the 40 Great Gates, a look of elation spread across Faping's face. Refining those 40 innate restrictions would allow him to unleash 80% of the gourd's true potential. With this artifact in hand, even a great Luo Golden Immortal would fall before him, while a primordial Golden Immortal, whose prowess transcended mere magical power to encompass the laws of the universe, would still pose a formidable challenge. Even wielding the Pangu Axe, he would likely meet his demise at the hands of a primordial Golden Immortal. As the saying goes, beneath the sage, all are but ants. While a quasi-saint is indeed regarded as an ant in the eyes of a sage, the distinction of the title carries weight that mere artifacts cannot bridge. Remaining calm and composed, upon completing the refinement of his spiritual treasure, Faping wasted no time in emerging from his seclusion, making his way to the Celestial River. Unlike a few days prior, the atmosphere at the Celestial River now resembled a grand celebration, filled with the sound of gongs and firecrackers, banners fluttering in the breeze, and throngs of people. However, in truth, there were no spectators present, save for 100 massive warships floating above the Celestial River and the Celestial River Navy itself. The Jade Emperor did not follow the customary practices of mortal kings by leading his officials to personally see off the troops. From his perspective, the likes of the Jiao Demon King were mere trifles, easily vanquished with a casual toss of a peach. Had it not been for the need to maintain the celestial dignity, there would have been no requirement for the Celestial River Navy to mobilize to apprehend the Jiao Demon King, nor any necessity to adhere to the ceremonial traditions of the mortal realm. Surely, the time and effort could have been better spent elsewhere. After waiting for quite some time, the second master, upon finally spotting General Faping's arrival, displayed a joyous expression akin to that of a delighted pig. He warmly exclaimed, "General Faping, you have finally come." Faping clasped his hands together in a gesture of respect. Bowing to the second master, Faping pays his respects to the marshal. As the deputy commander of the Heavenly River Navy, and in the presence of the army, Faping understood the importance of showing deference to the second master. After all, even the deities of the Heavenly Court uphold the nuances of human relationships. The second master, in his role as the commander of the Navy, deserved such respect. Any display of rudeness would undoubtedly tarnish the reputation of the Heavenly River Navy. Faping was always meticulous about maintaining appearances and showing respect to those of higher rank. Whether it be the Jade Emperor or the second master, he believed that every detail mattered. Had it not been for the backing of the Western Buddha behind the journey to the West, one might question whether Sun Wukong's overconfidence would have enabled him to rally the assistance of various deities. The second master, taken aback by Faping's salute, felt an even greater joy swell within him, silently acknowledging Faping's understanding of social graces. Consequently, he quickly responded, "General Faping, There is no need for such formalities. As he spoke, he grasped Faping's wrist and turned to the other naval commanders, introducing, "This is the demon-subduing general personally appointed by His Majesty, and our deputy commander of the Heavenly River Navy, General Faping. General Faping is one of us." Upon saying this, the second master's expression turned serious, commanding, "You all should promptly pay your respects to General Faping." Following his words, the assembled commanders and ordinary soldiers of the Heavenly River Navy bowed in unison, declaring, "We pay our respects to the deputy commander." Witnessing how the second master's few words had garnered acceptance from the entire Heavenly River Navy and had established Faping's status, it became apparent that he was recognized as the deputy commander, not merely a deputy. There was only one marshal in the Heavenly River Navy, and that was the second master himself. Now, in the second master's words, Faping had transformed from a deputy commander to a deputy marshal. With the honorific of marshal attached to his title, it signified that he had ascended to become the second in command of the Heavenly River Navy, second only to the second master. Faping cast a glance at the second master and slightly nodded in acknowledgement of this favor. He then addressed the assembled celestial soldiers. "There is no need for such formalities. Please rise." "Thank you, Deputy Commander." Once everyone had stood, Faping turned his gaze back to the second master. The second master chuckled, "General Faping, I presume you have yet to experience leading troops into battle. This time, you shall issue the commands, and should there be any issues, I will be here to guide you. Consider it an opportunity to gain experience." Upon hearing this, Faping nodded in agreement. He then soared into the air, his gaze stern as he surveyed the gathered soldiers. "Heavenly River Navy, heed my command. Currently, in the Northern Sea, there is a rebellious dragon causing chaos. This dragon is fierce and malevolent, consuming its own kind and disturbing the peace of the Northern Sea. As a result, the aquatic beings are suffering, and the Northern Sea's denizens are in a state of panic. Not long ago, the Dragon King of the Northern Sea ascended to heaven, beseeching the heavenly court to dispatch troops to eradicate this threat. His Majesty, with a compassionate heart, has thus decreed that the Heavenly River Navy descend to capture the demon. In this forthcoming expedition, our Heavenly River Navy shall undoubtedly exert its utmost efforts to eradicate this fiend and capture the rebellious Jiaolong along with his subordinates. Those who achieve merit in this battle shall be thoroughly commended by myself and the Marshal before His Majesty as we strive to secure rewards for our valiant soldiers, thereby honoring their illustrious deeds." The voice of Faping resonated like a mighty bell, echoing throughout the expanse of the Heavenly River, reaching the ears of the valiant warriors of the Heavenly River Navy. Subsequently, the soldiers united in a resounding chorus, "We are ready to follow the commands of General Faping. We shall face death without hesitation." The 10,000 celestial soldiers of the Heavenly River Navy, at that moment, surged with an indomitable spirit, their collective might soaring towards the heavens, coalescing into a formidable shape that bore an uncanny resemblance to Faping. Without raising his gaze, Faping solemnly commanded, "Set sail." At the utterance of his command, the sound of drums erupted instantaneously. Following that, the clarion call of horns resounded. 100 warships gradually commenced their movements, their oars slicing through the water's surface, sending forth tremendous splashes. Enormous sails billowed, rustling fiercely in the tempestuous winds. The 10,000 soldiers of the Heavenly River Navy advanced down the Heavenly River, intent on capturing the Dragon Demon King from the mortal realm. Chapter 26. The Dragon King of the North Sea and Princess Ao Qingxin. In the Crystal Palace of the North Sea, Princess Ao Qingxin, daughter of the North Sea Dragon King, noticed a flicker of joy on her father's previously troubled face after receiving a decree from the Heavenly Court. "Father, is there good news?" The North Sea Dragon King, Ao Shun, gazed at his only remaining daughter and nodded. "The Jade Emperor has issued an edict, commanding Marshal Tianping to lead 100,000 celestial water troops to descend and capture that vile creature. This time, it cannot escape." Upon hearing this, Ao Qingxin did not share in her father's joy. Instead, she furrowed her brow and asked, "Father, what is the strength of Marshal Tianping? Can he contend with Ao Jiao?" She felt apprehensive, recalling that even her 3 uncles had failed to subdue the Jiao Demon King during their gathering in the North Sea, and she was uncertain of the Marshal's past achievements. Ao Shun paused, suddenly recalling that Marshal Tianping had been promoted to commander of the Celestial Water Troops due to his accomplishments in governing the weak water. However, he was not entirely sure of the Marshal's capabilities, as he had not demonstrated formidable strength or engaged in significant battles against worthy aquatic foes. Seeing her father's hesitation, Ao Qingxin pressed further, Father, aside from Marshal Tianping, has the Heavenly Court dispatched anyone else? For instance, Prince Neza? Though he has a contentious relationship with our dragon clan, it cannot be denied that we respect his power. Ao Shun's mouth twitched slightly as he regarded his daughter. Even if Neza is formidable, we, the dragon clan, would rather perish than seek his assistance. Nevertheless, he acknowledged that if the Heavenly Court insisted on sending Neza, they could not challenge the Jade Emperor's will. In truth, the Jade Emperor had not sent Neza to the North Sea. Instead, Ao Shun continued, recently, General Faping, who captured the Monkey King's son Wukong from Wawushan, has been appointed as the Great General of Demon Suppression and Deputy Commander of the Celestial Water Troops. It is said he will accompany Marshal Tianping to capture that vile creature. Upon hearing Faping's name, Ao Qingxin's eyes brightened, and she responded with barely contained excitement. Father, are you certain General Faping will come to our North Sea with Marshal Tianping? Noticing his daughter's enthusiasm, Ao Shun inquired, What news have you heard, my daughter? He was aware of her good rapport with the 7 fairies of the Yaoqi, who sometimes shared information unknown to him, prompting his curiosity. Ao Qingxin replied, I heard from the 7 princesses that General Faping has broken through to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. With his strength, I believe he can certainly subdue Ao Jiao. Really? Ao Shun was momentarily taken aback, struggling to believe her words. Are you certain that General Faping has achieved the Tai Golden Immortal status? I recall he only recently comprehended the Tao and attained the Golden Immortal Fruit. How could it be that he swiftly surpassed the Tai Golden Immortal? In his perspective, even if General Faping were to advance at an extraordinary pace, it would be inconceivable for him to achieve such a breakthrough in such a brief span of time. After all, each ascension beyond the Golden Immortal Realm is fraught with immense difficulty, particularly between major realms. His daughter was equally in the dark. However, the 7 princesses would certainly not speak recklessly. It is likely that General Faping has accumulated profound insights, and upon attaining enlightenment and achieving the Golden Immortal status, his potential has not been entirely expended. Thus, he could rapidly ascend to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. Ao Shun nodded thoughtfully, contemplating. This must be the case. Of course, one cannot dismiss the possibility that the Jade Emperor discreetly bestowed some valuable gift upon General Faping, facilitating his breakthrough to the Tai Golden Immortal. Curiously, Ao Shun turned to his daughter and inquired, Is General Faping on particularly close terms with the 7 princesses? After all, the fact that his daughter was the first to learn of Faping's breakthrough to Tai Golden Immortal indicates a singular truth, the relationship between General Faping and the 7 princesses, or more specifically with the Yaoqi, is exceedingly close. It has been said that General Faping previously shared a strong rapport with a handmaiden of the Queen Mother, and his daughter had also heard that he was summoned to the Yaoqi by the Queen Mother, where the 9 heavens, Xian Nu intended to take him as her disciple and impart military strategies to him, but he declined her offer. Upon hearing this, Ao Shun displayed a look of astonishment. He was not only taken aback by the fact that the 9 heavens Xian Nu wished to accept Faping as her disciple, but also astounded that General Faping had actually turned down her invitation. Why would he refuse the Xian Nu? Could it be that he already had a mentor? Ao Qingxin shook her head and remarked, This is beyond my knowledge. However, General Faping, citing a debt of gratitude to the Xian Nu, requested her to impart military strategies to him, not only military tactics, but also the Huangdi Neijing, which it is said that General Faping actively sought to learn. Speaking of the Huangdi Neijing, a faint blush appeared on Ao Qingxin's fair visage, for the tales of the Yellow Emperor's 3,000 concubines are indeed widely circulated. The fact that General Faping specifically requested the Huangdi Neijing, despite its encompassing nature, raises questions about his intentions. She could not help but indulge in wild imaginings. Moreover, the audacity he displayed in courting even the handmaiden of the Queen Mother, and doing so during the day, demonstrates his audacious spirit. My daughter, since General Faping has garnered the attention of the Xian Nu, he must possess remarkable qualities. You should consider engaging with him. Currently, in the North Sea, it is merely the 2 of us, father and daughter. The future burdens of the North Sea will inevitably rest upon your shoulders. Should this Celestial River military force succeed in vanquishing that vile creature, once you achieve the Tai Golden Immortal status, I shall petition the Jade Emperor to confer upon you the title of Dragon King of the North Sea. Upon hearing this, Ao Qingxin was taken aback, eager to voice her thoughts, yet her father, Ao Shun, raised his hand to silence her. He continued, Ever since your brothers met their tragic fate, I have no desire to continue as the Dragon King of the North Sea. Moreover, your uncles. Currently, we are in the process of selecting a suitable heir. According to the ancient 10,000-year rotation rule of the Dragon Clan, several of your uncles and I will enter the Dragon Abyss for cultivation. Should fortune favor us and we manage to break through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal level, your father and your uncles will become the essence of the Dragon Clan. Since the calamity of the Dragon Han era, the Dragon Clan has been compelled to retreat to the Four Seas due to the karmic repercussions of the struggle for supremacy. The Dragon Clan has endured a prolonged period of decline lasting 2 tribulations until the conclusion of the Fengshen era. The karmic burdens resulting from our initial quest for dominance have finally been cleansed, granting the Dragon Clan a renewed opportunity for resurgence. Regrettably, after the Fengshen, power has become concentrated in the Celestial Court, which harbors a singular attitude towards the once mighty Dragon Clan: suppression, suppression, and further suppression. Why has the Jiao Demon King been allowed to cause turmoil in the North Sea for so long? Why does the Celestial Court remain indifferent? It is merely a tactic to suppress the Dragon Clan. Any member of the Dragon Clan who commits even the slightest transgression faces the dire consequence of being sent to the demon-slaying platform, where they are executed without mercy. Understanding the Celestial Court's oppressive stance towards the Dragon Clan, the denizens of the Dragon Abyss have refrained from intervening. For should we reveal our strength, we risk suffering the same fate as the demon races. Though the Dragon Clan finds itself in a precarious state, we have not yet descended to the level of being mounts for the deities of the 3 realms, nor have we been reduced to the status of targets for extermination. All of this is a result of the Dragon Clan's discretion, or perhaps a display of humility. Chapter 27. In the depths of the Northern Sea, there exists a fish known as the Jiao. The Dragon King dispatches his message through General Crab. The Heavenly River's naval forces will arrive at the Northern Sea in half an hour. Upon receiving the report, Ao Shun, the Dragon King of the Northern Sea, turned to his daughter and said, "Let us go forth to welcome them together." Ao Qingxi nodded and followed her father as they exited the Crystal Palace, emerging onto the ocean's surface. At that moment, the sea was already teeming with shrimp soldiers and crab generals, evidently having prepared in advance to greet the Heavenly River's forces. Before long, a waterfall cascaded down from the heavens, followed by numerous colossal ships that flowed down with the torrent, facing the naval vessels that resembled fortresses. Even Ao Shun, as the Dragon King of the Northern Sea, could not suppress a flicker of envy. The ships of the Heavenly River were not mere vessels. They were artifacts of formidable power, boasting exceptional offensive and defensive capabilities. Their prowess could rival that of the Tai Golden Immortals. Regrettably, such ships existed solely within the Heavenly Court among the 3 realms. Of course, the Dragon Clan was not incapable of constructing them. They commanded the vast seas and governed countless aquatic beings. If the Dragon Clan desired, crafting 100 such ships, or even 1,000 or 10,000, would pose no challenge. Yet, they dared not, nor could they. Should they forge these vessels, the Dragon Clan would inevitably become akin to the second son Wukong, or rather, the second Jie Jiao, and perhaps even less than that. At the very least, despite their defeat, the disciples of Jie Jiao would merely ascend the divine ranking and become deities in the Heavenly Court, without facing obliteration. However, should the Dragon Clan falter, it was evident they would not receive the same leniency. If the Heavenly Court perceived the Dragon Clan as harboring rebellious intent or possessing the strength to oppose or overthrow them, then catastrophic consequences would surely ensue. Young Ao Shun had encountered Marshal Tianping and General Fei Ping. Seeing the esteemed Dragon King of the Northern Sea refer to himself as Young Dragon in the presence of the two, Fei Ping exchanged a glance with his second brother. Subsequently, Tianping stepped forward to assist the Dragon King to his feet, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, such humility is quite disheartening for us. This time, we have been tasked with aiding the Northern Sea Dragon Clan in vanquishing the Jiao Demon King. Are you prepared, Your Majesty?" Upon hearing Tianping's intention to assist in the battle against the Jiao Demon King, it was clear they sought to contribute without exerting much effort. Ao Shun sighed inwardly but did not show it. Instead, he replied, "Marshal Tianping, the young dragon has prepared a banquet in the Crystal Palace to welcome you both in the esteemed Heavenly River forces. Please, allow me to escort you." Marshal Tianping did not respond but glanced at Fei Ping, evidently deferring the decision to him. Upon witnessing the situation, Fei Ping spoke, "Dragon King, we have come under orders to apprehend the Jiao Demon King. I implore you to swiftly summon the shrimp soldiers and crab generals. After we have dealt with the Jiao Demon King, we shall celebrate at a more opportune time." Upon hearing this, Ao Shun felt a surge of joy and promptly replied, "Let it be as General Fei Ping suggests. I shall make the necessary preparations at once." Without taking a moment to introduce his daughter, Ao Qingxin, to the two. Ao Shun hurriedly departed from the warship, clearly anxious that Faping might change his mind. Once the two had left, Marshal Tianping let out a wry smile and remarked, "General Faping is truly eager to achieve merit." Faping cast a glance at his second senior brother and candidly responded, "If the Marshal has something to say, please speak plainly." Tianping hesitated for a moment before inquiring, "May I ask, General Faping, how do you perceive the Four Seas Dragon Clan?" Faping raised an eyebrow. Discerning the underlying implication in his second senior brother's words, he was referring to the Four Seas Dragon Clan, not just the Dragon King of the North Sea. After a moment of contemplation, Faping replied, "A centipede, despite its death, does not become stiff. The Four Seas Dragon Clan, once a dominant force, was at its zenith. No weaker than the current Heavenly Court. Its true strength is undoubtedly not as feeble as it appears on the surface." Tianping exhibited a hint of surprise. His gaze fixed on Faping as he scrutinized him for a considerable time before stating, "It seems that General Faping possesses knowledge beyond my expectations. I, Old Zhu, have been overly concerned." Tianping was now certain that Faping was far more than a mere loose cultivator from the lower realm. He might very well be a reincarnated deity from ancient times. Otherwise, how could someone just recently elevated to the status of a golden immortal, having barely broken through to the Tai golden immortal level, possess such understanding of the Dragon Clan's past strength, which was not inferior to that of the present Heavenly Court? It was known that Tianping had only learned of some ancient secrets after becoming the Marshal of the Heavenly River's Navy. Faping, on the other hand, had no opportunity to be acquainted with those ancient mysteries unless he had inherited memories from a previous life. While Tianping's thoughts wandered, Faping was busy contemplating how he could extract a hefty reward after assisting the Dragon King of the North Sea in dealing with the Jiao Demon King. Ideally, he hoped to procure the equipment of the Demon Suppression Army, enlisting the Dragon Clan's assistance in resolving the matter. At the very least, he aimed to request several innate spiritual treasures. As for the notion of leaving empty-handed, Faping firmly asserted that he would not become a mere laborer without recompense. Should the Dragon King of the North Sea dare to leave him with nothing, he would ensure that the Dragon Clan understood that the means employed by Neza and Sun Wukong were but child's play. He, Faping, the Grand General of Demon Suppression, would become a nightmare for the Dragon Clan, achieving feats that the Phoenix Clan, Qilin Clan, and Yao Clan could not. In the North Sea, there exists a fish known as the Jiao. The Jiao is so large that it cannot be contained in a single pot, requiring two. If 2 pots still prove insufficient, then 2 grills must be brought forth. 2 pots, 2 grills. 2 pots with salt, grilled with spice. The taste, however, is difficult to judge. Why, you ask? Because it has yet to be tasted. At this moment, Marshal Tianping, munching on a banana, nearly choked, casting a resentful glance at Faping as if to say, "I did not expect you to possess such humor. General Faping, it seems you share the same indulgence for culinary delights as Old Zhu. Although I, Old Zhu, have never tasted the delicacy of the Jiao, I have indeed sampled the flesh of serpents. One might surmise that the flavor of Jiao is somewhat akin to that of snakes." Faping cast a casual glance at the second senior brother and remarked nonchalantly, "I had presumed, Marshal, that you had dined on dragons, yet I am surprised to learn you have not even savored Jiao. As for me, I am quite different. Not only have I never feasted upon dragons or Jiao, but I have yet to experience the taste of serpents either. It is said that the revered goddess Nuwa, in her essence, is akin to a serpent. You, Marshal, are indeed remarkable." Faping raised his thumb in admiration towards the second senior brother, his expression brimming with respect. Tianping's eyes widened in shock, causing the banana in his hand to drop as he hastily refuted, "Old Zhu certainly did not claim to have consumed snakes. Absolutely not. In my lifetime, I have only partaken of Jiao." "General Faping, do not slander me," he insisted. "Marshal, with so many eyes and ears upon us, I assure you I have not cast any aspersions. However, it appears that you do enjoy Jiao. Therefore, I propose that you take the lead in our forthcoming endeavor, while I shall provide support. Should you find yourself overwhelmed, I vow to return and summon reinforcements on your behalf." Marshal Tianping, with his striking brows and prominent features, exclaimed, "What a fine figure you cut, Faping. I must admit, I had misjudged you." Without delving further into the second senior brother's grievances, the serene surface of the distant sea suddenly erupted into towering waves, or rather, a wall of water, obstructing the advance of the army. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the two exchanged knowing glances, understanding that the Jiao Demon King had arrived. Chapter 28. The Serpent Demon King, Filial Piety Begets Strength. Aoshuan, old man, do you still dare to seek your demise? You wretched creature, The Jade Emperor has personally issued a decree, dispatching heavenly soldiers to apprehend you. Why do you not surrender willingly? Aoshuan, even the fiercest of tigers refrain from devouring their own offspring. You conspire with outsiders against me. Today, I shall demonstrate whether the so-called heavenly soldiers can subdue me. Once I have dealt with them, I shall capture you, drain your dragon blood, consume your dragon pearl, and usurp your title as Dragon King, restoring the glory of the Dragon Clan. Upon hearing the Serpent Demon King's filial proclamations, Faping could not help but be moved. Indeed, the Serpent Demon King lives up to his reputation, a true exemplar among serpents, his strength born of filial devotion, crafting a brand of his own. Not only does he aspire to seize the dragon throne, but he also seeks to drain his own father's dragon blood and consume his dragon pearl. He is even more ruthless than Neza, who merely extracted dragon tendons and removed his father's bones. The Serpent Demon King far surpasses Neza. It is indeed true what they say. Internal strife can be the most brutal of all. Today, the Serpent Demon King has provided a vivid lesson. Unfilial son, you seek death. Perhaps incensed by the Serpent Demon King's words about draining his blood and consuming his pearl, Aoshuan transformed into his true dragon form, heedless. Charging at the Serpent Demon King. The Serpent Demon King, undaunted, also manifested his true dragon form. Indeed, it was not the form of a serpent. It was evident that the Serpent Demon King had transcended his serpentine nature. Tianpeng, witnessing this scene, could not help but remark, it seems the Serpent Demon King has truly devoured some of his brethren. The so-called carp transforming into dragons is merely a legend. If possessing dragon blood could guarantee transformation, then the progenitor dragon would not have left behind the 9 offspring, each with their unique tales. After all, even the 9 offspring of the ancestral dragon, bearing the bloodline of the progenitor, could not evolve into true dragons, let alone a mere carp. The Serpent Demon King, in his quest to evolve into a true dragon, must enhance the concentration of true dragon blood within himself. Only when it reaches a certain level can he hope to transform. However, the odds are exceedingly slim. Yet now, it is evident that the Serpent Demon King has succeeded, showcasing his extraordinary fortune and talent. This also reflects the ferocity of the Serpent Demon King. Observing the 2 true dragons in the sky above the North Sea, clashing with tremendous force, each collision unleashed a terrifying shockwave. The sheer power of their physical might was awe-inspiring, even stirring feelings of envy and aspiration within Faping. The Dragon Clan, once the supreme rulers, undeniably possesses terrifying physical strength. He then contemplated his own mastery of the 8-9 profound art. If he could cultivate it to the 6th transformation, his physical prowess would rival that of the Dragon King of the North Sea and the Serpent Demon King. The 8-9 profound art is a simplified version of the Pange technique, capable of direct cultivation to the realm of the Great Tao. However, the difficulty of mastering the 9 transformations is exceedingly high. Even the descendants of Pangu, the 12 ancestors of the shaman, could only cultivate the 9 transformations of profound arts to the 6th transformation, reaching the realm of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal, a state akin to that of a quasi-saint. Hence, the primordial supreme being simplified it, creating the 8-9 profound arts. Although this simplified version can only be cultivated to the Hunyuan de Luo Golden Immortal realm, it significantly reduces the difficulty of practice. Corresponding to the following transformations: 1st transformation, Earth Immortal; 2nd transformation, Heaven Immortal; 3rd transformation, True Immortal; 4th transformation, Profound Immortal; 5th transformation, Golden Immortal; 6th transformation, Tai Golden Immortal; 7th transformation, De Luo Golden Immortal; 8th transformation, Hunyuan Golden Immortal; 9th transformation, Hunyuan de Luo Golden Immortal. The fierce and tragic spectacle of father and son conflict over the Northern Sea captivated not only Faping and his 2nd senior brother, but also the 100,000 Heavenly River Water Army. Even the Jade Emperor of Heaven, along with the celestial officials and other powerful beings from the 3 realms, turned their gaze toward the unfolding drama. Perhaps it was sheer boredom, or perhaps the legacy of the Dragon Clan was extraordinary. In any case, the clash between the Northern Sea Dragon King Aoshuan and the Jiao Demon King rivaled the legendary father-son saga of Li Jing and Neza, providing the deities of the 3 realms with a sensational tale that was thoroughly enjoyable. At that moment, a dozen true dragons descended from the skies, accompanied by the Dragon Kings and their direct descendants from the other 3 seas. Just as Marshal Tianpeng finished his words, a voice emerged from among the dragons, declaring, "Ao Jiao, your heinous acts against your kin are unforgivable. Today, your blood shall stain the Northern Sea." Among the true dragons, Three of considerable size charged towards the Jiao Demon King, revealing themselves as the Dragon Kings of the other three seas, Ao Guang of the East Sea, Ao Run of the West Sea, and Ao Qin of the South Sea. As the Dragon Kings joined the fray, the Jiao Demon King found himself surrounded and quickly fell into a disadvantageous position. Observing this scene, Faping could not help but wonder what expression his brother monkey would wear in such a situation. Would he dare to tug at the Dragon King's whiskers and call the East Sea Dragon King Old Loach? The Jiao Demon King seemed poised to flee. Just as Faping pondered the Monkey King's potential reaction, he witnessed the Jiao Demon King, outnumbered 4-1. Clearly struggling against the combined might of the four Sea Dragon Kings and preparing to escape. The Jiao Demon King understood well. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the absence of water. At that moment, a voice echoed in Faping's ear, imploring, "Might I request General Faping to lend his hand?" The voice was slightly urgent yet melodious, evoking a sense of goodwill. Curious, Faping looked up to see a white dragon spiraling through the sky, radiating a brilliant glow. The white dragon then transformed into a human form, revealing a woman with cascading white hair resembling a waterfall. Her exquisite features and stunningly gentle visage were utterly captivating. Faping recognized her instantly as the dragon maiden who had previously accompanied the Northern Sea Dragon King. It was reasonable to assume she was indeed the daughter of the Northern Sea Dragon King. However, Faping remained unhurried. Instead, he deliberately inquired, "Who are you?" The daughter of the Dragon King of the North Sea, Ao Qingxin, had come to meet General Faping, requesting his assistance in capturing Ao Jiao. Previously, my father and three uncles had collaborated several times, yet they had been unable to subdue Ao Jiao, who has now evolved into the form of a true dragon. I fear that my father and uncles will still find it impossible to prevail against him. In response to the request from this dragon princess, Faping shook his head in refusal, saying, "Princess, you put me in a difficult position. This matter is, in essence, an internal affair of your dragon clan. As an outsider, albeit one who has received the decree of the Jade Emperor, it would be inappropriate for me to intervene, especially since your father and his uncles have not formally requested my assistance. I am willing, but powerless." Noticing Faping's unwavering refusal, Ao Qingxin spoke softly. "If General Faping is willing to lend his hand, the North Sea shall offer a generous reward." "Oh?" Faping scrutinized Ao Qingxin and inquired with a smile. "Can you truly represent the North Sea Dragon Clan?" A flicker of sadness crossed Ao Qingxin's eyes before she resolutely replied, "My father now has only me as his daughter. General Faping may rest assured that my words hold genuine weight. However, the requests of General Faping must be confined to my personal capacity and within the means of the North Sea." Chapter 29. The Power of the Gourd and the Harvest of the Crystal Palace. Upon hearing that the North Sea Dragon King had but a single daughter remaining, Faping couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, "What a ruthless creature, the Jiao Demon King." He harbored serious doubts, pondering whether the Jiao Demon King, during his travels in the mortal realm, had encountered Qin Ershi Huhai and learned from him the art of eliminating his own siblings. If that were the case, wouldn't the position of North Sea Dragon King naturally fall into his hands? Faping engaged in a thorough analysis, concluding that if the Jiao Demon King indeed harbored such intentions, he might very well succeed. Of course, this was predicated on the condition that the Jiao Demon King was willing to submit to the Heavenly Court. With his identity as the son of the North Sea Dragon King, regardless of whether he was a legitimate or illegitimate child, as long as he could be utilized by those in power, the distinction of legitimacy would be rendered utterly inconsequential. The Dragon Clan had ruled the four seas for an exceedingly long time, tracing back to the primordial dragon, and their dominion was absolute, so much so that one could say, no needle could pierce, no water could seep in. Were he the Jiao Demon King, he would undoubtedly seek to secure a position within the Heavenly Court at the earliest opportunity, leveraging its strength to ascend to the role of North Sea Dragon King. Once seated in that position, would he not be able to reclaim all the grievances and harms he had previously endured? In stark contrast, the Jiao Demon King had consumed several of his own brothers and now aspired to usurp his father's throne, effectively narrowing his own path. Presently, even if the Jade Emperor wished to employ the Jiao Demon King as a weapon, he would have to consider the ramifications of the Jiao Demon King's fratricidal actions. Noticing Faping lost in thought, Ao Qingxin called out, "General Faping." Faping snapped back to reality, shaking his head and inwardly chiding himself. Why ponder so much? His purpose in descending to the mortal realm was to capture the demon. Once he apprehended the Jiao Demon King, how to deal with him would be left to the Jade Emperor to decide. Princess, watch as I capture that Jiao Demon King. As he spoke, Faping produced the 9-9 Scatter Spirit Gourd, soaring into the sky and raising it high. He proclaimed loudly, Jiao Demon King, do you dare respond to my call? Ahem, that was the wrong incantation. Jiao Demon King, where do you think you're fleeing? Surrender at once. I shall take you in. Upon uttering these words, Faping witnessed the 9-9 Scatter Spirit Gourd unleash an endless torrent of red sand, hurtling toward the Jiao Demon King, who had just broken free from the encirclement of the 4 Sea Dragon Kings and was preparing to flee. The moment the 4 Sea Dragon Kings caught sight of the red sand, the looming threat compelled them to hastily retreat from the onslaught unleashed by the gourd. Yet, the Jiao Demon King, caught unawares, found himself ensnared by the very red sand he had hoped to evade. He offered no resistance, or rather, he wished to struggle but found no opportunity. He couldn't even utter a single word of protest. What a despicable ambush! Before being enveloped and drawn into the gourd. Witnessing Faping effortlessly capture the Jiao Demon King with a mere gourd, all present, including the 4 Sea Dragon Kings, Dragon Offspring, the Celestial River Forces, and various aquatic soldiers, stood in stunned silence for an extended period. The formidable Jiao Demon King, capable of contending against the 4 Seas Dragon Kings single-handedly, has been subdued? As the onlookers endeavored to discern the gourd in Faping's grasp, the Jiao Sampo gourd had already been secured away by him. As the saying goes, wealth should not be flaunted, and treasures must remain discreet. Otherwise, calamity shall surely ensue. He was not a foolish ruler like the Golden and Silver Horn Kings, who previously flaunted their treasures and disclosed their secrets to the enemy. Akin to the naive son of a landlord. In his view, the fewer people who knew the details of his treasures, the better. Either they were not used at all, or when employed, they would strike with lethal precision, never uttering a word of boast. Seeing Faping stow away the treasure so swiftly, the crowd could not help but feel a tinge of regret. Although none present, save for the second senior brother, comprehended the nature of Faping's spiritual treasure. The mighty beings of the 3 realms discerned its true identity, the Jiao Sampo gourd, once belonging to the venerable Red Cloud ancestor. How could this artifact be in Faping's possession? Enlightened in the way of the Tao and having attained the status of a golden immortal, he had now even transcended to the realm of the Tai Golden Immortal, leading many to speculate. Could Faping be the reincarnation of the Red Cloud ancestor? Regardless of the thoughts of the onlookers, after securing the Jiao Sampo gourd, Faping commanded the army of 100,000 Heavenly River warriors, all troops of the Heavenly River. Heed my command. Immediately eradicate the remnants of the Jiao Demon King's forces. Under Faping's command, the Heavenly River warriors commenced a relentless pursuit, mercilessly attacking the Jiao Demon King's aquatic soldiers until they reached his lair in the Northern Sea, the Crystal Palace. Indeed, the Jiao Demon King had constructed a crystal palace within his domain. Although its grandeur paled in comparison to the ancient Dragon Clan's Crystal Palace, in Faping's eyes, the Jiao Demon King's abode was opulent enough, far exceeding the luxury of his own general's estate in the heavenly realm. Its scale, when measured against the vastness of the past, was equivalent to several thousand forbidden cities. It must be said that the Dragon Clan had no equal in indulgence. As the foremost contributor to the downfall of the Jiao Demon King, Faping unhesitatingly claimed the Crystal Palace for himself. He had already envisioned that once the second senior brother descended to the mortal realm, he would place this palace within the weak water of the heavenly realm. At that time, shielded by the weak water, he could reside in the Crystal Palace, nurturing hundreds of Chang'e and siring countless little Fapings without drawing attention. Even if discovered, none would dare to tread upon the weak water. With this thought, a faint smile graced Faping's lips. The Jiao Demon King was quite the benefactor. With such provisions, he felt almost reluctant to slay his adversary. Should the Jade Emperor contemplate eliminating the Jiao Demon King, he would certainly ensure the preservation of the entirety of his body, just to savor the taste of dragon liver. Time passed, and a commander of the Heavenly River Army approached to report, General Faping. All remnants of the Jiao Demon King have been eradicated, and we have seized their spoils, which await your distribution. Upon hearing this, Faping's gaze turned to the second senior brother. Tiaping chuckled and remarked, the celestial armies are governed by regulations. Every time we descend to the mortal realm to seize spoils, we must remit 30% to the heavenly treasury. The remaining 70% of the plunder is distributed according to merit. Since the Jiao Demon King was captured by you, General Faping, the allocation of this bounty naturally falls under your purview. General Faping nodded and replied, I have already claimed the Crystal Palace. As for the other spoils, I shall forgo them. Let us retain 30%. while the remainder will be apportioned based on the merits of this achievement. Moreover, the marshal shall receive a share of 10%. Although my second elder brother did not exert much effort this time, as the commander of the Heavenly Riverwater Army, he is entitled to his due rewards. This 10% of the bounty serves as a matter of dignity for my second elder brother. Upon hearing this, Tianping smiled and said, "Let us proceed according to the vice-marshal's wishes. However, I shall relinquish my 10%. Distribute it all to the valiant soldiers who have earned it. Inform everyone that this is a gift from the vice-marshal." Understood. The subordinate acknowledged. And after the commander departed, Tianping turned to General Faping and inquired, "What has become of the Jiao Demon King?" "Rest assured, he shall not perish. With the power of the 99 soul-dispersing gourd, one need not worry. Even if the Jiao Demon King possesses merely the realm of Tai Golden Immortal, he could, at will, reduce the Jiao Demon King to naught but a corpse in an instant. However, he must also bring the Jiao Demon King back to the Heavenly Court to report. Thus he must spare his life." Chapter 30. The Dragon Kings of the Four Seas are summoned, and the three immortal islands beyond the seas. After the Heavenly River Navy had divided the spoils of war and was in pursuit of the remnants of the Jiao Demon King, the nearly invisible Dragon Kings of the Four Seas finally made their appearance aboard the main battleship of the Heavenly River Navy, the Eastern Sea Dragon King Ao Guang, the Western Sea Dragon King Ao Run, and the Southern Sea Dragon King Ao Qin greeted Marshal Tianping and General Faping. Each referred to themselves as Little Dragon, which caused Faping and his second brother to exchange glances, somewhat at a loss for words. They had witnessed the fierce battle against the Jiao Demon King, and disregarding the magical artifacts, the power of the Four Sea Dragon Kings was hardly inferior to theirs. There was no need for them to feign humility in their presence. Nonetheless, they refrained from commenting and could only return a respectful salute. At that moment, the Northern Sea Dragon King Ao Shun expressed his gratitude, stating, "I sincerely thank General Faping for his assistance in capturing that vile creature." Ao Shun emphasized his gratitude, to which Faping replied, "It was merely my duty." There is no need for the Dragon King to be so formal. As he spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at the Dragon Princess Ao Qingxi not far away, and an unspoken understanding passed between them. Marshal, General Faping, Ao Guang of the Eastern Sea continued, "That Jiao Demon has committed numerous heinous acts. Once we ascend to heaven, I hope that you both can present the misdeeds of Ao Jiao to His Majesty, so that he may receive just punishment upon the demon-slaying platform, and have his head displayed to the three realms. This would serve to exemplify the might of the Heavenly Court." Upon hearing the words of the Eastern Sea Dragon King, Marshal Tianping merely chuckled, offering no response. Meanwhile, Faping shifted the topic, saying, "I have heard that among the ancient Four Seas, there exist three renowned immortal islands, Penglai, Fangzhong, and Yingzhou. Might I inquire, esteemed Dragon Kings, do these ancient islands still exist in the Four Seas today?" Indeed, with the Crystal Palace established, Faping envisioned creating a resort island atop the weak water, which, despite its reputation of being unable to float even a feather or allow birds to pass, could indeed support the three immortal islands, which were formed from fragments of chaos. These islands were the epitome of ancient blessed lands. If he were to acquire them, and should the Monkey King, in a moment of folly, decide to steal the peach tree of immortality to the mortal realm, then he could plant the peach tree upon the immortal islands. As for the possibility of others discovering this act of planting the peach tree, Faping declared he had no intention of concealing his actions. What of it if they found out? He could simply claim that he cultivated the tree from the peach pits. And as long as it was not deemed stolen, the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother would have no grounds for reproach. On the contrary, they might even draw closer to him for his ability to cultivate the peach tree, thus elevating his status within the Heavenly Court. The reason the Queen Mother could share in the authority of the Jade Emperor was largely due to the peach tree. Thus, if he possessed such a tree. At that moment, the Dragon Kings of the Four Seas exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with surprise at how Faping knew of the ancient three immortal islands. However, considering the threat posed by the Jiao Demon King, Ao Guang, the Dragon King of the East Sea, spoke up. According to the records of the Dragon Chronicles, the ancient Four Seas indeed boasted the three immortal islands of Penglai, Fangzhong, and Yingzhou. In ancient times, these islands served as a gathering place for many scattered immortal cultivators. Their leader was said to be the foremost male immortal, the Eastern King, yet for reasons unknown, he fell into conflict with the ancient dominant demon clan, leading to the annihilation of his power. It is rumored that the Eastern King himself was slain by the demon emperor Dijuan and his brother, Dong Wangtai. During this cataclysmic battle, which severely ravaged the three immortal islands. Today, these islands have long transformed into desolate wastelands, shunned by cultivators, with withered vegetation and barren land. Their spiritual veins severed, rendering them incapable of producing spiritual energy. Having reached this point, Ao Guang refrained from elaborating further. Curiosity gnawed him. Why had Faping suddenly mentioned the three immortal islands? Could it be that there remained treasures unknown to their dragon clan? Upon hearing that the three immortal islands still existed, Faping's countenance brightened. Regarding the island's severed spiritual veins and inability to generate spiritual energy, Faping remarked, the Pan Tao tree, as one of the 10 innate spiritual roots, is unaffected by whether the three immortal islands possess spiritual veins or can produce spiritual energy. This is because the Pan Tao tree does not absorb spiritual energy at all. Its roots can transcend space, directly drawing from chaotic energy and transforming it into spiritual energy. In essence, the Pan Tao tree not only refrains from consuming spiritual energy, but also releases it, enhancing the concentration of spiritual energy in its vicinity. Undoubtedly, the area with the highest concentration of spiritual energy in the heavenly realm is the Peach Garden. Thus, the fact that the three immortal islands have become desolate did not disappoint Faping. Rather, it brought him a measure of joy, for it presented him with an opportunity to acquire them. Had the islands remained premier sanctuaries, it would have hindered his pursuit. It is said that the three immortal islands were formed from fragments of chaos. I intend to relocate these three islands to the heavenly realm, constructing a residence above the weak water. I wonder if the esteemed Dragon Kings might facilitate this endeavor and allow me to transfer the three immortal islands to the heavenly realm? Upon hearing Faping's desire to transport the three immortal islands to the heavenly realm, particularly to the weak water, Ao Guang and his brethren were momentarily taken aback. However, they soon grasped Faping's rationale for wanting to elevate the islands to the heavens. The weak water is so ethereal that even a feather cannot float upon it, let alone an island. Only the three immortal islands, forged from chaotic fragments, could possibly hover above the weak water. Thus, Ao Guang exchanged glances with his three brothers and spoke. General Faping, the three immortal islands are now connected to the four seas, and relocating them to the heavenly realm is no small feat. However, if General Faping is willing to present the transgressions of Ao Jiao to His Majesty, we shall do our utmost to assist you in transferring the three immortal islands to the heavenly realm. Returning to the heavenly court, within the grand hall of the Lingxiao Palace, the four Sea Dragon Kings meticulously enumerated the heinous deeds of the Flood Dragon King, collectively demanding that he be brought forth to the demon execution platform for a public execution. The Jade Emperor, having listened attentively, turned his gaze towards Faping, inquiring, Faping, as you have captured the Flood Dragon King, what do you believe should be his fate? To your Majesty, replied Faping, the Flood Dragon King has committed the unforgivable sin of devouring his own kin. He must face a just execution, beheaded in public as a warning to the three realms. Noticing the unanimous stance of Faping and the four Sea Dragon Kings, the Jade Emperor pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. In that case, you shall oversee the Flood Dragon King's fate, preserving his head as a testament to the three realms. Although he harbored thoughts of sparing the Flood Dragon King's life, the Emperor recognized the gravity of the situation. As Faping had articulated, the Flood Dragon King's crime of consuming his own family, his very brothers, was too grievous to overlook. Had the Flood Dragon King merely injured or incapacitated his siblings, rather than resorting to such barbarity, he might have been granted mercy. Regrettably, as the Jade Emperor, the sovereign of the heavenly court and the three realms, he was compelled to consider not only his own reputation but that of the realms as well. To spare the Flood Dragon King merely to counter the Dragon Clan would inevitably tarnish his image in the eyes of all beings across the three realms. With a heavy heart, the Jade Emperor sighed, reflecting on the missed opportunity to strike a blow against the Dragon Clan. Moreover, he recalled that the North Sea Dragon King now had only a single daughter left, and thus, the position of the North Sea Dragon King could only be inherited by Aoshuan's daughter. This thought sparked a glimmer of inspiration in the Emperor's mind, leading his gaze instinctively back to Faping. Chapter 31. Guanyin Bodhisattva, dear friend, please hold your steps. At the Slaying Demon platform, Faping escorted the Jiao Demon King to the site of execution. Without affording the Jiao Demon King any chance for idle chatter, Faping drew forth his demon-subduing sword, bypassing the platform's blade entirely. With a swift motion, he struck the Jiao Demon King's neck, severing his head with a single stroke. In a flash, the Jiao Demon King's dragon head descended upon the Slaying Demon platform, leaving not a drop of blood behind. Upon his demise, The Jiao Demon King's soul departed from his corporeal form without a moment's hesitation. As he fled towards the lower realms, he proclaimed loudly, "I shall return." Fei Ping, bemused, wondered, does this Jiao Demon King consider himself a wolf in sheep's clothing? He mused that even a cunning wolf would find no escape upon encountering him. Calmly, he retrieved his 9-9 soul-absorbing gourd and directed it towards the fleeing soul of the Jiao Demon King. "Come back," he intoned. In an instant, the Jiao Demon King's soul, having fled quite a distance, was drawn back by an overwhelming force. The Jiao Demon King's soul was left in disarray, shedding tears amidst the wind. Curse this wretched gourd! Though he attempted to resist, it was all in vain. He was inevitably sucked into the gourd. Once he secured the 9-9 soul-absorbing gourd, Fei Ping extracted the dragon pearl from the Jiao Demon King's severed head. It is known that half of a dragon's power resides within its physical form, while the other half dwells within the dragon pearl. For dragons, the pearl is akin to the inner elixir possessed by other supernatural beings. Without the dragon pearl, their strength diminishes significantly. By combining the dragon pearl with the soul, Fei Ping effectively acquired a free laborer. His intention in using the 9-9 soul-absorbing gourd to capture the Jiao Demon King's soul was not born from cruelty or fear of retribution in the event the demon reincarnated. Rather, it was to utilize the gourd's ability to absorb souls for his own benefit. By investing the Jiao Demon King's soul into the immortal transformation pool, he could forge a new celestial body for him, allowing him to reclaim the powers of the dragon pearl. At that point, he would possess a formidable Tai Golden Immortal at his command. Moreover, due to the influence of the 9-9 soul-absorbing gourd, the resurrected Jiao Demon King would exhibit unwavering loyalty, harboring no ulterior motives. Who could refuse the prospect of having a Tai Golden Immortal at their service? After securing the Jiao Demon King's soul, Fei Ping did not neglect the demon's corporeal remains. The dragon flesh, tendons, bones, blood, scales, and horns all were treasures beyond measure. After all, the Jiao Demon King had evolved into the true form of a dragon, belonging to the revered lineage of true dragons. Every part of him was valuable. Even the severed dragon head could be fashioned into a remarkable ornament, or, at the very least, transformed into a stone lion to grace the entrance and safeguard the feng shui. With everything in order, it was time to return to the general's residence. He looked forward to enjoying hot pot with Yuer and the others, relishing the dragon meat skewers. A slight smile graced Fei Ping's lips as he anticipated the delights of dragon meat hot pot and barbecued dragon delicacies. He firmly believed that the taste of dragon meat must be exquisite. As Fei Ping pondered whether to infuse dragon whip into wine, braise it, steam it, or perhaps fry it, a sudden voice echoed from behind him. "Fellow Taoist, please halt." Upon hearing those fateful 5 words uttered by the traitor Shen Gongbao, his hair stood on end. Without a moment's hesitation, Fei Ping swiftly produced the 9-9 scatter soul gourd and, without looking back, unleashed a torrent of terrifying red sand towards the source of the voice. As the crimson sand surged towards him, Guanin's smiling visage momentarily stiffened. She promptly recited a spell, and the lotus beneath her feet, along with the brilliant golden light above her head, intensified radiantly, forming a barrier against the onslaught of red sand. Simultaneously, Guanin summoned her primordial golden immortal level powers to counteract the pull emanating from the 9-9 scatter soul gourd. Yet, after invoking the gourd, Fei Ping drew forth the demon-suppressing sword, ready to slay anyone who sought his life. However, upon recognizing the figure who had called to him as Guanyin Bodhisattva of the Buddhist realm, he swallowed hard. "This is dire," he thought, and without hesitation, he bellowed, "Your Majesty, save me. Guanyin Bodhisattva seeks to harm me." Having shouted, he prepared to dash towards the Lingxiao Palace. To buy himself time, Fei Ping abandoned the gourd, using it to continue his assault as he sought to escape. Meanwhile, Guanin, who was initially furious at the situation, had been contemplating how to reprimand Fei Ping when his exclamation, "Your Majesty, save me. Guanyin Bodhisattva seeks to harm me," struck her heart like a thunderclap, nearly shattering her Buddhist resolve. In that moment, she sensed a profound conspiracy unfolding. She had merely called out to Fei Ping, and he had retaliated with spiritual treasures against her while falsely accusing her. This caused the usually composed Guanin to instinctively suspect that the Jade Emperor had reneged on his prior promises. Within the Lingxiao Palace, the Jade Emperor, who was about to descend from the throne, instinctively unleashed his peak quasi-saint power, enveloping the entire heavenly court. In the next moment, he appeared before Fei Ping, raising a hand to halt the fleeing figure. Seeing the Jade Emperor arrive so swiftly, Fei Ping was momentarily taken aback, then released a long sigh of relief. He bowed deeply, greeting, Your humble servant salutes your majesty. The Jade Emperor paid him no heed, his gaze fixated upon Guanyin Bodhisattva, ensnared by the red sand, and the 99 scatter soul gourd hovering in the air. A flicker of surprise crossed the Jade Emperor's eyes. Guanyin Bodhisattva was a formidable primordial golden immortal. Yet Faping had managed to ensnare her with the gourd, indicating his mastery over it had reached at least the 35 innate prohibitions threshold. Though the details of the incident between Faping and the Bodhisattva Guanyin remain unclear, the Jade Emperor commanded, "Put away the gourd." Without hesitation, Faping swiftly complied. Upon witnessing the vanishing of the red sand, Guanyin retracted her powers, yet her expression darkened as she fixed an intense gaze upon Faping. Were her eyes capable of inflicting harm, Faping would have undoubtedly endured countless lashes at that moment. The Jade Emperor cast a glance at Guanyin before turning to Faping and inquiring, "General Faping, what transpired?" "Your Majesty," Faping replied. "Just after I decapitated the Jiao Demon King and was preparing to return to the general's residence, the Bodhisattva called out from behind, 'Friend, please wait.'" The Jade Emperor paused, momentarily bewildered by Faping's words. However, clarity soon dawned upon him, and he comprehended the implications of Faping's assertion that Guanyin intended to harm him. Meanwhile, the celestial beings in the Lingshao Palace gathered, and upon hearing Faping's account, they regarded Guanyin with expressions of bewilderment. Notably, many from the sect appeared somewhat embarrassed, as if recalling an unpleasant chapter from their past. Chapter 32. Guanyin Bodhisattva rescues Wukong. At this moment, Guanyin Bodhisattva, who had initially been filled with ire, gazed upon Faping without any impulse to take a life. As a former disciple of the teaching of the Way, Guanyin could certainly comprehend the potency of the phrase, "Dear friend, please hold your steps." In a moment of introspection, she found herself engulfed in self-doubt. Could it be that I was in the wrong? Witnessing the awkwardness of the situation, Tai Bai Jinxing, a trusted minister of the Jade Emperor, stepped forth to ease the tension. "Your Majesty, it appears that General Faping and Guanyin Bodhisattva have merely encountered a minor misunderstanding." With a flick of his whisk, Tai Bai Jinxing turned to Guanyin and continued, "As the Bodhisattva has come to the heavenly court, it is likely to discuss pressing matters. Perhaps we should move to the Hall of Celestial Heights to deliberate on serious matters?" Faced with Tai Bai Jinxing's attempt to downplay the incident and his assertion that she had urgent matters to address, Guanyin hesitated momentarily before nodding and responding, "Indeed. Great Celestial Venerable, it was truly a misunderstanding." Observing this, the Jade Emperor stroked his beard and chuckled. Since the Bodhisattva claims it was a misunderstanding, then it must surely be so. He then turned to Faping, admonishing him lightly, "Why do you stand there in silence? Hurry and express your gratitude to the Bodhisattva for her forgiveness." "Thank you, Bodhisattva, for your understanding," Faping replied, yet he persisted, "I kindly request that in the future, you refrain from calling out 'dear friend.' Please hold your steps behind my back to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings." Regarding the phrase "dear friend," please hold your steps in his connection with Buddhism, Faping asserted, "Whoever dares to utter it to me, I shall not hesitate." The response is unequivocal, "Act. If I cannot prevail, I shall seek refuge." This time, he had gained a profound, specific, and substantial understanding of his own standing. A mere call for the Jade Emperor's presence would summon all the celestial beings. He would pose the question, in the entirety of the heavenly court, "Who holds a higher standing than I?" He would boldly declare that even the Jade Emperor's own son would not possess such stature. Almost forgetting, he recalled that the Jade Emperor had no son. Even his nephew would not enjoy such privileges. Yang Jian. Upon returning to the Hall of Celestial Heights, the Jade Emperor sat upon the throne of supremacy in the three realms, casting his gaze upon Guanyin Bodhisattva below, and inquired, "Bodhisattva, what brings you to the heavenly court?" Although he was already aware of the purpose of Guanyin's visit, the Jade Emperor feigned ignorance, seeking her clarification. Guanyin Bodhisattva first performed a respectful bow before responding. "In response to the Great Celestial Venerable, I have been sent by the Buddha Tathagata to request that you spare son Wukong and release him from the celestial prison." The Jade Emperor remained silent, his gaze shifting to Faping. For reasons unknown, he found himself increasingly inclined to collaborate with Faping. Observing this, Faping stepped forward to speak, "Bodhisattva, since acquiring his formidable skills, son Wukong has committed numerous transgressions. He first ventured into the Eastern Sea to seize the Rui Jingu Bang, then descended to the underworld to destroy the Book of Life and Death. Most importantly, not long ago, he grew dissatisfied with the rank bestowed upon him by your Majesty, abandoning his post to raise the banner of the great sage equal to heaven. In his Flower Fruit Mountain, he has instigated rebellion. Is it truly necessary for the Bodhisattva to plead on behalf of that mischievous monkey? In response to the inquiries posed by the flying ping, Guanyin Bodhisattva shot him a fierce glance, musing to herself, I have yet to settle accounts with you for earlier transgressions, and now you dare to meddle in her affairs. Do you genuinely believe I lack temper? The flying ping, confronted by Guanyin's piercing gaze, felt his heart skip a beat, not out of fear of her wrath. For they stood within the hallowed halls of the Lingxiao Palace, the realm of heaven itself. No matter how formidable Guanyin may be, the Jade Emperor's authority loomed over them, rendering him unafraid. His sudden flutter of emotion was ignited by Guanyin's glare, stirring a sense of excitement within him. It must be said, Guanyin Bodhisattva Tao Weiman held a beauty that, in his eyes, only ranked second to that of the Queen Mother of the West, surpassing even the celestial maiden of the nine heavens. Yet, it was not a matter of mere aesthetics. The latter faltered in the domain of form. Guanyin's physique, akin to that of the Queen Mother, could be succinctly described with two words, voluptuous. She resembled a ripe peach, inviting an irresistible bite. And in the parlance of the mortal realm, she embodied the archetype of a fertile woman, certainly capable of bearing sons. However, a sudden thought crossed the flying ping's mind. Guanyin's former incarnation was none other than one of the 12 golden immortals under the tutelage of the primordial heavenly sovereign, the compassionate navigator. This individual had initially pursued the path of Taoism before embracing Buddhism, ultimately transforming into the Guanyin Bodhisattva. The realization that Guanyin had once been a man sent a shiver down the flying ping's spine, prompting him to swiftly dispel such fanciful notions from his mind. Observing the myriad of expressions flitting across the flying ping's face, Guanyin's fury intensified. What audacity, flying ping. How dare you harbor thoughts of me? The Bodhisattva continued. General Flying Ping, prior to my arrival, I visited the underworld, where the king of the earth, Xitigarbha, assured me that the matter of Sun Wukong's destruction of the Book of Life and Death would not be pursued further. As for the Rui Jingu Bang, it was originally left in the Eastern Sea during the Great Yu's flood control efforts. If Sun Wukong has claimed it, so be it. Should the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea have objections, the Tathagata Buddha will certainly address the concerns of his dragon kin. At this juncture, Guanyin turned her attention to the Jade Emperor and continued, Great Celestial Sovereign, Sun Wukong is a naturally born stone monkey. Despite having attained some fortune, he remains an ignorant creature. The title Monkey King is but a jest. As the ruler of the three realms, Great Sovereign, do not stoop to the level of that raucous monkey. With her words hanging in the air, Guanyin observed the Jade Emperor's reaction. Yet, the Jade Emperor's gaze shifted back to the Flying Ping. Flying Ping, you are the one who personally captured that raucous monkey. Now, with the Bodhisattva interceding on his behalf, do you believe he should be granted clemency? The Jade Emperor's delegation of authority to the Flying Ping elicited a twitch at the corners of Guanyin's mouth as she cast a resentful glance in his direction. Faced with Guanyin's subtly melancholic gaze, the Flying Ping felt overwhelmed and thus spoke forth. Your Majesty, I previously ventured to the heavenly prison and encountered Sun Wukong. He confessed his wrongdoings and earnestly requested your forgiveness. He is willing to continue serving as the celestial horsekeeper, tending to the heavenly steeds, and no longer wishes to be called the great sage equal to heaven. With a sigh of relief, Guanyin Bodhisattva noticed that Fei Ping had refrained from causing her any trouble this time, and she instinctively cast him a reproachful glance. Hiss! Fei Ping couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. In this moment, he yearned to disregard everything, including Guanyin Bodhisattva's identity as the compassionate traveler, and indulge in the present. For after all, the beauty of teacher Tao Huimin is undeniable. Who, apart from Director Qi, could possibly overlook such allure? Regardless, he could not turn a blind eye. It is not that he is impervious to the temptations of beauty, rather, his change in demeanor is not significantly influenced by Guanyin Bodhisattva's appearance. The crux of the matter lies in his awareness of the Emperor of Heaven's shift in terminology. Previously swayed by Fei Ping, the Emperor had altered his reference to Sun Wukong from the rascally monkey to the demon monkey, and now back to the rascally monkey. This linguistic transformation reveals that the Emperor has begun to entertain the notion of releasing Sun Wukong. After all, regardless of circumstances, the journey to the West must proceed, and the Buddhist realm will undoubtedly seek to fulfill its mission. Even in Sun Wukong's absence, alternative arrangements would be made, such as employing the likes of the arm-extending monkey or the six-eared macaque. Rather than substituting Sun Wukong, it would be more advantageous to set him free. Chapter 33. Guarding the Peach Orchard, millions of ghost soldiers ascend to heaven. Naturally, even if the Jade Emperor refrains from altering his address for the Monkey King, he would still adjust his tone. After all, The Monkey King serves as a tool for his own gain. If he does not release the Monkey King, how will he grow stronger? Presently, he possesses merely the meager strength of a tiny golden immortal against the likes of the Jade Emperor, the Buddha, the Queen Mother, or Guanyin Bodhisattva. Should he choose to confront them directly, he would undoubtedly meet his demise. Upon realizing that Faping understood his intent, the Jade Emperor seized the opportunity and declared, "In that case, I shall heed the request of Guanyin Bodhisattva and release Sun Wukong. If that rascally monkey genuinely comprehends his misdeeds, I shall reward him with an official title." "Thank you, great heavenly sovereign." Guanyin Bodhisattva responded with a bow, expressing her gratitude to the Jade Emperor. She felt immense joy at the prospect of rescuing Sun Wukong, not only because he was an essential member of the journey to acquire sacred texts, but also due to his illustrious identity. Sun Wukong is one of the 10 foremost disciples of the Tathagata Buddha, a pupil of Master Subhuti. Within the Buddhist realm, he is a direct descendant of the Buddha himself, despite being sent back to Flower Fruit Mountain by Master Bodhi, who instructed him not to mention the name of Master Bodhi to outsiders. This was merely a means to further cultivate Sun Wukong. Furthermore, it allowed for the possibility of redemption in the event of his transgressions. Much like the present situation, if Sun Wukong were to declare himself a disciple of Subhuti, it would eliminate the need for her intervention, allowing the Jade Emperor to issue a decree directly to Ling Mountain, questioning the Tathagata's disciple, Subhuti. As long as Sun Wukong refrains from identifying himself as Subhuti's disciple, even if all parties are aware of the truth, they must feign ignorance. After all, they are all immortal beings who have lived for eons. Who among them lacks relatives or disciples? The unspoken rules beneath the surface must be adhered to, even by those of the Jade Emperor and the Tathagata's stature. Otherwise, should the rules be broken, many matters would become unmanageable. The Jade Emperor turned to the curtain-lifting general beside him and commanded, "General, please make your way to the heavenly prison and bring Sun Wukong to the Lingxiao Palace." "At your command." Once the curtain-lifting general departed, the Jade Emperor turned back to Guanyin Bodhisattva and inquired, "Bodhisattva, if Sun Wukong acknowledges his errors, what title do you believe he should be granted?" Previously, he found the position of stable master to be beneath him and rebelled against the heavenly court. Now, I find myself unable to make a decision. Upon hearing this, Guanyin Bodhisattva respectfully declined, stating, "This is the heavenly court. As an outsider, I dare not interfere with its appointments." Though she was tasked with rescuing Sun Wukong, she was well aware of his penchant for causing trouble. Having observed his previous escapades in the Dragon Palace, the underworld, and his claim to the title of Great Sage equal to heaven, she was keen to avoid entangling herself in further complications. Seeing that Guanyin Bodhisattva remained silent, the Jade Emperor turned to the others and inquired, "My esteemed ministers, do you have any suggestions?" The celestial beings exchanged glances, evidently reluctant to involve themselves in the matter. With no other option, the Jade Emperor directed his gaze toward Faping. Faping, rendered speechless, mused inwardly, "Why does he always fixate on me? Your Majesty, it is well known that Sun Wukong is a monkey, and monkeys have an affinity for peaches. Thus, he would naturally tend to the peach trees. Why not assign Sun Wukong to oversee the peach garden, ensuring the protection of the heavenly peaches? This way, we can indeed utilize each talent to its fullest potential." As Faping concluded his statement, the entire assembly in the Lingxiao Palace turned to him, their expressions a mixture of disbelief. Are you serious about entrusting a monkey with the care of the peach garden? They understood the significance of the peaches within the garden, for they were the divine sustenance for the celestial beings. The peaches not only enhanced their magical powers but also granted longevity. Though the assembled immortals had transcended mortal limitations, it did not imply that those around them were equally exempt. Deities are not devoid of emotions, as long as one harbors feelings. They will be affected by the fates of those dear to them. To put it bluntly, if all those close to you were to perish while you alone lived forever, what value would that life hold? Thus, the peaches of the peach garden are of utmost importance to the celestial beings. The absence of these peaches would undoubtedly lead to significant turmoil. Guanyin Bodhisattva too regarded Faping with astonishment, clearly taken aback by his audacity to set a trap for Sun Wukong. Indeed, it was a trap. Assigning a monkey to guard the peach garden was akin to releasing a rat into a granary, blatantly inviting Sun Wukong to pilfer the peaches. Should he indulge in theft, the repercussions would ultimately fall upon the Buddhist sect. Just as Guanyin and the other celestial beings prepared to voice their objections, the Jade Emperor interjected, "Very well. I shall heed the counsel of General Faping. Let Sun Wukong be appointed as the overseer of the peach garden, tasked with its guardianship on behalf of the heavenly realm." The immediate acceptance of the Jade Emperor's decree left the celestial beings and Guanyin momentarily stunned. Wait, Sun Wukong has yet to arrive, and it remains uncertain whether he recognizes his misdeeds. Why is the appointment made so hastily? However, it soon became apparent to them that the Jade Emperor was also intent on ensnaring Sun Wukong, more precisely, ensnaring the Buddha. Understanding the Jade Emperor's intentions, the astute celestial beings promptly withdrew from further involvement. Upon reflection, they realized that Sun Wukong was merely a monkey. While the peach garden boasted 3,600 peach trees, even if he were allowed to indulge, how many peaches could he possibly consume? Moreover, whether Sun Wukong would dare to steal was still uncertain. The absence of opposition from the celestial beings did not imply that Guanyin Bodhisattva would remain passive. Just as she prepared to speak, a cacophony of wails and howls erupted from outside the Lingxiao Palace, accompanied by flashes of lightning and thunder. The once bright heavens suddenly succumbed to darkness. The sudden turn of events astonished the celestial beings within the Lingxiao Palace, as well as the Jade Emperor himself. What had transpired? With a sweeping gesture, the Jade Emperor restored daylight to the heavenly realm, although outside the Lingxiao Palace, thunder and lightning continued to rage. In a grave tone, he commanded, Qianlian, Xuanfeng'er, swiftly investigate what has occurred. As you command, replied Qianlian and Xuanfeng'er, departing from the Lingxiao Palace. In no time, they returned, but upon entering the palace, they instinctively cast a glance at Feiping. Feiping, puzzled, wondered why the two were looking at him. Could the recent events somehow be linked to him? He shook his head in disbelief, but when Qianlian and Xuanfeng'er began to speak, he was left dumbfounded. Your Majesty, in the lower realms, 3 heavens, there are 1,000,000 ghost soldiers currently undergoing transformation in the immortal pool, collectively forging their celestial forms. The strange phenomena we witnessed were a result of this mass transformation. Upon hearing the report from Qianlian and Xuanfeng'er, the Jade Emperor furrowed his brow and remarked, 1,000,000 ghost soldiers collectively forging their celestial forms? Such a significant matter. And yet no one has reported it to me? Furthermore, how is it that the underworld permitted 1,000,000 ghost soldiers to ascend to the heavens? Chapter 34. Tianping. The melon turns on itself at this moment. Qianlian and Xuanfeng'er exchanged glances, each evidently eager for the other to speak first. The bond between them, forged by blood, was palpably evident. The Jade Emperor, observing the scene, expressed his discontent with a loud command. Speak up. Startled, Qianlian and Xuanfeng'er fell to their knees and humbly replied, Your Majesty, the 100,000 ghost soldiers were summoned by the Grand General of Demon Suppression, Li Si, who claimed to act under the orders of the Grand General. Previously, Your Majesty decreed that the Grand General was to form the Demon Suppression Army, and no celestial officials from the 3 realms were to interfere. Therefore, they recounted everything they had seen and heard, shifting the responsibility onto Feiping. Feiping? The Jade Emperor's fury, which had been simmering, dissipated instantly, replaced by a look of confusion directed at Feiping. He had merely granted a mere 10,000 quotas for the Demon Suppression Army, so how had it escalated to 100,000 ghost soldiers ascending to the heavens? Had Feiping truly become so audacious? The Jade Emperor could not help but doubt whether Feiping's earlier deference and caution had been mere pretense. Faced with the mounting scrutiny, Feiping bravely stepped forward. Your Majesty, although I had contemplated the notion of 100,000 ghost soldiers ascending, I never anticipated that Li Si would actually dare to bring them to the heavens. Furthermore, he has audaciously led them to collectively transform into immortals, causing such a ruckus. Is Li Si not afraid for his life? The Jade Emperor furrowed his brow and inquired, Feiping, what on earth is happening? Your Majesty, I am equally in the dark. You appointed me as the Grand General of Demon Suppression and Deputy General of the Tianhe Water Army. Not long ago, I traveled to the Weak Water. Marshal Tianping informed me that Your Majesty had decreed the Tianhe Water Army to descend to capture the Jiao Demon King. As the Deputy General, I naturally had to follow. Thus I entrusted the recruitment of the Demon Suppression Army to the appointed general's subordinate, Li Si, unaware of how it spiraled into such chaos. Upon hearing this, the Jade Emperor fixed his gaze on Feiping, remaining silent as he began to contemplate. Soon, after his calculations, he regarded Feiping with a knowing expression and remarked, Indeed. It was your appointed subordinate who acted independently, leading the 100,000 ghost soldiers to ascend without your knowledge. Feiping exhaled a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, the Jade Emperor is certainly not easily deceived. Fortunately, he had delegated the matter to Li Si and had not overly interfered. As for the instruction to recruit as many as possible, while it bore its flaws, he believed that the Jade Emperor would merely suspect him of being less than forthright. Desiring to raise more troops, and would never assume he had the audacity to permit 100,000 ghost soldiers to ascend. After all, he, Faping, was unwaveringly loyal and pure-hearted. How could he possibly harbor such grand ambitions? At this moment, the mighty Li Jing, the heavenly king, stepped forward and stated, "Your Majesty, the transformation of 1,000,000 ghost soldiers into celestial beings is an unprecedented occurrence in the heavenly court. I implore your Majesty to issue a decree to swiftly prevent this." The Jade Emperor cast a glance at Li Jing but chose to ignore him. Instead, he turned to the Bodhisattva Guanyin and inquired, "Bodhisattva, what is your perspective on this matter?" Surprised by the Jade Emperor's grasp of the situation, Guanyin recalled that the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva had just communicated with her, revealing the background of the 1,000,000 ghost soldiers. Though he did not explicitly state his intentions, Guanyin's wisdom allowed her to discern that Ksitigarbha did not wish for the 1,000,000 ghost soldiers who had ascended to heaven to return to the underworld and the city of the wronged. Realizing that the Jade Emperor had discovered this, Guanyin felt no need for further concealment and spoke, "Your Majesty, the majority of those 1,000,000 ghost soldiers are warriors who perished in the wars of the mortal realms, and as they belong to the realm of the wronged, they're unable to transcend and remain trapped in the city of the wronged. The population in the underworld city of the wronged has grown excessively, and if this continues, problems are bound to arise. Now that the 1,000,000 ghost soldiers have ascended, if your Majesty could permit their transformation into celestial beings, allowing them to serve as heavenly soldiers, it would undoubtedly be a great merit." Upon hearing Guanyin's words, the Jade Emperor's expression remained unchanged. He replied, "Bodhisattva, your words hold merit. However, the transformation of 1,000,000 ghost soldiers into celestial beings is no trivial matter. Furthermore, how they will be accommodated and who shall lead them poses another dilemma. Do you have any suggestions?" Understanding that the Jade Emperor sought to utilize her influence to either absorb or control the 1,000,000 transformed ghost soldiers, Guanyin felt reluctant but recognized that she could not refuse the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's directive, despite both being bodhisattvas. Ksitigarbha stood second only to the Buddha and far above the other bodhisattvas in the Buddhist hierarchy. The reason for this is the underworld's significant importance within the three realms. As a crucial leader assigned to the underworld by the Buddhist sect, Ksitigarbha wielded considerable authority there, especially in the absence of oversight from the Queen of Earth. Officially, the underworld is under the jurisdiction of the Jade Emperor, yet it ultimately answers to the Queen of Earth and, indirectly, to Ksitigarbha in the Buddhist order. Therefore, Ksitigarbha did not wish for the 1,000,000 ghost soldiers who had ascended to heaven to return to the underworld. Not only was Guanyin required to cooperate, but even the Buddha would have to comply. To prevent the 1,000,000 ghost soldiers from returning to the underworld, Guanyin had to align with the Jade Emperor's control over them. Thus, she suggested, "Your Majesty, I humbly contend that the Heavenly River's water army is insufficient in number, with merely 100,000 unable to manage the aquatic domains of the three realms. I propose that the 1,000,000 transformed ghost soldiers be integrated into the Heavenly River's water army to bolster its strength." Marshal Tianping, witnessing this, mused, "How could such a fortuitous event befall me? Here I am, merely a bystander, witnessing the rise of 1,000,000 strong forces. Must it be so astonishing? Oh no. It seems I am merely a pig in this spectacle." Indeed, at this moment, Marshal Tianping was engulfed by a profound sense of anxiety. Should he be appointed the commander of 100,000 Celestial River warriors, he would boldly declare, "Who better than I to lead the Celestial River's forces?" However, the prospect of commanding 1,000,000 Celestial River soldiers filled him with trepidation, as he lamented, "I, old Zhu, am unable to bear such a weighty responsibility." The notion of integrating 1,000,000 transformed ethereal ghost soldiers into the Celestial River's ranks felt akin to being placed upon a scorching pyre, a perilous demand for his very existence. As one on the brink of retirement, he yearned for a tranquil conclusion, wishing to avoid any unforeseen calamities. "Your Majesty," he implored, "my capabilities are limited. The Celestial River Navy does not possess such an abundance of warships. Furthermore, the sudden infusion of 1,000,000 ghost soldiers into our ranks could incite chaos. I beseech your Majesty." Before Marshal Tianping could complete his plea, the Bodhisattva Guanyin interjected, "Marshal Tianping, General Faping, as your deputy, possesses the acumen to assist you in stabilizing the Celestial River Navy." Upon hearing Guanyin's words, Tianping found himself rendered speechless. As a direct leader in the quest for scriptures from the Western Paradise, he could not afford to incur Guanyin's discontent, lest he face repercussions upon his return to the mortal realm. With this thought, Marshal Tianping let out a heavy sigh, inwardly resolving, "It seems that I, old Zhu, must remain quietly within my residence from now on, shutting my doors to visitors. As for the Celestial River Navy, I shall leave that tumult to Fei-ping. Chapter 35, The Great General of Demon Suppression. The Demon Suppression Army has disappeared. The Jade Emperor, noticing that Tian Peng had fallen silent, turned his gaze to the Lord Li of the pagoda, and in a leisurely manner inquired, "Lord Li, do you have anything to add?" Hearing this, Li Jing bowed respectfully and replied, "Your Majesty, I concur with the Bodhisattva's suggestion. The number of troops in the Heavenly River Navy is indeed insufficient and requires reinforcement." Despite his inner reluctance towards the newly emerged Fei-ping assuming such a prominent position within the celestial realm, he felt compelled to support the Bodhisattva's words. Not to do so would be unthinkable. The exquisite pagoda in his possession, gifted by the Buddha, served as a balance against Neza, should he defy the teachings of Buddhism. The Buddha could easily reclaim the pagoda, and given Neza's temperament, it would not be impossible for him to emulate the Dragon King of the North. Demonstrating filial piety in an unprecedented manner, Li Jing lacked the strength of the Dragon King of the North. Losing the pagoda would undoubtedly endanger his life. Thus, for the sake of his own existence, he reluctantly offered his support. The Jade Emperor nodded in satisfaction and declared, in that case, 100,000 transformed celestial soldiers shall be incorporated into the Heavenly River Navy, under the command of Marshal Tian Peng, with General Fei-ping assisting him. Furthermore, due to General Fei-ping's laxity in command, his title of Great General of Demon Suppression is hereby revoked, and the formation of the Demon Suppression Army is also annulled. Upon hearing that his title and the accompanying elite troops had been rescinded, Fei-ping could not help but mutter to himself, "I haven't even warmed my seat yet." Meanwhile, the assembled deities exchanged glances of disbelief. Fully aware that the Jade Emperor had made his intentions clear, Fei-ping was to take charge of the Heavenly River Navy. This maneuver was unmistakably a subtle elevation of status disguised as a demotion. Among the deities, there were dissenters. Yet they understood that opposing the combined might of the Jade Emperor and the Bodhisattva would be futile. To do so might lead to their own embarrassment. At that moment, the General of the Curtain entered, accompanied by Sun Wukong. "Your Majesty, I present Sun Wukong." Upon returning to the Lingxiao Palace and feeling the scrutinizing gazes of the deities, Sun Wukong felt a mix of nostalgia and awkwardness. After a moment's hesitation, he performed a respectful bow and stated, "Sun Wukong pays his respects to your Majesty." Observing Sun Wukong's earnest gesture, the Jade Emperor's lips curled into a slight smile. "Sun Wukong, do you now acknowledge your errors? I do recognize my mistakes. I beseech your Majesty to grant me clemency this once. I am willing to tend to the celestial steeds and continue as the stable keeper." Although reluctant to utter the words of service, Sun Wukong had come to terms with his circumstances after enduring imprisonment. Under the current regime, he could not contend with Fei-ping and had no choice but to bow his head. Once he achieved the status of a Tai Golden Immortal and triumphed over Fei-ping, he could regain his dignity. "Since you have acknowledged your faults, I shall overlook the past transgressions. However, as for the position of stable keeper, I sense your reluctance. Therefore, I shall relieve you of that duty." The Jade Emperor paused momentarily. Upon hearing that he no longer had to serve as the stable master and care for the heavenly steeds, Sun Wukong promptly expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, your Majesty." This utterance was imbued with a newfound sincerity. The Jade Emperor shook his head internally and replied, "However, you, being a naturally restless monkey, cannot remain idle. Very well. There exists a garden of peaches in heaven. I entrust you with its guardianship. Remember, do not indulge in my peaches." "The Garden of Peaches?" Sun Wukong paused, his gaze instinctively shifting to Fei-ping, his eyes darting back and forth, blinking in contemplation. As a monkey who had lived for several centuries, even without the tutelage of the Bodhi Patriarch, he had long since become astute. During Fei-ping's previous visit to the heavenly prison, their conversation had been extensive. Perhaps had he been outside, he might not have pondered it deeply. However, confined within the prison, with nothing to occupy his mind, he could not help but reflect. Given Fei-ping's prior words and the current directive from the Jade Emperor regarding the guardianship of the Peach Garden, it was impossible for Sun Wukong not to think further. Noticing Sun Wukong's silence, the Jade Emperor furrowed his brow and inquired, "What? Do you refuse?" Sun Wukong quickly replied, No, I am willing, regardless of what awaits me. Compared to the unpredictable future, my immediate concern is to leave this prison. As long as I am not confined again, everything else can be negotiated." The Jade Emperor nodded and glanced at Huang Feihu and others from the Chan sect, saying, "Let today's affairs conclude here. Dismissed. Your Majesty, safe travels." At the entrance of the Lingxiao Treasure Hall, Sun Wukong caught hold of Faping as he was about to depart and asked, "General Faping, the Jade Emperor has tasked me with overseeing the Peach Garden. Was it you who recommended me? Did you plead with His Majesty for my release?" Faping looked at the monkey and nodded, then shook his head, saying, "Indeed, I did recommend you for the guardianship of the Peach Garden. However, the one who sought your release is someone else." "Oh?" Sun Wukong was somewhat taken aback. He had initially assumed that Faping would be the one to secure his freedom, considering his limited acquaintances in the Heavenly Court, primarily due to his brief stay. Moreover, he had been too preoccupied with tending to the horses to form friendships. Apart from Faping, only the Bright Star of Venus and Marshal Tianpeng could be considered allies, albeit the latter two were unlikely to advocate on his behalf. As for the Bright Star of Venus, he had not visited him during his confinement, and it was uncertain whether he would intercede on his behalf. Thus, Sun Wukong curiously inquired, "If I may ask, who was it that petitioned on my behalf to the Jade Emperor for my release?" Faping remained silent, directing his gaze towards the departing Guanyin Bodhisattva, who was accompanied by the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King Li Jing. It must be said, Guanyin's silhouette was quite elegant. Alas, Guanyin had once been male. Following the direction of Faping's gaze, Sun Wukong frowned. "The Heavenly King of the pagoda? I have no connection with him. If one were to insist, it would only be that he once led a contingent of heavenly soldiers to capture me at Flower Fruit Mountain. However, the subordinates of the Heavenly King, the mighty giant spirit, the 4 generals of the demon clan, and the thunder and lightning parents, all were vanquished beneath his hand. Except for that Neza, none could stand against him. Why would they intercede on his behalf?" Realizing the misunderstanding, Faping clarified, "It is not the Heavenly King Li, but rather the Guanyin Bodhisattva by his side, who pleaded for you." "Bodhisattva? May I inquire, General Faping, which Bodhisattva is this?" "The Guanyin Bodhisattva of Mount Luojia in the South Sea, one of the 4 great bodhisattvas of Buddhism." Sun Wukong blinked his monkey eyes, perplexed. "The South Sea, Mount Luojia? A bodhisattva of Buddhism. Why would she come to rescue me?" The teachings of Buddhism emphasize the salvation of all beings. Perhaps the bodhisattva perceives your monkey-like demeanor as befitting a spiritual monkey in the sacred mountain and wishes to guide you towards enlightenment. Sun Wukong, how absurd. A monkey of spirit? This thought brought back memories of his journey to the 3-star cave, where he witnessed a man training monkeys to entertain by the roadside. That scene remained etched in his mind. He, the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong, would rather perish in Flower Fruit Mountain, tending to the Heavenly Court steeds or overseeing the peaches of immortality, than become any sort of spiritual monkey upon the sacred mountain. "General Faping, regardless of whether your assistance led to my rescue, I have promised you, once I am free, I shall treat you to drinks. When I find the time to return to Flower Fruit Mountain, I will fetch some monkey wine and pluck a few peaches. We shall not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated." Faping promptly distanced himself from the monkey, cautioning, "Monkey, His Majesty has appointed you to guard the peach orchard, not to pilfer from it. While I have no objection to your invitation for monkey wine, let us forego the peaches, lest the Emperor learns of it and punishes you. Enough of this chatter. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." Chapter 36, Audience with the Grand General. Gratitude to the Supreme Deity. In the 3rd heaven, at the transformative immortal pool, Li Si observed the successful transformation of 100,000 ghost soldiers into immortals, and his anxious heart finally found solace. With the successful metamorphosis of these spectral warriors, it was evident that they would remain in the heavenly court as celestial soldiers, never to return to the netherworld as mere phantoms. Yet, it must be noted that these individuals, currently residing in the city of the wrongly deceased, could hardly be deemed ghost soldiers. In the underworld, ghost soldiers are organized within a hierarchy, whereas those here are but malevolent spirits. The question lingered in Li Si's mind. Could the Grand General secure the allegiance of these transformed immortals? If he could indeed rally them, the Grand General would undoubtedly ascend to great heights. At that moment, Ming Tian turned to Li Si and inquired, "Li, why has the Grand General not yet arrived?" Li Si glanced upwards at the heavens and replied nonchalantly, "The Grand General will come. We need only to wait." Ming Tian opened his mouth, seemingly ready to voice his thoughts, but ultimately withheld his words. The initiative to elevate 100,000 ghost soldiers to the heavens, collectively transforming them into immortals, was Li Si's own conception. Frankly, he admired Li Si's audacity, a willingness to wager everything in pursuit of a singular opportunity to cleanse his tarnished reputation. This boldness transformed his previously unfavorable impression of Li Si significantly. Regardless of Ming Tian's thoughts or those of others, Li Si remained fixated on the celestial expanse. As the former chancellor of the Great Qin, he had aided the first emperor in unifying the Six Kingdoms, establishing himself as a formidable figure in the political arena. Therefore, he possessed keen insight into the current dynamics of the heavenly court, understanding that the Jade Emperor sought to support the Grand General and cultivate his own power base. The Grand General himself, driven by ambition, sought to gain influence within his domain. To achieve this, Li Si recognized that his only recourse was to outshine others by claiming the first achievement. The ascension of 100,000 ghost soldiers to the heavens served as a gift to the Grand General and could be regarded as his own crowning accomplishment. As for whether this mass transformation would embroil the Grand General in trouble, Li Si mused that despite the substantial number of ghost soldiers, their actual impact was limited. These warriors served primarily as expendable assets in the heavenly court. Their greatest contribution lay in enhancing the Grand General's standing. Of course, the venture to elevate these ghost soldiers carried significant risks. Should the Jade Emperor become displeased, or if the celestial officials opposed the move, it would be all too easy for the Grand General to cast him aside as a scapegoat. However, it would be unjust to label it as scapegoating, as this decision had been Li Si's own volition. Should the endeavor falter, he would naturally bear the consequences. To this, Li Si reflected that the worst outcome would be his soul being scattered. Yet, should he emerge victorious, he would secure his position as a trusted confidant of the Grand General, garnering the gratitude of Ming Tian and the other generals, as well as the 100,000 ghost soldiers. This would solidify his standing within the Grand General's estate, rendering his position unassailable. Before long, Faping arrived at the third heaven, where he beheld a formidable army standing beside the transformation pool, numbering over 1 million. Each soldier bore a fierce countenance. And despite having recently undergone the metamorphosis of the transformation pool, they exuded an aura that struck terror into the hearts of those around them. In terms of momentum, this million-strong ghostly legion was scarcely inferior to the elite troops of the Qin dynasty he had witnessed in their conquest of the Six Kingdoms. It was possible that many among them were once soldiers of Qin. Upon seeing Faping, Li Si promptly knelt and proclaimed, "Li Si pays respect to the great general." Following him were Ming Tian, Bai Qi, Wang Jian, Wei Liao, Xiang Yu, Han Xian, and Wei Qing, each offering their reverence in a similar manner. Faping turned his gaze towards the sound and saw dozens of renowned generals, each kneeling on one knee to pay their respects. Behind these illustrious figures, the million-strong army also knelt in unison, exclaiming, "We pay homage to the great general." Their voices echoed through the heavens, shaking the very earth. In that moment, a surge of pride welled up within Faping, reminiscent of the confidence once possessed by the first emperor as he unified the Six Kingdoms. What did the Buddha signify? What did the Jade Emperor represent? What were the three pure ones? What was Hongjun? He, Faping, would lead his million-strong army, to whom they would bow thrice and prostrate 9 times in utmost reverence. Indeed, the act of kneeling thrice and bowing 9 times was a profound display of respect. In terms of combat, he knew they would be outmatched. The realm of Journey to the West boasted individuals with immensely high combat prowess. The heavenly soldiers primarily contended with minor demons. However, any formidable demon could easily take on 10,000 foes. When it came to true battles, it would ultimately rely on his own strength. Nevertheless, expanding territories and enhancing status required the assistance of these individuals. Faping scanned the generals before him, his gaze finally settling on Li Si, and he declared, "By the decree of the Jade Emperor, the 1,000,000 ghostly soldiers shall henceforth be incorporated into the ranks of the Heavenly River Navy. From this day forward, you shall serve as the Heavenly River Navy, safeguarding the Heavenly River for the Celestial Realm and commanding the waters of the 3 realms. Do you not yet express your gratitude to the great Heavenly Sovereign?" Having realized that the 4 Seas Dragon Kings were not as feeble as he had initially assumed, and that his supreme innate gourd could not harm Guanyin Bodhisattva, Faping came to a clear understanding of his own capabilities. Without possessing the strength of the inverted Heavenly Gang, Faping affirmed that he was the most loyal subordinate of the Jade Emperor, without exception. He must ensure that the Jade Emperor witnessed this million-strong army. The object of their loyalty was not Faping himself, but the sovereign of the 3 realms, the Jade Emperor. Upon hearing Faping's exhortation, Li Si immediately proclaimed loudly, "We express our gratitude to the great Heavenly Sovereign." Following Li Si, the other generals and soldiers echoed in unison towards the celestial realm. "We express our gratitude to the great Heavenly Sovereign. We express our gratitude to the great Heavenly Sovereign. We express our gratitude to the great Heavenly Sovereign." In the Yaoqi celestial realm, The Jade Emperor had just concluded his audience with the Queen Mother regarding Sun Wukong's stewardship of the Peach Garden when he suddenly heard a commotion emanating from the third heaven below. The sound of gratitude from the million transformed celestial ghost soldiers resonated. A faint smile graced the corners of the Jade Emperor's lips. Although he perceived the million celestial ghost soldiers as mere ants, having been the sovereign of the heavenly court for many years, he understood the necessity of controlling the entire three realms. To ensure that the three realms revered him as their supreme ruler, he required the assistance of those insignificant creatures to help him manage and suppress the forces that resisted the heavenly court. In this world, the majority were indeed like ants. As the celestial emperor, it was impractical for him to personally confront such trivial beings. Thus, he could only nurture these ants to combat their own kind. Faping evidently aligned with his aspirations. As a fellow primordial golden immortal, the Queen Mother was equally aware of the unfolding events and remarked with irritation, "Your Majesty, that little rascal truly knows how to stir things up. He seems unafraid of overexerting himself with a million transformed celestial ghost soldiers." Clearly, the Queen Mother was somewhat vexed. Someone had recommended Sun Wukong to oversee the Peach Garden. The Jade Emperor chuckled, saying, "As long as I do not permit his demise, he shall not perish. And the arrival of these million transformed celestial ghost soldiers is most opportune." Observing the Jade Emperor's unwavering support for Faping, the Queen Mother shot him a sidelong glance and inquired, "Who shall be unfortunate next?" The Jade Emperor, unfazed, responded with a mild smile. "The Dragon King of the North Sea is now left with but a single daughter. According to the Dragon Clan's customs, a rotation occurs every 100,000 years. It will not be long before the North Sea Dragon King must pass his position to his daughter. Yet, in such a vast expanse as the North Sea, it is likely that the Dragon Maiden will struggle to maintain her grip." Chapter 37, The North Sea's Turmoil, decreed by the Jade Emperor. Upon hearing the Jade Emperor's words, the Queen Mother of the West felt her previous discontent over the recommendation of Sun Wukong to oversee the Peach Garden dissipate, replaced instead by a solemn demeanor. The Jade Emperor continued, stating that since the conclusion of the Divine War, the karmic retribution that had long suppressed the Dragon Clan across two calamities had been entirely alleviated. Over the years, the population of the Dragon Clan has steadily increased, and in certain regions of the mortal realm, their presence has become as ubiquitous as the water wells. Should this trend continue, the influence of the Dragon Clan on the human realm will undoubtedly grow, potentially transforming them into a second demon clan or Azura clan. Perhaps even more troublesome than either. A flicker of apprehension crossed the Jade Emperor's eyes. Unlike the Demon and Azura clans, which exist independently of the Heavenly Court, the Dragon Clan has long been affiliated with it, yielding to its directives. This allegiance grants the Heavenly Court nominal control over the Dragon Clan and the Four Seas, yet simultaneously strips it of the pretext to confront them. In principle, as long as the Dragon Clan does not collectively rebel, the Heavenly Court can only restrain their development within the confines of established rules. To eliminate a member of the Dragon Clan, substantial legal justification is required, meaning that only when a member commits an offense can the Heavenly Court take action, and even then, it must be directed solely at the transgressor without implicating the entire clan. On the surface, it appears that the Dragon Clan is tightly suppressed by the Heavenly Court, with the Sea Dragon Kings outwardly adopting a humble demeanor. Yet, only the Jade Emperor understands that this is merely a fade. The Dragon Clan, while ostensibly submissive, has been rapidly regaining strength under the guise of the Heavenly Court's authority. Currently, in the mortal realm, incidents of water deities unexpectedly meeting their demise have become frequent, with replacements increasingly comprising members of the Dragon Clan, who now gradually dominate the various water domains. From the time of the Divine War, when the Dragon Clan had to retreat to the Four Seas to lick their wounds, to the present, when they have begun to control the water domains of the mortal realm, it is hard to believe that there are no ulterior motives at play. The Jade Emperor, however, sees no viable solution. Internal adversaries pose the greatest challenge. A misstep could severely damage his reputation. The Queen Mother of the West glanced at the Jade Emperor and remarked, "So, you intend to leverage Faping to disrupt the current situation in the Four Seas and hinder the Dragon Clan's development?" The Jade Emperor shook his head, explaining that the Dragon Clan is not a monolithic entity. Perhaps prior to the Divine War, burdened by karmic retribution and the looming threat of annihilation, the Dragon Clan had united as one. However, with the existential crisis now resolved, their unity has inevitably waned. The time for the Dragon Clan's cyclical succession of leadership is approaching, as the four, Ao Guang, Ao Run, Ao Qin, and Ao Shun, prepare to abdicate their positions, paving the way for their successors, the dragon's sons and daughters. Despite the fact that they remain relatives, the bonds among them are certainly not as intimate as those shared by Ao Guang and his three companions. Furthermore, the lineage of Yinglong has held dominion over the Four Seas for an extensive period, making it difficult to assert that the Azure Dragon, Candle Dragon, and Yellow Dragon lineages do not harbor ambitions. Presently, with the North Sea Dragon King having only one daughter left, if the other dragon lineages entertain thoughts of usurpation, the North Sea becomes the prime target. I recall that Xiaoqi and her companions have formed a close friendship with the daughter of the North Sea Dragon King, Ao Qing. As long as that dragoness is unwilling to relinquish her position, she will inevitably seek assistance from the Heavenly Court. Even if she were willing to abdicate the throne of the North Sea Dragon King, the succession to that title cannot be determined solely by the dragon clans. In summary, the state of the North Sea is at the discretion of the Jade Emperor. Should turmoil arise in the North Sea, the dragon clans, whose foundation lies within the Four Seas, would find themselves devoid of the strength and resolve to continue their expansion onto the mainland. Contemplating this, a cunning smile crept upon the Jade Emperor's face. The longer he remains the sovereign of the Heavenly Court and the ruler of the three realms, the more he has come to rely on schemes and stratagems. It is not that he possesses an inherent fondness for deceit. Rather, the intricate dynamics of various factions often mean that a single action can ripple through them all, and each leader is formidable in their own right. A direct confrontation would only lead to mutual destruction. Thus, one must resort to certain tactics and cunning. However, even within the realm of manipulation, one must exercise discernment, as some individuals and factions thrive on subterfuge and must be approached with caution. For instance, the Demon Clan and the Azura Clan. The Demon Clan, having been fragmented since Rahu's defeat in the battle against the Dao demons and subsequent transformation into the demon realm, lacked a unifying leader for an extended period. It was not until the Yellow Emperor's conflict with Qiyu, who, after his defeat, led his followers into the demon realm, that he ruthlessly unified it, becoming the sovereign of the demon realm. Compared to the Qiyu of the Yellow Emperor's era, the current Qiyu, now the lord of the demon realm, possesses strength that is by no means inferior to that of the ruler of the three realms. Fortunately, after unifying the demon realm, Qiyu settled down, seemingly losing interest in further conquests. Not only did he refrain from invading the human realm, but he also adopted a reclusive lifestyle, neither sending his subordinates into the human realm nor personally seeking revenge against the Yellow Emperor, rendering the once formidable demon realm into a harmless entity, to the extent that the presence of demons has become exceedingly rare. As for the Azura clan, its leader, Minghe, a formidable being of ancient times, established the Azura clan in the Azura teachings, claiming dominion over the Azura path, one of the 6 realms of reincarnation. His prowess is touted as the foremost beneath the saints. Even the Jade Emperor himself dares not claim to be his equal. Hence, whether it be the Demon Clan or the Azura clan, the ruler of the Heavenly Court, the sovereign of the 3 realms, refrains from provoking them. In the grand scheme of things, only the Dragon Clan remains within his grasp. However, it would be a stretch to say he can truly control them. Rather, he seeks to impose limitations on their development to prevent the waters of the human realm from falling under the dominion of the Dragon Clan, as humanity relies on water for survival. Once the waters of the mortal realm fall under the dominion of the Dragon Clan, the faith and fortunes of humanity will inevitably shift in their favor. This is a scenario that the Jade Emperor cannot fathom accepting. The strength of Faping still leaves much to be desired. If only he possessed the prowess of a great Luo Jingxian, the situation would be more favorable. From the perspective of the Queen Mother, even if the Jade Emperor were to send Faping to assist the daughter of the Dragon King of the North Sea, facing the colossal might of the Dragon Clan, his Tai Jingxian status remains woefully inadequate. There exists a real danger that he might meet an untimely demise. Much like the water deities of various realms below, only a great Luo Jingxian possesses the requisite strength for self-preservation. However, do not underestimate my General Faping. He may very well deliver an astonishing surprise. The mere thought that Faping, despite being merely a Tai Jingxian, has managed to refine a supreme innate spiritual treasure to surpass 35 innate prohibitions fills the Jade Emperor with immense anticipation. It is worth noting that even a great Luo Jingxian can only refine such treasures to a maximum of 30 innate prohibitions. To exceed this threshold, one must reach the level of a primordial golden immortal. Therefore, the secrets surrounding Faping are undoubtedly profound. Chapter 38. Intimidating Li Si. Weakness is the original sin. The scene shifts back to the Triple Heavens, at the Immortal Transformation Pool. Before the gathered warriors, Li Si kneels before Fei Ping, exclaiming, "Great General." Li Si acted on his own accord, leading 1,000,000 ghost soldiers to the heavens. "I beseech you to punish me." He prostrates himself, trembling slightly, clearly still afraid. Fei Ping gazes at the kneeling Li Si, feeling a sense of admiration. Truly, he is the esteemed chancellor of the Great Qin, who aided Emperor Qin in unifying the 6 states. In a bid to save his own life, before 1,000,000 soldiers, he confesses his guilt, minimizing the risk of punishment, or perhaps enhancing his chances of survival. It is indeed a difficult situation for him. At the same time, it reveals the humility of the weak. However, in this world, weakness is akin to original sin. Though Fei Peng has already resolved not to punish Li Si, he intends to seize this opportunity to instill some fear in the chancellor, ensuring he remembers this lesson to prevent future transgressions. Thus, Fei Peng speaks in a detached tone. "I can no longer afford to be called the esteemed Li Dezhubo, Great General. Thanks to you, Li Dezhubo. His Majesty has accused me of being lax in my governance over subordinates, thus revoking my title of Great General. Even the Demon Suppression Army has been disbanded." Li Si suddenly raises his head, disbelief etched on his face as he gazes at Fei Peng. He clearly did not anticipate that the 1,000,000 ghost soldiers would join the Celestial River Navy, nor that Fei Peng would face punishment from the Jade Emperor. The revocation of the Great General title and the disbandment of the Demon Suppression Army are far from what he had envisioned. Has he truly messed up this time? Li Si is not the only one taken aback. Meng Tian, Bai Qi, Wang Jian, and Wei Liao, standing nearby, also express surprise. They had assumed that due to the Jade Emperor's esteem for the Great General, this matter would result in nothing more than a reprimand for Li Si. They never anticipated such severe consequences for the Great General, losing his title entirely. The 4 exchange glances and, kneeling on one knee, declare in unison, Meng Tian pledges to follow the general unto death. Bai Qi pledges to follow the general unto death. Wang Jian pledges to follow the general unto death. Wei Liao pledges to follow the general unto death. In comparison to joining the Celestial River Navy, they are far more inclined to follow Fei Peng. Even though they have now transcended to the golden immortal realm, becoming prominent figures in the celestial realm. Yet all of this is a gift from Fei Peng. Without his recognition and promotion, each of them would still be merely observing the armory, serving as executioners, holding the position of ordinary celestial generals. Their strength limited to the true immortal realm. In summary, as you treat me as a national hero, I shall repay you as one. Just as Fei Peng prepares to assist the 4 to their feet, a crowd nearby kneels in unison, declaring, Xiang Yu wishes to follow the general. Han Xian wishes to follow the general. Wei Qing wishes to follow the general. Long Xia wishes to follow the general. Fan Kuai wishes to follow the general. Dozens of renowned generals, without exception, expressed their willingness to follow Fei Peng. It was not solely due to Fei Peng's charisma, even with an impressive persona. It would be implausible to gain the trust of these illustrious figures in such a brief period. Ultimately, it was the exemplary actions of Meng Tian and his companions that played a pivotal role. Within a short span, they transcended from true immortals to golden immortals. These individuals, whether in the heavenly court or the underworld, had a profound understanding of the significance of strength. The realms of heaven and the underworld were far more ruthless than the mortal domain. For them to achieve the status of golden immortals seemed an uncertain prospect. Now, with Meng Tian and his companions as role models, it would be a disgrace for them not to emulate their success. They were adept at seizing opportunities in battle. And undoubtedly, they would also excel in recognizing chances beyond the battlefield. Observing this, Fei Peng could not help but reflect. They are all astute individuals. Not a single fool among them. Very well, Rise. Although the Jade Emperor has stripped me of my title as Grand General, I remain your superior as the Vice General of the Heavenly Rivers Water Army. Furthermore, let it be remembered that your loyalty is pledged to the Lord of the Heavenly Court, the Sovereign of the 3 realms, His Supreme Majesty. Having said this, Fei Peng shifted the topic. Shortly, I invite you all to my General's Manor, where I shall host a welcoming feast for you. At the entrance of the General's Manor, Wang Jiaojun had been waiting for quite some time, yet Fei Peng's return was still awaited. She turned to Yu Shu, unable to contain her concern. Sister Yu, do you think the general is in any trouble? Yu Shu did not respond to Wang Jiaojun, but instead fixed her gaze towards the direction of Lingxiao Palace, reflecting on the series of events that had unfolded that day. First, she had heard Fei Peng's voice within the general's manor, a voice that was filled with urgency. His cry for help, Your Majesty, save me. Guanyin Bodhisattva intends to harm me, had reverberated throughout the heavenly realm. Naturally, Yushu had heard it while at the general's manor, prompting her to rush to the demon-slaying platform. However, by the time she arrived, Fei Ping and his entourage had already proceeded to Lingxiao Palace. Fortunately, she received word that Fei Ping was unharmed. As an immortal maiden, she could not venture into Lingxiao Palace and thus returned to the general's manor. Just as she arrived, the commotion caused by the collective ascension of 100,000 ghostly soldiers startled her yet again. Subsequently, news reached her that Fei Ping had been relieved of his position as the general tasked with subduing demons. Yushu was not particularly concerned about Fei Ping's demotion, after all. He had previously been merely a celestial soldier. She bore no resentment, for in her heart, as long as Fei Ping was not in peril, nothing else mattered. At that moment, a dozen individuals approached the general's manor. Wang Xiaojuan's eyes brightened upon seeing the newcomers, and she exclaimed, "That appears to be the seventh princess and the fairy Qingyi." As she spoke, the 7 fairies had already arrived before them. Yushu stepped forward and bowed respectfully, saying, "Yushu greets the 7 princesses and fairy Qingyi." The 7th princess stepped forward, assisting Yushu to her feet, and smiled, saying, "Little you, there is no need for such formalities. Given your expressions, General Fei Peng has yet to return to the estate, I presume." Yushu nodded and then inquired, "7th princess, is the general all right?" The 7th princess gently patted Yushu's hand, offering reassurance, "He is fine. General Fei Peng should presently be in the lower realm's 3rd heaven. I believe he will return shortly. You may not yet be aware of the recent occurrences in the lower realm." As the celestial phenomena in the heavenly court were indeed related to, the 7th princess proceeded to explain the matter of the 100,000 ghost soldiers ascending from the lower realm to Yushu. She elaborated that Fei Peng's current situation could be described as a manifest descent and a concealed ascent, effectively dispelling the concerns of Yushu and the others. After hearing the 7th princess's explanation, Yushu let out a sigh of relief, realizing that Fei Peng was indeed more favored by the Jade Emperor than she had initially thought. However, she took note of Li Si's unilateral decision that had led to Fei Peng losing his title as Grand General. Just then, a voice suddenly resonated, reaching the ears of all the women present. "7 princesses, Fairy Qingyi, what brings you here?" Chapter 39, The Feast of the Dragon. With the dragon's gall reserved for His Majesty. Upon hearing the voice, the ladies turned to see Fei Peng had returned. Whether it was the 7 fairies, the celestial maiden Qingyi, or Yushu and Wang Xiaojun, all displayed expressions of delight. Particularly Yushu, who, had it not been for the presence of the 7th princess and others, might have thrown herself into Fei Peng's embrace. The 7 fairies, regaining their composure, offered a slight bow and said, "We greet General Fei Peng." Fei Peng acknowledged the several princesses, hastily returning the gesture, and remarked, "Esteemed princesses, I am no longer a general. Please refrain from referring to me as such." The 7th princess smiled and responded, "In my heart, General Fei Peng's title is well-deserved. I believe it won't be long before you are addressed as Marshal." Fei Peng scrutinized the 7th princess before him, whose appearance resembled that of the renowned star Huang from the heavenly match. The other princesses also bore striking resemblances to their celestial counterparts, particularly the 2nd princess, Wang Xiyu, who reminded him of the most beautiful Pan Jinlian in history. He wondered if he had the fortune to be fed medicine by this 2nd princess while lying in bed. If given the opportunity, Fei Peng mused that he would like to test the resilience of his own fate. He recalled that the 7 fairies had another sister, the 8th princess, Dalian Ding, whose ethereal grace was simply unmatched. However, as he scanned the vicinity, disappointment washed over him. He did not spot that refreshing visage. Could it be that she had descended to the mortal realm? According to the timeline, that seemed implausible, as Yang Jian was still busy at Guanjiao making scarecrows and had yet to ascend with his dog, the Howling Celestial Dog, to fulfill his role as the judicial deity. Curious, the 7th princess asked, "General, whom are you searching for?" Fei Peng replied candidly, "Where is the 8th princess?" The 7th princess pouted and said, "Sister 8 is in seclusion, striving to break through to the golden immortal realm. If the general wishes to see her, you will have to wait a while longer. By the way, we sisters are all here, yet the general is fixated on my sister. Do we not capture your fancy?" The 7th princess gazed intently at Fei Peng. Fei Peng chuckled, "Esteemed princesses, you are all as beautiful as celestial beings. I ask, who in the heavens could resist your allure?" The 7th princess blinked and continued, "And what of you, general?" Meeting her gaze, Fei Peng articulated clearly, "I am no exception." Whether the 7th princess was intentional or not, Fei Peng felt assured. Among the princesses, he had certainly captured the interest of the 7th princess, the 2nd princess, and even the absent 8th princess. Not even the Jade Emperor could intervene, unless the Queen Mother herself chose to sacrifice her own being to save her daughters. Satisfied with his response, the 7th princess wore a pleased smile, even playfully chiding Faping before her sisters. Ahem. Faping cleared his throat and glanced at the other princesses. Deftly shifting the topic, it is fortuitous that you princesses are here. Not long ago, I captured the Jiao Demon King, who had been disturbing the North Sea. By the command of His Majesty, I executed him. When I apprehended him, the Jiao Demon King had already evolved into a true dragon. A genuine true dragon of the Tai Golden Immortal rank. The flesh of a dragon is an exceedingly rare delicacy. I wonder, dear princesses, would you care to savor dragon meat? Upon hearing this, the 7 fairies' eyes sparkled with interest. As princesses of the heavenly court, they had indeed tasted dragon meat before. Yet it had only been of the Golden Immortal rank or lower. The prospect of tasting meat from a Tai Golden Immortal dragon was entirely new to them. In the world of Journey to the West, a Tai Golden Immortal, even among monsters, was a coveted prize for various factions. Either to serve as a guardian deity of the mountains or as a steed. Such beings were seldom slain. If ordinary monsters were treated with such caution, how much more so for a true dragon? If not for the egregious actions of the Jiao Demon King, the Dragon Clan would not have permitted his execution. Even if he were imprisoned as a breeding dragon, it would be preferable to outright killing him. The Dragon Clan, as rulers of the seas and former tyrants of the primordial era, appeared weak only at first glance. To truly regard the Dragon Clan as mere soft persimmons to be squeezed would depend on the strength of one's backing. An individual like Sun Wukong, who boldly stormed the Dragon Palace, seizing the Rui Jingu Bang and compelling the 4 Sea Dragon Kings to present their treasures, was an anomaly. For others, other monsters, attempting such a feat would be exceedingly perilous. Thus, even for esteemed princesses like the 7 fairies, the only dragon meat they could taste was that of the Golden Immortal rank or lower. Anything above that, even the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother would find it challenging to procure. Within the general's manor, under the invitation of the 7 fairies, the celestial chefs who served the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother were summoned to assist in preparing the flesh of the Jiao Demon King. While other aspects of the Demon King's remains were manageable, there was one item that the celestial chefs hesitated over. General, this dragon whip is an object of utmost yang and indulgence, ill-suited for today's feast of the Jiao Dragon. It would be advisable for you to consult a celestial physician to prepare some elixirs, soaking this item in wine. Upon hearing the chef's suggestion, Faping recognized the apprehension in their demeanor. They feared that he might consume this item and lose control, potentially causing chaos among the delicate robes of the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother. Despite his deep-seated desire for such an unexpected incident to unfold, he understood that should such a situation arise, his current strength would likely not suffice to protect his own life. Thus, Faping nodded, putting away the dragon whip and the dragon kidney. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke, "Let us keep the dragon liver. You may take it back to prepare for His Majesty." Though he yearned to experience the taste of dragon liver, for its name alone suggested exquisite flavor, he restrained himself, mindful of the esteemed Jade Emperor. Meanwhile, Faping silently mused, merely a dragon's gall of the Tai Golden Immortal level. Once his strength has burgeoned, he shall indulge in it. Yearning for the dragon's gall of the Deluo Golden Immortal and the Han Yuan Golden Immortal levels. At that time, he would capture the Zhu Long and Ying Long, confining them and providing him with dragon gall daily, indeed, every day. The essential parts of a true dragon of Deluo Golden Immortal or Han Yuan Golden Immortal caliber can swiftly regenerate if damaged. Thus, as long as he keeps Zhu Long and Ying Long imprisoned, he shall always have a fresh supply of dragon gall, even dragon kidneys. Contemplating the enviable reproductive capabilities of the dragon race, Faping vowed, if given the chance, he would consume 10 dragon kidneys in a day, thereby birthing an entire clan. The tales of the dragon race impart a profound lesson. The ability to reproduce, the willingness to partake in all, is of utmost significance. Even in the face of defeat in a struggle for supremacy, there lies an opportunity for resurgence, as evidenced by the dragon race's continued dominion over the seas. In stark contrast, the once mighty Feng clan and Qilin clan, which once contended with the dragons, now scarcely reveal their kin. This underscores the vital importance of being able to reproduce and not being finicky. Thus, the dragon race, or the ancestral dragon, serves as a paragon, a model for emulation. Faping must prepare diligently for the future, considering potential failures before envisioning triumphs, pondering whether he might one day supplant the Jade Emperor. Yet, before contemplating such grand ambitions, he shall first set a modest goal, to birth 100 million. Ahem. Well, that may be a tad exaggerated. In essence, the mantra remains to strive relentlessly in procreation. As the saying goes, brothers in battle are like tigers, father and son in arms are the most dependable. The Dragon King of the North Sea, Ao Shun. Ah, yes. Indeed. Chapter 40, A Day in Heaven, A Year on Earth. Time swiftly passed, and 10 days had elapsed. During this period, the general's mansion of Faping hosted the magnificent dragon banquet, which continued for 10 days, still ongoing. As the saying goes, a day in heaven is equivalent to a year on earth. This grand banquet, taking place underground, felt as though it spanned a decade. In truth, the flow of time in heaven and on earth is identical. However, the perception of time differs between the divine and the mortal. It is akin to how humans, with lifespans extending to decades or even centuries, struggle to empathize with creatures whose lives last mere days or weeks. For humans, a single day is merely an ordinary passage of time, while for short-lived animals, it stretches painfully, akin to a year. Similarly, a year for mortals is but a fleeting moment for celestial beings, insufficient even for a brief nap. The only distinction between heaven and earth lies in the passage of day and night. A single day and night in heaven equates to over 300 on earth. Thus, while decades may unfold below, only a few days pass above. If earthly time exceeded that of heaven, why would celestial beings remain aloft? They could easily descend to find a paradisiacal refuge underground. Only when the duration of meditation is equivalent in both realms, where a few days in heaven amounts to decades below, could celestial beings be persuaded to remain above. Were there a significant temporal disparity, the denizens of the underworld would have long since replaced the deities of the heavenly court, including the Jade Emperor himself. Consider the journey of Tang Xing and his disciples to the west. If a time differential of hundreds of times existed, the monk would have been devoured by demons long before achieving his quest. The dragon banquet drew together the 7 princesses, commanders of the heavenly river navy, Xiangyu, and Marshal Tianping, fostering closer bonds with Faping. Everyone reaped abundant rewards from the feast. Notably, Xiangyu and his comrades experienced the most significant gains, with each individual, after indulging in dragon meat, elevating their cultivation by several minor realms, and some even advancing a major realm. This underscores the true value of the dragon's flesh. For Faping, Marshal Tianping, and the eldest, second, and third princesses among the 7 fairies, their experience was more about satisfying their appetites. Although they too made some progress in their cultivation post-feast, it was modest compared to others. However, the 7th princess, Ming Tian, and Yu Shu, who were merely at the Golden Immortal stage, made remarkable strides, with the 7th princess breaking through a minor realm, advancing from late Golden Immortal to the pinnacle of Golden Immortal. She now stands just a step away from transcending to the Tai Golden Immortal stage. If the 7th princess desires to hasten her ascension to Tai Golden Immortal, she might implore the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother for a 9-turn golden elixir, which would undoubtedly facilitate her swift advancement. Yet, relying on elixirs for breakthroughs complicates future ascensions to the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm. Like the second brother, in order to transcend to the realm of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, one must relinquish the position of marshal and descend to the mortal realm for recultivation. Moreover, it is essential to accompany the Tang monk on his pilgrimage to obtain great merits and fortuitous opportunities, thus making the breakthrough to the Great Luo Golden Immortal conceivable. Additionally, consider Sun Wukong, who has consumed countless celestial elixirs and peaches, and was even subjected to the alchemical furnace of the Supreme Elder Lord, yet emerged merely as a Tai Golden Immortal. This illustrates the formidable difficulty of transcending to the Great Luo Golden Immortal. It is worth noting that it is not only the second brother and Sun Wukong who find it challenging to reach this level. Even Neza, who achieved sainthood through his physical form, has yet to ascend beyond the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal. When the topic of breaking through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal arises, the 7th princess beams with pride and remarks, "General Faping, let me tell you, my cousin Yang Jian will soon surpass the Great Luo Golden Immortal, and at that time, our heavenly court will gain a formidable deity. You mustn't be displeased when my cousin Yang Jian steals your thunder, perhaps due to having consumed a bit of wine." A rosy hue graced the fair complexion of the 7th princess, which stirred a sense of longing within Faping. Nevertheless, he, with unwavering willpower, refrained from any inappropriate advances towards the 7th princess. Instead, he lifted the cup from the table and took a hearty sip. Then, with a leisurely demeanor, he proposed, "7th princess, how about we make a wager?" "A wager?" The 7th princess, perplexed, inquired, "What does General Faping wish to bet on with me?" Faping replied with a smile, Let us wager on which of us will be the first to transcend to the great Luo Golden Immortal. If I win, you shall grant me one request. If I lose, I shall fulfill one request of yours. Regardless of what it may be, the other party must comply without any deceit. Upon hearing Faping's words, the seventh princess shook her head vigorously, declaring, General Faping, I acknowledge your rapid cultivation progress. But the great Luo Golden Immortal is not comparable to the Golden Immortal or Taiyi Golden Immortal. My cousin Yang Jian, having aided Emperor Zhou in his conquest, accrued immense merits, yet it has taken him this long to seize the opportunity to transcend. You should refrain from boasting, General Faping. Faping shook his head and poured himself another cup of wine, spurring her on, seventh princess. Just say whether you dare to wager. Witnessing Faping's confident demeanor, the seventh princess bit her lip and replied, Fine, I accept the wager, but if you lose, you must not go back on your word. With that, the seventh princess turned to her sisters. At this moment, the dragon banquet had concluded, leaving only the seventh princess, Marshal Tianping, and a few others. While generals like Ming Tian and Bai Qi had already departed, even the fairy Qingyi had taken her leave. Unlike the other princesses, fairy Qingyi, being a lady-in-waiting of the Yaoqi, could not linger at the general's residence for long. She had to return to the celestial realm of Yaoqi to fulfill her duties. Sisters and Marshal Tianping, bear witness for me. The other princesses, along with Marshal Tianping, gazed at Faping in disbelief, pondering whether he had perhaps indulged too much in drink and was merely spouting drunken nonsense. Yet, Faping's demeanor suggested he was not intoxicated, nor was he jesting. Marshal Tianping ventured to inquire, General Faping, do you truly possess the confidence to ascend to the status of a great Luo Golden Immortal in a short span of time? Faping smiled, offering no response to the marshal, but instead turned his gaze towards the other princesses. If the princesses were skeptical, they could wager with Faping, should he lose. He would concede to their demands, yet if they were to lose, they too would have to acquiesce to one of his requests, and refusal would not be an option. Upon concluding his statement, Faping's eyes fixed intently on the second princess. Her face, already flushed, deepened in color as she lowered her gaze, unable to meet his eyes. The seventh princess, observing this, felt a twinge of jealousy, declaring, General Faping, I shall speak on behalf of my second sister. The second princess, taken aback by her sister's audacity, opened her mouth to protest, but alas, Faping did not grant her the opportunity. It is settled then, he affirmed. By the way, the eighth princess is absent. Would you not also agree on her behalf? The seventh princess, her eyes widening in indignation, retorted fiercely, I shall represent the eighth sister. But should you, General Faping, fail, you must fulfill your promise. Before the seventh princess could finish her sentence, Faping interjected, if I am unable to fulfill it, I will leave my fate in the hands of the princess. The other princesses, who had intended to intervene or join the conversation, swallowed their words. Meanwhile, Marshal Tianping observed Faping, then glanced at the princesses, deep in contemplation. Chapter 41. The arrival of the Monkey King. The great Marshal Tianping was filled with curiosity regarding Faping's unwavering confidence. Who could possibly have instilled such courage within him? Was it Liang Jingru? But who is Liang Jingru? At that moment, a celestial soldier entered the premises. If the great Marshal Tianping were to uncover the truth, he would realize that the one who granted our esteemed General Faping his bravery had indeed arrived. General, Sun Wukong requests an audience. Sun Wukong seeks an audience? Faping's expression was one of bewilderment. Since when did the Monkey King become so courteous as to allow a celestial soldier to announce his presence and to request an audience? No less. Faping's consciousness drifted toward the entrance, where he beheld Sun Wukong waiting outside, holding 2 jars. This sight genuinely astonished him. Given the Monkey King's character, he would typically storm in without hesitation. After all, whether it was at the Crystal Palace, the Underworld, or even the Celestial Court, he had always barged in unannounced. When had the Monkey King become so compliant, not only allowing someone to announce his arrival, but also waiting outside? Faping's expression turned slightly peculiar. Throughout the entirety of Journey to the West, there was scarcely a place that Sun Wukong had not burst into. The only exception being the sacred Mount Loka of Guanyin Bodhisattva. He had unexpectedly enjoyed a taste of the treatment reserved for the Bodhisattva. Ah, please invite the great sage in. Faping remained seated, as there were several princesses present, and it would be inappropriate for him to rise and greet the Monkey King. Before long, the voice of Sun Wukong preceded his arrival. General Faping, I, your humble servant, have come to share a drink. With that proclamation, Sun Wukong entered the grand hall, guided by the celestial soldiers. Upon noticing the presence of others in the hall, the Monkey King scanned the room, and his gaze landed on Great Marshal Tianpeng. With his characteristic familiarity, he approached, saying, "Great Marshal Tianpeng, I didn't expect to see you here. Just in time, for I have brought 2 jars of fine wine brewed by the monkeys of Flower and Fruit Mountain." Great Marshal Tianpeng, observing Sun Wukong, raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Monkey, why are you not diligently guarding the peach garden? Instead, you casually descend to the mortal realm to seek out companions for drinking. Are you not afraid of incurring the wrath of the Jade Emperor?" Sun Wukong rolled his eyes in response, dismissing the Great Marshal's concerns, and made his way directly to Faping. "General Faping, I keep my promises. When I said I would invite you for a drink, I meant it. You must try the wine brewed by my monkeys of Flower and Fruit Mountain. I assure you it rivals the imperial wine bestowed upon you by the Jade Emperor." Before Faping could respond, the 7th princess, having overheard Sun Wukong's dismissal of her sisters and his boast about the quality of the wine, could no longer contain herself. "What nonsense! What good wine could a bunch of wild monkeys from Flower and Fruit Mountain possibly brew? How dare you claim it is on par with the imperial wine?" Upon hearing such disparagement of his beloved monkey brew, Sun Wukong's eyes widened with indignation, ready to retort. However, before he could speak, Faping placed a hand on his shoulder and interjected, "Great sage, this is the daughter of the Jade Emperor, Her Highness the 7th Princess. It is a distinguished guest of mine, the esteemed Faping." Originally, Sun Wukong had intended to reprimand the 7th princess, but upon learning that she was the daughter of the Jade Emperor, his expression softened. He then noted Faping's emphasis on her status as a valued guest. The massive hand resting upon his shoulder felt as heavy as Mount Tai, and in an instant, the anger within Sun Wukong dissipated entirely. He then transformed his demeanor, exclaiming, "Forgive my poor eyesight, I did not realize it was Her Highness, the 7th princess. I beg your pardon, however, I did not speak falsely. The monkey wine brewed by the monkeys of Flower Fruit Mountain is indeed on par with the celestial wines. If the princess does not believe me, she may taste it to see if I have lied." The 7th princess, initially startled by the fierce visage of Sun Wukong, was taken aback by his sudden change in demeanor, akin to the dramatic face-changing of Sichuan opera. Her keen eyes fell upon the enormous hand on Sun Wukong's shoulder, and recalling his previous deeds, she recognized that one who dared to call himself the great sage equal to heaven and defy the heavens was certainly not intimidated by a mere princess. His concession was clearly due to the hand's owner. In that moment, her gaze towards Faping carried a hint of gratitude. Faping, meeting her appreciative gaze, spoke, "7th princess, do not hold any grievances against the great sage. Let us all partake in the monkey wine he has brought. During my time in the lower realm, I have heard tales of monkeys brewing wine. The monkey wine has quite a reputation down there, given the spiritual essence of Flower Fruit Mountain. It is likely that the wine crafted by the great sage's monkeys is extraordinary." Hearing Faping's praise, Sun Wukong's earlier displeasure vanished completely, and he grinned with pride. "Ah, it is you, General Faping, who possesses true discernment. Come, let us drink." Faping then took one of the jars of monkey wine and instructed his companion, Wang Jiajun, "Please have someone prepare a portion of dragon meat for the great sage." Wang Jiajun nodded and departed the hall. Seizing the moment, Sun Wukong sat in Wang Jiajun's place beside Faping and glanced at the food on the table. Curiously, he inquired, "General Faping, is dragon meat something one can freely consume?" Previously, when he had invaded the Dragon Palace, his intent had merely been to seize the Rui Jingu Bang and acquire equipment, without any thought of slaying the dragonkin or considering them as sustenance. Apart from his preference for fruits over meat, he was also mindful of his sworn brother, the Jiao Demon King, who belonged to the dragon lineage. It is said, one does not judge the monk's face, but rather the Buddha's. How could he bring himself to consume the kin of his brother? Yet, since being pursued by the celestial army and captured by Faping, he had found no brother to come to his aid. Thus, Sun Wukong had come to realize that the notion of sworn brotherhood was rather superficial. "Rest assured, I shall eat heartily. This dragon meat is from a recent mission where I was commanded by the Emperor to descend to the lower realm and slay the Jiao Demon King, who had been disturbing the North Sea, the corporeal form he left behind." Sun Wukong had just reached out to grasp the remnants of dragon meat left before Faping, bringing it to his nose for a whiff. Just as he was about to savor its flavor, he suddenly heard the words North Sea and Jiao Demon King. Sun Wukong's monkey face froze in shock. After a moment, he gazed at the dragon meat in his hand, disbelief etched across his features, his eyes widening as he inquired, "Is this the flesh of the Jiao Demon King?" Faping nodded affirmatively, stating, "Indeed, it is the meat of the Jiao Demon King, the illegitimate son of the North Sea Dragon King Ao Shun." This Jiao Demon King possesses the realm of the Tai Golden Immortal. Great sage, you should indulge a bit more. Perhaps there lies a chance to transcend to the Tai Golden Immortal. Sun Wukong's face twitched at the thought. His heart filled with a desire to express gratitude to Fei Ping's earthly kin. It is worth noting that the Jiao Demon King is, after all, his sworn brother. Now, as Fei Ping urged him to consume the flesh of the Jiao Demon King, it was not merely a matter of whether he could break through to the Tai Golden Immortal. Even if such a breakthrough were possible, Sun Wukong could never bring himself to partake in the flesh of his sworn brother for the sake of enhancing his own cultivation. Chapter 42, Sun Wukong, crunchy, with a flavor of dragon meat. Sun Wukong placed the dragon meat. No, rather, the flesh of his sworn brother, the Water Dragon King, back into the bowl on the table. Eating it was out of the question. As for avenging his sworn brother, Sun Wukong mused that, were it anyone else, facing their enemy directly might kindle a desire for retribution. However, with Fei Ping, who had once captured him and nearly severed his monkey head, imprisoned him in the heavenly dungeon, and treated him to wine, peaches, elixirs, and bananas, while being the only one to visit him in that dungeon, he had deemed Fei Ping a brother of different parents. He was utterly unwilling and dared not confront Fei Ping. Moreover, the formidable Water Dragon King had now become a mere dish upon Fei Ping's table, a morsel for him to consume. Sun Wukong, with his slender limbs, pondered what means he had to seek vengeance for the Water Dragon King. The Golden Cudgel? Yet, Fei Ping possessed the demon-suppressing sword. If all went as expected, it was likely that Fei Ping had used that very sword to sever the head of the Water Dragon King. The mere thought of Fei Ping's demon-suppressing sword made Sun Wukong involuntarily swallow hard, instinctively touching his own monkey head. If he could so easily sever the Water Dragon King's head, what chance did his own head stand? No, Fei Ping was far too sinister. He could not remain there any longer. Should the other party become inebriated and draw forth the demon-suppressing sword to strike him, Sun Wukong might not withstand it. The best strategy among the 72 was to retreat. It was wise to leave. Sun Wukong promptly rose and spoke. General Fei Ping, I just recalled that the Jade Emperor's peach garden has a peach tree that I forgot to water today. I shall take my leave for now. When time allows, I shall return to visit you. With that, Sun Wukong seized the opportunity to escape, swiftly darting away. Observing the hasty retreat of the monkey, Fei Ping was left bewildered. His expression one of confusion. Did this monkey not come to drink with me? Why has he fled before we even started? Could it be that the peach garden truly has a peach tree that needs watering? At that moment, the seventh princess, witnessing Sun Wukong's panicked flight, could not help but chuckle. That monkey is so oblivious that he doesn't even know a peach tree doesn't require watering. Truly foolish. Upon hearing the seventh princess's words, Fei Ping paused for a moment, then suddenly had a realization, his gaze instinctively shifting to the bowl of dragon meat. It dawned on him that the Water Dragon King was, in fact, Sun Wukong's sworn brother from the mortal realm, and he had just attempted to persuade Sun Wukong to consume the flesh of the Water Dragon King. Was he not akin to King Zhou, inviting Ji Chong to partake of meat? Hiss. Fei Ping drew in a sharp breath, silently reflecting. Sun Wukong would not dare to rebel against the heavenly court prematurely. Would he? The peach banquet has not yet commenced. If Sun Wukong descends to the mortal realm early, how long must he wait to ascend to the great Luo Golden Immortal? He had just finished boasting to the seventh princess and the others. Losing face is trivial. Losing the rare opportunity to savor the seventh princess's rouge is of utmost importance. At this moment, Wang Zhaojun, who was preparing dragon meat for Sun Wukong, returned and scanned the grand hall, yet found no trace of Sun Wukong. Curiously, she inquired, "Where is the horse-keeping officer?" The seventh princess chuckled. "He has gone back to the peach garden to water a peach tree that was neglected." Upon hearing this, Wang Zhaojun couldn't help but exclaim, "I never imagined the monkey to be so dedicated. It seems your recommendation for him to oversee the peach garden was indeed a wise choice." Fei Ping. Seventh princess. Seemingly oblivious to Fei Ping's peculiar expression, Wang Zhaojun continued, "General, will the horse-keeping officer return? Should we send this dragon meat to him?" Fei Ping, caught between laughter and tears, considered suggesting that the dragon meat be given to his second senior brother, but suddenly recalled that the Jiao Demon King had nothing left. If her monkey brother wished to pay respects, he had no means to do so. Thus, Fei Ping replied, "Let us send the dragon meat to the great sage." He then cautioned, "By the way, do not refer to that monkey as the horse-keeping officer. His temper is quite volatile, and he has a tendency to swing his staff at people. Do not provoke him. It would be unfortunate if Wang Zhaojun inadvertently called him that. If I am not present one day and he loses his temper, striking her down with a single blow, it would be a great loss. In the peach garden, Sun Wukong looked at the dragon meat sent by Fei Ping and was momentarily perplexed by the intention behind it. Was it meant for him to consume? Or was it merely a jest? He was unsure if Fei Ping was aware of his bond with the Jiao Demon King. If he knew and still sent it, it would be a forced invitation to partake. If he did not know, it would naturally still imply the same. Regardless, the outcome remained that he was to eat it. Despite this realization, Sun Wukong felt no significant anger. His unusually placid temperament was somewhat peculiar. After a brief hesitation, he opened the food box, and a rich aroma of meat wafted towards him. The celestial chefs of the heavenly court certainly did not jest when it came to culinary arts, especially those who served the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother. Even the usually vegetarian Sun Wukong found himself swallowing hard, tempted to indulge in the dragon meat before him. However, he ultimately refrained. After all, the Jiao Demon King was his sworn brother, and he could not seek vengeance on his behalf. Instead, he resolved to lay him to rest, honoring the bond they had formed in the mortal realm. Sun Wukong searched for a suitable spot within the peach garden and buried the dragon meat beneath a 9,000-year-old peach tree. As he buried it, he murmured, "Second brother, it is not that I refuse to avenge you. It is simply that Fei Ping's strength is overwhelming, and I, your seventh brother, cannot match him. One day, when I transcend to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, I shall seek out Fei Ping and give him a thrashing for you. For now, may you find peace beneath this ancient peach tree." After laying the Jiao Demon King to rest, Sun Wukong gazed up at the bountiful peaches hanging from the 9,000-year-old tree, swallowing hard once more. Even the flesh of his second brother, the Dragon King, could be endured after being prepared by the celestial chef. However, the peaches of immortality were an entirely different matter. Sun Wukong found himself utterly unable to resist their allure. With a swift motion, he plucked a peach from the tree and bit into it, exclaiming, "Delicious, absolutely delectable." The crispness and flavor were reminiscent of dragon meat. Coughing slightly, he realized he might have been momentarily intoxicated by the earlier taste of the Dragon King's flesh. Thus, he perceived that the peach in his hand lacked the exquisite sweetness of the one previously offered by Fei Ping. Instead, it bore an unexpected meaty flavor. Although he had never tasted dragon meat, he was convinced that this peach possessed an undeniable meatiness, a familiar essence that reminded him of his brother. As he continued to consume the fruit, his suspicions grew. After finishing the peach, Sun Wukong crouched down, hesitating for a moment before attempting to unearth the remains of his sworn brother, the Dragon King. However, he found himself unable to do so. Despite his certainty that he had buried him beneath this very tree, the body of the Dragon King had inexplicably vanished. Could there be a thief in the peach garden? Who would dare to steal from Sun Wukong? His fury ignited. He had always been the one to pilfer from others, and he absolutely would not tolerate anyone stealing from him, especially the remains of his brother, right under his very nose. Sun Wukong was infuriated, and the consequences would be dire. Chapter 43, The Land of the Peach Orchard, where dragon meat has transformed into peaches. Come forth, my old friend. Sun Wukong searched the entire peach orchard, thoroughly overturning every inch, until he finally unearthed the land hidden beneath the earth. Once discovered, the land was pulled up by our Monkey King, revealing legs shorter than his own. With little stubby limbs, it kicked and struggled in the air, creating a most comical scene. Gazing at the land, which was even shorter than himself, Sun Wukong felt his anger dissipate significantly, akin to encountering a fellow villager. The land, while kicking its legs, called out, "Great sage, please put me down. I have a fear of heights and a weak heart." Sun Wukong, speechless, retorted, "Fear of heights? To this extent?" A glance at the land's shoes, nearly size 40, revealed that with a little effort, it could reach the ground. Thus, Sun Wukong lifted it higher, granting an additional inch of height. "I may set you down, but first, tell me who you are. What are you doing hidden underground? Who sent you to monitor me? Speak quickly." At this moment, Sun Wukong was more preoccupied with the potential consequences of his own theft of the peaches than with the corpse of his second brother, the Dragon King, being stolen. He feared that this land might report him to the Jade Emperor. Should the Jade Emperor learn of his misdeeds, he would undoubtedly dispatch the rock to capture him. Just thinking about his brother's fate sent a shiver down his spine. He did not wish to become a dish served at a banquet of the rock and others. "Great sage, I am not here to monitor you. I am the land of the peach orchard." "You are the land?" Sun Wukong was taken aback, clearly not having anticipated the existence of land within the peach orchard. "Well, that is of little consequence. Since you are the land, you must have witnessed my theft of the peaches." A murderous intent instinctively arose within him. The land immediately sensed the threat emanating from Sun Wukong, prompting it to plead for mercy. Great sage, spare my life. Ignoring its pleas, Sun Wukong contemplated ending the land's existence. However, in the next moment, a thought crossed his mind. If you wish for me to spare you, there is a way. As he spoke, Sun Wukong summoned a peach and said to the land, if you eat this peach, I shall grant you your life. The land hastily shook its head in refusal. No, no, no. I dare not steal a peach. If the Jade Emperor finds out, I shall be punished. I cannot. Seeing the land's reluctance to eat the peach, Sun Wukong grew more spirited and forcefully stuffed the peach into its mouth, laughing, you may not dare to eat. But I shall ensure you do. Great sage, please. Just one is sufficient. I truly cannot consume any more. After feeding the land a dozen peaches, it only protested verbally while its body was undeniably compliant. Sun Wukong successfully dragged the land down into the depths of indulgence. The Monkey King mistakenly believed he had truly ensnared the land. The land lay upon the ground, exuding an air of despondency, weeping as it lamented, Great sage, you have truly brought suffering upon this humble spirit. Though the land spoke thus, a tinge of regret lingered within. This wretched monkey. Why did he not feed him a few more peaches? As the guardian of the peach garden, he was certainly not to be compared with the earthly land. For his prowess was akin to that of Sun Wukong, both being of the golden immortal realm, albeit perhaps with slightly lesser combat capabilities. Yet to claim he possessed no capacity for resistance would be patently absurd. His reluctance to oppose stemmed from the fact that prior to Sun Wukong's arrival, the Jade Emperor had already dispatched celestial servants to confer with him, instructing him to turn a blind eye to Sun Wukong's actions within the peach garden. Even if Sun Wukong pilfered the peaches, he was to refrain from intervention. Let the monkey indulge. In other words, had Sun Wukong not discovered him, he would not have revealed himself, merely watching as the monkey absconded with the fruit. Ah, land spirit, now you two have partaken of the peaches from the garden. Should the Jade Emperor learn of this, you two would be summoned to the execution platform. The great sage, feigning ire, pointed an accusatory finger at Sun Wukong, rendered speechless. Yet inwardly he could not suppress a chuckle. Foolish monkey, who witnessed my indulgence? In this entire peach garden, apart from you and me, is there a third soul? As long as you remain silent, who would ever know? Moreover, even if the Jade Emperor were to learn of it, he could simply declare the truth that he had been compelled by Sun Wukong's insistence, acting for the greater good and not to expose the Emperor's designs. As the overseer of the peach garden, he was both a current official and a supervisor. How he reported matters was entirely at his discretion. Land spirit, I ask you, did you pilfer the dragon meat I buried beneath the peach tree? Sun Wukong, believing he had the land spirit cornered, released his grip, then flicked his tail to hang from a tree branch, reaching for a peach. As he munched on the fruit, he scrutinized the land spirit. The spirit rose from the ground and replied, Great sage, I did not steal the dragon meat. It was consumed by you. Sun Wukong, his eyes widening in fury, retorted, Nonsense. I distinctly buried the dragon meat beneath the peach tree. You may have stolen it, but how dare you accuse me? Enraged, Sun Wukong hurled the peach from his hand, leaped down from the tree, and seized the land spirit once more. The spirit, struggling, exclaimed, Great sage, I speak no falsehood. The dragon meat was indeed consumed by you. But what do you mean? Speak plainly, Sun Wukong demanded. Great sage, please set me down first, and I shall explain. The spirit urged. After a moment of hesitation, Sun Wukong relented and released him. Speak quickly. If you do not clarify your words, I shall demand your life as retribution for my second brother. Hearing this, the land spirit internally rolled his eyes, thinking, the Dragon King was slain by General Faping. Why do I not see you seeking vengeance against him? Let General Faping pay for it. The land spirit began to comprehend the situation. Sun Wukong is indeed a character who demonstrates a tendency to bully the weak while fearing the strong. Although the land deity harbored a certain disdain for Sun Wukong, he concealed it well, adjusting his official robes before speaking. Great sage, the peach trees in the peach garden possess innate spiritual roots. Each tree here is imbued with consciousness. When you buried that dragon meat beneath the peach tree, it undoubtedly displeased the tree, prompting it to absorb the dragon flesh and transform it into a peach. When you consumed the peach, great sage, you must have sensed something extraordinary. I assure you, I did not pilfer the dragon meat you buried. I can swear to the heavens. Upon witnessing the land deity's willingness to make an oath, Sun Wukong found himself believing the deity's words to a certain extent. However, to admit that he had consumed dragon meat, particularly that of his second brother, the Dragon King, was a notion he found difficult to accept. No, he thought. He must eat a peach to soothe his throat. Yet, With each bite, Sun Wukong found himself increasingly nostalgic for the flavor of the previous peach, realizing that the taste of that peach was indeed far more delectable. Chapter 44. A Night of Sudden Wealth, the Enchantress of 100 Beauties. As soon as Sun Wukong departed from the general's residence, Faping could no longer suppress the smirk at the corner of his mouth, for the system notification echoed incessantly in his mind. Brother Monkey, it seems you could not resist the allure of the peaches of immortality. With this, he anticipated a rapid ascension in strength. This time, he aimed to elevate his power to the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm before Sun Wukong entered Laozi's alchemical furnace. Simultaneously, by taking advantage of Sun Wukong's pilfering of the peaches, with the system's tenfold return and ample resources at his disposal, he intended to cultivate the 8-9 mysteries to the 6th transformation. At that juncture, when Sun Wukong entered the alchemical furnace, refining his body into a copper-headed, iron-armed form, Faping would seize the opportunity to achieve a breakthrough into the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. Moreover, he aspired for both his magical prowess and physical form to ascend simultaneously, thus rendering him invincible among his peers, becoming the first Yang Jian. Indeed, the first, for it was uncertain whether Yang Jian would surpass him in attaining the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm or mastering the 8-9 mysteries to the 7th transformation. Once the Erlang god, Yang Jian, transcended into the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, his status in the Heavenly Court, as evidenced by the Bao Lian Lantern series, would be of utmost significance. Faping's moment of glory was on the horizon. Time swiftly passed, and over 100 days elapsed. During the period when Sun Wukong was overseeing the Heavenly Court's peach garden, feasting on the peaches, Faping, aside from the occasional visit to the Heavenly River to manage the restructuring and training of the Water Army, remained sequestered within the general's residence, striving for a breakthrough. Thanks to Brother Monkey, in the short span of 100 days, his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, and he had also advanced the 8-9 mysteries to the 6th transformation. Host, Faping. Race, human. Identity, Deputy Marshal of the Heavenly River Water Army. Realm, Pinnacle of Tai Golden Immortal. Physique, Water Deity for the Law of Water. Cultivation Method, Supreme Immortal Formula, 8-9 Mysteries, 6th Transformation. Treasure, Demon Suppressing Sword, 9-9 Scattering Soul Gourd. Finally, he had broken through to the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. With the 8-9 mysteries cultivated to the 6th transformation, only one more transformation remained until he would attain the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. According to the classification of physical strength among the Witch Clan, the 7th transformation of the 8-9 mysteries aligns with the ancient Great Witches. The ancient Witch Clan consisted of 12 ancestral witches, including Di Jiang, the ancestral witch of space, resembling a yellow sack, red as fire, with 6 legs and 4 wings. Featureless, Zhu Jiuyin, the ancestral witch of time, with a human head and dragon body, entirely crimson, capable of foreseeing the future and discerning opportunities. Zhu Rong, the ancestral witch of fire, with a beast's head and human body, clad in red scales, with fiery serpents in his ears, wielding fire as his divine power. Gong Gong, the ancestral witch of water, with a python's head and human body, covered in black scales, treading upon a black dragon, entwined with a green python. Adept in manipulating water. Zhumong, the ancestral shaman of wood, appears as a figure of verdant bamboo, possessing a bird's body and a human face, with 2 dragons beneath his feet, overseeing the budding and growth of trees. Rushu, the ancestral shaman of gold, presents a visage of a human with a tiger's body, clad in golden scales, sprouting wings, and adorned with a serpent through his left ear, also riding upon 2 dragons. Qiangliang, the ancestral shaman of thunder, bears a tiger's head upon a human form, clutching a serpent in his mouth and another in his grasp, with 4-hooved legs and elongated arms. Tianwu, the ancestral shaman of wind, boasts 8 heads and a human face, a tiger's body with 10 tails, his form as elusive as the tempest. Shizi, the ancestral shaman of lightning, possesses a human face and bird's body, with azure serpents dangling from his ears and a red serpent in his hand, capable of summoning thunder and lightning from the heavens. Shibishi, the ancestral shaman of weather, embodies a human face with a beast's body, ears resembling those of a dog, and also adorned with azure serpents, possessing the power to alter the weather. Xieming, the ancestral shaman of rain, has a human face and bird's form, each ear adorned with a blue serpent, with 2 azure serpents underfoot. Putu, the ancestral shaman of earth, presents a human body with a serpent's tail, 7 hands sprouting from his back, and 2 hands in front, gripping a writhing serpent. In addition to the 12 ancestral shamans of antiquity, numerous formidable shamans existed, the most renowned among them being Jiufeng, Quafu, Hui, Qiyu, Xingtian, Fingbua, Yushi, and Shangliu. The physical prowess of these 8 individuals closely rivals that of the 12 ancestral shamans. Should one cultivate the arcane arts to the 7th transformation, their physical form would be comparable to that of the great shamans, even if it does not quite meet the standards set by these 8. In the world of Journey to the West, he would find it feasible to surpass them. Aside from the nearly reclusive ancient immortals, a few key leaders of significant powers remain, as well as the wandering Xinyuansi, who prefers to roam rather than remain indoors, and the elusive Kuanping hidden in the North Sea, along with Liudaijin, the peacock, and a select few ancient titans. He, Faping, need not worry about his own safety. It is time to emerge from seclusion. The Pantao banquet and the Monkey King's tumultuous adventures in the Heavenly Palace are soon to unfold. And as the Vice-Marshal of the Heavenly River Water Army, he must seize the opportunity to shine. Indeed, he, Faping, is the Emperor of Heaven's most loyal and trusted aide, self-proclaimed, and quite by chance, he has been promoted. Having elevated from Deputy General to Vice-Marshal of the Heavenly River Water Army, his rank now stands second only to Marshal Tianpeng. Moreover, he is nominally subordinate only to the second senior brother, for during the past 100 days, the second senior brother has relinquished all matters of the Heavenly River Water Army, entrusting it entirely to him. Now, he awaits the second senior brother's descent to the mortal realm, at which point he will rightfully assume the marshal position vacated by him. This promotion not only signifies an increase in status and salary, but also grants him the Emperor's permission to form a personal guard of 10,000. The previously dissolved Demon Suppression Army has been reinstated as compensation. It can be said that the Emperor's support and elevation of him would evoke envy in even his own nephew, Yang Jian. Upon leaving the secluded chamber, Faping encountered Wang Zhaojun and Shi at the door. Indeed, it is the lady of unparalleled beauty known for her grace, Zhaojun, alongside the enchanting Shi as portrayed by Jiang Qiqin. Following his promotion to vice-marshal, the number of celestial maidens in his residence inevitably requires augmentation. However, this time, the Queen Mother did not directly bestow celestial maidens upon him, but instead assigned the task of selection to the fairy Qingyi. In essence, the privilege of selecting celestial maidens was indirectly bestowed upon Faping. Naturally, Faping did not hesitate to delegate this authority to Wang Zhaojun, entrusting her with the task of identifying renowned beauties from the mortal realm, whom he would gather within his marshal's residence. Presently, his abode is graced not only by the illustrious Wang Zhaojun and Shi, 2 of the 4 legendary beauties of antiquity, but also by LG, Qi Farron, Bo Ji, Chaofu, Zhao Fian, Wei Zifu, among others. 100 or so empresses and consorts from the lower realms, all breathtakingly exquisite. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that the Emperor himself is less joyful than Faping. However, as a result, aside from a few notable beauties from the warring states in the end of the Qin dynasty, his residence has undeniably transformed into a veritable sanctuary of beauties from the Western Han dynasty. These empresses and consorts, while renowned and of noble lineage in the mortal realm, have been relegated to the roles of handmaidens, dancers, and female guards within the marshal's estate. Indeed, it is a rare occurrence throughout history to employ such exalted figures as mere guards. Upon their arrival, the rear courtyard of the marshal's residence became off-limits to all men, emphasizing a principle of indulgence and freedom. It is evident that these empresses and consorts, having been meticulously selected from among the thousands of beauties of the imperial harem, possess unparalleled skills in serving and enticing. Even Faping, the formidable marshal, with his steadfast resolve and unwavering heart, finds it difficult to withstand the allure of 100 enchanting beauties. It must be said that indulging in the pleasures of a tyrant is indeed tempting. Were it not for the prowess of the Monkey King, who skillfully procured the coveted peaches, he might have succumbed to temptation. In merely 100 days, the peach garden yielded 1,200 trees of 9,000-year-old peaches, each tree producing 100 peaches in a single harvest. The Monkey King devoured and concealed nearly 100,000 of these peaches, resulting in Faping cultivating to the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm and advancing his 8-9 profound art to the 6th transformation. The quantity of peaches consumed, merely a fraction of what the Monkey King had feasted upon, was returned to him 1,000-fold by the system, leading to an astonishing accumulation of peaches in the tens of millions. Indeed, this bounty is sufficient for him to ascend to the realm of the primordial golden immortal quasi-saint. And it should also suffice for the resources needed to advance the 8-9 profound art to its 8th transformation. One could say that the Monkey King allowed him to experience the phenomenon of overnight wealth. In the words of Li Yunlong, he had never fought such a prosperous battle in 8 lifetimes. During his cultivation, he felt as though he were floating towards the heavens. This accursed overnight wealth and the indulgent lifestyle are truly tormenting. Chapter 45, The Offering of Incense and the Arrangement of Merit and Fortune. Upon witnessing Fei Ping's emergence from seclusion, Wang Zhaojun and Shi Shi were filled with joy, simultaneously bowing and declaring, "We humbly pay our respects to the marshal. We welcome the marshal's return." Fei Ping cast a glance at the two women, their figures elegantly arching as they bowed, and inwardly mused, with a heart as clear as ice, "I remain unfazed by the collapse of heaven." Without hesitation, Fei Ping raised his hand, channeling a surge of mystical energy that drew the two women into his embrace. A pair of delicate gasps echoed in unison. "Marshal, did you achieve any gains during your retreat?" Wang Zhaojun, feeling the firm grip at her waist, gazed intently at the esteemed Fei Ping. In previous instances of his seclusion, each return had seen him ascend to a higher realm, filling her and the women of the marshal's residence with anticipation. Currently, the celestial waters of the Tianhe army had swelled to 1,000,000 strong. Fei Ping, relying solely on his status as a Tai Golden Immortal, felt somewhat unworthy of his position. Thus, both Wang Zhaojun and the women of the marshal's residence yearned for him to swiftly transcend to the realm of the Deluo Golden Immortal. Once he achieved this breakthrough, he would solidify his role as the true commander of the 1,000,000-strong Tianhe army, rather than merely relying on the emperor's support. At that point, as Fei Ping's personal attendant, Wang Zhaojun, along with the other women of the marshal's residence, would experience a rise in their own standing, akin to the saying, "When one ascends, all associated prosper." They would find their status in the heavenly realm elevated, as even the humble alchemists serving in the Taishang Laojun's Doshui Palace held more esteem than the formidable generals of the demon clan. Should they descend to the mortal realm, their influence would be unparalleled. The local deities would be compelled to heed their commands, and no one would dare utter a word of defiance against the acolytes of the venerable Laojun. Although Fei Ping's strength, even upon breaking through to the Deluo Golden Immortal, would still pale in comparison to that of Taishang Laojun. The mere attainment of this status would grant him considerable authority in the heavenly realm, establishing a power that even the celestial beings would hesitate to provoke. This time in seclusion had yielded abundant insights. The marshal was but a step away from his breakthrough into the Deluo Golden Immortal realm. After attending the Peach Banquet, he would begin the process of transcending. Fei Ping had no intention of concealing his progress. He wished for the women of the marshal's residence to be aware of his imminent advancement. His reasoning was simple. The majority of the women in his residence were of noble lineage, and to ensure their loyalty and unity, the most effective method was to offer them the promise of power and prestige. Only by demonstrating that following Fei Ping would lead to immense benefits and influence would these women, akin to characters from the harem tales, comply with his wishes. His selection of these women for the marshal's residence was not merely due to the usual inclinations of men, but also because their familial ties in the mortal realm could prove invaluable for his future endeavors. In the realms of the Journey to the West and the Primordial Era, one theme always prevailed: the accumulation of merit and fortune. To break through to the Hunyuan Golden Immortal, Quasi-Sage, or even the Hunyuan Deluo Golden Immortal, Sage, required more than mere resources. It necessitated a profound strategy. One must also gather merit and fortune. But from where does this merit and fortune stem? The 3 realms: the heavenly realm, the human realm, and the underworld. When the Monkey King and his companions journeyed westward to seek the scriptures, was it merely the scriptures they sought? The quest for scriptures was merely a pretext. The true purpose behind this pilgrimage was the desire of the Buddhist sect to expand its influence within the human realm, thereby garnering more offerings and accumulating greater merit and fortune. To achieve this accumulation of merit and fortune, and to solicit offerings from the human realm, it was necessary to rely on the women of the marshal's mansion, as well as renowned generals from the mortal realm like Xiang Yu. Through these individuals, he could firmly control, or rather, influence, their families within the human realm, thus affecting the trajectory of dynasties and the selection of emperors. A century-long dynasty, a millennium-old family. By controlling the prominent families of the lower realm, he could orchestrate the construction of grand temples dedicated to him, thereby amassing merit and fortune. Of course, large-scale temple construction was not feasible at the moment. He would need to first achieve the status of a great Luo Golden Immortal before he could embark on such endeavors. Upon arriving at the residence of Yushu, he found her engaged in a game of mahjong with LG, Wei Zifu, and Dou Yifang. Indeed, it was mahjong. introduced to provide some amusement for the women of the marshal's mansion, preventing them from becoming too engrossed in scheming against one another. He had devised such entertainments as mahjong and card games. To be honest, he had not anticipated that these women would be so fond of mahjong. Whenever he entered seclusion, they would gather to indulge in the game. Seeing Fei Peng's arrival, the women paused momentarily. "Fei Peng, you are out of seclusion," said LG. "I pay my respects to the marshal," greeted Dou Yifang. "I pay my respects to the marshal," added Wei Zifu. "Please, take a seat and continue," Fei Peng urged, gesturing for them to sit and resume their game. He then moved to sit beside Yushu, occupying her position, and cast a glance at the tiles she held. Drawing her close, he smiled and inquired, "Have you won or lost?" Snuggling against Fei Peng, Yushu replied softly, "I lost. I always lose when playing mahjong with the three of them." Fei Peng lifted his gaze to examine LG and the others, three illustrious queens of the Western Han dynasty, renowned throughout history. At that moment, none dared to meet his eyes, and they sat with utmost decorum, half of their postures rigidly upright. After all, the marshal's mansion was filled with countless empresses and consorts, and even formidable figures like LG, Dou Yifang, and Wei Zifu did not dare to act frivolously before Fei Peng, fearing dire consequences should they err. Fei Peng playfully pinched Yushu's cheek and affectionately remarked, "Let me show you how I shall teach those three a lesson." At his words, a sweet smile graced Yushu's face. Despite the increasing number of women in Fei Peng's marshal's mansion, his attitude towards her had remained unchanged. Among the many empresses and consorts from the lower realm, any who dared to show her disrespect, in Fei Peng's words, were subjects she could deal with at her discretion. Thus, even figures such as LG, Dou Yifang, and Wei Zifu, despite their formidable prowess in the mortal realm, dared not challenge the esteemed position of Yushu within the marshal's residence. In fact, there was a subtle yet palpable effort among all to fortify Yushu's standing. The reasoning behind this was quite simple. Yushu's character instilled a sense of security among them. Had any other empress or imperial consort occupied Yushu's position, trepidation would undoubtedly have prevailed, and the atmosphere within the marshal's residence would not have been so harmonious. At the very least, it appeared outwardly serene. As the game progressed, with the trio of LG collaborating seamlessly, Fei Peng dominated the table, leaving the three empresses in utter disarray. Their lamentations echoed, a cacophony of distress. Fei Peng, single-handedly facing three opponents, not only regained all the elixirs he had lost to Yushu but also emptied the small treasury of LG. The three empresses gazed despondently at their barren coffers, tears unspilled yet palpable in their eyes as they looked at Fei Peng, who reveled in his triumph. Although he was acutely aware that LG and her companions had deliberately thrown the game in his favor, consistently feeding him advantageous cards, he felt a sense of victory that was somewhat unearned. Yet, as he often mused, his contentment was what truly mattered. Winning cards brought him joy. But what delighted him even more was the effort the three women exerted to please him. This sensation surpassed the thrill of victory itself. In addition to Fei Peng's elation, Yushu also radiated happiness, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons as she embraced the illustrious marshal, showering him with affectionate kisses. Just as Fei Peng intended to delve into the Huangdi Neijing with Yushu and the three empresses, a voice interrupted the moment. "Marshal, the seventh princess has arrived." Chapter 46, Ignoring the Ignorant. The turtle recites scriptures. Indeed, the one who has arrived is none other than the legendary figure who shattered 3,000 Yu soldiers with a single sword and imparted the sword techniques of 3,000 Yu warriors. She is the one who left behind the tale of 3,000 Yu armors swallowing Wu, the Yu maiden A Qing, a compatriot of Shi Shi. Currently, she serves as the head female guard in the marshal's residence. As A Qing finished speaking, the seventh princess entered. Upon witnessing Fei Peng engaged in a game of mahjong with several women and cradling one in his arms, she focused her gaze and realized it was none other than Yushu. This sight caused the seventh princess, who had initially intended to confront him, to soften her expression, albeit with a hint of irritation as she shot Fei Peng a disapproving glare. Caught in the act of intimacy with Fei Peng, Yushu hastily extricated herself from his embrace, her cheeks flushed as she bowed, saying, "Yushu pays her respects to the seventh princess." The trio of Lu Ji and her companions also bowed in unison. Lu Ji pays her respects to the seventh princess. Dou Yifang pays her respects to the seventh princess. Wei Zifu pays her respects to the seventh princess. The seventh princess disregarded Lu Ji and her companions, stepping forward to grasp Yushu teasingly. "Well, I've caught you red-handed. Little Yu, tell me, how shall we silence my lips now?" Yushu's face turned crimson. Her words caught in her throat, a hint of panic evident. Although her relationship with Fei Peng was not a secret, knowing it was one thing. But being seen with him was entirely another, especially by someone as significant as the daughter of the Queen Mother. If the seventh princess were to inform the Queen Mother, Fei Ping, perceiving the situation, drew Yushu closer to him, his gaze fixed on the seventh princess as he remarked, "Princess, do refrain from teasing you. You frightened her." Seeing Fei Ping's audacity in her presence, the seventh princess retorted coldly, "Fei Ping, you possess quite the boldness. Aren't you afraid I might inform my mother and have you punished?" Fei Ping, unfazed, calmly responded, "Wouldn't the Queen Mother already be aware?" The seventh princess was momentarily rendered speechless. If she knew, how could her mother possibly be in the dark? To put it plainly, such matters were rampant in the heavenly realm. If one were to pursue accountability, few deities in heaven could claim to be untainted, not even the Supreme Lord Laozi. Furthermore, this was within Fei Ping's residence. The unspoken rules of the heavenly court dictate that as long as one is not in a public setting, engaging in a study of the Huangdi Neijing within their own abode, the law enforcers of the heavenly court would not intrude. Of course, offending the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother would be an entirely different matter. Thus, it was not merely Fei Peng's embrace of Yushu that could provoke her ire. Even if he were to act indiscreetly before her, she would find it difficult to report to her mother. "Seventh Princess, what brings you here? Could it be that your cousin Yang Jian has broken through to the great Luo Golden Immortal?" Fei Ping inquired, though internally he speculated that it was likely related to the peach banquet. Yet, he wondered why the seventh princess would visit him instead of going to the peach garden to pick peaches. As Fei Ping deftly shifted the topic, the seventh princess shot him a fierce glance and huffed, "My cousin will undoubtedly surpass you in breaking through. With your current state, do you truly believe you can achieve the status of a great Luo Golden Immortal?" Fei Ping grinned, "I beg your pardon, seventh princess, but I have already reached the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal. For me, ascending to the great Luo Golden Immortal is merely a matter of moments. When that time comes, do not forget our wager." A mischievous smile played upon his lips as he scrutinized the seventh princess. The princess felt her cheeks flush under his gaze, her face turning crimson. She could vaguely discern his intentions, pondering, "This audacious fellow dares to entertain such thoughts about me." Yet, inexplicably, she felt no aversion. Instead, a flicker of anticipation stirred within her. She even harbored a thought, perhaps her cousin Yang Jian would delay his breakthrough. That way, she wouldn't have to take the initiative. But no, she admonished herself, "I must not let my thoughts wander further. Calm down, calm down." Taking a deep breath, the seventh princess steered the conversation anew. "Are you aware of the peach tree banquet?" "Indeed." Fei Ping nodded knowingly, feigning ignorance. "But is the empress truly hosting a peach tree banquet?" The seventh princess did not reply, casting a glance towards Lu Ji and her companions. Upon noticing, they hastily declared, "Lu Ji takes her leave. Dou Yifang takes her leave. Wei Zifu takes her leave." After the trio departed, Yushu also signaled for Wang Zhaojun and Shi, along with the maidens attending, to exit, leaving only Fei Ping and the seventh princess in the room. "Your Highness, it is now permissible to speak," she said, fixing her gaze on Fei Ping and adopting a serious demeanor. "Are you aware that the Sun Wukong you recommended has been pilfering the peaches within the peach tree garden since his entry? Not long ago, the land of the garden reported to the Empress that Sun Wukong devoured all the 9,000-year-old peaches. The Empress is now inflamed with rage, and you may find yourself entangled in the consequences." Fei Ping looked at the seventh princess, blinking in surprise. "Are you here to warn me? Or do you intend to elope with me to the mortal realm?" "What? Elope?" The seventh princess was utterly bewildered. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Her cheeks reddened as she thought, how could he even conceive of such a notion? Though she found his teasing absurd, a part of her felt an undeniable thrill. "Am I speaking nonsense?" Fei Ping retorted, observing her speechless state. He then continued, unhurriedly, "Your Highness, is it not quite normal for a monkey to steal peaches? Moreover, that Sun Wukong is but a wild monkey from the mortal realm, one who dared to challenge the heavens and claim the title of the great sage equal to heaven. What is so astonishing about him pilfering peaches?" The seventh princess noted Fei Ping's calm demeanor, unfazed by her attempts to intimidate him, seemingly already aware of Sun Wukong's antics. Thus, the seventh princess inquired with perplexity, "If you are aware, why do you still recommend him?" Fei Ping cast a glance at the princess and continued, "I endorse that monkey naturally because there are those who wish for him to stir up some trouble." The seventh princess instinctively asked, "Who is it?" Fei Ping shook his head, asserting that as the most loyal minister to the Jade Emperor, he would not betray his majesty, even if the seventh princess were the daughter of the one in question. The same would apply to the Queen Mother. However, he would require sufficient incentives, such as the Peach of Immortality. After a moment of contemplation, the seventh princess blurted out, "Is it father?" In the next instant, Fei Ping promptly covered his ears, muttering, "Not listening, not listening," a turtle reciting scriptures. Observing this, the seventh princess became even more convinced of her speculation, although it was Fei Ping who had recommended Sun Wukong. The one who appointed Sun Wukong to oversee the peach orchard was indeed her father. Furthermore, Sun Wukong had previously caused havoc in the East Sea, stormed the underworld, seized the Rui Jinggu Bang, altered the Book of Life and Death, and even proclaimed himself the great sage equal to heaven. Her father had ultimately chosen not to take action against Sun Wukong. The seventh princess could not help but ponder, could it be that Sun Wukong is her father's private? No, it is utterly impossible. Her father, no matter how unconventional his tastes, would not seek a female monkey. Moreover, Sun Wukong was born a stone monkey. How could that even be? Wait a moment. A stone monkey? The seventh princess's eyes widened as if she had stumbled upon an earth-shattering secret. Was her father not originally a chaotic primal stone? Hiss. Chapter 47. The Secret of My Father, a Lifetime for His Daughter. After a considerable pause, the seventh princess finally regained her composure. Convinced she had unearthed a monumental secret pertaining to her father, she felt it was imperative that she safeguard this revelation for her entire life. Well, she meant to keep it a secret from her father for eternity. It was absolutely essential that it remained unspoken, even to her mother. She would rather die than disclose it. After all, if it were indeed true, then the stone monkey, Sun Wukong, would be infinitely more renowned, outshining even the most illustrious of legends. "Your Highness, are you well?" Fei Ping inquired, gazing at the seemingly oblivious princess with the concerned expression usually reserved for children with special needs. The seventh princess shook her head and declared, "Marshal, let us proceed." "Where to?" "To the peach banquet, of course. Although that monkey has pilfered all the 9,000-year-old peaches from the orchard, Mother still possesses some of the ancient peaches that have been preserved for millennia, so the banquet shall not be cancelled. First, we must visit the Yaoqi. Prior to the commencement of the peach banquet, all celestial beings must pay their respects to Mother in Yaoqi. Only then may the festivities begin. Since you have never attended the peach banquet before, Mother sent me to fetch you, lest you miss it." "Miss the peach orchard?" Fei Ping regarded the seventh princess thoughtfully. Given his current status and strength, he was certainly qualified to attend the banquet, even if the seventh princess were absent. The celestial maidens of Yaoqi would come to inform him. However, Fei Ping chose not to reveal this and accompanied the seventh princess to Yaoqi. Sun Wukong devoured a 3-turn golden elixir. The host acquired 10,000 3-turn golden elixirs. Sun Wukong devoured a 6-turn golden elixir. The host acquired 10,000 6-turn golden elixirs. Sun Wukong devoured a 9-turn golden elixir. The host acquired 10,000 9-turn golden elixirs. While en route to Yaoqi with the seventh princess, Fei Peng received a new notification from the system. The Monkey King had commenced his indulgence in the celestial elixirs. The 3-turn, 6-turn, and 9-turn elixirs refined by the Supreme Old Lord, regardless of their grade, were all fair game for the Monkey King, who was undeniably unpicky when it came to food. He consumed with reckless abandon, seemingly unfazed by the prospect of overindulgence. However, given the extraordinary constitution of the spiritual stone monkey, it was unlikely he would suffer from such excess. Undigested elixirs would merely accumulate within his body until the Supreme Old Lord could assist him in acquiring a body of copper and iron, with fiery eyes of gold. Upon their arrival at Yaoqi, Fei Ping and the seventh princess found several princesses, along with the barefoot immortal, lamenting to the Queen Mother about Sun Wukong's theft of the peaches and his false proclamation of the Queen Mother's decree. Fei Ping held little interest in the rotund barefoot immortal, his attention instead drawn to the princesses, particularly the eighth princess, perhaps influenced by the lotus lantern. He found himself particularly fond of her. Just then, the eighth princess glanced in their direction, and their eyes met, igniting a spark akin to thunder meeting fire. "Seventh sister, you have returned." It is evident that the eighth princess has caught sight of her seventh sister, which is why her gaze is imbued with affection. She approaches the seventh princess beside her. "Eighth sister, are you all right?" Originally, the task of gathering peaches from the peach garden was meant for her and her 6 sisters. However, considering her previous mockery of Sun Wukong at the residence of Fei Ping, she feared retribution from the Monkey King. Thus, the newly emerged 8th princess was chosen to replace her in this endeavor. "We are fine, 7th sister. With eldest sister, 2nd sister, and 3rd sister present, that monkey cannot harm us even if he were to act. Moreover, he is rather careless. Upon seeing us, He merely cast a binding spell, believing he had us restrained without even checking. Eldest sister, second sister, and third sister were not bound at all. Once he departed, eldest sister assisted me, and the fourth, fifth, and sixth sisters released the binding spell. Faping, upon hearing the words of the eighth princess, was not particularly surprised, after all. The Monkey King is notoriously known for his carelessness. Despite the lesson learned from pilfering peaches and elixirs, he still carelessly tossed the tools of his misdeed back into his room rather than meticulously returning them to their rightful place to avoid detection. In truth, the Monkey King has never been one to clean up after his escapades, always leaving behind evidence for all to see, as if to proclaim, "I was here." Yet, there is one commendable trait of the Monkey King, his remarkable restraint when it comes to matters of beauty. He treats alluring maidens with indifference, not daring to lay a finger on them, truly deserving of the title of a moral paragon among monkeys. At this moment, the eighth princess finally took notice of Faping, or perhaps she had been aware all along but chose not to reveal it. "You must be General Faping." The eighth princess scrutinized the man before her, a name frequently mentioned by her sisters since her retreat. In terms of appearance, he was not at all inferior to her cousin Yang Jian, evoking immediate delight. Seeing the eighth princess regard him with the admiration of a younger cousin for an elder, Faping clasped his hands in greeting. "Faping, at your service, eighth princess." "There is no need for such formalities, General." Before the eighth princess could finish her sentence, the seventh princess interjected, "Eighth sister, do not speak recklessly. When have I ever mentioned him to you?" The eighth princess glanced at her sister and, with a smile, corrected herself. "All right, it was second sister who spoke of General Faping to me. You did not, did you, seventh sister?" Upon witnessing her sister dare to tease her, the seventh princess was about to retort when Faping interjected, "I wonder what second princess has shared with the eighth princess. Were they kind words or ill?" The eighth princess looked at Faping and countered, "What do you think, General Faping? Do you believe second sister would speak well of you or not? Surely, it must be kind words. And what of seventh sister? Do you think she has spoken well of me or ill?" Faping cast a glance at the seventh princess, noticing a glimmer of anticipation in her gaze. He then remarked, "Did you not just assert that you had not mentioned me to the eighth princess?" Upon hearing this, the seventh princess's expression shifted dramatically. However, in the next moment, Faping added, "Nonetheless, I presume that in your heart, I am but a figure of virtue, devoid of any vice." At his words, the seventh princess shot him a disapproving look, though she refrained from retorting. The eighth princess, observing her sister's reaction, inquired, "I heard from my sixth sister that you have wagered with seventh sister on who would first achieve the status of a great Luo Golden Immortal. You are our cousin Yang Jian. What is your current cultivation level? I was informed that not long ago, you were merely a heavenly soldier at the southern heavenly gate, and only recently attained enlightenment, thus becoming a Golden Immortal." The eighth princess was intrigued, pondering what audacity Faping possessed to stake such a bet against her sister, especially in comparison with her cousin Yang Jian. "I am at the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal stage. After the Peach Banquet, I will enter seclusion to break through to the great Luo Golden Immortal. By the way, eighth princess, the wager involves not only the seventh princess, but also you." The eighth princess looked at Faping with confusion, unable to grasp how she was entwined in this bet between him and her sister. Faping glanced at the seventh princess, noticing her momentary embarrassment, and explained to the eighth princess, "When I made the wager with the seventh princess, you were in seclusion. So she agreed on your behalf to partake in our agreement, along with the second princess." Upon hearing this, the eighth princess turned her gaze to her sister, and seeing no objection, she understood that Faping was speaking the truth. Rather than feeling anger or displeasure, she simply stated, "So, if you surpass cousin Yang Jian in achieving the great Luo Golden Immortal, I must grant you a request, correct?" "Indeed, any request," Faping replied. The eighth princess fixed her gaze upon him, contemplating momentarily before asking, "What would you have me do? I have heard that you possess exceptional artistic talent. Should fortune favor me, I would request a portrait painted by you, one that satisfies my expectations. What say you?" Compared to the other princesses, he held a deep admiration for the eighth princess's performance in The Legend of the Lotus Lantern and her discerning taste in men. Her notion of love was genuine, her judgment of suitors far surpassing that of her sisters, aunts, and even her niece. One must ponder, how many mortals would dare to draw a bow against the formidable Erlangsheng Yang Jian? Dong Yong, the cowherd? Lu Yanchang? The man chosen by the eighth princess would indeed have the courage to aim an arrow at Yang Jian. Chapter 48, Winning on All Sides. Winning beyond measure, the eighth princess gazed at Faping with a look of perplexity, struggling to comprehend why he exerted such effort merely for a portrait. After all, who claimed she was adept at painting? Yet, when Faping spoke, she found it difficult to decline his request. Thus, she replied, "Very well. I shall create a portrait for you, Marshal, one that will undoubtedly meet your satisfaction." Faping nodded, his reluctance to ask for anything more stemming from the eighth princess's discerning taste in men. Should he appear overly eager, it might result in a setback. Moreover, as the future Grand Marshal Faping, he required a reference for the divine statue of himself in the lower realms. Should the eighth princess prove skilled in her artistry? And if he were pleased with the result, he could send the portrait down below. Additionally, the eighth princess, an innocent woman untouched by romantic entanglements, would inevitably conjure certain fantasies while painting. Once his image took root in her mind, many things would become considerably easier. As Faping reveled in his own cleverness, a voice reached his ears. Faping. As the saying goes, a scent reveals a woman. He, Grand Marshal Faping, could discern a woman's identity by her voice. The owner of that voice was none other than our Queen Mother. From her tone, he could sense her considerable displeasure regarding the young man with yellow hair. Hurriedly, Faping abandoned the two inexperienced young women, the seventh and eighth princesses, and made his way through the gathering of deities to stand before the Queen Mother. "Your Majesty, my lady." Faping greeted the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother respectfully. Even though he had sensed the Queen Mother's dissatisfaction, he remained steadfast in his ideals. First saluting the Jade Emperor and only then the Queen Mother, one must prioritize their support. Emotional value is a currency shared by both ordinary people and the Jade Emperor alike. As expected, the Jade Emperor's previously stern countenance softened upon witnessing Faping's deference. However, he remained silent. The Queen Mother, on the other hand, scolded, "You, rascal. You were the one who recommended Sun Wukong to oversee the peach garden. Now, not only has he pilfered the peaches, but he has also ruined my peach banquet. To make matters worse, he has stolen the golden elixir from the Supreme Lord. Tell me, Faping, how should we deal with this Sun Wukong?" The Queen Mother fixed her gaze upon Faping, her expression inscrutable, yet her tone and voice conveyed unmistakable ire. It was evident that the Queen Mother was genuinely furious. While Sun Wukong's theft of the peaches had fallen within her and the Jade Emperor's plans, despite the excessive pilfering, such losses could be reclaimed from the Buddha. His devastation of her meticulously arranged peach banquet was intolerable. With the venue now in disarray, one could only wonder how the forthcoming peach banquet could possibly proceed. Indeed, the act of preparation is a simple endeavor. However, does the Queen Mother of the West not care for her dignity? She has long maintained her reputation and influence within the heavenly court and the three realms through the grand banquet of the Peach Festival. Now, with Sun Wukong's reckless actions, she has suffered a blatant humiliation. As the wealthiest deity in the heavenly court, she dismisses the notion of post-event compensation. To put it bluntly, does she truly lack for anything? Thus, while Sun Wukong's pilfering of the peaches is minor, his disruption of her banquet is a grave matter. Given Wukong's capabilities, it is not insurmountable to sneak into the peach garden with the tacit approval of both her and the Jade Emperor. However, the chaos he brings to her banquet is another matter entirely. How could he possibly gain entry to such a prestigious gathering of deities? It is evident that internal collaboration among the heavenly court is necessary, which seems implausible. Although Sun Wukong is associated with the Buddhist realm, the Queen Mother harbors no suspicion towards Buddhism. Rather, she is more inclined to favor the way of the celestial. Indeed, only the celestial way possesses the capability, audacity, and motivation to disrupt her banquet without regard for her status. The rationale behind their actions is equally straightforward. Since the inception of her Peach Festival, both she and the Jade Emperor have seen their renown and influence in the heavenly court and the three realms grow exponentially. The celestial way, through Sun Wukong, aims to humiliate her and potentially sever the increasingly close alliance between the Jade Emperor and Buddhism. Not long ago, the Jade Emperor, with the assistance of Buddhism and the Bodhisattva Guanyin, promoted the Faping and transformed 1,000,000 ghost soldiers into celestial beings, thus bolstering the strength of the Heavenly River's naval forces. While the celestial way might overlook a Faping without connections, they cannot remain passive if the Jade Emperor continues to reap rewards and supports additional Fapings. Hence, this incident may well serve as a warning from the celestial way. However, the current complication does not stem from the celestial way, but rather from the long-aloof Taishang Laojun, who has now interjected himself into the fray. The theft of the Doshui Palace? This is nothing short of an absurdity. Who is Taishang Laojun? The foremost of the three pure ones, the embodiment of the sage Laozi. And what is the Doshui Palace? It is the sanctum for the sage's alchemical practices. Could such a place truly be robbed? Would Sun Wukong even have the means to enter? Without the tacit consent of Taishang Laojun, or a deliberate invitation for Sun Wukong to the Doshui Palace, he would not only fail to steal the elixir but would be unable to approach the palace's gates. It is abundantly clear that Taishang Laojun seeks to instigate turmoil. As for why it is Taishang Laojun and not the Celestial Way or the Western powers taking action, one must question, do either of those factions possess the audacity? Regardless, whether it be the Celestial Way, Taishang Laojun, or the Western realms, she finds herself unable to vent her frustrations upon them. Thus, she resorts to targeting the instigator, Sun Wukong, and, by extension, the Faping. Before the irate Queen Mother, Faping solemnly proclaimed, "Your Majesty, that audacious monkey dares to disrupt your Peaches of Immortality banquet. A transgression of the gravest nature, utterly unforgivable." He then turned to the Jade Emperor, bowing in deference, and requested, "I beseech your Majesty to grant me the authority to lead the Imperial Guards down to the mortal realm and eradicate that monkey, as well as his progeny from Flower Fruit Mountain." Faping refrained from suggesting the capture of the Monkey King to ascend to the heavens, instead asserting the intention to annihilate Sun Wukong and his kin within the mortal domain. This decree would equate to total obliteration of their lineage, a complete extermination of 9 generations, a definitive resolution. Upon hearing Faping's words, the Bodhisattva Guanyin raised an eyebrow, evidently taken aback by the severity of his proposal. Should Faping descend to the mortal realm, Sun Wukong would be in grave peril. Guanyin swiftly turned to Li Jing, signaling him to intervene and disrupt Faping's fervent declaration. However, before the great king of the pagoda could step forward, the Supreme Old Lord spoke first. "Commander Faping, that Sun Wukong must not be killed. He is to be captured alive. He has pilfered the elixir of immortality, and I intend to cast him into my alchemical furnace to extract the golden pill he has consumed." Upon hearing the Supreme Old Lord's words, Faping felt a profound sense of relief. The Supreme Old Lord had indeed not disappointed him. It appeared that the intention was to refine the Monkey King, whether the old sage was genuine or merely feigning. As long as Sun Wukong was entrusted to the Supreme Old Lord, the Monkey King would assuredly escape death. His previous declaration of extreme measures against the monkey was merely a political stance. To slay the Monkey King was a laughable notion. Who would he exploit thereafter? With the Supreme Old Lord advocating for the capture of Sun Wukong, it was clear that the imperative was to secure him alive. Thus, he, Faping, found himself in a position of triumph, a resounding win in every aspect. Truly, it could be said, win, 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 an overwhelming victory. Chapter 49. The Jade Emperor's delight and Guanyin's recommendation of Yang Jin. Of course, Faping did not exhibit his inner satisfaction, ensuring that no celestial beings present perceived his delight. Instead, he relished his triumph in secret. Simultaneously, he chose to disregard the presence of Taishang Laojun. Although Taishang Laojun embodies the revered Laozi, holding a prestigious position within the heavenly realm, Faping remained steadfast in his loyalty, adhering to the principle that a loyal minister should not serve 2 masters. No matter how exalted Taishang Laojun's status, he was incapable of bestowing promotions or rewards upon Faping. Thus, Faping refused to abase himself by currying favor with Taishang Laojun. His allegiance was solely to his own superior. When Taishang Laojun concluded his remarks, Faping offered no response, choosing instead to direct his gaze towards the Jade Emperor, and even the Queen Mother beside him, without a second glance. Observing Faping's blatant disregard for Taishang Laojun, while feigning unwavering loyalty, the other celestial beings watched intently, awaiting his commands. At that moment, Faping's emotional value reached its zenith. The Jade Emperor felt an exhilarating sense of euphoria. He mused, "Taishang Laojun, are you not the embodiment of Laozi? Are you not magnificent? Yet my esteemed Marshal Faping chooses to ignore you entirely." For the first time, the Jade Emperor experienced a treatment that even sages had not known. Had the circumstances allowed, he would have laughed heartily, releasing the pent-up frustrations accumulated over countless eons. As for Faping's demeanor, Taishang Laojun remained largely unconcerned, embodying the principle of tranquility and non-action. Naturally, as Laozi's incarnation, he did not take offense. And Faping's attitude, which starkly contrasted with that of the other celestial beings, piqued his interest. It was reminiscent of the initial encounter between the Jade Emperor and Sun Wukong, where a mere phrase like impudent monkey revealed the Emperor's differing attitudes towards Sun Wukong and the Celestial Assembly. Now, Taishang Laojun regarded Faping as one might view an endearing child. Noticing Taishan Laojuan's lack of displeasure, the Jade Emperor declared, "Marshal Faping. Since Laojun wishes to capture the demon monkey Sun Wukong for alchemical purposes, you shall." Before the emperor could finish his sentence, Li Jing suddenly stepped forward. Bowing respectfully and interjecting, "Your Majesty, Faping is the vice-commander of the Water Army. It would be prudent for this matter of capturing Sun Wukong to be entrusted to me and Neza." The Jade Emperor furrowed his brow, disregarding the words of the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King, and turned his gaze towards Guanyin Bodhisattva beside Li Jing, inquiring if she had any thoughts on the matter. In truth, the Jade Emperor was indifferent regarding who would apprehend Sun Wukong, for ultimately, whoever captured him would have to deliver him to Taishan Laoyun for alchemical processing. Thus, there was no necessity for Faping to undertake this mission. "Your Majesty, this humble monk concurs with Heavenly King Li's reasoning. Faping, as the Marshal of the Heavenly Water Army, is responsible for the management of all aquatic domains. The flower and fruit mountain of Sun Wukong lies beyond the jurisdiction of the Heavenly River's Water Army and the command of the Great Marshal of the Flying Ping. It would be prudent to send King Li to apprehend the mischievous monkey first. Should that prove ineffective, I have heard that His Majesty's nephew, the Celestial Lord Yang Jian, possesses formidable powers and could be summoned for assistance. This way, it would not appear that the vast heavenly court relies solely upon the loyalty of the Great Marshal of the Flying Ping." Upon hearing the words of the Bodhisattva Guanyin, the assembled immortals paid little heed, despite the fact that her truths were somewhat embarrassing. Yet, the affront was not directed at them, but rather at the Jade Emperor. However, the Jade Emperor remained unfazed, for the Bodhisattva had unwittingly provided him with an excuse, or rather a rare opportunity, to bring his nephew Yang Jian back to the heavenly court, given Yang Jian's merits established during the War of Gods. Coupled with his status as a disciple of the 3 generations of the Chan school and the Jade Emperor's own nephew, it would have posed no difficulty for Yang Jian to aspire to replace Lei Zhenzi and become the Emperor of the 4 directions. However, due to the transgression of Yang Jian's mother, Yao Ji, who fell in love with a mortal, she was punished under the edicts of heaven and imprisoned beneath the Peach Mountain with the Jade Emperor's tacit consent. Yang Jian, having taken the celestial master Yuding as his mentor and learned the profound arts of the Chan school, descended from the mountain to cleave the Peach Mountain in an attempt to rescue his mother. Yet, the Jade Emperor, fearing his sister's involvement in the War of Gods, bound her with chains forged from heavenly edicts, preventing Yang Jian from saving her. Naturally, Yang Jian harbored resentment towards his uncle, the Jade Emperor, which led to his reluctance to serve the heavenly court after the War of Gods, opting instead to establish his own power at Guanjianku, disregarding the heavenly edicts. However, over the years, the relationship between him and his uncle had somewhat thawed, and Yang Jian gradually came to understand his uncle's plight, considering the possibility of returning to the heavenly court. Yet, there exists a saying, power unutilized becomes obsolete. Just as Yang Jian had previously been reluctant to ascend to heaven, the heavenly court now finds it equally challenging to accommodate him. This is not to say he cannot be accepted, rather. His identities as a disciple of the Chan school and the Jade Emperor's nephew render him a contentious figure among both the disciples of the Chan and the intercepting schools. The reason the intercepting school opposes Yang Jian's ascension is simple. As a disciple of the Chan school, he had slain numerous disciples of the intercepting school during the War of Gods, and enmity does not fade with time. Instead, it festers and deepens. Consequently, the immortals of the intercepting school are naturally disinclined to welcome Yang Jian. Given his status, should his strength be sufficient, he would inevitably surpass all other immortals. As for the disciples of the Chan school, their apprehension regarding Yang Jian's return to heaven is more complex. Their hesitation stems from the uncertainty that remains regarding whether Yang Jian would choose his uncle or his school, as the misunderstandings between him and the Jade Emperor have dissipated over time. After all, the Jade Emperor is indeed the uncle of Yang Jian. Although his master, the Jade Dingzhenren, treats Yang Jian well, it is essential to note that the Jade Dingzhenren is merely one of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect. The internal strife within the Chan sect has always been fierce, as evidenced by the fact that during the Fengshan War, 4 of the 12 golden immortals, when Shu Guangfa Tianzuan, Hu Xinzhenren, Si Hongdaran, and Jiu Lushan, defected directly to the west. This illustrates the intensity of the internal conflicts within the Chan sect. The master-disciple relationship between the Jade Dingzhenren and Yang Jian, regardless of its merits, does not imply that Yang Jian will align himself with the Chan sect. After all, as the nephew of the Jade Emperor, Yang Jian only needs to address him as uncle to secure his position in the heavenly court. With a touch of arrogance, he could even stride through with impunity. being the nephew of the Jade Emperor and a disciple of the Chan sect's third generation. As long as Yang Jian possesses sufficient audacity, he could reap benefits from both sides. When the time comes, he might simply inquire, who else is there? It is likely that only the members of the Jie sect would pose any challenges for Yang Jian, making him slightly uncomfortable. Therefore, throughout the heavenly court, aside from the Jade Emperor, very few wish for Yang Jian to ascend. For once he does, his noble lineage and past achievements would suffice to elevate him to a position of great power. Furthermore, given the Jade Emperor's disposition, it is not beyond reason to suspect he might exploit his nephew to suppress the disciples of both the Jie and Chan sects. Chapter 50. The trusted advisor cannot compete with the nephew. The peach tree is stolen. Just as the Bodhisattva proclaimed, the King of Heaven Li commanded the 10,000 heavenly soldiers, accompanied by Neza, the giant spirit god, and other generals, to apprehend Sun Wukong. Furthermore, an edict was issued to the celestial lord Erlang, summoning him and the Maishan brothers to Huagua Mountain to assist the heavenly army in capturing the demon monkey Sun Wukong. It was conveyed that should they succeed in subduing Sun Wukong, substantial rewards would be bestowed upon them, and the Maishan brothers would also receive heavenly fortunes. Upon concluding his orders, the Jade Emperor, as was customary, did not allow the celestial beings any opportunity to intervene and promptly departed from the Queen Mother's jade pool. As he watched the Jade Emperor's retreating figure, Faping maintained a facade of respect, yet inwardly lamented. Indeed, the trusted advisor cannot rival the nephew. Ultimately, blood ties prevailed. In comparison to Yang Jian, his staunch ally, he found himself at a disadvantage due to the lack of kinship. Nevertheless, Faping did not allow this to dishearten him. Although he could not become the Jade Emperor's own nephew, he could certainly father a grandson for him. Oh no, that was a mistake. It should be a grandson. For in terms of blood relations, a grandson is far closer than a nephew. If one grandson is not sufficient, then let there be 2, 3, 4. If all else fails, he would circle the heavenly court, for he could not believe that the mere Erlang Shun, Yang Jian, could usurp the radiance that rightfully belonged to him. Faping resolved to pry into the Jade Emperor's affections, to entangle himself with the Emperor's cherished granddaughter, and if fortune favored him, to eventually inherit the Jade Emperor's legacy, privatizing the heavenly court as his own enterprise. The very thought stirred a thrill within him. However, Neza, lacking discernment, approached and remarked, General Faping, you should observe how my elder brother Yang Jian captures that Sun Wukong. Faping glanced at Neza and, with utmost seriousness, reminded him, address me as Marshal. While General may sound more imposing, rank is paramount in officialdom, and the title of Marshal surpasses that of General. Neza rolled his eyes inwardly, thinking, obsessed with titles. Seeing Neza lingering by Faping, Li Jing, the king of the heavenly army, called out, Neza, accompany me to the barracks. Neza frowned slightly, seemingly displeased at the interruption, yet upon noticing the in Li Jing's hand, he summoned his own equipment, the wind and fire wheels, and departed with Li Jing. Observing the wind and fire wheels beneath Neza's feet, along with the magical silks and the universe ring he possessed, Faping couldn't help but feel envious. How wonderful it would be if such celestial treasures could fall into the hands of the Monkey King, even for just a fleeting moment. He would be devoid of any lack of divine artifacts. Alas, he could not directly bestow gifts upon the Monkey King. In truth, giving him items would not yield shared benefits. If only he could offer the 99 dispersing soul gourd to the Monkey King. Then, under the auspices of shared returns, given the supreme quality of the 99 dispersing soul gourd, he might acquire a chaos gourd. Or at the very least, the Eastern Emperor's bell, the Panga banner, or the Taiji diagram. Such primordial treasures. Once upon a time, as the Monkey King embarked on his journey to the west, he encountered numerous spiritual treasures along the way, including 5 items contributed by the 2 treasure boys, Goldhorn and Silverhorn, who served the Supreme Lord Laozi. These treasures included the purple gold red gourd, the jade pure bottle, the banana leaf fan, the 7-star sword, and the golden rope. The purple gold red gourd of the Supreme Lord Laozi shares its root with the 99 scatter soul gourd, both originating from the 10 great primordial spiritual roots gourd vines, belonging to the category of 7 gourds, and likewise classified as a supreme primordial treasure. Of the remaining 4 treasures, aside from the 7-star sword, which is associated with the Supreme Lord Laozi's demon-slaying endeavors and may be a postnatal treasure, the other 3 are likely primordial treasures. The banana leaf fan and the jade pure bottle are highly probable to be top-tier primordial treasures, while the grade of the golden rope remains uncertain. However, considering its role as the Supreme Lord Laozi's belt, one might draw parallels with the belts of modern-day magnates, suggesting its quality cannot be inferior. At a minimum, it must also be a supreme primordial treasure. Contemplating this, Faping yearned for the journey to the west to commence forthwith. The mere presence of gold horn and silver horn had already contributed 5 treasures, not to mention the mounts and subordinates of other formidable figures. Among those Faping recalled were the additional banana leaf fin wielded by Princess Iron Fan, the Wincoming Pill of Bodhisattva Lingji, the purple gold bell of Guanyin Bodhisattva S-Mount, the seed bag of the yellow-browed king, and, of course, the tightening spell that adorned Sun Wukong's head. In summary, once the Monkey King set forth on his pilgrimage, he would undoubtedly possess an abundance of primordial treasures, both in quantity and quality, unparalleled by anyone, including several saints. As Faping fantasized about amassing a plethora of exquisite primordial treasures, primordial artifacts, and even chaotic spiritual treasures, he was suddenly interrupted by the furious voice of the Queen Mother of the West. "What did you say? 100 peach trees are missing from the peach tree garden? Are you insinuating that these are thousands-year-old peach trees?" Upon her declaration, a wave of astonishment swept through the assembly of celestial beings. While pilfering peaches was already a transgression, the theft of peach trees was wholly unprecedented. Despite the fact that the missing 100 trees constituted less than 1/30th of the 3,600 trees in the garden, these were no ordinary trees. They were primordial roots that suppressed the fortune of the heavenly court, all being 9,000-year-old peach trees. The land spirit of the peach tree garden, trembling in trepidation, confessed that he had not anticipated that Sun Wukong's theft of peaches would extend to the trees themselves, especially right under his nose, stealthily and without notice. 109,000-year-old peach trees vanished. Upon hearing that 109,000-year-old peach trees had gone missing, the Queen Mother coldly demanded, "How have you been overseeing the peach tree garden? Have you gone blind and deaf? Speak quickly, who has stolen the peach trees?" At that moment, the Queen Mother felt a desire to take the life of the land spirit, while Sun Wukong's theft of peaches had merely caused embarrassment at the peach banquet. The theft of the peach tree struck at her very foundation and, indeed, the foundation of the heavenly court. With a steely resolve, the land spirit replied, "My lady, it must have been that Sun Wukong who stole them." In truth, he could not ascertain whether it was the Monkey King who had stolen the peaches. During the time the monkey was pilfering the celestial peaches, he had been following in the Monkey King's wake, consuming the fruits that were carelessly discarded on the ground, while also secretly hoarding a modest stash of peaches amounting to a few hundred. Although this number paled in comparison to the vast quantities consumed and concealed by Sun Wukong, it was nonetheless sufficient to instill a sense of dread within him. Consequently, he chose to overlook the peach trees within the orchard. Of course, this neglect stemmed not only from his guilty conscience, but also from the sheer improbability of anyone daring to steal the peach trees themselves. Over the years, the orchard had indeed suffered thefts, but these had merely involved a handful of peaches. Never had anyone dared to abscond with an entire tree, let alone 100 of them in one fell swoop. Initially, he contemplated fleeing to the mortal realm, yet upon reflecting on the significance of the peach trees, he realized that the Queen Mother of the West, along with the heavenly court, would surely not let him off so easily. They might even suspect him of being the thief behind the disappearance of the trees. To avoid bearing such a heavy burden of blame, and to ensure a swifter demise should it come to that, the land deity refrained from fleeing and instead returned to report the matter honestly. Simultaneously, he asserted with conviction that the peach trees had been stolen by Sun Wukong. Whether it was indeed the Monkey King or some scheming figure within the celestial realm attempting to sow discord remained a secondary concern for the land deity. He felt compelled to shift the blame onto Sun Wukong. Chapter 51. The Lockdown of the Celestial Palace and the Chaotic Peach Tree. Alas, the Queen Mother, as the foremost goddess and a formidable being of the primordial golden immortal rank, could easily discern the deceit of the Peach Garden's land spirit. The spirit was evidently lying, as it was uncertain whether the peach tree had indeed been pilfered by Sun Wukong. This duplicity served to steady the Queen Mother, for the peach tree had indeed been stolen, and the uncertainty regarding the thief's identity precluded her from focusing solely on Sun Wukong. All present celestial beings bore considerable suspicion, especially those from the Chan sect. The immediate priority was to maintain control over these individuals, preventing their departure until the peach tree was recovered. Thus, the Queen Mother proclaimed, "The peach banquet shall proceed as scheduled. All of you are to remain in the celestial palace. Do not leave until the conclusion of the banquet." No sooner had she spoken than a tremendous energy enveloped the celestial palace, emanating from the Taiwei Yuqing Palace. Upon his return, The Jade Emperor received a transmission from the Queen Mother, informing him of the theft of the peach tree and the uncertainty of Sun Wukong's involvement, urging the Emperor to seal the palace to prevent the thief's escape. Given the significance of the peach tree in maintaining the celestial fortune, the Jade Emperor acted without hesitation, securing the palace immediately. After all, the stability of the celestial fortune was paramount if it faltered. His position as the sovereign of the celestial palace and the three realms would be compromised, a risk he could not afford to overlook. Witnessing the palace's lockdown, the celestial beings, reassured by their own innocence, opted to observe quietly. At such a moment, who would dare step forward? For that would surely indicate guilt. If the peach tree were to be recovered, all would be well. However, should it remain lost, the one who revealed themselves would bear the greatest suspicion. Thus, even the disciples of the, known for their boldness, refrained from causing a ruckus. In contrast to the others, Faping was engrossed in reviewing the system notifications. As the Monkey King had been preoccupied with feasting, he had muted the alerts, leaving him uncertain about the theft of the peach tree. Soon, however, Faping established that the Monkey King had indeed stolen it. 100 records of the theft confirmed that their previous conversation had been taken to heart. The Monkey King had truly taken the peach tree. He had absconded with 109,000-year-old peach trees, while Faping had acquired 1 million of the same. This transformed one of the 10 great innate spiritual roots, the peach tree, into mere cabbage. The Queen Mother's peach banquet could only cater to the celestial beings of the palace and the esteemed powers of the three realms. Yet henceforth, even a mere dog could feast on peaches should he so desire. System, can the peach trees be merged? He pondered. 1 million peach trees was an exorbitant quantity. In his estimation, a few hundred or 1,000 would suffice. Ideally, if they could be condensed and fused into a chaotic spiritual root, that would be splendid. Ding. Merging is possible. May I inquire if the host is merged with the Chaos Peach Tree? Merged. Ding. Merging with the Chaos Peach Tree. Ding. Merging successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 1,000 Chaos Spiritual Roots, the Chaos Peach Tree. Note, the Chaos Peach Tree blooms in 10,000 years, bears fruit in 10,000 years, and matures in 10,000 years, yielding 100 fruits at a time. The Chaos Peach Tree possesses the ability to suppress fortune. Its fruit grants immortality. Upon hearing the system's introduction, Faping raised an eyebrow. Immortality is distinct from eternal youth. What does immortal truly signify? Attaining the status of a golden immortal is regarded as immortality. In essence, a single fruit from the Chaos Peach Tree could enable one to achieve the rank of a golden immortal. Faping exclaimed, "Goodness! This rivals the 9 Revolutions golden elixir of the Supreme Lord." However, that is not the crux of the matter. The key lies in time. The Chaos Peach Tree does not abide by the usual accounting of epochs. Rather, it requires merely 30,000 years to bear fruit. This is only 21,000 years longer than the traditional peach tree. Based on the yield of 100 peaches per harvest from the peach tree in 30,000 years, the Chaos Peach Tree could produce a staggering 100,000 Chaos Peaches. Translating this into the equivalent of 9 Revolutions golden elixirs, this amounts to 100,000 elixirs. How long would it take the Supreme Lord to refine such a quantity? Surely, he would need to stoke the furnace until it smokes. Even disregarding the smoke, the materials required for alchemy are not easily gathered. The Supreme Lord's elixirs, aside from innate spiritual materials, could only be produced by capturing formidable beings. As he himself stated, using Sun Wukong for alchemy implies capturing demons for the purpose of refining elixirs. To produce the 9 Revolutions golden elixir, one would require at least golden immortal level demons. While it may have been feasible to find 100,000 golden immortal demons during the era of ancient golden immortals, such beings are scarce in the current mortal realm. However, he mentioned the wild golden immortal demons, such as those governed by Kuanping in the North Sea, the Azura realm ruled by the River of Oblivion, and the demon realm occupied by Chiyu. These ancient powers, which have existed since time immemorial, surely possess the capacity to yield 100,000 golden immortals. It is said that the top-tier ancient factions, such as the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans, and the Witch and Demon clans, each command billions of soldiers, with the lowest cultivation being true immortal. Not even celestial immortals are deemed worthy of being cannon fodder. He firmly believes that these factions undoubtedly possess their own hidden strengths. Even the discrete power of the Four Seas Dragon clan is likely formidable. Now, with 1,000 Chaos Peach trees in his possession, regardless of the formidable hidden strengths of these factions, he could still catch up. His foundational strength would not lag significantly. Ding, please select a planting location. as you will receive the first batch of mature fruits from the Chaos Peach Tree post-planting. Faping found himself in a quandary. Initially, according to his plan, once Monkey King had stolen the peach tree, he would claim he could cultivate the peach tree and plant it on the Three Immortals Island. However, now that the peach tree has transformed into the Chaos Peach Tree, it is evident that he cannot foolishly reveal it. Such an act would not only attract attention from others. I fear that the Jade Emperor, who supports him, may be the first to take action and seize his Chaos Peach Tree. Therefore, the Chaos Peach Tree must remain concealed at all costs. Instead, one must devise a means to acquire a treasure possessing a miniature world, akin to the map of mountains and rivers, the Pearl of Stabilizing the Sea, or the Chaos Pearl. Presently, he can only ponder such possibilities. As for the Chaos Pearl, it is beyond reach. The map of mountains and rivers is in the possession of Nuwa, while the Pearl of Stabilizing the Sea rests with the Lantern Master. Moreover, after the investiture of the gods, the Lantern Master has also allied with the West, becoming the ancient Buddha of Lantern, the past Buddha. Neither of them is someone he can contend with at this moment. Furthermore, the Pearl of Stabilizing the Sea has transformed into the foundation of the Buddhist realm, the 24 heavenly Buddhas, thus rendering it irrelevant to his considerations. Hence, he can only set his sights on Nuwa. To devise a plan regarding the map of mountains and rivers in Nuwa's possession. The thought of Nuwa inevitably leads Faping to recall King Zhou. After much contemplation, Faping resolves to proceed with caution. The disparity in strength is too vast, and neither soft nor hard approaches will prove effective. He will wait until he has transcended to the level of the primordial golden immortal before attempting to engage with Nuwa. With this decision made, Faping turns his gaze toward the Queen Mother of the West. Chapter 52. The Three Flowers of the Great Luo. Sun Wukong seeks redemption. With the emergence of the Chaos Peach Tree, Faping's gaze towards the Queen Mother of the West underwent a subtle transformation. In simple terms, his pockets had become fuller, and his ambitions had expanded alongside. Before the beauty, he dared to meet her eyes directly, to appreciate her presence. Of course, he vowed that his admiration was purely innocent, merely contemplating a future where he would tend to the Chaos Peach Tree alongside the Queen Mother, watering, fertilizing, and weeding, laboring from dawn till dusk. While Faping was lost in the blissful visions of the future, a notification echoed in his mind. Sun Wukong has broken through to the Tai Golden Immortal, achieving the Dao fruit of the Tai Golden Immortal, significantly enhancing his power and combat strength. This is not good. A breakthrough is imminent. Under the system's tenfold sharing, Faping felt himself on the verge of ascending to the Great Luo Golden Immortal, prompting him to hurriedly assume a meditative posture. Unlike the Golden Immortal and Tai Golden Immortal, breaking through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal requires the condensation of the three flowers. The grade of the three flowers signifies an individual's aptitude, potential, and future accomplishments. The higher the grade of the three flowers, the greater the aptitude. The more immense the potential, and consequently, the higher the future achievements. The three flowers are classified into 9 grades, ranging from 1 to 9, the higher the grade, the greater the future accomplishments. Most ordinary Great Luo Golden Immortals fall within the 3rd to 5th grades. Such beings typically find it exceedingly challenging to break through to the Hunyuan Golden Immortal or the Quasi-Saint realm, let alone ascend beyond that to the Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal or the Saintly realm. To transcend the Hunyuan Golden Immortal and Quasi-Saint realms, one must possess at least a 6th grade 3 flowers. Moreover, to attain the Dao fruit of the Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal, akin to the Saintly realm, the 3 flowers must reach the 7th grade or higher. Figures such as the 3 pure ones, Nuwa, the 2 Western Saints, Putu, Kuinping, the River of Oblivion, and the Jade Emperor and Queen Mother all possess 3 flowers at the 7th grade or above. It is rumored that the 3 flowers of the Grandmaster Hongjun are of the 9th grade. Whether this is true remains uncertain. Nevertheless, this is of little consequence. To return to the matter at hand, the Monkey King has merely broken through to the Tai Golden Immortal. His physical form has yet to ascend and must await entry into the alchemical furnace. With the assistance of Lord Taishan, he will forge a body impervious to blades and iron. Allegedly, the strength of the physical body also influences the grade of the 3 flowers. There are tales of Pangu's 3 flowers reaching the 12th grade. Whether this is true is beyond his contemplation. As for the 12th grade and 9th grade 3 flowers, he dared not dwell on them, at least not at this moment. His ambition is to ensure that his 3 flowers attain a minimum of the 7th grade. Should he achieve the 8th grade, it would warrant a celebration with flowers and festivities alongside Yushu and others. Thus, he must refrain from recklessly pursuing a breakthrough. He must wait for the Monkey King to enter the alchemical furnace, accumulate strength, and then make his advance. Faping's actions naturally caught the attention of the Queen Mother of the West, who observed that he seemed to be suppressing his breakthrough momentum. A hint of surprise flickered across her face as she mused, "This fellow is quite astute. Whether Faping seeks to refine his magical prowess, wishing to delay his ascent to the great Luo Golden Immortal, or is simply mindful of the inopportune timing for a breakthrough, remains to be seen." Faping's actions are undeniably correct. Apart from the Queen Mother, Faping has also captured the attention of the assembled celestial beings, though their understanding of the situation varies. Among them, the seventh princess belongs to the group that remains bewildered. Consequently, she approached the Queen Mother and inquired, "Mother, what is happening with Faping? Is he on the verge of breaking through to the great Luo Golden Immortal?" The seventh princess instinctively sensed that Faping might indeed be on the brink of such a breakthrough. This realization left her somewhat flustered. Despite Faping having previously assured her that breaking through to the great Luo Golden Immortal was a matter of mere moments, she had initially thought he was merely boasting. Now, witnessing what appeared to be a genuine breakthrough, she couldn't help but feel anxious. If Faping were to surpass her cousin Yang Jian in achieving the great Luo Golden Immortal status, how should she respond? Should she maintain a facade of modesty before acquiescing? Or should she simply agree without hesitation? If Faping were aware of her musings, he would undoubtedly exclaim, "Princess, you understand me." He never suggested she ought to do anything. Yet she was already contemplating whether to act reservedly or freely, skipping over certain stages of consideration. Such directness left no room for hesitation, which he appreciated. The Queen Mother glanced at her daughter and remarked, "He is suppressing his breakthrough." What? The seventh princess was taken aback by this revelation and turned her gaze toward Faping, her eyes reflecting confusion and uncertainty. Was he the one who had boasted about surpassing her cousin Yang Jian in achieving the great Luo Golden Immortal status? How could he now be suppressing his breakthrough? Was it unsuitable to advance at this moment, or did he simply not wish to do so? Meanwhile, at Huagua Mountain, Sun Wukong, having advanced to the Tai Golden Immortal stage, instinctively looked up to the heavens. Previously, he had been captured by Faping and taken to the skies, and deep within, he felt a profound sense of indignation. In his view, Faping's ability to capture him was merely due to his momentary lapse in vigilance. Having fallen victim to Faping's cunning trickery, suffering the consequences of an unfamiliar environment. In a direct confrontation, Faping would likely not have been able to subdue him, especially since he had yet to unleash his full potential with the 72 transformations. "Faping, old son awaits your challenge," he vowed, determination flashing in his eyes. This time, he swore to redeem his honor and reclaim the pride he had lost. Furthermore, Sun Wukong contemplated his blood brother, the Dragon King of the Tides, whom Faping had turned into a dish. He resolved to rally his other brothers to revolt against the heavens in vengeance for his second brother. After all, the Dragon King was their sworn brother, and by publicizing his fate, he believed he could enlist the support of his brothers. Undoubtedly, after his recent experience in the celestial prison, Sun Wukong had matured, understanding the gravity of the chaos he had instigated. Alone, he feared he could not withstand the impending repercussions. It is essential to gather a few sworn brothers for support. Oh no, I meant to rally them. I wonder if that fellow, Faping, has a taste for beef. At that moment, Sun Wukong's subordinate, the red-bottomed monkey, approached with congratulations, exclaiming, "Congratulations, Your Majesty, on breaking through to the Tai Golden Immortal." Sun Wukong regained his composure, turned to the red-bottomed monkey, and inquired, "Old monkey, have the children all been summoned?" The red-bottomed monkey replied, "Your Majesty, the children have all been gathered. Might I ask, do you intend to continue the rebellion against heaven?" Upon hearing the phrase rebellion against heaven, Sun Wukong shook his head, stating, "The matter of rebellion can wait for later." Later? The red-bottomed monkey was puzzled. Can one truly postpone such a matter as rebellion? Ignoring the red-bottomed monkey's confusion, Sun Wukong continued, "I, your humble servant, have brought back some delightful treasures for the children to sample." "Delightful treasures? May I inquire what they are, Your Majesty?" "Peaches of immortality. Have you heard of them?" "Peaches of immortality?" The red-bottomed monkey's eyes widened. As a guiding monkey appointed by the Buddhist realm, he was indeed familiar with the renown of these peaches. However, he could not comprehend why his sovereign would summon the children to partake in something that only the highest immortals could enjoy. It was crucial to note that the monkeys of Flower Fruit Mountain numbered in the tens of thousands, and even if each monkey were to have but a single taste, It would require at least 10,000 peaches as a minimum. Could their sovereign truly possess such an abundance of peaches of immortality? The red-bottomed monkey shook his head, unwilling to believe, or perhaps too daunted to accept. Chapter 53, The Peach Banquet at Suelong Mountain. Behold, these peaches are extraordinarily large and perfectly round. Ah, the fragrance and sweetness of these peaches are simply delightful. In astonishment, the red-bottomed monkeys of Flower Fruit Mountain, along with countless others, each cradled a peach in their arms that was larger and rounder than their own heads, chattering excitedly. The peach garden boasted nearly 100,000 9,000-year-old peaches. Half of them were consumed and carelessly tossed aside by the Monkey King, while the remainder was secretly hoarded away, most of which was now generously distributed among the monkeys of Flower Fruit Mountain. Watching his kin revel in their feast, Sun Wukong felt a swell of joy. The 9,000-year-old peaches promised longevity on par with the heavens and the earth, as well as the sun and moon. Despite having previously erased the names of his monkeys from the underworld records, rendering them theoretically immortal, the reality of life and death ultimately depended on the will of the afterlife. Names can be erased, but they can also be rewritten. Therefore, these 9,000-year-old peaches not only provided assurance of extended lifespans for his kin, but also bolstered their strength. Earlier, the celestial army under the command of the Heavenly King Li had refrained from attacking his monkeys. However, after pilfering the peaches and causing chaos at the peach banquet, as well as unwittingly consuming the elixir of the Supreme Old Lord, Sun Wukong was acutely aware that the heavenly realm would not let him off easily this time. Foreseeing an impending conflict of great magnitude, with this in mind, Sun Wukong turned to the red-bottomed monkey. Old monkey, instruct General Ba and the others to each take a peach and invite my brothers. Inform them that I have plenty of peaches here. I wish for them to lead their followers to Flower Fruit Mountain to partake in the peach banquet. Indeed, Sun Wukong intended to host a peach banquet in the mortal realm to attract his sworn brothers to his aid against the celestial forces. My king, why not spread the news of the peaches far and wide, inviting all the demons of the world to join us at Flower Fruit Mountain for the peach banquet? The red-bottomed monkey discerned that their king had likely stolen the celestial peaches, and with thousands of monkeys, each clutching a peach, the theft of so many would undoubtedly provoke the wrath of the heavenly court. As the saying goes, when the city gates catch fire, the fish in the moat suffer. The monkeys of Flower Fruit Mountain would inevitably face repercussions, now that their king wished to invite his sworn brothers for support. The red-bottomed monkey thought it wise to amplify their momentum. By drawing all the demons from the mortal realm together, they could unite against the heavenly forces. Once the demon clans converged, the celestial realm would certainly hesitate to act, perhaps even raising their hands in a gesture of restraint to prevent widespread devastation. Thus, the monkeys of Flower Fruit Mountain might escape calamity. Upon hearing the suggestion from the red-bottomed horse monkey, Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with inspiration, igniting within him a fervent ambition. If he could indeed rally the myriad demons to gather at Flower Fruit Mountain during the peach banquet, he would not merely contend with the heavenly court. He yearned to ascend to the celestial realm, usurping the Jade Emperor from his throne and claiming it for himself. In such a scenario, if he were in a benevolent mood and the rock were astute enough, perhaps it would capitulate and serve under him, guarding the heavenly prison. However, prior to overseeing the prison, the rock would need to experience confinement itself, allowing it to savor the taste of imprisonment. As for Marshal Tianpeng, he could be tasked with horse management, while Neza, despite the moral implications of employing child labor, could swiftly deliver messages with his fiery wheels. The Bull Demon King, that old rascal, had been banished to the mortal realm, a feckless creature who relished commanding children. His presence in the heavenly court was a waste of resources. The giant spirit god, robust in stature, would be well suited to guard the gates. Sun Wukong envisioned a future where, as the heavenly emperor, he would orchestrate a series of appointments for those who had opposed him. As for his fellow monkeys, they would naturally return to the peach garden, relishing the life of abundance he once enjoyed, feasting on peaches to their heart's content, while the arduous tasks would be relegated to the rock and others. He and his kin would simply bask in indulgence. Meanwhile, at Suelong Mountain, in the Banana Cave, the Bull Demon King received word from his subordinates that his sworn brother, Sun Wukong, had dispatched an envoy bearing an invitation to the peach banquet. The phrase peach banquet read separately held meaning for the Bull Demon King, yet when combined, it bewildered him. As a renowned demon in the mortal realm with a wide circle of acquaintances, he was well aware that the heavenly court periodically summoned distinguished deities from the three realms to partake in the peach festival. However, he questioned what relevance this had to Sun Wukong. Why was the monkey seeking to involve himself in such festivities? The bull demon king turned to the envoy and asked, "Isn't my seventh brother an official in the heavenly court? Has he perhaps brought down a few peaches from above, intending to invite his elder brother to sample them?" His tone was laced with skepticism, if not outright disdain. He doubted that Sun Wukong could procure peaches from the heavens, let alone attend the banquet. Even if he did manage to participate, the likes of those exquisite peaches would surely be consumed by the monkey himself rather than saved for an invitation. Were it a different variety, he might have entertained the possibility, but with a monkey, he held no faith. Expecting a monkey to share peaches with others was akin to a cat discarding a fish caught in its mouth or a dog abstaining from eating feces. Saving it for the new year, a preposterous notion. When the long-armed gibbon presented a 9,000-year-old peach, the mighty bull demon king's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, there was a peach. "Great king," the gibbon proclaimed, "this peach has been sent by our lord for you." He mentioned that he possesses many more peaches. "If you lead your followers to Flower Fruit Mountain for the peach banquet, there will be an abundance of peaches." An abundance? The bull demon king gazed at the gibbon, incredulous, pondering whether the monkey had pilfered these peaches from the heavenly orchard. Could it be true? Noticing the bull demon king's hesitation, the gibbon blinked playfully and tempted. "Great king, want to you give it a taste?" The bull demon king glanced at the peach in the gibbon's hand and inquired, "How many peaches did your lord bring to the mortal realm? Mycune Mountain is home to countless monsters. How many can he spare?" After a moment of contemplation, the gibbon replied, "To inform you, our lord has recently distributed one peach to each monkey in Flower Fruit Mountain. He declared this to be a 9,000-year peach. Consuming it grants longevity equal to that of heaven and earth, and the same age as the sun and the moon." Upon hearing this, the bull demon king seized the peach, gazing at it in disbelief. "Is this truly a 9,000-year peach?" "You will know once you taste it," the gibbon retorted, refraining from further elaboration or proof of its extraordinary age, as he himself could not ascertain its authenticity. The bull demon king furrowed his brow, acutely aware that should he consume this peach, he would inevitably bear the consequences, knowing it was likely stolen by Sun Wukong. It was akin to receiving a share of stolen loot from a bank heist by a cousin. Once he spent it, he would surely face repercussions. Yet, if this peach indeed conferred longevity equal to that of heaven and earth, and the same age as the sun and the moon, he, the bull demon king, would dare to defy the heavens. Despite his formidable power already granting him longevity, the allure of this peach was undeniable. With a vast family, including a wife and numerous lovers, the prospect of enhancing his harem was too tempting to resist. Even a modest portion of this peach would suffice to ensnare many virtuous women and expand his collection of paramours. Chapter 54. The Mouth of the Guan River. The Divine Lord Erlang. Under the auspices of Sun Wukong, various demon kings of the lower realms were invited to attend the peach banquet. At the Guan River, the Divine Lord Erlang also received a celestial decree. Upon learning that his own uncle had mentioned him in the decree, stating that if he could lead the May Mountain brothers to capture that demon monkey, Sun Wukong, they would be granted celestial rewards, Erlangshan, Yang Jian could not help but feel immense joy. What are celestial rewards? They are the stipends granted by the heavenly court to the celestial beings, once bestowed with celestial rewards. The May Mountain brothers would no longer be mere demons in the lower realm. Instead, they would become officially recognized deities within the heavenly court, akin to a formal military force entitled to heavenly wages. Henceforth, he would no longer need to toil endlessly or wage battles to support his personal army. He could leisurely enjoy tea, play chess, and accompany his sister to the peach orchard to sample a few peaches, living a carefree life as a celestial being. With a beaming countenance, Yang Jian accepted the decree and turned to the celestial attendant delivering the message, inquiring, "Who is this demon monkey?" Before the attendant could respond, Yuan Hong, who stood nearby, interjected, "My lord, that demon monkey, Sun Wukong, is the king of demons from Flower Fruit Mountain. It is said he is a naturally born stone monkey who, through unknown means, acquired remarkable skills and has traveled across the 3 mountains and 5 peaks, forging numerous alliances. It is rumored that he has even become sworn brothers with the bull demon king of Tsulong Mountain." Upon hearing that Sun Wukong was a sworn brother of the bull demon king, the initially indifferent Erlangshan could not help but regard the matter with newfound seriousness. Although he was unfamiliar with Sun Wukong, he was well acquainted with the bull demon king, a formidable entity whose powers were on par with his own, capable of engaging in 100 bouts without a clear victor. Among the demons of the lower realm, he was indeed a notable figure with an extensive network of allies. It was unexpected that he would be a sworn brother to Sun Wukong. This revelation led Erlang Shun to deduce that Sun Wukong's abilities would undoubtedly be formidable. Curiosity piqued. He inquired further, what transgressions has Sun Wukong committed? The celestial attendant glanced around cautiously and replied in a hushed tone, to speak candidly, my lord. Sun Wukong has some connections with the Bodhisattva Guanyin of the Buddhist realm. From the moment he was born, he stirred quite a commotion, and subsequently, he somehow mastered a variety of remarkable skills. After returning to Flower Fruit Mountain, he committed two significant offenses. First, he invaded the Dragon Palace and seized the magical Rui Jingu Bang, and then he breached the underworld, audaciously altering the Book of Life and Death. As a result of his actions, Sun Wukong was reported by the Dragon King of the East Sea and the King of Hell. Initially, the Emperor intended to dispatch celestial troops to apprehend him. However, upon the suggestion of the Star of Venus, the Emperor decided to summon the demon monkey Sun Wukong to serve in the heavenly court. The Emperor acquiesced to the advice and appointed Sun Wukong as the stable master. Yet, upon taking office, Sun Wukong, deeming the position beneath him, not only resigned but also rebelled against heaven, declaring himself the great sage equal to heaven. Thus, His Majesty dispatched the formidable Toda, Heavenly King, to lead an army of 100,000 celestial soldiers to apprehend the enigmatic monkey demon. During this endeavor, the 4 generals from the demon clan, the giant spirit god, and even the third Prince Neza found themselves unable to subdue the creature. Ultimately, it was the esteemed General Faping, now elevated to the rank of Marshal, who personally intervened to capture the monkey demon. It was taken to the heavens and imprisoned in the celestial dungeon. Upon hearing this, the countenance of Erlang Shen Yangjian grew increasingly grave. Li Jing. The 4 generals of the demon clan and the giant spirit god were one matter, but his brother Neza's prowess was well known to him. Following the investiture of the gods, there were a total of 7 who had attained the status of a saint in corporeal form: Li Jing, Jinjia, Muzha, Neza, Yangjian, Wei Hu, and Lei Zhenzi. Setting aside Li Jing and his sons, the trio of Neza, Wei Hu, and Lei Zhenzi were formidable contenders, particularly Neza, who, with his spiritual treasures and his 3 heads and 6 arms, stood at the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, with few able to rival him. Were it not for the constraints imposed by his lotus root form, he would likely be on the verge of breaking through to the Daoyuo Golden Immortal level. Just as Yangjian was. It was astonishing that they could not capture Sun Wukong. Additionally, when had the Celestial Court seen the emergence of the little-known General Faping? No. Marshal Faping capable of subduing a demon that even Neza could not? What did Yangjian miss during his retreat? Although his curiosity was piqued, he refrained from interrupting the celestial servant and continued to listen attentively. Later, the Bodhisattva Guanyin of the Southern Sea intervened on behalf of Sun Wukong. Consequently, His Majesty released Sun Wukong and embraced Marshal Faping's suggestion to assign him the oversight of the Peach Garden. At this juncture, the celestial servant lowered their voice once more. It was said that since his entry into the Peach Garden, Sun Wukong had been incessantly pilfering the peaches, consuming all of the 9,000-year-old peaches therein. This mischievous monkey not only stole the peaches, but also disrupted the Queen's grand peach banquet and infiltrated the Doshui Palace, where he absconded with the golden elixir of the Grand Supreme Elder Lord. The Elder Lord now sought to capture Sun Wukong and cast him into the alchemical furnace to extract the elixir. Thus far, this matter had not reached the mortal realm, as His Majesty had imposed a lockdown on the Celestial Court, urging the true sage to swiftly apprehend the monkey demon. At this moment, Yangjian's expression grew even more solemn. The Buddhist sect, Guanyin Bodhisattva, the Peach Banquet, and the Grand Supreme Elder Lord, each of these was no trivial matter. Now, they all converged upon a single entity, no, a single monkey. It was no wonder that his uncle had refrained from mentioning Sun Wukong's misdeeds in the imperial edict. The monkey had trespassed into the Dragon Palace, invaded the underworld, seized the sea-calming needle, altered the Book of Life and Death, and even rebelled against heaven. Any one of these transgressions, if committed by any demon in the mortal realm or celestial being in the heavenly court, would inevitably result in a dire fate on the demon-slaying platform. The other party not only escaped death, but also, due to the intercession of the Bodhisattva Guanyin and the recommendation of General Faping, was deemed innocent. They were subsequently assigned the duty of overseeing the Peach Garden. Such a formidable background must exist to allow one's own uncle such leniency. It is likely that even if his maternal nephew committed these acts, he would not face execution on the demon-slaying platform, but rather meet the same fate as his mother, Yaoji, being suppressed beneath the Peach Mountain. To be innocent and oversee the Peach Garden is utterly inconceivable. Of course, the escapades of breaking into the Dragon Palace, invading the underworld, seizing the sea-calming needle, tampering with the Book of Life and Death, and raising a banner against heaven, as well as disrupting the Peach Banquet, all combined, do not equate in severity to the theft of the elixir of immortality from the great Lord Laozi. He is acutely aware of Laozi's identity. Being the incarnation of the sage among the three pure ones, the master of his master's elder brother, the foremost of the six saints, the first disciple of the primordial Lord Hongjun. What audacity must Sun Wukong possess to dare to pilfer the elixir of immortality from the great Lord Laozi, and seemingly succeed in the theft? This is truly beyond comprehension. In the Doshui Palace, who would dare to intrude without the great Lord Laozi's permission, or even manage to infiltrate and steal his elixir? Surely, even his uncle, the Jade Emperor, would find it impossible. In that moment, Yang Jian sensed an extraordinary scheme. Or perhaps it was not a scheme at all, but rather a whirlpool and immense vortex. Thus, he pondered whether he should become ensnared within it. Chapter 55, The Three Holy Mothers and the Princesses of the West Sea. Well, the god Erlang Yang Jian merely hesitated instinctively for a moment, never once contemplating disobeying the orders of his uncle, the Jade Emperor. After all, even on the surface, he was merely following directives without heed to proclamations. Now that his uncle, the Jade Emperor, had issued a decree, he was obliged to lead the brothers of Meishan, along with his subordinates, the grass-headed deities, to assist the tower-holding King Li Jing in capturing the demon monkey Sun Wukong. After bidding farewell to the celestial maidservant, the Meishan brothers, along with the howling celestial dog, turned their gaze toward Erlang, seemingly awaiting his command to mobilize. Erlang glanced at Yuan Hong and inquired, "What is the strength of this Sun Wukong?" Yuan Hong shook his head and replied, "My lord, the exact prowess of Sun Wukong remains unknown, yet he has more than one sworn brother." "Oh? Besides the Bull Demon King, who else?" "There is the great sage of the restless sea, the Dragon Demon King, the great sage of the chaotic heavens, the Pung Demon King, the great sage of the mountain moving, the Lion Trojan King, the great sage of the wind tongue, the Monkey King, and the great sage of the exorcising spirits, the Yurang King. Moreover, the Bull Demon King is known as the great sage of equaling heaven, while Sun Wukong is heralded as the great sage equal to heaven." Yuan Hong recounted the titles of Sun Wukong and his companions to Erlang Yang Jian, who felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. He could not fathom how, during his brief retreat, such a multitude of great sages had suddenly emerged. It is essential to recognize that the term sage should not be frivolously applied. Erlang Yang Jian, a disciple of the three generations of the teaching, the Jade Emperor's own nephew, renowned for his unparalleled combat prowess gained through the cultivation of the 8-9 mysterious art, was dubbed merely the Little Sage. Even he, who had yet to transcend to the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal, dared not embrace such a title without reservation. Now, a throng of lower realm demons audaciously claimed the title of Great Sage, truly absurd. Erlang shook his head and remarked with disdain, "The Great Sage equal to heaven? That demon monkey must fear the wind will slip his tongue." The Meishan brothers exchanged knowing smiles, evidently regarding Sun Wukong and his companions as a jest. Just as the howling celestial dog was about to speak, it suddenly sniffed the air towards the door and announced, "Master, the three holy mothers have arrived. There seems to be a hint of blood in the air." Muttering to itself, the howling celestial dog approached the entrance. Soon, two individuals descended from the heavens. One of them was Erlang's sister, the Three Holy Mother, portrayed by Park Si-yun, while the other was the West Sea's Princess Ao Tsuinshin. Upon entering, the Three Holy Mother spotted her elder brother and inquired, "Elder brother, I just saw a celestial maidservant leave your presence. Has our uncle given you any instructions?" "Ah, sister, you have arrived." Erlang greeted her with a warm smile. He had sent a message to his sister Yang Chan upon his emergence from seclusion, inviting her to the confluence of the rivers for a discussion. Thus, Yang Chan's arrival was not entirely coincidental. She had fortuitously crossed paths with the departing celestial maidservant. "Who is this?" Erlang Yang Jian inquired, gazing at the woman beside his sister Yang Chan. Through his third eye, he discerned that accompanying his sister was a female dragon of considerable lineage, most likely a princess of a dragon clan from some sea. "This is Princess Ao Tsuinshin of the West Sea, the cousin of Sister Tingshin and the recently acquired close friend of her younger sister." Ao Tsuinshin appraised Yang Jian and greeted him, saying, "Tsuinshin pays her respects to the esteemed Erlangshan." Yang Jian nodded in acknowledgement and replied, "Yang Jian pays his respects to the princess." Meanwhile, the vigilant canine of the heavens, who had been watching Ao Tsuenshin with suspicion, chose to distance itself upon learning that she was a friend of its master's sister. It had realized that the peculiar scent it had detected earlier emanated from Ao Tsuenshin, a fragrance that did not sit well with its sensitive nose. Simultaneously, the canine felt an inexplicable sense of danger upon encountering Ao Tsuenshin, though the reason eluded it. After the three holy mothers exchanged nods of greeting with the Meishan brothers, they turned their attention back to their elder brother, inquiring, "Elder brother, you have yet to inform me why our uncle dispatched the celestial maidservant." Yang Jian, not one to conceal the truth, responded, "There is a demon monkey at Flower Fruit Mountain that has been stealing peaches and disrupting our aunt's peach banquet, as well as pilfering the golden elixir from the old lord. Our uncle has decreed that I lead the Meishan brothers to assist the heavenly king in capturing the demon monkey, Sun Wukong." Sun Wukong. Ao Tsuenshin exclaimed instinctively upon hearing the name, immediately recalling a certain individual. Yang Jian, noticing her reaction, asked, "Does Princess Tsuenshin know of Sun Wukong?" She nodded before shaking her head, saying, "I do not know much about him. Only that he is a monkey from Flower Fruit Mountain near the East Sea who once invaded the Dragon Palace to demand treasures. Not only did he seize the sea calming needle, but for reasons unknown, my father and the others even prepared him a full set of equipment. That monkey appears to have some connections." However, Yang Jian raised an eyebrow, pressing for clarification. "However," she continued, "it is said that the demon monkey later went to the underworld to tamper with the Book of Life and Death. And after my father and the King of Hell lodged complaints, he not only escaped punishment from the Jade Emperor, but was appointed as a deputy in the Heavenly Horse Department. Subsequently, discontent with his lowly position, the monkey abandoned his post and rebelled against heaven." At this point, Ao Tsuenshin's expression shifted to one of fervent enthusiasm, reminiscent of a fan discussing their idol. As she proudly declared, however, that demon monkey was unfortunately captured by General Faping, who had just attained enlightenment and achieved the golden immortal Dao fruit. The general was promoted by His Majesty to the position of Great General for subduing demons and Deputy Commander of the Heavenly Rivers Water Army. Moreover, His Majesty granted General Faping the authority to form a personal guard to subdue demons, allowing him to select his own soldiers from the three realms. Yang Jian furrowed his brows in confusion, questioning, "Golden Immortal? How could a mere Golden Immortal capture a demon monkey that even my brother Neza could not subdue? Could it be that the monkey possesses connections so formidable that even my brother dares not confront him with full force?" Regarding the assertion that the other party, possessing the realm of the Golden Immortal, could surpass Neza, Yang Jian was utterly unconvinced. This skepticism stemmed not only from the disparity in their realms, but also from the fact that Neza, like himself, had attained sanctity in physical form, his combat prowess being no trivial matter. Ao Kungsan, disregarding Yang Jian's doubts, continued, "The General Faping, shortly after being conferred the title of Grand General for suppressing demons, broke through to the Tai Golden Immortal and descended to the mortal realm alongside Marshal Tianpeng. He effortlessly subdued the Jiao Demon King, who had long been wreaking havoc in the North Sea, alleviating the concerns of our dragon clan." Upon hearing this, Yang Jian finally comprehended why the third princess of the West held such admiration for the General Faping. It was indeed due to the significant assistance he provided to the dragon clan. No wonder. "Oh, I also heard from the seventh princess that the General Faping wagered with her to compete against you, the true monarch Erlang, to see who could first break through to the great Luo Golden Immortal." At this remark, Yang Jian was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled softly. "Competing with me to see who first attains the great Luo Golden Immortal?" There was a hint of disdain, perhaps even contempt, in his tone and smile. As for breaking through to the great Luo Golden Immortal, he was quite capable of doing so already. The reason for his delay lay in the necessity of consolidating the three flowers for such a breakthrough. His master, the Jade Dingzhenren, had once imparted that the quality of the three flowers amassed during the transition to the great Luo Golden Immortal would determine one's future potential and accomplishments. Should the quality of the three flowers be insufficiently low, one would be destined to remain at the great Luo Golden Immortal level, with aspirations to advance to the Hunyuan realm becoming exceedingly challenging. Although it was not impossible to enhance the quality of the three flowers post-breakthrough, the difficulty of doing so was astronomically greater than that of the breakthrough itself. Rarely did anyone achieve this, not even his master among the 12 golden immortals of the teaching. Hence, it was imperative to refine and accumulate within the Tai Golden Immortal realm, striving to condense the highest quality of three flowers upon breaking through to the great Luo Golden Immortal. Only in this manner could one hope to traverse further in the future. It was precisely for this reason that he remained at the Tai Golden Immortal stage, diligently honing his magical powers and practicing the 8-9 profound arts, aspiring for the latter to first achieve the 7th transformation, allowing his physical form to reach the level of the Great Luo Golden Immortal before attaining the Tao fruit of the Great Luo Golden Immortal and condensing the 3 flowers. Thus, even if the General Faping, who suddenly comprehended the Tao and attained the Golden Immortal fruit, could break through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal faster than him, he would remain unfazed. For if the other S accumulation was inadequate, the quality of the 3 flowers he could condense would be too low, leading to severely limited future accomplishments. Yang Jian harbored grave doubts about the General Faping, suspecting that he lacked proper mentorship and might not even comprehend the concept of the 3 flowers, prompting him to wager with the 7th princess on who would first break through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Chapter 56. Yang Jian's Disdain and the Disruption Caused by the Celestial Hound. As a woman, Ao Xuanxin was naturally sensitive to the condescension laced within the tone of Erlang Shen Yang Jian, as well as the subtle disdain concealed within his smile. Even the Mei Mountain brothers, who stood behind him, exchanged glances that revealed their contempt. It appeared they held little regard for her idol, General Faping. This incited a flicker of anger within Ao Xuanxin, for she felt that it was not General Faping they belittled, but rather herself, the 3rd princess of the West Sea. Ao Xuanxin. At that moment, the Celestial Hound, who had been squatting at the door, could not help but chuckle, declaring, "That so-called General Faping must have lost his wits during his enlightenment to attain the Golden Immortal status, daring to compare himself with my master. He wouldn't even be worthy to carry my master's shoes." This provocation thoroughly infuriated Ao Xuanxin, prompting her to cast a fierce glare at the hound. What sort of individuals were these, speaking ill behind someone else's back, inciting annoyance? As the saying goes, a master reflects the character of their subordinates. As a connoisseur of beauty, Ao Xuanxin had initially held a degree of admiration and expectation for Erlang Shen, who, in both appearance and past deeds, having once split the Peach Mountain to rescue his mother, was on par with General Faping, and was also the brother of her good friend, the Three Holy Mother. However, she now felt utterly disillusioned. In human terms, it could be expressed as a hollow reputation, famed yet insubstantial. A glorious name that belies the truth. The crux of the matter was that this black dog was indeed quite unattractive. Observing the situation, the Three Holy Mother recognized that her brother's behavior had displeased her friend. Thus, she quickly interjected, "Elder brother, I have heard that General Faping is an ascendant from the mortal realm, having attained enlightenment and ascended to the heavenly realm, beginning his journey as a lowly heavenly soldier. It was only after achieving enlightenment and obtaining the golden immortal status that he was promoted by our uncle. Now, he has risen to the position of deputy commander of the million-strong Heavenly River Water Army. Such a figure deserves our earnest respect, not mockery behind their back." Upon hearing his sister's reminder, Yang Jian noticed Ao Xuanxin's shift in attitude, which clearly indicated her dissatisfaction with him. He then cast a glance at the Celestial Hound, who, understanding the gravity of the situation, promptly adopted a dog-like demeanor, retracting his head and ceasing his human speech. After shifting the blame onto the hound, Yang Jian chose not to apologize. Instead, he turned his attention to his 3rd sister, steering the conversation in a different direction. "Sister, I recall that the Heavenly River Water Army was comprised of only 100,000 troops. How has it expanded to 1,000,000? Could it be that Marshal Tianping has achieved a breakthrough to the Great Luo Golden Immortal?" As he spoke, Yang Jian's tone carried a hint of respect, clearly indicating his belief that if Marshal Tianping had not made such advancements, the size of the Heavenly River Water Army could not have increased tenfold. Yang Chan remained silent, her gaze shifting towards Ao Xuanxin. After a brief moment of hesitation, Ao Xuanxin replied, "Not long ago, General Faping's subordinate, Li Si, ventured to the underworld, bringing with him 1,000,000 ghost soldiers to ascend and transform into celestial beings. With the approval of the Jade Emperor, these 1,000,000 transformed ghost soldiers have now joined the ranks of the Heavenly River Water Army." Simultaneously, General Faping was promoted to the position of Deputy Marshal of the Heavenly River Navy, tasked with overseeing affairs related to all aquatic domains. It was expected that the crucial juncture of Xinjiang at Guanjinku would also fall under General Faping's jurisdiction. Yang Jian, with a look of astonishment, pondered, "Is this a boomerang? Or perhaps karmic retribution? Has it arrived so swiftly?" The 1,000,000 ghostly soldiers ascended to celestial realms, managing the affairs of the world's waters. The significance attributed to the opponent by his uncle indicated that this individual was certainly not the mere wandering cultivator his sister had described. It was conceivable that this was the reincarnation of an ancient powerhouse. The mere thought of such a being instilled a sense of trepidation in Yang Jian, who had previously participated in the Battle of the Gods. He had witnessed firsthand the skills and capabilities of ancient greats, and even he, the Erlang god, felt a profound sense of caution. During the Battle of the Gods, two ancient figures left an indelible impression on him. One was known as Lord Luya, and the other was the General Kongxian of the Three Mountains Pass, reputed to be the offspring of an ancient phoenix, the first peacock in the world. Lord Luya had once imparted a spell to his master's uncle, Jiang Zia, using a magical artifact known as the Seven Arrows spell, which ultimately led to the death of Zhao Gongming. Yang Jian vividly recalled how the man merely instructed someone to craft a straw figure, inscribing the name Zhao Gongming upon its chest. His master's uncle then set up an incense altar, performing the ritual 3 times a day before the straw figure. In a matter of days, this formidable disciple with the strength of a Deluo Golden Immortal was rendered powerless, his mind clouded, and devoid of combat capability. After a span of 21 days, this illustrious Deluo Golden Immortal, Zhao Gongming, was ultimately cursed to death by his master's uncle, who lacked any celestial fortune. The sheer horror of such a technique still sent shivers down Yang Jian's spine. The latter figure, Kongxian, was even more formidable. He could not forget how Kongxian, wielding the 5-color divine light, had effortlessly defeated their entire army, leaving them utterly defenseless to the extent of temporarily raising a truce flag. It was only through the intervention of the Western sage, Kunti, who personally arrived on the battlefield to take Kongxian away, that their army managed to prevail. Otherwise, they would have met with disaster at the hands of Kongxian. Both Lord Luya and Kongxian had left a profound mark on his memory. Therefore, if Faping were indeed a reincarnation of an ancient powerhouse, Yang Jian understood the necessity of treating him with the utmost seriousness and avoiding any offense. Otherwise, he feared that one day, while resting at home, he might fall into an eternal slumber. Evidently, Yang Jian harbored a deeper apprehension regarding Lord Luya's curse. Returning to the matter at hand, he then respectfully bowed to Ao Zunshin, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Third Princess, for your reminder. Yang Jian is immensely grateful." Ao Zunshin was momentarily taken aback, perplexed by the sudden shift in demeanor from the Erlang god, who now expressed gratitude toward her. Had she said something of significance? Was she perhaps intimidated by the million-strong Heavenly River Navy? Yet, there lingers a fear of self-incrimination. Might General Faping seek trouble at Guanjinku in the future? In any case, Ao Kongxin's initial impression of Yang Jian has already been formed, and altering it in a short span seems utterly impossible. "There is no need for you to act in such a manner," Ao Kongxin remarked, her tone imbued with a hint of detachment. "It is only natural, after all, for this to be their first encounter, with no prior connection between them. The distance felt is, therefore, expected. Had it not been for the invitation from the Third Holy Mother, coupled with her prior curiosity about Erlang Shun, who had once split mountains to rescue his mother, she would not have accompanied the Third Holy Mother. Otherwise, their paths might only cross through the orchestrations of the celestial matchmaker, the Moon Elder. However, upon witnessing the exchange, the Third Holy Mother shook her head with a sigh. Her intention in inviting her dear friend Ao Kongxin to Guanjinku was, in part, to play matchmaker for her elder brother. Yet alas, such hopes seemed dashed. With the Maishan brothers and the ever-faithful howling celestial dog, who never leaves her brother's side, even standing guard at the door during his retreats, it is clear that the dog's loyalty, while commendable, also proves to be a hindrance. Were it not for the Third Holy Mother's inherent kindness, even a multitude of howling celestial dogs would likely have been stewed by now. With the matchmaking endeavor thwarted, the Third Holy Mother resigned herself to the situation. Turning to her elder brother, she proposed, "Brother, it seems that the demon monkey, Sun Wukong, is no ordinary foe. Perhaps I should accompany you on your visit." Chapter 57. The Four Great Spiritual Lamps. Neza seeks assistance. Upon hearing his younger sister's words, Yang Jian shook his head and said, "Sister, our uncle's decree is for our second brother to assist the pagoda-bearing Tian Wang. If Sun Wukong truly possesses formidable powers, our uncle will surely dispatch others to descend to the mortal realm to capture that demon monkey. Do not worry, our second brother will not put himself in danger. Furthermore, as the deity of Mount Hua, your responsibilities are substantial. How can you abandon your post? Wait for our second brother's return, and he will send word to you. Then we shall converse further as siblings." Though he was acutely aware that his younger sister, as a disciple of the goddess Nuwa, was slightly inferior to him in terms of cultivation and matters of combat prowess. He was undeniably no match for her. The reason for this was simple. His sister wielded a supreme, innate spiritual treasure bestowed by goddess Nuwa, known as the Treasure Lotus Lamp. One of the four great spiritual lamps. The four great spiritual lamps are the Yushu Lioli lamp, the Bayuing Palace lamp, the Lingzhou lamp, and the Treasure Lotus lamp. The Yushu Lioli lamp. This lamp is a treasure of the primordial heavenly sovereign of Yushu Palace and is the heavenly lamp among the three lamps of heaven, earth, and humanity. It is said that within the lamp burns a golden flame called the ancient flame of all spirits, reputed to possess the ability to probe the essence of all beings. Purpose: used to illuminate during the teachings of the primordial heavenly sovereign. The Bayuing Palace lamp. This lamp is the spiritual treasure of Laozi, the foremost of the three pure ones, and is the earthly lamp among the three lamps. It is said that within it burns a purple flame known as the purple fire of heaven's destruction, reputed to possess the power to scorch the heavens and boil the seas. Purpose: used for illumination during the alchemical practices of the Supreme Lord. The Lingzhou lamp. This lamp is a companion treasure of the Buddha of burning lamps and is the human lamp among the three lamps. It is said that within it burns a gray flame called the ghostly flame of the underworld, reputed to possess the capability to traverse the underworld and reveal the life stories of the deceased. However, the wick of the Lingzhou lamp later transformed into the immortal Ma Shan, the one impervious to blade and spear in the investiture of the gods, who was subsequently collected by the Buddha of burning lamps when he entered the Buddhist path, thus making the Lingzhou lamp a treasured artifact of Buddhism. Purpose: used for illumination during the explanations of Buddhist teachings by the Buddha. The Treasure Lotus lamp. This lamp was originally a treasure of goddess Nuwa, later bestowed upon her disciple, the Third Holy Mother. The Treasure Lotus lamp, the foremost of the four great spiritual lamps, stands 9 inches tall, pure white throughout, resembling ice and snow, shaped like a blooming lotus. The lamp's core is a lotus heart, and within it resides the mysterious fire of the 7 treasures. All beings with 7 emotions and 6 desires are subdued by its power. However, the wielder must possess unparalleled compassion to activate its earth-shattering abilities and reverse the cosmos. Unlike the other 3 lamps, the Treasure Lotus lamp also possesses the ability to heal any injury, restoring the wounded to their full potential, and can awaken one's latent abilities. It is an indispensable treasure for those who defy celestial forces. Therefore, the combat strength of his sister, the Third Holy Mother, cannot simply be measured by her level of cultivation. The power of her supreme innate treasure is such that even formidable beings at the level of Hunyuan Golden Immortals, Tai Golden Immortals, and Aluo Golden Immortals would find it hard to withstand. Had it not been for her inherently kind nature with the identity of a disciple of the goddess Enwa and the exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the Lotus Lantern. It is but a trivial matter for me to act as the second Xian Nu in the mortal realm. Very well, elder brother, do take care, she said, as the Third Holy Mother produced her spiritual treasure, the Lotus Lantern. Take this Lotus Lantern with you. Should you encounter any peril, use it for protection. For a moment, Erlang Xinyang, Jian hesitated before accepting the lantern from his sister. He knew that if he declined, his sister would be deeply concerned. Holding the lantern, Yang Jian smiled at his sister, the Third Holy Mother, and reassured her, "When I return, I shall return the Lotus Lantern to you." The Third Holy Mother nodded without a hint of doubt that her elder brother would claim it for himself. Their sibling bond was strong, and besides, the Lotus Lantern was a gift from the goddess Enwa and an exceptional innate spiritual treasure. No one would dare to keep the lantern for themselves. Even if it were taken by force, Enwa would ensure that the thief understood what it meant to possess the red embroidered ball, large and round. Meanwhile, in the Yaoqi, Faping struggled to suppress the surging power within him. Before he could rise to his feet, he saw Neza, riding on his wind and fire wheels, rush into the Yaoqi in a state of urgency. Faping, bewildered, thought to himself, "So soon? Has it ended already?" He quickly checked the system notifications, but found no recent battle alerts regarding the Monkey King. It was evident that the second attempt to capture Sun Wukong had not officially commenced. However, Neza's hasty return suggested that something unexpected had occurred in the mortal realm. Neza's words soon clarified the situation. "Your Majesty, my lady, the demon monkey Sun Wukong is currently hosting the Peach Banquet in the mortal realm, and now the demons have gathered in Huagua Mountain. The number of demons has swelled to over 10 million. Under the command of the great King Li, I have come to request your assistance. I hope that you can dispatch heavenly soldiers and generals, and summoned the celestial beings to join forces in capturing the demon monkey Sun Wukong. Upon hearing Nez's announcement, the gathered celestial beings erupted in a clamor. The Peach Banquet. With millions of demon clans converging on Huagua Mountain, no one anticipated that the demon monkey would create such a significant uproar. The celestial beings could not help but wonder if Sun Wukong could be the second Xing Tian. All eyes turned to the Jade Emperor, who maintained a stoic expression. After sealing off the heavenly court, he had arrived at the Yaoqi and utilized the Haoyan mirror to ascertain that the peach trees in the peach garden had been stolen by Sun Wukong. Thus, the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother awaited news of victory from King Li and his nephew. However, to their surprise, instead of receiving a triumphant report, a call for aid had come first. Sun Wukong was indeed hosting the Peach Banquet in the mortal realm, drawing millions of demon clans together. As the celestial beings looked to the Jade Emperor, he and the Queen Mother turned their gaze towards Guanyin Bodhisattva, for Sun Wukong had been nurtured within the Buddhist realm. Now, this monkey had stirred up such chaos, holding the Peach Banquet and gathering the multitude of demon clans in the mortal world. Could it be that the Buddhist realm seeks to leverage the hand of Sun Wukong to rebel against the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother? In the face of the skeptical gazes from the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother, Guanyin Bodhisattva's expression twitched slightly. Taking a deep breath, she stepped forward and requested, "Your Majesty, may I implore you to allow Marshal Tianpeng and Marshal Feipeng to lead 1,000,000 heavenly river troops to descend to the mortal realm and confront Sun Wukong." Marshal Tianpeng exclaimed, "Bodhisattva, is this courteous?" The second disciple, who had been minding his own business only to find himself embroiled in this affair, widened his eyes in astonishment at Guanyin. Were it not for his imminent descent to join the pilgrimage team, and the possibility of having to beg for alms within the Buddhist realm, he might have unleashed a torrent of invective. At that moment, Guanyin moved her lips, and the second disciple's eyes suddenly cleared. However, his pupils continued to roll within their sockets until they settled on the now upright Feipeng. Observing this, Feipeng cast a casual glance at Guanyin. It is said that a woman's mood can shift rapidly, yet it seems Guanyin's ability to change her demeanor is equally swift. Who was it that previously asserted that Huaguashan did not fall under his and the Heavenly River Troops' jurisdiction? Now, in times of need, they seek him out once more. What do they take Feipeng for? If they wish for his involvement and assistance, they shall have to offer remuneration. As Feipeng's gaze turned toward her, Guanyin felt a surge of anxiety, but there was little she could do. The Buddha had just conveyed to her that the situation had not yet escalated to the point requiring his intervention. Moreover, nearly 10 million demons were gathered at Huaguashan. The act of exterminating such a multitude would be easy. The Buddha could merely wave his hand. Even with an additional 0, it could swiftly send them to the underworld. However, the karmic repercussions of such an action, though the Buddha could bear them, would undoubtedly affect his future cultivation. Furthermore, the act of taking life, especially on such a grand scale, would be detrimental to the reputation of the Buddhist realm. Thus, the Buddha had no intention of intervening at this juncture, preferring instead to allow the heavenly court to resolve the matter. One must admit, this is indeed quintessentially Buddhist. Chapter 58, Your Poison, My Nectar. Marshal Feipeng, at present, that Sun Wukong has gathered millions of demon clans in the mortal realm. Should this situation be allowed to flourish unchecked, it will undoubtedly jeopardize the lives of all beings across the 3 realms. I, a humble monk, implore the Marshal on behalf of the beings of the 3 realms. I hope the Marshal can take the lives of these beings into consideration and dispatch troops to assist King Li in capturing Sun Wukong. To witness the venerable Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva bowing with reverence and beseeching help, invoking the lives of the 3 realms, was indeed a sight that compelled Marshal Feipeng to acknowledge the profound legacy of the Buddhist order, an order he found himself unable to articulate, yet one he had not anticipated would be inherited by the Western lineage of Avalokiteshvara. Or rather, it should be said, the Western tradition has always been consistent in this regard. The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, too, has shamelessly proclaimed, "I vow not to attain Buddhahood until hell is empty and has taken residence in the underworld." One might ponder, how can hell ever be empty? It is simply unfathomable. We must concede that the Buddhist order has a continuous lineage of successors, although the appearance of Avalokiteshvara is undeniably difficult to refuse. As a loyal confidant of the Jade Emperor, Feipeng could hardly give heed to her words, especially since he had previously disregarded even the esteemed Laozi. Would Avalokiteshvara's stature surpass that of Laozi? Such an implication would surely insult Laozi. Feipeng, despite his formidable reputation, was not one to dare challenge Laozi, and thus, He stood with his hands in his pockets, oblivious to the notion of being swayed by beauty. Observing Fei Ping's response, the Jade Emperor nearly burst into laughter. Initially, he had anticipated that Avalokiteshvara's plea, invoking the lives of the three realms as leverage, would place Fei Ping in a difficult position, prompting him to seek assistance. However, to his surprise, Fei Ping remained entirely indifferent, exuding an attitude of detachment as if the plight of the three realms bore no relevance to him. This celestial being certainly possessed an impressive level of composure. Meanwhile, Laozi observed with a smile as he stroked his beard, seemingly having forgotten his own intentions of refining Sun Wukong in a furnace. In stark contrast, Avalokiteshvara was incensed by Fei Ping's demeanor, her chest tightening with frustration. Indeed, the scene was one of rising tides and sweeping waves. At that moment, Avalokiteshvara harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Fei Ping. Never before had anyone dared to disregard her so brazenly. If anyone had, they could only be disciples of the Chan or Jie sections. Fei Ping, a mere insignificant creature without any notable background, had the audacity to treat her with such disdain. Did she not possess any authority or temper? In a fit of anger, she could only fume momentarily. After all, what could she possibly do? She could not resort to physically assaulting Fei Ping in the Yaoqi, especially before the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother. Surely, the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother would not allow their dignity to be trampled upon. She believed that should she dare to strike, the Queen Mother might remain neutral. But the Jade Emperor would most certainly defend his own. Thus, Avalokiteshvara turned her gaze towards the Jade Emperor and spoke, "Your Majesty, I, the Buddha Tathagata, am willing to send 500 arhats and 3,000 celestial beings from Mount Ling to assist King Li in capturing Sun Wukong." Upon hearing the words of the Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara, the Jade Emperor's face broke into a smile. The willingness of the Buddha from the West to send an arhat to clarify matters indicates that the Grand Peach banquet organized by Sun Wukong, which attracted numerous demons from the mortal realm, was not a decision made by the Buddhist sect, but rather a scheme devised by Sun Wukong himself. As for whether Sun Wukong has freed himself from the control of the Buddhist teachings, it must be stated that even the mightiest sage cannot exert control over everything. For instance, the dissolution of the Intercept School and the defection of Golden Immortals from the Chan School to the West exemplify that even the revered Yuan Shi Tianzuan and Tong Tian Shangran are not omnipotent. Moreover, the Buddha is not even a sage, he is merely a quasi-saint. As the Heavenly Emperor, he too lacks absolute dominion. Consider, for example, his sister, Yaoji, who once defied celestial decrees by falling in love with a mortal. In order to uphold the authority of the heavenly court, he was compelled to act against familial bonds and suppress his sister beneath the Peach Mountain, even relying on his nephew to rescue her. Thus, it becomes evident that neither he, nor the Buddha, nor any sage can command all things or control all beings, particularly when it comes to Sun Wukong, who remains an untamed monkey, prone to acts of rebellion. The Grand Peach Banquet hosted by Sun Wukong gathers millions of demons from the mortal realm, significantly enhancing the fate of the destined protagonist. Ding. Due to the unique nature of this fate, the host is advised to promptly undertake an act that can earn the approval of the human race, in order to gain the blessing of human fortune. The fate of the destined protagonist? The fortune of the human race? Fei Ping paused for a moment, then quickly realized that this was the system encouraging him to perform a deed beneficial to humanity to earn their recognition, thereby receiving their fortune. Unlike the enhancement of his personal strength, which is solely related to himself, the merit and fortune associated with deeds are quantifiable within the cosmos. The system clearly cannot conjure fortune out of thin air. But what deed could earn the acknowledgement of humanity? To establish a heart for the heavens and a destiny for the living? To continue the teachings of the sages? To bring peace to the world? Suddenly, Fei Ping recalled an ancient tale. The ancient demon clans, in their quest to confront the Witch Clan, forged the Slaying Witch sword, now in his possession, resulting in the deaths of countless humans. Henceforth, the human race and the demon race became irreconcilable foes, bound by a vow of eternal enmity. If he were to eradicate the demons gathered at Huagua Mountain, would he not earn the recognition of humanity, and thereby receive their fortune? If the Buddha and Avalokiteshvara were to suddenly slay millions of demons, it would undoubtedly create immense karmic repercussions. However, as a member of the human race, under the pledge of perpetual conflict between humans and demons, the karmic consequences might exist, yet he could also acquire merit. The purpose of human cultivators slaying demons is ultimately to gain the merit associated with such deeds. As the saying goes, your poison is my honey. Thus, for the Buddha and others, the millions of demons are indeed poison. For him, a member of the human race. It was akin to honey. Moreover, he possessed the exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the 99 soul-absorbing gourd. Should he succeed in vanquishing the myriad demon clans gathered at Flower Fruit Mountain, he could utilize the gourd to absorb the souls of millions of demons, transforming them into his most loyal subordinates. At that juncture, his influence would expand exponentially. Thus, the extermination of these countless demons was imperative. Indeed, it was a necessity. The pressing question remained: how could he ensnare such a vast multitude of demons in one fell swoop? Faping furrowed his brow in contemplation. Soon, a brilliant idea struck him. At that moment, the Jade Emperor spoke. Faping. Upon hearing his name, Faping swiftly regained his focus. Bowing respectfully as he replied, "Your Majesty, please command." The Jade Emperor nodded with satisfaction, his expression benevolent. That demon monkey, Sun Wukong of Flower Fruit Mountain, has audaciously dared to convene a peach banquet in the mortal realm, gathering millions of demons. I entrust you to lead the Heavenly River's water army down to the mortal realm to assist the great King Li in capturing the demon monkey. Faping, however, did not accept the command outright. Instead, he clasped his hands and offered counsel. Your Majesty, the demon monkey Sun Wukong has gathered millions of demons at Flower Fruit Mountain, and his treasonous intentions are glaringly evident. This demon clearly aims to oppose the Heavenly Court. Although I command 100,000 soldiers of the Heavenly River, the new recruits are yet unseasoned, their morale unformed, and their battle formations unpracticed. To engage them hastily may lead to defeat. I propose a strategy that could effortlessly capture the myriad demons assembled at Flower Fruit Mountain, thereby eliminating the demon threat. May I be allowed to elaborate on this plan? Your Majesty? Chapter 59. The Fated Protagonist, the Human Race's Fortune Bestowed. Upon hearing Faping's method for eradicating the demonic presence in Huagua Mountain, the Jade Emperor was instantly intrigued. He spoke. What is your plan? Share it, that I and my ministers may listen. If Faping's strategy can indeed ensnare the myriad demons gathered at Huagua Mountain, it would be an unparalleled boon for the Heavenly Court. Such a resolution would quell the chaos in the lower realms and prevent greater turmoil in the mortal world. Your Majesty, the minister suggested, let us summon the weak water to flood Huagua Mountain and annihilate the millions of demons, thus vanquishing the rebellious forces therein. Faping, with an impassive countenance, directly classified the demons of Huagua Mountain as forces of rebellion against the celestial order. A collective gasp echoed among the assembled immortals as they processed Faping's intention to unleash weak water upon the lower realms to eradicate the multitude of demons residing in Huagua Mountain. Their gazes towards Faping shifted dramatically, astonished that such a seemingly innocuous figure could utter such chilling and abhorrent words. The Jade Emperor furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Faping for a moment before inquiring, "Are you aware of the catastrophic consequences that would ensue from unleashing weak water? How many lives would be lost as a result?" Faping, maintaining his stoic demeanor, bowed respectfully and replied, "Your Majesty, I recall that when you bestowed upon me the demon-suppressing sword, you instructed me to wield it for the protection of the Heavenly Court's tranquility. Now, the demon Sun Wukong and his gathering of countless demons can pose a grave threat to that peace. To safeguard the Heavenly Court, we must decisively eliminate the multitude of demons congregated at Huagua Mountain, thereby asserting celestial authority. Should we falter or delay, the demons may gain strength, inciting a chain reaction in the lower realms. This could lead to an even greater calamity, with countless lives lost. Thus, we must employ decisive measures to settle this matter once and for all. Only then can we ensure that the demons in the lower realms remain compliant and refrain from following in Sun Wukong's rebellious footsteps." Upon hearing Faping's words, the Jade Emperor fell into a contemplative silence. With Sun Wukong having gathered millions of demons in the lower realms, it was inconceivable that he merely convened the peach banquet without harboring intentions of rebellion. The task of exterminating the vast number of demons in Huagua Mountain would be far from easy, and any prolonged engagement would likely lead to the very scenario Faping warned against, an uprising among the demons of the lower realms. Noticing that the Jade Emperor did not immediately reject Faping's proposal, but rather appeared to be swayed by it, Guanyin Bodhisattva interjected, "Your Majesty, it is imperative that we do not allow weak water to descend upon the lower realms. Should we do so, the mortal world will surely descend into a state of despair." Upon concluding his words, Avalokiteshvara turned to Faping and admonished, "General Faping, heaven embodies the virtue of benevolence towards all living beings. Your actions will undoubtedly endanger the lives of countless souls in the mortal realm. Are you not fearful of retribution? Do you not dread the consequences of karma that may lead you to the depths of AVCI hell?" In response to Avalokiteshvara's rebuke, Faping replied nonchalantly. I have only heard that heaven and earth are indifferent, treating all creatures as mere fodder. Furthermore, it is well known that the ancient demon clans once wreaked havoc upon the human race, engendering an irreconcilable enmity between humans and demons. To me, both the human and demon races are equally insignificant, akin to mere straw dogs. I would not hesitate to slay millions, or even billions, should the need arise. No sooner had Faping spoken than a thunderous sound erupted from outside the celestial palace. Within the hall, the Jade Emperor, the Queen Mother, Avalokiteshvara, and the gathered celestial beings beheld a stunning spectacle. Faping, ensconced in the center, was enveloped by a radiant aura, the fortune of the human race. The Jade Emperor's eyes widened in astonishment as the words human fortune slipped from his lips, his gaze fixated on Faping. He had never anticipated that Faping's mere words would attract such divine favor. Beside him, Avalokiteshvara stood equally dumbfounded, having just proclaimed that Faping would descend into AVCI hell. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Faping had secured the fortune of humanity. As the designated protagonist of heaven's decree, the human race bestowed upon Faping this extraordinary boon. One must ponder, who would dare to cast Faping into AVCI hell? Indeed, even to harm him would invite the backlash of human fortune. Intriguingly, Laozi observed Faping, now imbued with the fortune of humanity, with a look of surprise. He had initially believed that Sun Wukong was the destined protagonist of this calamity, only to discover that the dual protagonists of the last divine calamity had re-emerged. Indeed, Faping, now endowed with the fortune of the human race, could stand shoulder to shoulder with the fated hero, the Monkey King, and even possess significant advantages. After all, the human race is the ordained protagonist. Although they have become mere puppets of belief in the lower realms, one must still question, is the human race not the main character? To disregard the human race is to question the very foundation of faith and merit. The Jade Emperor, too, grasped this realization, aligning his thoughts with Laozi's. As the Celestial Emperor, he understood the implications of the dual protagonists in this divine calamity. Having learned from past experiences, he recognized that he now held a greater advantage as the orchestrator of this cosmic game. With Sun Wukong representing the Buddhist faction, he now had Faping on his side. Given that this calamity's epicenter lay in the west, the Jade Emperor could comfortably observe the unfolding events while holding a celestial protagonist in his midst. Moreover, by supporting Faping, akin to how Yuan Shi Tianzun had done, he could reclaim power from the disciples of the Chan school. Thus, rising from his seat, the Jade Emperor declared, "Let General Faping lead 1,000,000 heavenly river soldiers to descend and capture the demon monkey, Sun Wukong. To the great deity Li Jing and the divine hero Yang Jian, I hereby issue a decree. Obey the commands of Marshal Faping and assist him in capturing the demon monkey Sun Wukong. Furthermore, I command Marshal Tianpeng to proceed to the Weak Water River immediately, devising a means to draw the weak water down to the mortal realm, thereby inundating the Flower Fruit Mountain. Additionally, I summon the departments of Thunder, Fire, Plague, Wealth, and Water, the 4 heavenly kings, the celestial goddess who responds to the world, and the 36 heavenly stars along with the 72 earthly stars to accompany Marshal Faping to the mortal realm to apprehend the demon monkey Sun Wukong. All must heed the directives of Marshal Faping. For those who defy these orders shall face the consequence of losing their celestial status and be cast into the depths of Avicii Hell." As the Jade Emperor spoke of Avicii Hell, he cast a deliberate glance at Guanyin Bodhisattva, unmistakably aiming to undermine her. Guanyin twitched at the corners of her mouth, but refrained from uttering a word. Helpless against the authority of the Jade Emperor and the newly empowered Faping, she recognized the futility of her resistance. As the saying goes, endure for a moment, and the storm may pass. Take a step back, and resentment may grow. Ultimately, Guanyin decided to close her eyes, resigned to the chaos. As long as she feigned ignorance, her dignity remained intact. Meanwhile, the second elder brother found himself in a state of bewilderment. The Jade Emperor had bypassed him, the legitimate commander of the River Army, assigning Faping to lead the River Army to capture Sun Wukong, and further tasked him with drawing the weak water down. He thought, if you choose to ignore me, then do so completely. Why must I bear the blame? Indeed, the burden of blame weighed heavily upon him. Tianpeng was no fool. He understood that drawing the weak water would undoubtedly lead to devastation in the mortal realm. Should word of this calamity spread, he would inevitably become the scapegoat. Reluctantly, Tianpeng glanced at the ascending figure of Faping and then at the Jade Emperor. Under the gaze of the Jade Emperor, Tianpeng sighed in resignation. The circumstances were beyond his control, and he, Zhu, felt powerless to resist. Very well, then. Compared to the loss of my celestial status and descent into Avicii hell, I shall accept the blame. He hoped that in light of his willingness to shoulder this burden, Fei Ping might one day repay this act with kindness and favor. Thus, Tianping stepped forward, bowing respectfully as he declared, Tianping accepts the command. Under his leadership, the disciples of the cast a glance at the grim-faced disciples of this, then bowed deeply to the Jade Emperor, proclaiming, We accept the command. Chapter 60. The Art of Endurance in Battle. Weakwater no longer desires to descend to the mortal realm. In the heavenly river, Tianping wore a pained expression, resembling a subordinate dutifully following behind Fei Ping. To the unacquainted observer, it might appear that Fei Ping was the true commander of the heavenly river water army, while Tianping served merely as his lackey. Indeed, this was the reality. Under the leadership of Li Si, Meng Tian, and others, the heavenly river water army had come to recognize Fei Ping as its sole general. Since Tianping transformed from 1,000,000 ghostly soldiers into an immortal and joined the heavenly river water army, he had distanced himself from the heavenly river, thoroughly embracing a laissez-faire attitude and refraining from placing any obstacles in Fei Ping's path. To be candid, faced with such an agreeable second elder brother, Fei Ping had not only completely forgotten the earlier incident where the second elder brother wished for Weakwater to teach him a lesson, but he also felt a burgeoning sense of embarrassment. It was akin to a scenario where one yearns for a promotion, and the leader rearranges the seating for them. When one desires a sumptuous meal, the leader assists in shifting the table. When one wishes to propose a toast, the leader rises to drink alongside them. One must ask, how could one refuse such kindness from a leader? In any case, Fei Ping declared that he would accept this favor from the second elder brother, especially now. As the second elder brother was tasked by the Jade Emperor to bear the brunt of the blame, he appeared akin to a timid wife. Fei Ping halted his steps and spoke, General, I have heard that you excel in the art of enduring battle. Once you descend to the mortal realm, I shall arrange for 1,000 or 800 concubines to aid in your cultivation. What say you? The previously despondent second elder brother brightened at Fei Ping's words, exclaiming, The general understands me. In truth, his greatest fear was not the descent into the mortal realm, but rather the apprehension of being unable to cultivate methodically thereafter. Aside from his character, there was the concern that once he was reborn in the mortal realm, his current cultivation would be lost. The path to regaining one's former prowess would undoubtedly be fraught with challenges, much like a billionaire facing bankruptcy and striving to regain their wealth. However, should a benefactor offer assistance, the situation would be quite different. The art of enduring battle, the practice of yin and yang, aligned seamlessly with his temperament. While seated meditation might bore him and lead to neglect of his cultivation, he proclaimed that he could endure 1,000 battles in the art of endurance. If Fei Ping suggested 1,000 or 800, he was naturally inclined to aim for more. Fei Ping smiled and continued, General Tianping, are you familiar with the river gods of the various water bodies in the mortal realm? Tianping's eyes flickered as he cautiously inquired, What does the general require of me? Fei Ping, without reservation, replied, His Majesty has entrusted the heavenly river water army with the affairs of all earthly waters. I have heard that the 4 sea dragon clans have been infiltrating the various water bodies of the mortal realm. As the generals of the heavenly river water army, it is our duty to remain vigilant. Upon hearing this, General Tianping surmised Fei Ping's intentions but chose to remain silent, awaiting further elaboration. Fei Ping continued, I need you, General, to ensure that once Weakwater descends, you drive the dragon clans of the Eastern Victory Divine Continent back into the sea. In the waters of the Eastern Victory Divine Continent, I, as the commander, shall not permit any existence to surpass the Celestial River Navy. What do you think, Marshal? If it weren't for the Flower and Fruit Mountain residing in the Eastern Divine Continent, he would truly desire to eradicate the dragon clans in the other surrounding regions. However, such an intention would be too conspicuous. For the time being, it is wise not to sever ties with the dragon clans. Seeing Fei Ping speak candidly, Marshal Tianping smiled and remarked, You possess grand aspirations, and as long as I hold the title of Commander of the Celestial River Navy, I shall serve the Navy faithfully. Yet, I wonder about Ruoshui. Tianping did not finish his sentence. Although he was willing to take the blame for Fei Ping and assist in clearing the dragon clans from the Eastern Victory Divine Continent, he also acknowledged that if Ruoshui were uncooperative, his options would be limited. In the Ruoshui River, as Fei Ping and his second brother entered, Ruoshui made its appearance. Unlike the past when the second brother would expend great effort to locate Ruoshui, this encounter was entirely different. Fei Ping, why have you not visited me lately? Have you been preoccupied with something? I've taken care of everything you entrusted to me. Would you like to see if the placement of the Crystal Palace is satisfactory? If it isn't, I can assist in relocating it. Moreover, I have placed the treasures from Ruoxue within the Crystal Palace. Would you care to join me in inspecting them? Well done, Ruoxue. Feiping reached out to stroke Ruoxue's head, remarking, one must admit, a sheltered maiden is easy to deceive. With a little flattery, she truly lays her heart bare. Though Ruoxue lacked a heart and lungs, it could still manifest a human form, albeit distinct from other women often described as water-like. Ruoxue was entirely composed of water, even down to each strand of hair. I assure you, I have been in seclusion, and now that I have concluded my retreat, I have come to find you. Where have you positioned the Three Immortals Island? It is situated directly above the Crystal Palace. I have connected the Crystal Palace and the Three Immortals Island, allowing others to access the palace without being affected by Ruoxue. Let me take you to see it. There is no need to rush. Feiping, holding Ruoxue, then inquired, Ruoxue, do you find it dull in the heavenly realm? Would you like to embark on an impromptu journey? Travel? Ruoxue looked at Feiping, bewildered, unable to comprehend his meaning. Thus, Feiping explained, I mean to venture down to the mortal realm for a stroll. Did you not express a desire to visit the mortal realm before? Originally, Feiping anticipated that Ruoxue would be elated, but to his surprise, Ruoxue shook her head and said, I wish to descend to the mortal realm because the heavenly realm was too monotonous. Now that you are here to accompany me, I no longer feel bored. I do not wish to go down anymore. Marshal Tianpeng. Here is a joke. Ruoxue no longer desires to descend to the mortal realm. Since the day he became Marshal Tianpeng, Ruoxue had constantly yearned for the mortal realm, and now she claims she does not wish to go. What methods has this fellow Feiping employed? Has the allure of Ruoxue captivated you to the point of disinterest in descending to the mortal realm? Is it merely another tale being spun? Observing Ruoxue's demeanor, one could almost perceive the threads of affection emanating from Feiping's gaze. Tianpeng remained skeptical that mere stories could enrapture Ruoxue to such an extent. Upon witnessing Ruoxue's reluctance to descend, Feiping found himself at a loss. Pondering internally, have I miscalculated my approach, perhaps advancing too soon? What now shall I do? Noticing the furrow of concern on Feiping's brow, Ruoxue blinked and inquired, Feiping, what is it that you wish for me to do in the mortal realm? Feiping, deciding to be forthright, divulged his intentions of having her flood Huagua Mountain and simultaneously drive the Dragon Clan back to the Four Seas within the Eastern Victory Divine Continent. Upon hearing this, Ruoxue's face lit up with dimples as she smiled and replied, this task is easily accomplished. I shall make a trip to the mortal realm. However, for such a significant favor, how do you intend to reward me? Upon Ruoxue's agreement, Feiping grinned and asked, what reward do you desire? After a moment of contemplation, Ruoxue responded, I have yet to determine what I want. I shall inform you once I have decided. Very well, take your time to ponder. Even if your desire is for a little Ruoxue, that would not pose a problem. At this, Ruoxue blushed, her face a picture of shyness. A little Ruoxue. Is that truly feasible? Meanwhile, the second elder brother stood utterly astounded. Tianpeng, in disbelief, remarked, what kind of brazen words are these? I never anticipated that someone like Feiping would harbor such thoughts. Initially, it was believed that Feiping would sacrifice his charm to beguile Ruoxue, yet it turned out he wished for her to bear children. Even the second elder brother, who had always regarded Feiping with elevated esteem, was taken aback by his audacity in such lofty realms. This maneuver, he mused, could easily earn an 8 out of 10, as it undeniably contained a modicum of brilliance. Chapter 61. The Treasure of Weakwater, the wealthiest woman in the Three Realms. In the Crystal Palace, Feiping, guided by Weakwater, arrived at the place where Weakwater stored her treasures. A single glance left him utterly astounded, rendering him speechless. Before him lay hundreds of spiritual treasures, each radiating a dazzling brilliance, all without exception being innate spiritual treasures. Among them, several particularly caught his attention: a pearl, a bell, a white lotus, a seal, and a gourd. This prompted Feiping's mind to whirl with possibilities. Feiping, this is my most formidable treasure. An innate spiritual treasure known as the Chaos Pearl. Weakwater presented a seemingly ordinary pearl to him, which then emitted a flash of spiritual light that entered Feiping's brow. The Chaos Pearl, birthed from chaos itself, contains an entire chaotic world within, capable of concealing all heavenly secrets and hiding its possessor. The bearer of the Chaos Pearl can evade the tribulations of the heavenly Tao and even establish a vast world within the pearl, ultimately becoming a sage of the heavenly Tao through strength. Gasping at the description of the Chaos Pearl, Feiping could not help but be astonished. Truly, It deserved its title as the premier life-preserving treasure of the primordial era. He had perused numerous tales of the primordial world in his previous life, and was well aware of the pearl's utility. Almost every holder of a Chaos Pearl relied upon it to attain sanctity through strength. He never anticipated that he too would acquire the Chaos Pearl. Was there any place more suited for cultivating a Chaos Peach tree than this? At that moment, Fei Peng was at a loss as to whether to thank Weak Water or not. This left him without excuses to approach the goddess Enhua. Well, as long as one dares to dream, excuses would not be in short supply. What truly startled Fei Peng was the pearl's ability to conceal all heavenly secrets and evade the tribulations of the heavenly Tao. This was indeed remarkable. It meant that during the forthcoming journey to the West tribulations, even if his strength did not advance, he could rely on the Chaos Pearl to elude disaster. This treasure was undeniably the foremost life-preserving artifact of the primordial era, without question. Before Fei Peng could fully process this revelation, Weak Water handed him a small bell, stating, "This is the companion treasure of the former ruler of the Heavenly Court, the Demon Emperor Dijuan's brother, the Eastern Emperor Tai." The Eastern Emperor Bell. After the death of the Eastern Emperor Tai, this treasure fell into Weak Water's possession, evading the search of the saints for quite some time. Weak Water's expression bore a hint of pride as she spoke. However, Fei Peng found himself momentarily petrified. The Eastern Emperor Bell, one of the legendary 3 innate supreme treasures? After the demise of the Eastern Emperor Tai, it had incited a frenzy among the saints, only to vanish without a trace. He had presumed that the Eastern Emperor Bell had most likely been taken by the ancestor Hongjun. He never imagined it would end up with Weak Water. Yet, how could Weak Water withstand the scrutiny of several saints? Just as Fei Peng was about to inquire further, a thought suddenly struck him. Gazing at the Chaos Pearl in his hand, which obscures all celestial secrets, if it can conceal the mysteries of heaven, how much more so can it elude the searches of the saints? Fei Peng felt an immediate sense of relief. This was the 12th rank Pure World White Lotus. Alongside the Infernal Flame Red Lotus, the Merit Gold Lotus, and the Annihilation Black Lotus, collectively known as the 4 great 12th rank Lotus platforms. Once more, Fei Peng took hold of the 12th rank Pure World White Lotus. In his past life, he had perused numerous tales of the primordial era, where the 12th rank Pure World White Lotus was regarded as an essential artifact for traversers, akin to the treatment accorded to the Chaos Pearl. It was inevitable, for the 12th rank Pure World White Lotus was shrouded in mystery and had never before appeared. Yet, unexpectedly, it too had found its way into the Weak Water. This was the imperial seal of the Heavenly Emperor, a treasure of the celestial realm, the very key to the heavens. When the Demon Emperor Dijun discovered the heavenly domain, he came upon the imperial seal within the Lingxiao treasure hall, subsequently renaming it the Demon Emperor's seal. However, after Dijun's demise, the Demon Empress Shihi cast the seal into the Weak Water, and to this day, the Jade Emperor remains unaware of its existence. The seal still resides within the celestial realm. It is said that whoever possesses this seal can command the powers of the heavens, sealing off the entire celestial realm from outsiders. Furthermore, within the seal lies a profound imperial cultivation method. Upon hearing this, Fei Peng voluntarily immersed his consciousness into the imperial seal, which instinctively recognized him as its master, a consequence of the human fate and protagonist's destiny that resided within him. Soon after, a text known as the Imperial Sutra entered Fei Peng's sea of consciousness. Its teachings primarily focused on utilizing fortune to cultivate and enhance one's strength. Notably, the Imperial Sutra could guide one to attain the Hunyuan Taiji Golden Immortal Realm, the fabled Tao of Heaven realm. Acquiring this Imperial Sutra filled Fei Peng with immense joy. Indeed, it was as if a pillow was provided just as sleep overtook him. He had been contemplating what cultivation method to pursue after transcending to the Great Luo Golden Immortal, pondering the limitations of the Great Celestial Technique. It is essential to note that methods of the Hunyuan level are not easily obtained, and he had already resolved to seek out the Jade Emperor post-transcendence to inquire about the method of severing the 3 corpses passed down by the Venerable Hongjun. Of course, even with the Imperial Sutra in hand, he would still approach the Jade Emperor for guidance regarding Hongjun's method. As for the gourd, which belonged to the Patriarch Tongtian, Fei Peng felt a twinge of nostalgia. He had no need for further introduction, as what remained were merely ordinary spiritual treasures. Upon receiving the water and fire gourd, he could not help but reflect on how the treasures of the saints seemed to pale in comparison within the Weak Water. Relegated to a position of insignificance, he would gladly declare Weak Water as the second treasure rock of the 3 realms, even surmising that Weak Water might possess greater worth than Hongjun's treasure rock. This was because Hong Jun's rock lacked innate supreme treasures and chaos spiritual artifacts, whereas weak water was enriched with both, thus elevating its value even further. Concurrently, he would assert that weak water is the foremost wealthy entity in the three realms. Without a rival, gazing at the treasures in his hand, Fei Peng swallowed hard and inquired, "Ruoshui, do you truly have no need for these celestial artifacts?" Upon hearing Fei Peng's words, Ruoshui chuckled, "These artifacts hold no value for me. None in the three realms can inflict harm upon me." Fei Peng opened his mouth, poised to respond. Yet his face inexplicably flushed with embarrassment, leaving him somewhat flustered and at a loss for words. Although he prided himself on his thick skin, the presence of these primordial treasures, innate supreme artifacts, and exceptional innate spiritual treasures instilled within him a sense of guilt. Was it truly appropriate to deceive Ruoshui for these treasures? Would it tarnish the reputation of a traveler such as himself, or even that of the system? Yet, the allure of these 5 artifacts was simply irresistible. After a prolonged silence, Fei Peng finally proposed, "Ruoshui, would it be possible for me to borrow the Chaos Pearl to cultivate some trees, the Pure World White Lotus, to aid my ascent to the Great Luo Golden Immortal, and the Heavenly Emperor's Seal for a few days of amusement?" Indeed, he had no intentions of involving the Eastern Emperor Bell or the Water and Fire Gourd in this matter. The Eastern Emperor Bell was far too sensitive. Should it emerge, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of the saints, who would seek to seize it once more. His frail limbs could not withstand the might of the saints' powers, even with the Chaos Pearl in his possession. Thus, he deliberately overlooked the Eastern Emperor Bell. As for the Water and Fire Gourd, it was simply of no interest to him whatsoever. Chapter 62. The Harvest of Spiritual Treasures, the Goddess of the Three Nights. Asian has fallen in love with Chang. On a night devoid of stars, after engaging in a profound exchange with the weak water, wherein they explored the depths and shallows of each other's essence, Fei Peng, with his silver tongue, cunningly acquired several spiritual treasures. To be precise, when the weak water presented all the spiritual treasures from the weak water river at the Crystal Palace and graciously offered him a tour, it signaled a readiness to bestow both the treasures and herself upon him. Thus, in a strict sense, this cannot be deemed deception, but rather an instance where a wealthy patron eagerly provides sustenance. Fei Peng, unable to resist, could only acquiesce. Subsequently, he could introduce Yushu and her companions to the weak water. With the 3 Immortal Islands and the Crystal Palace, Yushu and her cohort would have the opportunity to engage with the affluent weak water. One of the primary reasons for weak water's desire to descend to the mortal realm is her profound loneliness. It is impossible for him to be with her at all times, thus allowing her to interact with Yushu and others to alleviate her boredom with games of mahjong. Companionship would surely banish her ennui. Host, Fei Peng. Race, human. Identity, Deputy Marshal of the Celestial River Water Army. Realm, Pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal. Physique, Water Deity, Water Law 8. Cultivation Method, Great Immortal Technique. 8-9 Profound Arts, 6th Transformation, Huangdi Neijing, Imperial Cannon. Magic Treasures, Demon Suppression Sword. 9-9 Scatter Soul Gourd, Chaos Pearl, Celestial Emperor Seal, Purifying World White Lotus, Eastern Emperor Bell, Water and Fire Gourd. Various innate spiritual treasures of superior, medium, and inferior grades. Unbeknownst to him, the Water Law had already reached 8. The contributions of weak water extend beyond mere spiritual treasures. It seems he must encourage weak water to bear 100 or 80 little weak waters to compensate for his infinitesimal debt to her. Moreover, given his water deity physique combined with weak water, even mixed blood offspring would possess a water affinity, unlike the 9 sons of the dragon, each distinct in nature. In time, their progeny could govern the aquatic realms of the 3 realms, supplanting the dragon clan, ensuring their legacy endures for generations. Upon reflection, 100 or 80 seems rather scant. It would be prudent for weak water to bear at least 18,000 children. This way, each child could take turns visiting their mother, allowing weak water to comprehend what it truly means to bear burdens. One wonders whether she would reminisce about the beauty of solitude from days gone by. With this thought, a slight smile graced Fei Peng's lips. "Weak water, do not hold it against me. You have simply given too much. Without this, I would be selling myself short, unable to repay the debt in its entirety." Departing from the weak water river, Fei Peng, accompanied by 1,000,000 celestial river water soldiers, set forth, boarding nearly 1,000 warships, surging forth into the mortal realm. Indeed, they surged forth. Wherever the celestial river water army traversed, the celestial river would pave the way ahead. The transformation from 100 warships to 1,000 was due to the diligent efforts of the heavenly craftsmen, who worked tirelessly to construct them. Following the integration of 1,000,000 transformed ghost soldiers into the ranks of the Celestial River Water Army, the Jade Emperor commanded the heavenly craftsmen. The Tianhe Navy has augmented its fleet, transforming its original count of merely 100 warships into a formidable armada, now equal in number to its personnel, a tenfold expansion. As the saying goes, 1,000 sails pass by, leaving one in awe. Each of the 1,000 vessels looms like a small mountain, charging towards the formidable army led by Li Jing and his 100,000 celestial troops. One must ask, "Oh, King of the Tower, do you fear?" Whether Li Jing and his celestial forces harbor any trepidation remains unclear to Fei Peng, yet the imminent approach of the naval warships clearly unsettles them. They exhibit a lack of composure, opting to retreat repeatedly, fearful of a close encounter with the vessels. However, it soon became evident that Li Jing and his companions were overly anxious. The Tianhe Navy displayed remarkable skill in maneuvering their ships, halting precisely where Li Jing and his forces had vacated. Whether Li Jing and his companions would have collided with the ships had they remained is uncertain. For now, no mishaps had occurred. At this moment, aboard the main warship of the Tianhe Navy, Fei Peng was engaged in palmistry with the illustrious Bi Xiao, one of the 3 celestial maidens of the. Indeed, he was reading palms. As a legitimate heir to the Huangdi Neijing, Fei Peng expressed his expertise in this practice. As he caressed Bi Xiao's smooth hand, taking advantage of the situation, he inquired, "Goddess Bi Xiao, what is your secret to maintaining such exquisite hands? Could you impart your wisdom to me?" "Impart wisdom to you?" Bi Xiao shot him a disapproving glance. "Would you not use it to please other celestial maidens?" "How could I? I am not that kind of person," Fei Peng retorted, though inwardly he entertained such thoughts. After all, Bi Xiao is a great Luo Golden Immortal. She hardly requires any maintenance. His intentions were purely to seize this opportunity for his own gain. "Have you had your fill of touching?" she asked. "Not yet," Fei Peng replied candidly, continuing to indulge himself. Not only had he read Bi Xiao's palm, but he had also attended to Yun Xiao and Qiang Xiao, who stood nearby. When presented with the opportunity to engage with the 3 celestial maidens, Fei Peng believed it foolish not to take advantage. As for the motivations of the 3 celestial maidens in seeking him out, it was likely connected to the fortuitous blessings he had received from the human race, which had endowed him with a destiny akin to that of the Monkey King. Hence, the 3 celestial maidens might be inclined to leverage his abilities to extricate themselves from the Fengshen Bang. In any case, Fei Peng was unreserved in his approach. Seizing opportunities was his modus operandi. Winning over the 3 celestial maidens could also allow him to command the respect of the accompanying celestial beings. Despite their somewhat diminished status in the heavenly realm post-Fengshen, the 3 celestial maidens, being great Luo Golden Immortals and prominent disciples of, wielded considerable influence among their peers. Securing their allegiance would not only provide him with the support of 3 formidable immortals, but also foster goodwill among the celestial beings, whose standing in the heavenly court has always been somewhat precarious. The higher echelons have been monopolized by the disciples of the exoteric school, while the disciples of the esoteric school, though occupying mid to lower tier positions, find themselves akin to the laborers of later generations. Each day, they adhere to a 9-to-5 routine, diligently serving the heavenly court. Moreover, over time, if the celestial beings of the esoteric school do not stir up some commotion, they risk being overlooked by their superiors, or worse, having their benefits and bonuses curtailed. Thus, the celestial beings of the esoteric school are inherently rebellious, driven by circumstance. As the warship came to a halt, Bai Xiao withdrew her hand from Fei Peng's grasp and jested, "Dear younger brother, do you require the protection of us 3 sisters?" "Younger brother?" Fei Peng was taken aback, a wave of exasperation washing over him. Despite Bai Xiao being significantly older, he pondered, what man would willingly accept such a title? Of course, if it were Ra Shui addressing him, he would dismiss it entirely, for in the presence of the wealthiest lady of the 3 realms, he truly felt like the younger brother suffering from an upset stomach. Yet now, even with Bai Xiao, Yun Xiao, and Qiang Xiao in the mix, Fei Peng thought to himself, before such a rich lady, I shall play the role of the compliant younger brother. Let us see how I can impress her. Chapter 63. The relationship between Neza and Li Jing. The demon-suppressing sword. The water and fire gourd. The 9-9 dispersing soul gourd. The 12-grade pure world white lotus. Come forth. Before the eyes of the 3 celestials, Fei Peng unveiled 4 extraordinary treasures. Grasping the demon-suppressing sword, 2 gourds dangled from his waist. while the 12th-grade Pure World White Lotus transformed into a palm-sized lotus platform hovering above his head, providing comprehensive protection for Fei Peng. One might inquire, who could possibly breach the defenses of the 12th-grade Pure World White Lotus, one of the 4 supreme lotus platforms? With the fortune of the human race bestowed upon him, he felt no trepidation in revealing these exquisite innate treasures, confident that no honorable individual would covet them. As for those less scrupulous, they might not be able to match his strength. Observing Fei Peng produce 3 exquisite innate treasures along with 1 acquired treasure, the 3 celestials were left in bewilderment. How could this fellow possess so many treasures? They pondered. They were prepared for the demon-suppressing sword and the 99 dispersing soul gourd. As one was a gift from the Jade Emperor, and the other had been utilized by Fei Peng in his pursuit of the Jiao Demon King. Thus, their surprise was minimal. However, the 12th-grade Pure World White Lotus and the other familiar gourd caught them off guard. Yun Xiao fixed her gaze upon the gourd at Fei Peng's waist, inquiring, "Where did you acquire that gourd?" Fei Peng, feigning ignorance, replied, "This gourd was gifted to me by the Weak Water. Do you recognize it? Although the gourd had once belonged to the primordial Lord of Heaven, it had become unclaimed upon reaching Weak Water. There was no possibility of returning it unless the primordial Lord ventured out of the Purple Cloud Palace and shamelessly requested it back. An unlikely scenario." Gently, Xiong Xiao interjected, "The water and fire gourd is a treasure of our master, the primordial Lord of Heaven. Within it, 2 water and fire chelants are nurtured. During the conferred deity's war, it accidentally fell into Weak Water and remained there due to its peculiar nature. Indeed, the unique properties of Weak Water rendered it impossible for them to retrieve the water and fire gourd. Additionally, following the conferred deity's war, a portion of the disciples of the ascended the conferred deity's list, while others were captured by Saint Xuanti and became disciples of Buddhism. Furthermore, a segment fell into servitude under others. The once thriving crumbled after the war, leaving no one with the inclination to seek treasures. Had Fei Peng not produced the water and fire gourd, they would have scarcely remembered it." "Oh, I see." Fei Peng feigned a look of realization. Yet the conversation did not progress beyond that. Noticing Fei Peng's demeanor, the 3 celestials exchanged glances, understanding that he intended to claim the water and fire gourd for himself. In response, they continued their silent communication, seemingly contemplating a strategy to reclaim the gourd. Fei Peng disregarded the passing knights, instructing Li Si to notify the likes of the Heavenly King Li Jing, Neza, and Yang Jian to come aboard the warship for a meeting. Indeed, it was imperative that Li Jing and the others came to see him, rather than the other way around. This was essential for establishing a clear hierarchy. Not far away, the Heavenly King Li Jing observed Li Si, who conveyed the message to summon Neza and others to the warship for discussions regarding the military affairs. Instantly, Li Jing's countenance darkened. Initially, he had anticipated Fei Peng's visit, which would have afforded him an opportunity to take command of the mission to capture the Monkey King, Sun Wukong. Yet, to his dismay, Fei Peng had not descended. Instead, he had dispatched someone to summon him to the warship, evidently asserting control over the military operations. As Li Jing pondered this turn of events, he noticed Neza, who, riding on his wind and fire wheels, beckoned Yang Jian. "Brother, let me take you to see General Fei Peng." Without a second thought, Yang Jian agreed, bypassing any pleasantries with Li Jing as he followed Neza towards the warship. Yang Jian bore no intention of slighting Li Jing. Rather, he was aware that the Jade Emperor had already sent a celestial envoy with a decree designating Fei Peng as the sole commander for the mission to apprehend the demon monkey. Hence, everyone was obliged to heed Fei Peng's orders. In essence, his role had shifted from assisting Li Jing to aiding Fei Peng, rendering any regard for Li Jing unnecessary. Watching the two depart, Li Jing seethed with frustration. Beside him, the giant spirit god inquired, "Commander, shall we go?" After a moment's hesitation, Li Jing gritted his teeth and replied, "Let us proceed." With his most capable subordinate Neza and the ever-helpful Yang Jian both heading to meet Fei Peng, he realized that failing to attend would reduce him and his army of 100,000 celestial soldiers to mere spectators. It is crucial to note that Li Jing's influence within the heavenly court stemmed not solely from his own prowess, but significantly from Neza, his formidable subordinate. Their relationship was intricate. While he was Neza's father in title, the latter had once severed ties with him through sacrifice and self-destruction. After being resurrected, Neza's physical form was entirely distinct, and they shared no blood relations. Nevertheless, from an ethical standpoint, they remained father and son, especially since Neza acknowledged his mother, Lady Yin, with whom Li Jing had not divorced. Thus, Their paternal bond persisted, albeit devoid of blood ties. And their current relationship was sustained largely by Li Jing's possession of the Linglong Pagoda. With the pagoda, he was a father. Without it, he was merely a deceased parent. Now, with the edict from the Jade Emperor and Neza leading Yang Jian away, the totaling heavenly king Li Jing was rendered an ornament. To exist as an ornament in the heavenly court would lead to a fate akin to that of the disciples of the, stripped of influence and even basic privileges. His ability to thrive in the heavenly court was not only due to Neza's might, but also because he was genuinely obedient and capable of executing tasks efficiently. Regardless of whether it was the Jade Emperor or the Western Buddha and Bodhisattvas who entrusted him with duties, Li Jing fulfilled them without fail. As for whether the matter can be handled well, that is a different story altogether. The key lies in maintaining a decidedly positive attitude. It is his ability to accomplish tasks, his obedience, and his knack for discerning the moods of his superiors that allow Li Jing to thrive in the heavenly realm. Should he falter in his duties or defy orders, his standing in the eyes of the Jade Emperor and the Buddha would undoubtedly diminish, particularly in the latter's regard. If the Buddha deems him unworthy, he may reclaim the Linglong Pagoda, sealing Li Jing's fate. The mere thought of Neza's fierce gaze when he severed his own flesh and bone and sought vengeance sends a shiver down Li Jing's spine. Regret is futile now. He must toil diligently to preserve his life. Thus, Li Jing disregards the potential embarrassment of approaching the relatively inexperienced Fei Ping, for life takes precedence over pride. He resolutely directs his course toward Fei Ping's warship. Behind him, the mighty Jingshan, the 4 demon generals, and the likes of Qianlian and Xuanfinger follow suit without hesitation, all intent on paying their respects to Grand Marshal Fei Ping. Chapter 64. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. General Fei Ping, allow me to introduce you. This is my second brother, the King Jiahui Lingxian, the true monarch Qingyuan Miaodao, and the nephew of the Jade Emperor, Erlang Shin Yangjian. Neza led Yangjian aboard the warship, appearing quite familiar with Fei Ping, and began to extol Yangjian's virtues. Upon hearing Yangjian's impressive titles, King Jiahui Lingxian, true monarch Qingyuan Miaodao, and nephew of the Jade Emperor, Fei Ping expressed no envy whatsoever. After all, what was being the nephew of the Jade Emperor? Just wait until he became the Jade Emperor's son-in-law, fathering a multitude of grandchildren. At that time, he wondered how Yang Jian would cope with his status as the nephew. To be honest, he felt a sense of anticipation. After introducing Yang Jian, Neza succinctly presented him to Yang Jian, saying, "Brother, this is General Fei Ping." In contrast to the elaborate introduction of Yang Jian, Neza's remarks were brief, still referring to Fei Ping as general rather than marshal. Fei Ping paid no mind to this, instead turning his gaze to Yang Jian, whose looks were rivaling his own, epitomizing the legendary pairing of a sleeping dragon and a phoenix chick. Their eyes met, confirming their shared reliance on their appearances. In this initial confrontation, neither could claim victory. It ended in a stalemate. After their exchange, Yang Jian clasped his hands and greeted. "Yang Jian, at your service, Marshal. There is no need for formality, and I am grateful for your assistance today. Should the opportunity arise, I would be honored to host a banquet in the heavenly court for you, true monarch." Indeed, he had no intention of engaging in mere pleasantries. He genuinely desired to invite Yang Jian for a drink. His underlying motive, of course, was to become acquainted with Yang Jian's sister. He was curious about the woman who had captivated the scholarly Lu Yanchang, who had not only failed to scatter her ashes but had also fathered children with her. He wondered how one could win her over. Was it merely a matter of relentless pursuit? If it were the 7 fairies, who were so well protected by the Queen Mother, it would be understandable for them to fall victim to deception due to their limited opportunities to descend to the mortal realm. But the 3 holy mothers, as deities of Mount Hua, encountered countless travelers each year. What sort of men had they not seen? The fact that a mere Lu Yinchang could win her affection was indeed perplexing. Reflecting on Lu Yinchang's audacity, Fei Ping mused that he too could succeed in such endeavors. Even without a system or profound cultivation, he believed he could win over the 3 holy mothers. After all, it merely required a thick skin and relentless pursuit. Surely, he was capable of such feats. Furthermore, he was confident that his dreams would far surpass those of Lu Yanchang. "Let us drink." Neza turned to Fei Ping, saying, "General Fei Ping, remember to invite me." Fei Ping shot him a disdainful glance and retorted, "Only if you start calling me Marshal." Neza rolled his eyes in response, internally grumbling about his obsession with titles. Ignoring Neza, Fei Ping proceeded to introduce Yang Jian, saying, "True monarch, this is the immortal Guanyin of the 3 knights." Yang Jian, having boarded the warship, had immediately noticed the presence of the 3 deities. However, he held some discord with the three individuals, thus refraining from initiating a greeting. Now, with Fei Ping taking the initiative to introduce him, Yang Jian had no choice but to muster his courage and pay his respects to the Three Heavens goddess. The reason for this is primarily due to the fact that, as a former adversary, he had borne witness to the formidable prowess of the Three Heavens. He had not only seen but also experienced it firsthand. At that time, after his master's uncle, Jiang Zia, had cursed Zhao Gongming, the elder brother of the Three Heavens, to death, the Three Heavens set up the Nine Bins Yellow River Formation to avenge their brother. The terror of the Nine Bins Yellow River Formation is beyond measure. Let it be said that had it not been for the disregard for martial ethics by the two saints, Yuan Shi Tianzun and Laozi, he, along with his master and the other 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect, would have undoubtedly found themselves inscribed on the list of deities. Just the Three Heavens alone, wielding the Nine Bins Yellow River Formation, annihilated the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect. One must ask, is that not impressive? Humph. Bai Xiao cast a sidelong glance at Yang Jian, letting out a cold snort, choosing to ignore him. Speaking of the grievances between the Three Heavens and Yang Jian, it primarily stemmed from an incident involving her and Yang Jian. The nature of this grievance? Yang Jian had once acted unscrupulously, unleashing dogs upon her. Indeed, she, Bai Xiao, one of the four foremost disciples of the outer sect of the Jie sect, a dignified great Luo golden immortal, had been bitten by a dog. This matter still lingered in her heart. While Fei Ping was curious about the enmity between them, he restrained his inquiries upon seeing the arrival of King Li Jing and others. After exchanging polite greetings with General Fei Ping and King Li, Fei Ping turned his gaze towards the generals behind Li Jing, his eyes traversing from the giant spirit god to his former superior, the four generals of the demon clan. Observing the four generals of the demon clan filled Fei Ping with a sense of nostalgia. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. He had finally become a half-protagonist of a triumphant tale. Why half? The reason is simple. He had not endured the tragic fate of a typical protagonist, being suppressed by superiors or ostracized by colleagues. Upon seeing the four generals again, he felt nothing but wistfulness. Notions of retaliation and petty triumphs were non-existent. Giant Spirit God. I pay my respects to General Fei Ping. Mo Li Qing. I pay my respects to General Fei Ping. Mo Li Hong. I pay my respects to General Fei Ping. Mo Li Hai. I pay my respects to General Fei Ping. Mo Li So. I pay my respects to General Fei Ping. At that moment, among the generals, the emotions of the four generals of the demon clan, Mo Li Qing, Mo Li Hong, Mo Li Hai, and Mo Li So, were particularly complex. Not long ago, Fei Ping had been a mere heavenly soldier under their command, his status so lowly that they barely spared him a glance. Yet, in just over 100 days, Fei Ping had ascended to the rank of the commander of the million-strong Heavenly River Water Army. Though he was still merely a vice-commander at present, everyone understood that Marshal Tianping would soon descend to the mortal realm. At that time, the position of the commander of the Heavenly River Water Army would undoubtedly fall to Fei Ping. Hence, even when Li Jing addressed Fei Ping, he referred to him simply as general, omitting the term vice, indicating that everyone was acutely aware of Fei Ping's substantial authority as the de facto commander of the Heavenly River Water Army. Such a significant shift in status inevitably prompts reflections from Mo Li Qing, Mo Li Hong, Mo Li Hai, and Mo Li So, who might lament, had they foreseen Fei Ping's rise, they would have sought his favor much earlier. In summary, at the southern heavenly gate, they have indeed endured enough. Esteemed gentlemen, there is no need for excessive formalities. King Li, shortly, Marshal Tianping will summon the weak water to descend to the mortal realm, inundating Flower Fruit Mountain. You must lead the heavenly soldiers to the celestial naval vessels in the river of heaven to prevent any unnecessary mishaps or losses. Weak water flooding Flower Fruit Mountain? Li Jing's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Fei Ping before him. The other generals were equally taken aback. Observing the reactions of Li Jing and the others, Fei Ping glanced at Neza, who responded with a smile. Clearly, the matter had not been communicated in advance to Li Jing and the others, otherwise, their reactions would have differed. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Li Jing turned to Fei Ping and solemnly inquired, Marshal Fei Ping, does His Majesty know of this? Fei Ping regarded Li Jing as if he were a fool. Such matters, regardless of whether the Jade Emperor had consented, must be dissociated from him upon descending to the mortal realm to maintain the Emperor's image. Whoever summons the weak water shall bear full responsibility. Is old Li's political acumen truly so deficient? Does he not grasp this fundamental principle? King Li, this is my decision. Should His Majesty express displeasure, I shall bear the consequences alone. Neza and Yang Jian shall remain. The rest must swiftly relocate your heavenly soldiers to the naval vessels without error. In response to Feiping's orders, the likes of the giant spirit god and the 4 generals of the Imo family did not await their superior Li Jing's approval but promptly bowed in acknowledgement. The subordinate obeys. It is no surprise they acted thus. As deities of the heavenly realm, they are acutely aware of weak water's terror. Even a transcendent being like a Deluo Jin Stin would find it insurmountable, should one fall into weak water. The poison would strip away their heavenly essence and eventually lead to their demise, merging them into the water itself. Moreover, the most critical point is their lack of faith in Marshal Tianping's ability to control weak water. Should it stir even slightly, they would all be doomed. Although they could be resurrected through the investiture of the gods, such revival is not without its costs, requiring a significant outpouring of incense and belief. A single resurrection could set them back to a state of utter vulnerability. Thus, it is not just Li Jing who feels the urgency. Even the Jade Emperor would be powerless to halt their actions at this moment. Chapter 65. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there is no fear of having no descendants. After the departure of Li Jing and others, the Celestial Hound and the Mei Mountain brothers arrived aboard the main ship of Feiping. Upon his arrival, the Celestial Hound trembled as he laid eyes upon Lady Bixiao. Despite having once bitten the esteemed Bixiao, a figure of great power, his achievement was one he could boast about for eternity. Yet, it was not without consequence. He had nearly met his demise in that encounter. Fortunately, his master, Yang Jian, possessed formidable connections, including a master from the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect and an uncle who was the Emperor of Heaven. Through their influence, he procured a 9-turn resurrection pill, which salvaged his life. Thus, confronted once more with the formidable Bixiao, who had nearly brought about his end, the Celestial Hound felt a profound trepidation and found it exceedingly difficult to approach Yang Jian, retreating behind him. Master, the Celestial Hound whimpered, embodying both human and canine traits. Feiping furrowed his brow at the sight of the Celestial Hound, feeling an inexplicable aversion towards him, for he was indeed quite unsightly. The hound's countenance and hairstyle were secondary concerns. The primary issue lay in his tight-fitting attire, which was uncomfortable to behold and quite distressing to the eyes. Feiping found it difficult to comprehend why Yang Jian would endure the presence of such an individual, such a dog, without feeling a sense of embarrassment. Well, that was Yang Jian's affair. Feiping then noticed that Lady Bixiao, upon catching sight of the Celestial Hound, displayed a glimmer of fear in her eyes. Indeed, it was fear. How could a dignified golden immortal harbor fear of a mere dog? This could only imply one possibility. Feiping gazed earnestly at Bixiao and inquired, Lady Bixiao, have you ever been bitten by a dog? Bixiao, Feiping, is it impolite? Is it impolite? Is it impolite? With the wound of her past so carelessly revealed by Feiping, Bixiao felt an acute embarrassment, wishing to dig herself a space to hide. She cast a fierce glare at Yang Jian and his Celestial Hound. Yang Jian, brother, I am here to assist you. Must you add fuel to the fire? Celestial Hound, please refrain from recounting my glorious history. That is my journey thus far. Observing the reactions of the trio, no, one person, one cloud, and one dog, Feiping was assured Bixiao had indeed been bitten by a dog. Goodness, was the Celestial Hound so formidable? Did he dare to bite a golden immortal? Speaking of which, how about capturing the Celestial Hound and tossing him into a breeding ground for female dogs, cultivating millions of second-generation Celestial Hounds? One could assemble a grand army of Celestial Hounds. Meanwhile, at Flower Fruit Mountain, within the Water Curtain Cave, Sun Wukong was reveling in celebration with numerous demon kings. Not long ago, Li Jing had led 100,000 heavenly soldiers to appear above Flower Fruit Mountain. However, the moment these celestial forces manifested, they fled with astonishing speed. This turn of events greatly emboldened Sun Wukong and the demon kings. After all, they had achieved an early victory. Without a battle having commenced, the heavenly army had already retreated in fear. One must ask, when have these earthly demons ever experienced such glory? As the wine was only halfway consumed, a monkey hurriedly approached to report, My lord, the celestial court has dispatched more envoys. Sun Wukong set down his cup and inquired, Who has the Jade Emperor sent this time? The monkey replied, This time. Nearly 1,000 enormous warships have appeared, all adorned with the banner of Marshal Tianping. Marshal Tianping? Sun Wukong furrowed his brow, contemplating. Why would the Jade Emperor send his most formidable general, the commander of the Heavenly River's navy? Does he intend to flood my Flower Fruit Mountain? The mere thought of a deluge extinguished much of Sun Wukong's inebriation. Should the celestial court truly inundate Flower Fruit Mountain, his strength would be rendered ineffective in water. Thus, Sun Wukong rose and called out, "Brothers, the Jade Emperor is sending troops once more. This time it is Marshal Tianpeng, who governs the Heavenly River's navy. He may be planning to submerge my Flower Fruit Mountain. Is there anyone among you familiar with the ways of water, capable of thwarting the flood from the Heavenly River?" No sooner had Sun Wukong spoken than King Shizhua stood up. "Do not fret, seventh brother. Allow me to demonstrate my prowess." King Shizhua downed his drink in one gulp and tossed the cup to the ground, striding purposefully toward the cave's exit. Observing this, Sun Wukong, recalling his brother's extraordinary abilities in moving mountains and seas, chuckled and beckoned everyone to join him outside to watch King Shizhua's display. Upon exiting the cave, King Shizhua gazed up at Marshal Tianpeng and boldly proclaimed, "Who dares to disturb the heavens?" Marshal Tianpeng assessed King Shizhua and asked, "What manner of creature are you?" With hands on his hips, King Shizhua declared, "I am the King of Shizhua, from Shizhua Ridge. Are you the one who commands the Heavenly River's vast navy?" "Indeed. I am Shu," replied Marshal Tianpeng, nodding but refraining from mentioning that he now commanded 1,000,000 troops of the Heavenly River. King Shizhua continued, "Do you recognize me?" Marshal Tianpeng glanced at him and shook his head, "I do not." Though he might have known, he had to feign ignorance at that moment. Unfazed, King Shizhua proclaimed, "After today, you shall know me as the King of Shizhua." He then recited an incantation and with a flourish of his hands, began joining the small mountains surrounding Flower Fruit Mountain together, forming barriers capable of withstanding the flood waters. While moving the peaks, he also left an outlet leading to the Eastern Sea, showcasing an impressive understanding of engineering. Throughout this endeavor, Marshal Tianpeng merely observed, not hindering King Shizhua's actions. While King Shizhua's efforts would suffice to block ordinary river waters, the weak water posed a different challenge. It was akin to digging one's own grave, confining oneself within boundaries. Originally, the lesser demons of Flower Fruit Mountain had a glimmer of hope, but after King Shizhua's interference, that slender chance was utterly extinguished. The weak water was renowned for being insurmountable, where even feathers would not float, and both celestial beings and demons found it impossible to traverse. Even if the King of Lion and Camel could shift mountains to obstruct the weak water, once the weak water encircled the Flower Fruit Mountain, the myriad of demons residing there would find it a mere delusion to escape. As the King of Lion and Camel completed his preparations, Marshal Tianpeng turned to face the weak water, a sly smile gracing his lips. "Weak water, I see you." The weak water cast a gentle glance towards the direction of the rock, then proceeded towards Flower Fruit Mountain. Meanwhile, from the heavens, a deluge surged forth. The King of Lion and Camel summoned his formidable powers, striving to shield Flower Fruit Mountain from the impending flood. However, as the weak water drew ever closer, an unsettling realization dawned upon him. Something was amiss. The hue of the water was peculiar. Why was the river of heaven so dark? There had been no word of a black water river in the celestial realm. Suddenly, enlightenment struck the King of Lion and Camel. Alarm surged within him. It was the weak water. His countenance paled as he turned to flee. Not far behind, the Bull Demon King, upon hearing the term weak water, hesitated not for a moment, galloping with all four hooves. With his powerful legs, sturdy body, imposing head, and formidable horns, he raced at the swiftest pace in the opposite direction of the weak water. Should he become ensnared within its depths, even his extraordinary might would be rendered futile, as he would ultimately become a mere part of the weak water itself. At that moment, the Bull Demon King cast aside thoughts of his 1,000,000 demon soldiers, as well as his offspring and descendants, for as the saying goes, as long as the green hills remain, one need not fear a lack of firewood. If his progeny were lost, he could always seek new beginnings in life. But if his life were to be extinguished, then all would be lost. Chapter 66. In the sewers, the old Dragon King is robbed. As the Lion Camel King and the Bull Demon King fled, the words weak water were left lingering in the air. The Demon Kings present had all practiced for over a millennium, even if they had not personally encountered weak water. They had heard tales from their forebears, fully aware of its terrifying nature. The Demon Kings, without hesitation, followed the example set by the Bull Demon King, abandoning their subordinates and fleeing in haste. However, their escape was short-lived, as they soon encountered the blocking forces of the Jiejiao celestial beings. Although the Jiejiao celestial beings were known for their laziness in daily tasks, they required little effort for such obstruction. Moreover, the Flying Ping was not a disciple of the Chan sect or the Buddhist order, thus the Jieju celestial beings bore no ill will towards him. Simultaneously, Sanshao had given them a heads-up to exert some effort. Consequently, the Jeju celestial beings did not hold back, at least showcasing 30% of their strength, effectively blocking all the fleeing demon kings, including the Lion Camel King and the Bull Demon King. The Jeju celestial beings did not aim to capture the demon kings, rather, they forced them back to Flower Fruit Mountain, ensuring they waited patiently to be encircled by weak water. They diligently fulfilled the task assigned to them by the Flying Ping, not allowing a single demon to escape from Flower Fruit Mountain. The Flying Pong had not instructed them to capture or subdue the demons, so even if they severely injured any fleeing demon king upon first encounter, none were taken prisoner or killed. Instead, they were merely knocked unconscious and tossed back to Flower Fruit Mountain, unable to escape. The demon kings had no choice but to return to Sun Wukong's side. Upon seeing the returning group of demon kings, including his elder brother the Bull Demon King and the fourth brother the Lion Camel King, Sun Wukong inquired, "Elder brother, why have you returned?" The Bull Demon King blushed slightly. He had fled in a panic and was now blocked, or rather, frightened back. Not long after his flight, he had encountered Zhao Gongming. Having dealt with Zhao Gongming before, he was acutely aware that the latter was a formidable Deluo Jinxian, far surpassing him in cultivation. Thus, upon hearing Zhao Gongming's command to return, he complied without question. Fortunately, the Bull Demon King had a dark complexion, so even though he was blushing, it was not easily noticeable. He diverted the conversation, asking, "Seventh brother, does this Flower Fruit Mountain have any tunnels leading to the outside world? Or any place that can withstand weak water? Elder brother, is weak water truly so formidable? Why do you all fear it so?" The Bull Demon King recognized that Sun Wukong was unaware of weak water's dreadfulness, so he elucidated, "Weak water is highly toxic. Anyone who comes into contact with it is doomed to die. Once it forms a water domain, a noxious aerial domain materializes above it. Weak water is said to be so light that a feather cannot float upon it. Even the most powerful celestial beings and demons struggle to cross it. Even a highly cultivated Deluo Jinxian would find it difficult to survive if they fell into weak water. Even Deluo Jinxians struggle to survive?" Sun Wukong finally grasped the reason behind the Bull Demon King's hasty retreat, realizing that this was the source of their fear, though the truth remains uncertain. Sun Wukong nonetheless declared, "Elder brother, within my Flower Fruit Mountain, there indeed exists a passageway leading to the outside world." Upon hearing Sun Wukong mention this passage, the Bull Demon King rejoiced, exclaiming, "Seventh brother, as long as we can escape this time, you shall be my sworn brother. Your sister-in-law is my wife, and my son shall be your nephew. My domain will become your elder brother's domain. Henceforth, we shall share both fortune and misfortune, united as one, sharing honor and disgrace." Sun Wukong, somewhat bewildered by the Bull Demon King's words, had not yet fully grasped the situation when he was hoisted along with the Lion Trojan King into the Water Curtain Cave. The other demon kings followed closely behind. While the myriad little demons of Flower Fruit Mountain were entirely disregarded by the Bull Demon King and his companions. Even if there was indeed a passage leading out of the Water Curtain Cave, it would be impossible to relocate the millions of little demons from Flower Fruit Mountain. Moreover, they required a multitude of lesser demons to attract the attention of the heavens. Upon entering the Water Curtain Cave, the Bull Demon King hastily inquired, "Seventh brother, where's the passage, and where does it lead?" Sun Wukong pointed beneath the stone bridge of the Water Curtain Cave, saying, "Elder brother, below lies an underground waterway leading to the East Sea. It was through this very underground passage that I, Sun Wukong, first stumbled upon the Dragon Palace of the East Sea and obtained the golden staff from the Dragon King." The mention of the East Sea Dragon Palace lit up the Bull Demon King's eyes, and he exchanged a brief yet significant glance with his sworn brothers. In that moment, they reached a remarkable consensus to pilfer from the Dragon King's abode. Meanwhile, on the surface of the East Sea, the Dragon King Ao Guang, along with several princes and princesses, gazed at the Flower Fruit Mountain gradually succumbing to the rising waters, their thoughts varying yet unified in their lack of sympathy for the demon clan. A mere million demons, after all, were of little consequence. The loss incurred by a single sea eruption across the four seas would amount to billions, mere drops in the ocean compared to the plight of the aquatic tribes. The fourth princess of the East Sea, Ao Tingxin, sighed, "Alas, Flower Fruit Mountain is doomed. It was once a land of celestial fortune, the ancestral pulse of the 10 continents, the auspicious dragon of the 3 islands. However, due to Sun Wukong convening the Peach Banquet and gathering millions of demons, the weak waters have descended, flooding Flower Fruit Mountain. For a long time to come, it shall not regain its former glory." As the East Sea Dragon King Ao Guang, along with Ao Chun and Ao Bing. Lamented the situation, a guard from the Dragon Palace came rolling in, breathless with urgency. Your Majesty, trouble has arisen. Sun Wukong has invaded the Dragon Palace. What did you say? The East Sea Dragon King was incredulous. Sun Wukong was clearly at Flower Fruit Mountain, which was now submerged. How could he possibly have reached the Dragon Palace? It seemed an absurd jest. However, a sudden realization struck Ao Guang. This is bad, he exclaimed, recalling the underground waterway within the Water Curtain Cave that could lead directly to the East Sea. In the beginning, Sun Wukong traversed the waterway from Flower and Fruit Mountain to the Eastern Sea, ultimately finding his way to the Dragon Palace. It is quite possible that Sun Wukong was indeed accompanied by others. Urgently, the Eastern Sea Dragon King summoned his sons to return to the palace for assistance. Meanwhile, he instructed his daughter, the fourth Princess Ao Dingxin, to ascend to the heavens and seek the assistance of the Flying Ping Marshal for the palace's defense. The majority of the Dragon clan's hidden strength resides within the Dragon Abyss, and the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace lacks formidable defensive capabilities. Now that Sun Wukong has surpassed the Tai Golden Immortal level, he is no longer the mere monkey who had just returned with only the cultivation of a Golden Immortal. Certainly, a single monkey cannot stir up great waves. Yet there lies the fear that the Demon Kings of Flower and Fruit Mountain have followed Sun Wukong and breached the sanctity of the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. Should they manage to invade the palace, it would spell disaster. Chapter 67, The Water-Repelling Pearl, the Monkey King aims for the Dragon Throne. In the heavens, Faping stood at the bow of the warship, wielding the 9-9 soul-collecting gourd to gather the souls of the fallen demon tribes below. It must be said that, as the second disciple of Marshal Tianping, he was not as inept as one might imagine. At the very least, his years of service as the naval marshal were not in vain. He had succeeded in encircling the myriad demons of Flower Fruit Mountain, gradually submerging the entire mountain and leaving countless demons with no means of escape. At this moment, Sun Wukong and the other demon kings were likely huddled in the Water Curtain Cave, trembling in fear. At that moment, a celestial soldier approached with a report. Marshal, the fourth princess of the East Sea Dragon Clan requests an audience. Faping turned to glance at the distant figure, pondering inwardly what the fourth princess of the East Sea Dragon Clan desired. He commanded, let her come forth. Yes. Soon, Ao Dingxin arrived before Faping. Upon seeing him collect the souls of the demons with the gourd he had previously used to capture the Dragon King, she was momentarily taken aback. This spiritual treasure can even gather souls. What purpose does Faping have in collecting souls? Is he refining the spiritual treasure? Before she could delve further into her thoughts, Faping inquired, Fourth Princess, what brings you to seek me? Upon hearing his question, Ao Dingxin quickly bowed and said, Please, Marshal, send troops to rescue the East Sea Dragon Palace. Faping looked at the fourth princess of the East Sea Dragon Clan with confusion, not comprehending what calamity had befallen the Dragon Palace that required his assistance. What has transpired? Reporting to the Marshal, there exists an underground waterway from the Water Curtain Cave of Flower Fruit Mountain that leads to the East Sea. Sun Wukong and the other demon kings have already utilized this passage to escape to the East Sea, and they are currently assaulting our East Sea Dragon Palace. Faping was taken aback. What is this? The Monkey King is not in the Water Curtain Cave at Flower Fruit Mountain. Instead, he has ventured to plunder the home of the Dragon King? Inside the Water Curtain Cave, there was indeed an underground waterway leading to the East Sea. Faping felt somewhat bewildered. He had believed he had cornered Sun Wukong and his allies, only to discover that they had long since made their escape, rendering his encirclement futile. However, it was not entirely in vain, as the souls of countless lower demons had indeed been absorbed by his 9-9 soul-collecting gourd. Just then, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. Sun Wukong has obtained the water-repelling pearl, Inner Dan of the Flood Dragon. The host has acquired a dragon pearl of the Luo Golden Immortal level. Sun Wukong engaged in combat with Ao Guang, enhancing his combat experience, significantly boosting the host's combat experience. Sun Wukong engaged in combat with Ao Guang, enhancing his combat experience, significantly boosting the host's combat experience. Sun Wukong engaged in combat with Ao Guang, enhancing his combat experience, significantly boosting the host's combat experience. The system's notifications left Faping with no doubt regarding Sun Wukong's assault on the Dragon Palace. It seemed that the relationship between the Dragon Clan and the Buddhist sect was indeed profound. Although it is quite ordinary for the Flower and Fruit Mountain to be near the Eastern Sea, with an underground waterway connecting to it, the fact that Sun Wukong could reach the Dragon Palace of the Eastern Sea is rather extraordinary. After all, The vastness of the Eastern Sea makes it challenging to locate the Dragon Palace amidst the endless waters, particularly for Sun Wukong, who is unaccustomed to aquatic environments. Without a guide or markers, finding the Dragon Palace is no simple task, regardless of the clandestine connections between the Dragon Clan and the Buddhist sects. Since the Monkey King has sought out the Dragon Clan, they might as well brace themselves for misfortune. It serves as an opportunity for the Dragon Clan to face some losses. Faping glanced at Neza beside him and instructed, Neza, accompany the fourth princess to investigate the situation in the Eastern Sea and confirm whether Sun Wukong is truly present there. Report back swiftly once you ascertain the facts. Neza accepted the command. As he acknowledged it with a salute, Faping's voice resonated in his mind. Neza. There may be collusion between the Eastern Sea Dragon Clan and Sun Wukong. Observe carefully. Do not rush back to report. Neza lifted his gaze to Faping. Understanding the implication of his words, the other party was overtly indicating their desire to witness the monkey and the Dragon Clan engage in mutual destruction. As the foremost figure to extract the dragon tendons during the investiture of the gods, Neza harbored a long-standing animosity toward the Eastern Sea Dragon Clan. Faping's stance greatly pleased him. Had it not been for the Eastern Sea Dragon Clan, he would not have endured such a profound personal sacrifice. Although much time has elapsed since that ordeal, and he is no longer the same Neza, there is a saying, a grudge from 10 lifetimes can still be avenged. It has only been one lifetime. How could Neza ever forget? General, seeing that Faping not only refrained from dispatching troops for immediate rescue, but had also sent Neza to the Eastern Sea to investigate. Ao Dingxin was not naive enough to misunderstand Faping's intentions. Fourth Princess, once Neza confirms Sun Wukong's presence in the Eastern Sea, I assure you I shall be the first to rush to his aid. With that, Faping waved his hand, continuing to collect the souls of the myriad demons from Flower and Fruit Mountain. Fourth Princess, please lead the way. At that moment, Neza, with a visage that appeared harmless and reminiscent of a neighborly girl, innocently gazed at Ao Dingxin, faced with such an endearing face, which anyone would feel compelled to pinch. Ao Dingxin felt a chill, for it was only the Eastern Sea Dragon Clan that understood the true ferocity of Neza. Beneath the guise of a youthful countenance lay a devil. Meanwhile, at the seabed of the Eastern Sea, Sun Wukong, engaged with the Eastern Sea Dragon King Ao Guang, wore an expression of astonishment. He had never anticipated that the old Dragon King, who had once extorted him casually upon his return from training, possessed such formidable strength. The more they fought, the greater the pressure he felt, thanks to the aid of the water avoidance pearl. His combat prowess underwater was not merely at 120%, but at least 80 to 90%. Furthermore, he wielded the golden staff in hand. The old Dragon King, lacking any weapon to counter his staff, was relying solely on his physical strength to withstand it. Such a formidable physique was something the Monkey King had never encountered before. He had always believed that the old Dragon King was weaker than he. Hence, he had initially allowed himself to be extorted. Yet now it appeared that the adversary had been feigning all along, harboring malice and toying with him. As this realization dawned upon him, the power of the golden staff in Sun Wukong's hands surged increasingly. The great sage, though, had no intention of clashing with the little dragon. Today, he would take his leave, allowing the little dragon to consider this encounter as though it had never transpired. How could it be? Ao Guang, engaged in battle with Sun Wukong, was currently suppressing his fury. He had never anticipated that Sun Wukong and his companions would dare to assault the Dragon Palace, let alone breach its defenses. Not only had they infiltrated the palace, but they had also seized its treasures. The water-repelling pearls, crafted en masse by the Dragon Clan, were distributed by the knowledgeable Bull Demon King to Sun Wukong and the other demon lords, enabling those who were originally unacquainted with swimming to perform with remarkable prowess in the sea. They could unleash 70 to 80%, if not 90%, of their full combat potential without difficulty. Thus, Sun Wukong was able to unleash his full might against Ao Guang. In response to the Eastern Sea Dragon King's capitulation, Sun Wukong pressed further, saying, "Old Mudfish, you dared to mock me before. Today, witness as I claim your Dragon Palace and usurp your throne, Old Mudfish." Chapter 68, The Dragon Palace of the East Sea, the second homeland of the Monkey King. After acquiring the water-repelling pearl, Sun Wukong conceived a daring idea to usurp the Dragon King's palace and become the sovereign of the East Sea, with his Flower and Fruit Mountain now in ruins. As per the words of the Bull Demon King, where the weak water flows, not a blade of grass survives, and all living beings are extinguished. His once picturesque mountain, even if the weak water recedes, could not harbor any inhabitants, let alone monkeys. Thus, he could not return. He was left with no choice but to seek a new dwelling. The Dragon Palace of the East Sea seemed most appealing. Previously, his lack of swimming skills hindered his prowess in water, but now armed with the water-repelling pearl, Sun Wukong proclaimed, he could traverse the heavens, the earth, and the seas. The old Dragon King's palace ought to be his second homeland, for as the saying goes, one mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. In the Dragon Palace of the East Sea, there could only be one Dragon King, him, Sun Wukong. With the philosophy of conquering to gain a wife, children, and wealth, Sun Wukong was utterly merciless. He approached the battle with the intent to vanquish the Dragon King Ao Guang, with each strike of his golden hooped rod more formidable than the last. Ao Guang realized that Sun Wukong was intent on his demise. Thus, he too ceased to hold back, though he refrained from delivering a fatal blow. As Sun Wukong was a disciple of the Buddha, as thoughts of the journey to the west for scriptures crossed his mind, Ao Guang pondered, this time. The Dragon Clan had suffered substantial losses, and it would be unwise to let the Buddhist sect benefit without negotiation. The conditions previously discussed would need to be reconsidered. Ideally securing a Buddhist position for the Dragon Clan, perhaps even the status of the Bodhisattva of the Eightfold Heavenly Dragons. The title of the Buddha of the Eightfold Heavenly Dragons seemed more fitting. With this thought, Ao Guang felt less distressed. If the Dragon Palace were to be breached, so be it. After all, the true treasures of the Dragon Clan resided in the Dragon Abyss Treasury, within the East Sea Dragon Palace. There were merely some postnatal spiritual treasures. Although their loss was disheartening, it served as leverage for negotiations. As Sun Wukong and Ao Guang engaged in a fierce battle, the other three Sea Dragon Kings, North Sea Dragon King Ao Shun, West Sea Dragon King Ao Run, and South Sea Dragon King Ao Qin, rallied their shrimp soldiers and crab generals to provide reinforcements. Concurrently, the Bull Demon King and his comrades, having just plundered the East Sea Dragon Palace, were preparing to flee with their spoils, only to unexpectedly encounter the arriving Dragon Kings. The support from the Three Seas arrived much faster than the Bull Demon King had anticipated. In addition to Ao Shun and the other Three Sea Dragon Kings, there were also the River Jing Dragon King and the 10,000 Saints Dragon King. As the Dragon Kings scattered across various waters since the attack on the East Sea Dragon Palace. According to Dragon Clan regulations, when any sea palace is under attack, all Dragon Clan members must rush to the aid. Thus, the Dragon Kings from all waters gathered at the East Sea. These Dragon Kings possessed formidable powers, with the strongest among them being of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, closely matching the strength of the four Sea Dragon Kings, while the slightly weaker ones held Golden Immortal Cultivation, not inferior at all compared to the Bull Demon King and his fellow Demon Lords. Upon their first encounter, a fierce clash ensued. In an instant, the entire East Sea was thrown into chaos, capturing the attention of all. On the warship, Fei Ping was laughing heartily, while the Jade Emperor in the Yaoqi Celestial Realm shared in his amusement. Only Guanyin Bodhisattva wore a neutral expression, perplexed as to how events escalated to this point. It was evident that the Dragon Clan would inevitably seek compensation from the Buddha afterward. In a secluded corner of the East Sea, the wind-listening sage, the Monkey King, cautiously emerged from the water, ensuring no one was nearby before swiftly surfacing and darting into the nearby woods, believing he had evaded danger. The Monkey King grimaced as he inspected his injured tail, muttering in resentment about the Dragon Clan. What a bunch of old schemers. Is it really necessary to go to such lengths for merely 2 treasures from the Dragon Palace? Despite his grievances, the Monkey King retrieved a peach from his storage bag and, with some reluctance, began to eat. After the recent battle, his magical energy had been nearly depleted, and he needed to consume the peach to replenish his strength and continue his escape. The peril of participating in Sun Wukong's peach banquet had exceeded his expectations. He had initially believed that the most they would face would be an assault from the Celestial Court. Even if they were to lose, they could simply flee. Little did he anticipate that the Celestial Court would resort to such underhanded tactics, unleashing the River of Weakness to ensnare them all. Fortunately, the Water Curtain Cave had an underground passage leading directly to the East Sea, allowing them to narrowly escape. He had also planned to seize an opportunity to pilfer from the Dragon Clan, that plump target. Then, everyone would return to their homes, each seeking their own wives. As for Sun Wukong, the Monkey King thought, what becomes of him is of no concern to me. Regardless of whether the wild monkey was captured by the Celestial Court and executed, it was none of his business. The reason he had once sworn brotherhood with Sun Wukong was simply due to his impressive skills, which he had seemingly acquired from some formidable teacher. With his golden immortal cultivation, he had managed to procure the Rui Jingu Bang and a wealth of fine equipment from the Dragon Clan. The Monkey King and his 5 brothers believed that Sun Wukong's background was extraordinary, or at least that his master must have had an impressive lineage. After all, How could a mere golden immortal obtain such treasures from the Dragon Clan? Despite the Dragon Clan's unremarkable reputation, their dominion over the seas since ancient times indicated a complexity far beyond surface appearances. Even the visible power of the Dragon Clan was not something a golden immortal could easily extort. Thus, it was only with sufficient backing that Sun Wukong could acquire such equipment with his limited abilities. This was the foundation of the brotherhood formed between him and the 5 other demon kings, all of whom were Tai golden immortal beings. In essence, their motivations for swearing brotherhood were far from pure. They believed that aligning themselves with Sun Wukong, who presumably had a significant background, would yield future advantages. As it turned out, their expectations were indeed met. The benefits from this peach banquet had exceeded their wildest dreams. Now, those advantages had been secured. While Sun Wukong had embroiled himself in a colossal crisis, the celestial realm has become indifferent to the suffering of mortals, even going so far as to summon the waters of the underworld to extinguish their lives. This burden, however, is one he cannot bear. It is far more prudent to escape with the peaches of immortality in hand. His gains this time extend beyond mere peaches. He has also acquired 2 spiritual treasures from the Dragon Palace of the Eastern Sea. Though both are of the postnatal variety, a spiritual treasure is still a treasure. For the demons of the lower realms, the distinction between innate and acquired holds little significance. Any artifact that enhances their strength is deemed invaluable. In a world where the pathways for the ascension of demonkind are nearly blocked, and the art of crafting has been monopolized by powerful factions, even a demon king like him finds it challenging to procure a spiritual treasure. Often, he must resort to wielding mundane weapons from the mortal realm or use artifacts of lesser rank. Thus, obtaining 2 treasures from the Dragon Palace is an unexpected stroke of fortune for the Monkey King. He plans to retreat for a few centuries, allowing the storm to pass, and then continue his carefree existence. Yet, just as the Monkey King revels in his regained powers and the promising future ahead, an individual stealthily approaches from behind. Who could it be? The Monkey King instinctively senses danger, his fur bristling with alarm. By the time he reacts, it is already too late. A resounding thud echoes through the air as darkness envelopes him, rendering him unconscious. Upon his collapse, the figure behind him reveals a sinister grin, none other than the charming and dashing master of ambush, the unprincipled Grand Marshal of the Flying Ping. In his hand, he clutches a brick, and it is evident that this very object was responsible for knocking the Monkey King out. Observing the fallen figure of the Monkey King, the Grand Marshal chuckles softly, pleased with the precision of his strike, just enough force to stun without causing harm. Fan Kuai, he commands, drag him away. Chapter 69, The 4 Mischievous Monkeys and the 6-Eared Macaque. After Fan Kuai dragged the Monkey King away, the rock once again concealed itself, hoping to catch another unsuspecting prey. It intended to use a brick to capture the Yuron King as well. Among Sun Wukong's 6 sworn brothers, besides the Bull Demon King, the Flood Dragon King, who has perished and turned into a mere dish, the Rock Demon King, and the Lion Trojan King. 2 others are also monkeys, the recently ambushed and subdued Monkey King and the Yuron King. The Yuron King, known as the Great Saint who commands spirits, possesses the ability to summon divine beings and wields enigmatic spells. As for the Monkey King, he is referred to as the Great Saint who understands the wind, adept at transformations and aware of the happenings around him. Both monkeys have attained the cultivation of a Tai golden immortal. The reason the Rock desires to capture these 2 monkeys alive is to enlist them for labor. The Rock bears no moral hesitation regarding this endeavor. The Buddha has already set a precedent in the journey to the West. A well-trained monkey can be as industrious as a human. However, it lacks the Buddha's immense patience and is unwilling to invest the same effort or resources. Furthermore, nurturing a monkey requires considerable energy. The Rock prefers to utilize ready-made resources. Thus, it has set its sights on Sun Wukong's sworn brothers, the Monkey King and the Yuron King, both possessing the prowess of a Tai golden immortal. Of course, it is not solely waiting for the Monkey King. It lingers here due to the advantageous location, ideal for ambushing. Little did it expect that its first catch would be the Monkey King. Should the Yuron King also arrive, the 2 monkeys would be united in purpose. Reflecting on the formidable monkeys from the journey to the West, the Rock mused, I wonder if the 6-Eared Macaque is attending the peach banquet. If so, I shall enlist it as well. Together, we shall serve under my command. In the future, when I seek to deal with Sun Wukong, I can dispatch the 6-Eared Macaque, the Monkey King, and the Yuron King to confront him. While the Rock murmured to itself, it pondered whether the 6-Eared Macaque would come forth willingly. With its exceptional abilities, the 6-Eared Macaque would undoubtedly hear its call if it were in the East Sea. If it sought to blend into the ranks, it would surely seize this opportunity. The four mischievous monkeys consist of the spirit-illuminating stone monkey, who comprehends transformations, recognizes celestial timing, and can manipulate the stars; the six-eared macaque, skilled in hearing and discerning, aware of all matters; the long-armed ape, who can traverse the sun and moon, shrink mountains, and discern fortune and misfortune; and the red-buttocked horse monkey, who understands the yin and yang, adept in human affairs, and skilled in navigating life and death. However, the four mischievous monkeys are not singularly unique, nor are all of them exceptionally powerful. For instance, the red-buttocked horse monkey and the long-armed ape, who are close to Sun Wukong, lack comparable strength, serving merely as generals and strategists under Sun Wukong's command at Flower Fruit Mountain. Among the four mischievous monkeys, the most representative are the spirit-illuminating stone monkey, Sun Wukong, the red-buttocked horse monkey, Wu Zhiqi, the long-armed ape, Yuan Hong, and the nameless six-eared macaque of legend. As for Sun Wukong, there is no need for further contemplation. From birth to the pursuit of enlightenment, and subsequently embarking on the journey to the West, Sun Wukong has always been a figure of the Buddhist realm. His ambition to intercept was met with no opportunity whatsoever. The red-bottomed horse monkey, known as Waziki, is merely a name he has heard. Its deeds seem to date back to the era of the Great Yu, where it obstructed his efforts in controlling the floods. As for Waziki's fate, one might refer to the misfortunes of the monsters that sought to consume the flesh of the Tang monk during the journey to the West, without a proper background. Their prospects are grim. The long-armed monkey, Yuan Hong, currently associates with Erlangshan, and the cost of undermining others is considerable. Thus, upon careful consideration, it appears that only the six-eared macaque remains, a creature he could perhaps deceive into working for him. Far from the Flower and Fruit Mountain, a cavern lay 1,000 miles away from the East Sea. Within this cave, the six-eared macaque suddenly twitched his ears, his expression shifting for a considerable time. Murmuring, Heavenly River Water Army, Commander Faping. As one of the four mischievous monkeys, the six-eared macaque had already eavesdropped on Faping's scheme to summon the weak water to inundate Flower and Fruit Mountain during a prior meeting with Li Jing. Consequently, the six-eared macaque departed without a word. Despite his hasty retreat, he remained fixated on the happenings at Flower and Fruit Mountain. During this time, he heard the desperate cries of the myriad demons from the mountain but remained indifferent. He learned how the Bull Demon King and others, through the underground waterways of the Water Curtain Cave, infiltrated and conquered the Dragon Palace of the East Sea, acquiring numerous treasures. Yet, the six-eared macaque remained unmoved until he overheard Faping uttering his name, stirring a sense of intrigue within him. As a demon adept at eavesdropping, he understood all too well the grim fate that awaited a creature without connections or backing. Regardless of strength, a demon lacking such foundations ultimately meets a singular, tragic end, dying at the hands of those more formidable. Even he dared not guarantee that he would not meet a similarly grim fate, perishing in some dark corner for having overheard matters that were not meant for his ears. He never forgot how his father, the previous six-eared macaque, met his demise. The words of his father before his death, coupled with his own experiences over the years, instilled in the six-eared macaque a profound yearning for a formal structure. After a moment of hesitation, the six-eared macaque resolved to take a gamble. Faping had ascended rapidly to become the commander of a million-strong Heavenly River Water Army due to his celestial origins. His strength aside, the trust of the Jade Emperor was undeniable. He was a confidant of the highest order. Should the six-eared macaque earn Faping's favor through his own capabilities, his future could rival that of Sun Wukong, provided he secured a place within the heavenly hierarchy. He would no longer need to fear meeting a mysterious and tragic end like his father. Upon his arrival, the six-eared macaque witnessed Faping stealthily attacking the recovering Yuan King with a brick. Had the six-eared macaque been privy to Faping's earlier ambush on the Monkey King, he would have discerned that Faping's movements, demeanor, and posture remained unchanged, each action seamlessly executed. Two monkeys, with a single brick, were rendered unconscious. The force of the blow made the six-eared macaque's eyelids flutter. He pondered for a moment, contemplating whether he too should endure such a strike. After a brief hesitation, he shook his head, deeming it unnecessary. He believed that his name had been invoked deliberately, intended to lure him forth. Fan Kuai, take the Yuan King away. Yes, Commander. Once General Fan Kuai had escorted the Yuan King from the scene, the figure of Fei Po flickered into existence before the six-eared macaque. Upon seeing the macaque's distinctive 6 ears, Fei Ping's lips curled into a subtle smile. The six-eared macaque felt no astonishment as he had not concealed himself. Upon encountering Fei Ping, he respectfully bowed and said, "Six-eared macaque pays his respects to Commander Fei Peng." Fei Peng dismissed the formality with a wave of his hand. "No need for such courtesies. Commander, This is a heavenly peach bestowed by the Monkey King Sun Wukong during the peach banquet. I dare not keep it for myself and hope for your esteemed judgment. Fei Ping did not glance at the 9,000-year-old peach in the macaque's possession. Instead, he scrutinized the six-eared macaque and inquired, "Six-eared, are you willing to serve under my command?" Without the slightest hesitation, the six-eared macaque knelt on one knee. Raising the peach above his head, his demeanor impeccably respectful. "Rise. I have no need for this peach. Keep it for yourself. I am always clear about rewards and punishments. If you can capture a demon king, I shall commend you for your efforts." After relishing the delights of 2 successful ambushes, Fei Ping resolved not to continue such undignified actions and decided to entrust the task of ambushes to the six-eared macaque. His keen ears would serve him well, allowing him to strike from multiple angles and exert control over the entire Eastern Sea. Thus, the strongest ambusher in the 3 realms, a monkey devoid of martial ethics, was about to be born. Chapter 70. The Monkey King Foul Demon Monkey, surrender at once. 80. 80. 80. The six-eared macaque struck with relentless blows, displaying a blatant disregard for martial ethics. The captive army of the Flying Ping swiftly surpassed double digits. If one were to say that his assault left opponents with concussions, then the six-eared macaque rendered them with cerebral hemorrhages. Whether or not he left them befuddled remains uncertain, but from a professional standpoint, he undeniably outmatched the former. The adversary was not only skilled but exhibited remarkable efficiency. With a mere twitch of his 6 ears, he could pinpoint targets with precision. None could hope to escape, unless the six-eared macaque failed to keep pace. For instance, the Ping Demon King among the 7 great saints, the golden-winged Great Ping, would swiftly flee at the slightest sign of danger, leaving the six-eared macaque none the wiser. As for the occasional escaping demon kings, the Flying Ping paid them little mind, for he had more pressing matters at hand: to recruit the demon kings as his subordinates. "Monkey King, Yuan King, are you willing to serve the celestial court and join my ranks as heavenly generals under the auspices of divine fortune?" The Flying Ping, holding the 99 soul-absorbing gourd, regarded the 2. If they were wise, they would comply. If not, he would draw their souls into the gourd to enlighten them. The Monkey King and Yuan King bowed deeply, prostrating themselves before the Flying Ping, not out of fear for their lives or cowardice, but driven by an overwhelming desire for advancement and immortality. Despite being powerful demon kings, reigning supreme in the mortal realm, they lacked the backing and organization that would afford them true security. As demons, their greatest fear was the unpredictable whims of the celestial court, which could issue a decree that would render them targets of persecution, or, in the case that a certain immortal required materials for alchemical pursuits, they would need to willingly offer their inner elixirs to avoid calamity. If they were sensible and complied, perhaps their kin could escape misfortune. Typically, at their level, as long as they conducted themselves discreetly and avoided drawing the attention of the immortals, they could continue to enjoy their existence without incident. They would steer clear of participating in the significant pilgrimage journey to the west, which could lead to unwanted scrutiny. Ultimately, how long they could maintain their carefree lives depended on their fate. In any case, the outcome was of little consequence. What mattered was the enjoyment of the present. Ironically, the celestial beings envied their lifestyle, yearning to descend to the mortal realm to reign supreme and revel in their dominion, mistakenly believing that being a demon king was a path to unrestrained bliss. Little did they know, this carefree existence came at a steep price. Should they achieve immortality and ascend to the heavens, the Monkey King and Yuan King declared their readiness to endure any trials, even a 007 existence, for the chance of divine favor. Alas, ever since the calamity of the Wu and Yao, their kind had become pariahs, though briefly, a sect of unorthodox teachings emerged, only to be extinguished after the War of the Investiture of the Gods. After the Great Battle of Fengshan, the likelihood of the demon race ascending to divinity has diminished significantly, particularly for male demons. The case of Sun Wukong, who was actively recruited by the heavenly court and directly appointed as a celestial officer, is indeed a rarity, akin to smoke rising from the flower and fruit mountain, captivating the eyes of the Jade Emperor. They had never heard of any demon who could compel the heavenly court to send emissaries to the mortal realm, with Sun Wukong being the sole exception. Yet, that foolish monkey astonishingly renounced his celestial position twice, choosing instead to descend and continue as a demon. Had it not been for Sun Wukong convening the peach banquet, they would have never approached him at Flower and Fruit Mountain, lest they be tainted by his influence. Now, confronted with the prospect of being recruited by Fei Ping, an opportunity they had only dared to dream of, they pondered, could they afford to refuse? To decline would be akin to emulating the foolishness of Sun Wukong. They certainly did not wish to find themselves lamenting a lost opportunity, remembering a sincere offer that once lay before them, only to realize its value too late. Once the Monkey King and the Euron King were successfully persuaded to join, the recruitment of other demon kings proceeded smoothly. Of course, there were a few particularly dim-witted demon kings who stubbornly proclaimed, "Better dead than unfree," unwilling to serve under the great Marshal Faping. To this, Faping wasted no words. He swiftly dealt with them, making an example of their fate. As Faping wondered about the absence of the Monkey King, he glanced at the restless East Sea, unconcerned for his safety. Given the Monkey King's background, the East Sea Dragon King Ao Guang would surely refrain from inflicting serious harm. At worst, he would capture the Monkey King and deliver him to Faping, or perhaps merely encourage him to retreat from the East Sea. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, a dragon and a monkey leapt from the depths of the sea. The arrival of the Monkey King was unexpected. He was riding atop the East Sea Dragon King as if he were a steed. One must admit, the Monkey King's emergence from the water was remarkably striking. However, his impressive display was short-lived, as the Dragon King promptly dislodged him, sending him crashing towards Faping's direction. Without Faping needing to utter a word, the recently pledged Monkey King and Euron King, eager to make their mark and perhaps distance themselves from any association with the Monkey King, brandished their weapons and launched an attack on the incoming Sun Wukong. Faping observed that neither of the two monkeys held back. Fifth brother, sixth brother, Sun Wukong narrowly evaded their assault, his face a mask of shock as he gazed at them, bewildered as to why the Monkey King and Euron King were attacking him. Could it be an illusion? However, the Monkey King quickly shattered Sun Wukong's thoughts, glaring fiercely as he proclaimed, "Halt, demon monkey. Who are your fifth brother and sixth brother? We are the demon generals under Marshal Faping. The demon monkey, why do you not swiftly surrender and ascend to the heavens with Marshal Faping, to face the judgment of the Celestial Court and the Jade Emperor?" Upon hearing these words, Sun Wukong's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the Monkey King. Though he had yet to acquire his fiery eyes, as a sworn brother, he could not mistake the allegiance of the Monkey King and the King of the Euron, Marshal Faping, the general of demon suppression. Could it be that his fifth and sixth brothers had aligned themselves with Faping, betraying him? Fifth brother, sixth brother, have you truly sided with Faping? Sun Wukong fixed his gaze upon the Monkey King and the King of the Euron, his golden staff tightly gripped in his hand, his wariness unmistakable. Observing this, the Monkey King replied in a nonchalant tone, "Indeed, we have pledged our loyalty to the Marshal. From this moment forth, we shall serve as divine beings under the auspices of Tianlu, no longer mere demons like you. As the saying goes, by day a peasant, by night a lord." Previously, they were demons, but now, having aligned with Marshal Faping, they have ascended to divinity, and thus, they are no longer demons. Chapter 71, Severing Ties. Sun Wukong seeks a duel? Though he remains a demon, he is a demon immortal. At this moment, the Monkey King felt a sense of pride and an insidious superiority. Simultaneously, he harbored disdain for Sun Wukong. In the past, when Sun Wukong was summoned by the Heavenly Court to serve as an official, he and his brothers had been envious beyond measure. Later, when Sun Wukong renounced his position and descended to the mortal realm, they privately derided him as foolish. However, no one anticipated that after being captured by the heavens, Sun Wukong would continue to hold office in the celestial realm. This revelation left the Monkey King feeling profoundly unsettled, even inciting feelings of jealousy. Now, he had ascended to divinity while Sun Wukong had devolved into a mere demon. Their identities had inverted. Given the troubles Sun Wukong had caused, his prospects for becoming an immortal were nearly non-existent, and even the prospect of execution on the Demon Slayer platform loomed ominously. What could be more gratifying than witnessing someone once envied now in disgrace, even if that individual was his sworn brother? Upon hearing the Monkey King refer to him as a demon, accompanied by a smug and contemptuous gaze, Sun Wukong erupted in fury. "Are you not also a demon like me?" The Monkey King retorted coldly, "We were once, but we are no longer. You, Sun Wukong, a mere stone monkey, have inexplicably received celestial favor, summoned to the heavens and granted an official position. Yet, your untamed nature and insatiable ambition have led you to repeatedly abandon your office and descend to the mortal realm, and now you dare to convene a Peach Blossom Conference, conspiring against the heavens. A demon as ungrateful as you is beneath my dignity to call a brother. From this day forth, our bond is severed." The Euron King interjected. "And I too." Although the two had already pledged allegiance to the Rock, they remained Sun Wukong's sworn brothers, and there was no telling how they might be implicated. Rather than risk entanglement, it would be wiser to sever ties with Sun Wukong now. If they could subdue him, they would be wholly absolved and secure a bright future in exchange for their brotherhood with Sun Wukong. The Monkey King and Euron King exchanged glances, both deeming the trade worthwhile. At that moment, Sun Wukong had entirely lost hope in his two sworn brothers. However, recalling their formidable strength, he turned his attention to Feiping, who was idly watching nearby. Feiping, do you not wish to capture me? Should you manage to best me, you may do as you please with me. Sun Wukong challenged. Do you dare to duel with me? Unfazed by the challenge, Feiping replied, Sun Wukong, I am now a general commanding 100,000 heavenly soldiers and generals, with numerous celestial beings at my command. You, however, are but a mere demon from the mortal realm, and you expect me to engage personally? Nevertheless, I am in a good mood today and shall grant you the opportunity to fight me. With that, Feiping turned his gaze toward Neza and the others. Yangjian, Neza, Yuan Hong, the six-eared macaque, the king of monkeys, the king of the Yuan, as well as celestial officials of the Tai Golden Immortal rank, all gathered to engage in a duel with Sun Wukong. Anyone who could withstand 100 exchanges with Sun Wukong without defeat would earn merit from me. Upon our return, I shall undoubtedly advocate for rewards for each of you. Indeed, I intend to seize this opportunity to hone Sun Wukong's combat experience, for after this encounter, he would be cast into the alchemical furnace, and upon his emergence, would be confined beneath the 5 elements mountain by Tathagata for 500 years. Thus, it is imperative to maximize the experience gained in this single bout. Simultaneously, I aim to see if I can garner the support of the celestial beings of the celestial beings of the showed no resistance to the orders of Feiping. As long as they could engage in 100 exchanges with Sun Wukong, they would earn merit. Such an opportunity is rare, occurring only once in several centuries. Consequently, the celestial beings of the hesitated not for a moment and swiftly surrounded Sun Wukong, engaging him in a series of duels, one after another. Sun Wukong's combat experience significantly increased after his encounter with the 10 heavenly lords, such as Qin Wan, Zhao Jiang, Dong Quan, and Yuan Jiao. Observing Feiping transforming a decisive battle into a war of attrition, the Dragon King Ao Guang of the East Sea darkened in countenance. In his view, Feiping was deliberately stalling, neglecting to assist the Dragon Clan in their conflict with the Bull Demon King and other demon lords, allowing both the Dragon Clan and the demon lords to suffer mutual destruction. Meanwhile, in the Yaoqi celestial realm, the Jade Emperor chuckled softly, perceiving that Feiping clearly aimed to seize this opportunity to win over the celestial beings of the. As long as he rewarded the celestial beings who achieved merits, they would not only support Feiping but also be inclined to heed his commands in future matters. The power of the was not something the Jade Emperor wished to overlook. However, he found it challenging to command them. Their response to his orders had always been one of half-hearted effort. Moreover, with the Feng Shenbang and the Dishin Bian in the hands of the, any attempts to punish the celestial beings were rendered futile. It would be impossible to strip them of their celestial status, for even if he dared, they would never acquiesce. After all, the Tongdian teacher was merely confined within the Zishu Palace and not deceased. Should he truly attempt to expel the celestial beings, the Tongdian teacher could easily retaliate, wielding a manifestation akin to Laozi S. Taishang Laojun to stir chaos. Thus, after several attempts, the Jade Emperor relinquished all hope of the celestial beings. Yet, unexpectedly, they exerted themselves during this occasion. Although they merely obstructed the demon lords, preventing their escape, one must ask, did they not exert themselves? In times past, the disciples of the were not even capable of halting all the demon kings. Managing to detain merely a tenth of them would have been commendable. At times, they would only manage to capture a couple of minions, merely going through the motions. If pressed, they would claim their adversaries were simply too formidable to contend with. Should doubts arise, the disciples of the would theatrically regurgitate blood, attributing their failures to issues in their training. In essence, there existed no excuse too far-fetched for them to conjure. This time, however, the performance of the disciples caught the attention of the Jade Emperor, revealing an opportunity to harness this newfound power. As for whether the disciples could truly be swayed by the flying ping, potentially allowing his influence to grow excessively, the Jade Emperor mused, could his power ever rival that of the? A rivalry between two formidable forces is far preferable to the dominance of a single entity. Moreover, it seemed to him that the disciples might be seeking to leverage the flying ping to once again engage in conflict with the, aiming to reclaim the divine list and the scepter of divine punishment, thus freeing themselves from the threat posed by the. Ultimately, the disciples were likely to utilize the flying ping, rather than become subservient to him. Furthermore, even if the flying ping's influence were to expand, could it truly pose a threat to him? Even the Indit's revered saints, including the primordial heavenly venerable and Laozi, could not endanger his imperial throne. The worst-case scenario would merely result in the emergence of another faction that listens to orders yet disregards proclamations, nothing to be overly concerned about, nor worthy of his trepidation. Chapter 72. Sun Wukong, in this battle, the advantage lies with me. Monkey, are you still able to continue? Do you need to eat a few peaches of immortality to recuperate? I am in no hurry. I can wait patiently for you. Observing Sun Wukong. Exhausted and panting like a dying dog while leaning on his golden staff, Neza momentarily embraced the spirit of humanity. He allowed Sun Wukong a moment to catch his breath, suggesting he consume a few peaches to restore his strength and magical energy. Primarily, she feared that if he were to succumb to fatigue and surrender, her own contributions would vanish. Although she was indifferent to accolades and rewards, the absence of them for herself in contrast to others would seem profoundly unjust. It is not the scarcity of fortune that troubles one, but rather the inequity of it. Therefore, should Sun Wukong choose to surrender, it must be after an arduous battle of 300 rounds. At this moment, Sun Wukong, leaning on his golden staff, bore a gaze that was both lucid and bewildered, lucid in his understanding of his own capabilities, yet bewildered by the sudden prowess exhibited by the deities of the heavenly court. Despite having transcended to the Tai Golden Immortal level, he found himself unable to best so many divine beings after 100 rounds of combat. He recalled his earlier triumphs upon returning from his training, conquering the East Sea, and descending into the underworld, believing himself unrivaled in both realms. Even when encountering the Flying Ping, he had deemed it the only formidable opponent from the heavenly court, viewing the other deities as trifling. It was only now that he recognized the absurdity of his previous arrogance. Those deities he had once underestimated were proving to be his equals, if not superiors. Upon arriving at this realization, Sun Wukong felt a pang of regret, understanding why the Monkey King and the Euron King had regarded him with disdain. Questioning the fortune that had allowed him to be summoned to the heavenly court and bestowed with divine office. At his current level, even the position of stable master seemed overly generous. Regrettably, it was too late for such reflections. Just as he was about to declare his thoughts to General Flying Ping, he noticed that the celestial beings surrounding him had retreated, no longer encircling him. General Flying Ping, observing the monkey, inquired with a smile, "Do you wish to surrender?" Sun Wukong hesitated briefly before shaking his head, replying, "I, Sun Wukong, wish to consume a few peaches of immortality to regain my strength for the next battle." Without waiting for a response from Flying Ping, he produced 2 peaches and began to eat. Noticing this, Flying Ping remained unfazed. He could tell that Sun Wukong had contemplated surrendering but had changed his mind once the other celestial beings dispersed. It was evident to anyone that the monkey intended to flee. Soon, after consuming 7 or 8 peaches, the monkey was rejuvenated, fully restored in both magical energy and physical strength. Throughout history, and perhaps in the current 3 realms, only the monkey could achieve such feats. Neza, feeling unsatisfied with the battle in the heavens, yearned for more. "Accompany me, the old monkey, to the ground for a grand battle of 300 rounds. What say you?" Neza scrutinized Sun Wukong, seemingly discerning his subtle intentions, and turned to our esteemed General Faping. Observing Faping's lack of response, Neza declared, "Very well. Let us descend and engage in combat." With that, Neza first leaped onto his wind fire wheels and soared toward the earth. Sun Wukong, casting a glance at Faping and then at the gathering celestial beings aboard the warship, felt a pang of discomfort from their scrutinizing gazes. Their expressions mirrored those of humans who once watched him perform acrobatics during his journey across the seas to seek a master. In that moment, he felt akin to a circus monkey, performing for an audience, only this time, the spectators were celestial beings. Had it been before his duel with the celestial beings, he might have been incensed enough to raise his golden cudgel and strike at them, teaching them a lesson in decorum. Yet now, Sun Wukong resolved to endure. Yes, he chose to bear it. With patience comes tranquility, and stepping back grants one a broader horizon. However, stepping back felt more like an act of cowardice, offering no respite to his turbulent heart. Deep within, Sun Wukong seethed with frustration and humiliation, yet what recourse did he possess? None whatsoever. Torn between anger and indignation, he rationally opted for the path of subdued resentment. Bearing a heart full of pent-up frustration, Sun Wukong soared toward Neza, determined to unleash his suppressed ire upon him. At present, Neza appeared the most susceptible to his wrath. Coupled with his own imposing height of 1.50 meters, he enjoyed a notable advantage over Neza, who stood at merely 1.30 meters, a significant 20-centimeter difference. In this contest, the advantage lay with him. In an instant, the confidence that had been shaken by the celestial beings returned to Sun Wukong. "Neza, prepare to receive my blow," he exclaimed. The word blow barely escaping his lips when the golden cudgel was already descending upon Neza's head. Indeed, our self-assured Monkey King, lacking in martial ethics, launched a surprise attack, aiming to deliver a lethal strike to Neza. In response to Sun Wukong's unscrupulous ambush, Neza merely tilted her head, allowing the cudgel to strike the Qian Kuan circle resting upon her shoulder, narrowly evading a fatal blow. Infuriated by the treachery, Neza recalled a time when Sun Wukong was merely a fledgling golden immortal, and she had shown him mercy once before. She had even admired his audacity to defy the heavens. While their relationship in the celestial realm may not have been particularly close, there was at least a semblance of camaraderie. However, to now face such an unscrupulous attack, with the intention of delivering a fatal blow, was intolerable for Neza. Very well. Monkey, you resort to ambush and disregard martial ethics. Let us see my 3 heads and 6 arms. With that proclamation, Neza unleashed one of her most formidable divine abilities. The 3 heads and 6 arms. Before him stood Neza, his form astonishingly transformed with 2 additional heads, 4 arms, and 6 hands, each grasping a celestial treasure, the fire-pointed spear, the universe circle, the yin-yang twin swords, the golden brick, the mist of heaven's silk. Little Neza, how remarkable you appear, mused Sun Wukong, feeling a tinge of humiliation for his failed ambush. Rather than retaliate, he jested lightly at Neza. With a cold snort, Neza dismissed the banter, stating, "Monkey, allow me to demonstrate my true prowess." With that, Neza soared towards Sun Wukong on his fiery wheels. Faced with Neza's formidable 3 heads and 6 arms, adorned with an array of treasures, Sun Wukong found himself momentarily flustered. He soon realized that Neza was not as easily overpowered as he had initially presumed. Not only did he possess an abundance of magical artifacts, but his strength was also formidable. Clearly, during their first encounter, Neza had not revealed his full capabilities. This revelation left Sun Wukong feeling disheartened. While he could accept defeat against celestial beings, being outmatched by a mere child was a bitter pill to swallow. What right did he have to call himself the great sage equal to heaven? Initially contemplating an escape, Sun Wukong resolved that if he could not triumph over Neza, he might as well perish, for the shame of defeat was too great to bear upon his simian visage. Chapter 73. Sun Wukong vaping, you despicable scoundrel. Hey, Neza. Do not presume that you alone possess 3 heads and 6 arms. I, the great Sun, can also demonstrate my technique of duplication. Although Sun Wukong initially contemplated the exhibition of 3 heads and 6 arms, he ultimately realized that he possessed merely a golden staff, devoid of any other divine treasures. Even if he were to manifest 3 heads and 6 arms, he would still be susceptible to defeat. Thus, Sun Wukong opted for the technique of duplication. In an instant, Sun Wukong conjured 9 replicas, engaging 3 to battle 1, thereby tipping the scales of advantage in his favor. Sun Wukong employs the mystical technique of duplication. Note, Sun Wukong's duplicates possess equal strength to the original but require the consumption of the original's magical energy and physical stamina, making prolonged combat unfeasible. The host acquires a special technique of duplication. Note, the host's duplication technique has no numerical limitations. The duplicates possess identical strength to the original, with magical energy and stamina equal to that of the original. Faping raised an eyebrow, internally exclaiming, "What a marvel!" With no numerical limitations and duplicates possessing equal strength, magical energy, and stamina as the original, this implies that his duplicates will not deplete the original's resources. Unlike Sun Wukong, who, after summoning countless duplicates, experiences severe depletion of magical energy and stamina, resulting in a rapid decline in combat effectiveness. Remarkable! Should he transcend to the realms of Deluo Jinstian, Hunyuan Jinstian, or even the sanctified realm of Hunyuan Deluo Jinxian, his technique of duplication would undoubtedly become unparalleled. Previously, he had contemplated the method of severing the 3 corpses from the Grand Master Hanjun. Now, Faping declared that such a method was trivial. The technique of transforming into 3 pure beings was equally insignificant. Once his strength ascends, the Grand Master Hanjun, the 3 pure ones, and the 2 saints of the West will seem like mere ants to him. At that time, he would demand the heavenly Tao to address him as father. If not, he would dismantle the current heavenly Tao and forge a new one. Sun Wukong's duplicates engage Neza in combat, gaining significant battle experience, thereby enhancing the host's duplicates' combat proficiency. Sun Wukong's duplicates engage Neza in combat, gaining significant battle experience, thereby enhancing the host's duplicates' combat proficiency. Sun Wukong's duplicates engage Neza in combat, gaining significant battle experience, thereby enhancing the host's duplicates' combat proficiency. You deceitful monkey, you disregard martial ethics. Observing Sun Wukong's original self-replenishing magical energy and stamina with the divine peaches while simultaneously directing his duplicates in combat against her, Neza's face flushed crimson with indignation, her breath becoming increasingly labored, clearly indicating her struggle. Meanwhile, upon discovering the flaw in the duplication technique, Sun Wukong's mind became invigorated. He still possessed ample divine peaches to endlessly restore his magical energy and stamina. Thus, could he not produce even more duplicates and reclaim his honor? With this thought, Sun Wukong turned his gaze skyward. At that moment, Yang Jian in the heavens noted Neza's disadvantage and subsequently addressed Feiping, saying, "Marshal, may I lead the Meishan brothers and the grass-headed deity to assist Neza?" Interrupted by Yang Jian, Feiping glanced at Neza, who was being besieged by Sun Wukong's clones below, and nodded, saying, "Please, Your Excellency, go apprehend that mischievous monkey." Yang Jian clasped his hands in respect and promptly led the brothers of Meishan, along with over 1,000 grass-headed deities, down from the warship to aid Neza. Upon witnessing the descent of Yang Jian and his entourage, Sun Wukong immediately brandished his monkey hair, conjuring more clones to obstruct them. Given the sheer number of Yang Jian's forces, Sun Wukong hastened his consumption of the peaches of immortality. To illustrate just how rapid he was, let us say that while our Monkey King previously had time to spit out the pits, now he was left with no such luxury. The pits were stored beneath his chin, which expanded visibly at an alarming rate. When his chin had swollen to a size surpassing his head, Sun Wukong decisively chose to flee, all the while spitting out pits. Yang Jian, relentless, pursued him closely behind. What followed was a classic scene from Journey to the West. Sun Wukong employed his 72 transformations in a battle of wits and courage against Yang Jian. On the warship, Feiping observed the interplay between the great sage and the lesser sage with delight, simultaneously accumulating experience in the art of transformation. It must be conceded that Yang Jian's shape-shifting prowess surpassed that of Sun Wukong by a considerable margin. Additionally, Yang Jian's third eye evoked a sense of envy in Feiping. It was well known that although Sun Wukong's transformations were rife with flaws due to his relative inexperience, without the third eye, Yang Jian would find it quite challenging to accurately discern and locate the Monkey King. Others would undoubtedly struggle to match Yang Jian's capabilities. However, recalling how Sun Wukong was forged in the 8 trigrams furnace, emerging with a copper head and iron arms, as well as his fiery eyes, Feiping restrained his impatience. After all, the eventual power of the fiery eyes would surely eclipse that of Yang Jian's third eye. After an indeterminate period, the Jade Emperor's celestial envoy arrived. Bearing a decree from the Emperor, Marshal Feiping, His Majesty commands you to cease dawdling and swiftly apprehend Sun Wukong. Feiping bowed deeply towards the heavens, declaring, "I shall obey." He understood that the Jade Emperor had discerned the situation. Although Yang Jian possessed the strength to suppress Sun Wukong, capturing him alive remained a formidable challenge, and prolonging the conflict would only squander precious time. Thus, Feiping followed closely behind Yang Jian as they soared towards the mouth of the Guan River. Upon their arrival, they beheld Sun Wukong transformed into Yang Jian's likeness, comically wielding chopsticks to eat noodles. This absurd spectacle elicited laughter from onlookers, while Yang Jian's expression soured at the sight of his image being so mockingly portrayed. As Sun Wukong noticed Yang Jian's swift approach, he was about to hurl some insults, only to catch sight of Feiping behind Yang Jian. Consequently, the Monkey King chose to disregard Yang Jian entirely. "Feiping, how do you find my 72 transformations? Do you believe you can capture me?" Sun Wukong taunted, his confidence in his transformation skills amplified after the skirmishes with Yang Jian. Moreover, Feiping lacks the third eye that Yang Jian possesses. In his eyes, as long as he refrains from venturing onto the sea or coming into contact with water, Feiping would be unable to capture him. No, even if he were to plunge into the ocean, he would no longer fear Feiping, for he now carries the water-repelling pearl, rendering him unafraid of water. As the saying goes, one must rise from where one has fallen. Just as Sun Wukong was about to invite Feiping for a grand battle in the sea, he saw Feiping brandish a gourd towards him. "Monkey, let us see where you will escape." Upon Feiping's words, Sun Wukong felt an irresistible force pulling him in. He attempted to break free, only to discover that escape was futile. He could only watch helplessly as he was drawn into the gourd. Once inside, the voice of the Monkey King echoed from within. "Feiping, you despicable and shameless scoundrel. If you possess any courage, release me so we may engage in a fair contest." From the tone of the Monkey King, it was evident that he was both agitated and perhaps on the verge of despair. This marked the second time he had been captured by Feiping in such an unexpected manner. It was utterly frustrating. "Monkey, savor this moment." Feiping smiled faintly, cutting off the sounds from the gourd, silencing the Monkey King's voice. Within the 99 scattering soul gourd resided countless souls of demons he had collected from Huagua Mountain. Even if the Monkey King possessed an expansive heart, facing the multitude of souls within the gourd would surely be overwhelming. This time, he aimed to strike at the very core of the Monkey King's spirit, instilling in him profound fear or reverence. Chapter 74, Can My Sister Yang Chan Become the Marshal's Wife? Marshal, can this gourd still capture living beings? Yang Jian observed Fei Ping effortlessly ensnaring the demon monkey Sun Wukong with his gourd. Previously, he had witnessed Fei Ping utilizing this very gourd aboard the warship to absorb the souls of the demon race. Initially, he perceived the gourd as nothing extraordinary. However, seeing it capable of capturing living creatures ignited memories of a certain individual, Lord Luya. The latter possessed a similar gourd, albeit a crimson one. Yang Jian distinctly recalled that. Aside from his formidable incantations, Lord Luya's red gourd was also an exceptionally powerful spiritual treasure. Within Lord Luya's red gourd resided an entity with eyebrows, wings, a head, and eyes that emitted a white light capable of pinning an adversary's spiritual core, sealing their divine power and preventing any transformation. This rendered escape and resistance impossible. The user would then bow and utter, "Please, treasure, turn around," thereby severing their opponent's head, with no chance of regeneration. Truly, it was immensely formidable. Yang Jian pondered whether there might be a connection between the two gourds. This was the ancient treasure of the great being, Red Cloud Ancestor, known as the 99 Scatter Soul Gourd, which I obtained from the depths of the weak water. This treasure can absorb souls and capture living beings. Yang Jian's face betrayed his confusion. It was evident he had never heard of the Red Cloud Ancestor. However, it was not surprising. For the Red Cloud Ancestor hailed from the era of the witch and demon calamity, while Yang Jian was born in the early days of the Fengshan War, separated by an entire calamity cycle. Not only Yang Jian, but even his master, the Jade Ding real person, might not have heard of the Red Cloud Ancestor. Naturally, Fei Ping was under no obligation to enlighten Yang Jian. If he wished to know, he could consult his own master, and if his master was unaware, he could seek out the primordial heavenly sovereign. Just as Fei Ping prepared to depart, a beautiful woman burst in, exclaiming, "Second brother, you have returned. Third sister, what brings you here? Your subordinates came to Huashan to inform me that you seemed a bit off, so I came to check on you." As the Three Saint Mother spoke, she scrutinized her elder brother closely. Finding nothing amiss, she inquired, "Second brother, when is Mother's birthday? When is Uncle's birthday? When is my birthday? Also, what did you say to me before you left?" Yang Jian's lips twitched. He was uncertain whether to commend his sister's caution or to find it excessive. He glanced at Fei Ping, who was observing his sister intently. Consequently, Yang Jian took the initiative to introduce Fei Ping, the marshal. "This is my sister, Yang Chan, the goddess of Huashan, known as the Three Saint Mother." Before Fei Ping could respond, upon hearing her brother's introduction, the Three Saint Mother noticed Fei Ping and displayed a hint of surprise, saying, "You are the General Fei Ping spoken of by the third princess? Does the third princess harbor feelings for him? Indeed, his damned charm is undeniable." At that moment, Erlangshan Yang Jian interjected, "Marshal, it is the third princess of the Dragon Clan from the West Sea." The Dragon Clan? The third princess of the West Sea? Who might that be? Fei Ping pondered for a moment and suddenly recalled that within the tale of the Baolian Ding, Yang Jian's beloved was none other than the third princess of the West Sea, known as Ao Tsuanshin. Was Yang Jian mentioning her? Fei Ping felt a sense of unease. Was the Dragon Clan truly so frivolous? Or was it that Erlangshan Yang Jian was lacking in prowess? Well, it seems that Yang Jian and the third princess of the West Sea were likely not yet together, for at this juncture, Yang Jian had not ascended to the heavens, and the narrative following the Baolian Ding had yet to unfold. If there were no other Fei Pings in the heavenly realm, then it was most probably me. The three holy mothers scrutinized Fei Ping for a moment. Perhaps influenced by her brother Yang Jian, she was not dazzled by the unparalleled beauty of our marshal, who could enchant countless celestial maidens, but merely perceived her brother as facing a rival. "Brother, has Sun Wukong been captured?" Yang Jian remained silent, turning his gaze toward Fei Ping. The three holy mothers, puzzled, also looked toward Fei Ping. Fei Ping raised the gourd in his hand and shook it, saying, "Not long ago, that Sun Wukong infiltrated the Guanjingku, posing as the manifesting true monarch. He has since been confined within my Jiujio Sampa gourd." Upon finishing, Fei Ping turned to Yang Jian and remarked, "True monarch, His Majesty must be waiting for us at Yaoqi to report back. We should return to Yaoqi first." The three holy mothers added, "I might as well accompany you. Now that the mischievous monkey Sun Wukong has been subdued, the queen will surely continue to host the peach banquet, inviting all the celestial beings of the three realms." The three holy mothers glanced at her brother Yang Jian. Previously, due to Yang Jian's seclusion, she had little interest in the peach banquet and thus did not attend. Now that her brother had emerged from his retreat and was to return to the heavenly court, she was eager to reunite with the seven fairies. "Sister, let us go together." After this occasion, he understood that he would soon ascend to the heavens and take up a position there. If possible, He wished to secure a role for his sister, the three holy mothers, in the celestial realm, so they would no longer be separated. One in the heavens and the other in the mortal realm. Although their strength made it easy to meet, ascending from the mortal realm was not a simple task. It was akin to local officials or feudal lords traveling to the capital. Without the emperor's summons or a proper report, one could not enter the city without permission. Thus, it would be challenging for the siblings to meet as freely as they did in the mortal realm. If anything were to happen to his sister, he would be unable to attend to her needs immediately. What if some scholar were to trespass upon Erlang Shen's abode, or worse, steal away his sister? If she were to follow in their mother's footsteps, Yang Jian thought he might lose his mind. The mere thought of his sister falling in love with a mortal stirred within Yang Jian an impulse, rather than risk inadvertently gaining a mortal brother-in-law. He might as well choose one for himself. Yang Jian cast his gaze upon Feiping. Can my sister, Yang Chan, serve as the commander as consort? After bringing both Yang Jian and the Holy Mother of the Three to Flower and Fruit Mountain, and having left Marshal Tianping along with the original 100,000 heavenly soldiers, Feiping feigned addressing the tumultuous affairs of the weak water in the mortal realm. Subsequently, he led the vast army of 1,000,000 celestial river warriors and 1,000 warships back to the court, disregarding the Eastern Sea entirely. In fact, he seemed to dismiss the Eastern Sea Dragon Clan altogether, who, in turn, appeared to abandon any thoughts of seeking his assistance. It must be noted that the enmity between him and the Dragon Clan was primarily instigated by Sun Wukong. Nevertheless, Feiping remained unconcerned. The weak water would continue to surge through the lower realms, inundating the Eastern Victory Divine Continent, until the Dragon Clan's influence over the aquatic territories in the mortal domain was entirely eradicated. Feiping even contemplated retaining the original 100,000 celestial soldiers in the lower realms to completely overhaul the aquatic forces within the Eastern Victory Divine Continent. Regardless of the Dragon Clan's power or other aquatic entities, he intended to expunge them all from the Eastern Victory Divine Continent, thereby establishing absolute control over its waters. The Eastern Victory Divine Continent is the most prosperous and stable land in the mortal realm, rich in resources and teeming with people, commanding a significant share of the incense and faith offerings in the human world. The importance of water to humanity is self-evident. By controlling the various water domains of the Eastern Victory Divine Continent, the pursuit of its incense and faith offerings would become considerably more attainable. Chapter 75. The first merit belongs to your majesty, the second to all immortals. In the ethereal realm of Yaoqi, the valiant Feiping, having endured the torment of countless demon souls that nearly drove the formidable Sun Wukong to the brink of madness, released him from the 99 scattered soul gourd. Subsequently, Feiping bowed deeply before the Jade Emperor and proclaimed, "Your Majesty, I humbly carry out your decree. I have led the Celestial River S-Water Army and various celestial factions to descend to the mortal realm to apprehend the demon monkey Sun Wukong and quell the chaos instigated by the demon tribe of Flower and Fruit Mountain. Sun Wukong has now been captured, and the demons of Flower and Fruit Mountain have been completely vanquished. I have come to report this success to your Majesty." The Jade Emperor, with a beaming smile and stroking his beard in approval, replied, "General Feiping, your efforts are commendable. Your successful apprehension of the demon monkey and the annihilation of the Flower and Fruit Mountain demons are indeed monumental achievements. Your contributions cannot be overstated. Your Majesty," Feiping continued, "this victory is entirely due to your boundless grace, the formidable reputation of the Celestial Court, and the unwavering unity of the celestial beings. The Celestial River S-Water Army has devoted itself to fulfilling your command. Henceforth, your Majesty deserves the foremost credit, followed by the collective of the celestial beings. And the Celestial River S-Water Army shall take third place. I must admit that my prior recommendation of Sun Wukong was a grave error. As a sinner, I dare not claim any glory. I beseech your Majesty to impose appropriate punishment." Observing the humble Feiping, who had achieved great merit, the other celestial beings were not only devoid of pride but also echoed his sentiments. They acknowledged that the foremost merit belonged to the Jade Emperor, the second to the celestial beings, and the most perplexing was the claim regarding the Celestial River S-Water Army. Did they not perceive the nature of this army? To speak plainly, the current Celestial River S-million-strong army was undeniably Feiping's private force, having transformed from souls of the wrongfully deceased into celestial soldiers. One must ask, aside from Feiping, who could command such a force? Even the Jade Emperor's decree may not be sufficient to sway them. However, while the celestial beings grumbled, they secretly admired Feiping's adeptness at flattery. The notion of punishment for a sinner was inconceivable. As anticipated, upon seeing his most loyal confidant, the Jade Emperor not only refrained from boasting, but also attributed the majority of the credit to him, effectively granting him a sinner's identity. Such a considerate minister, where else could one find such a gem? Though the Jade Emperor, with his wisdom, could discern that Fei Ping was merely performing it, one must inquire, was it not pleasurable? The Jade Emperor affirmed, indeed, this is exceedingly gratifying. I have never experienced such comfort before. Especially since Fei Ping's eloquence and his capacity for effective governance were nothing short of exceptional. Sun Wukong had been captured, and the myriad demons of Flower and Fruit Mountain had been obliterated, with the accolades directed towards him. One must ponder, could the Celestial Court find another minister of such caliber? Thus, the Jade Emperor, with an air of authority, declared, "The recommendation of Sun Wukong is not your fault, dear minister. You are a benefactor, not a sinner." Upon concluding his statement, the Jade Emperor turned to the Queen Mother, gesturing for her to provide a definitive resolution regarding the matter of the monkey's oversight in the Peach Garden, thereby closing this chapter. The Queen Mother of the West gazed at the soaring Peng and inquired, "So, Peng, have you discovered the peach tree that Sun Wukong pilfered?" Upon hearing this, the Ping turned towards Sun Wukong and threatened, "Sun Wukong, surrender the peach tree forthwith. Otherwise, I shall imprison you once more within the 99 Scatter Soul Gourd, allowing you to endure its torturous embrace." At that moment, Sun Wukong, having just regained his strength, shuddered at the thought of being confined in the gourd again. He hastily relinquished the peach tree. Previously, while trapped within the gourd, he had been tormented by the souls of countless demon clans, and due to the gourd's constraints, he could only passively endure such agonizing torment, a fate he wished never to experience again. The Queen Mother carefully examined the peach tree and, finding it unharmed, remarked, "Since the peach tree has been restored, I shall not pursue the matter of your recommendation of Sun Wukong." "Thank you, Your Majesty," Peng replied, hesitating momentarily before continuing. "Might I propose that these 100 peach trees, aged 9,000 years, be planted upon the Three Immortals Island?" "Excuse me?" The Queen Mother frowned at Peng, aware that the peach tree was of paramount importance to the Heavenly Court and to her. "What do you mean by transplanting it to the Three Immortals Island? Or the Eight Immortals Island?" Suddenly, the mention of the Three Immortals Island caused the Queen Mother to pause, plunging her into a reverie. As the erstwhile leader of the Celestial Maidens, she was well aware of the Three Immortals Island. However, following the fall of that ancient figure, the Supreme Being, the Lord of the Male Immortals, the Eastern Monarch, its name had faded from discourse. Hearing it again stirred memories of that man, leading her to ponder, is it truly possible to gather destiny and attain enlightenment? Or, after the emergence of the saints, who can genuinely unify the fortunes of the three realms to achieve success, without delving into the ancient ancestral beings such as the primordial dragon, the original phoenix, the first Qilin, Emperor Jun, the Eastern Emperor Tai, and the 12 ancestral witches, even the Supreme Heaven, appointed as the Heavenly Emperor by the Venerable Hongjun, who bore the endorsement of the Master himself, faced failure in unifying the fortunes of the three realms. Ultimately, he was compelled to reincarnate, enduring 1,750 tribulations, each spanning 129,600 years, before he could return to the Heavenly Court and reclaim his status as the ruler of the three realms. Despite having the support of Hongjun and the title of the Three Realms Sovereign, he could not succeed in his quest for enlightenment. How then could that man, who sought to contend with the witches and demons, meet a different fate, ultimately succumbing to death and the dissolution of his path? Such reflections evoke a sense of melancholy. The Queen Mother, momentarily lost in her thoughts, turned her gaze back to the Ping and said, "The 9,000-year-old peach tree is the foundation of the Heavenly Court, while the Three Immortals Island, situated in the mortal realm." Before she could finish her sentence, Peng bowed respectfully and interjected, "Your Majesty, the Three Immortals Island has now been relocated to the heavens and currently rests upon the weak water." "Upon the weak water?" "Indeed, Your Majesty. Although the weak waters appear as insubstantial as a feather, the island of the Three Immortals, born from the fragments of chaos, is capable of floating upon its surface. The reason the weak waters yearn to descend to the mortal realm is their profound loneliness, arising from the absence of life within them. Thus, I have taken the liberty to relocate the island of the Three Immortals to the weak waters, intending to establish the Marshal's residence there. As long as I am by its side day and night, the weak waters shall no longer desire to descend. However, the realm of the weak waters lacks spiritual energy. If we could plant the 9,000-year peach tree upon the island of the Three Immortals, the issue of spiritual energy would be resolved. I humbly seek your permission, Your Majesty." Upon hearing Fei Ping's words, the Queen Mother fell into contemplation. The peach tree, as a primordial spiritual root, remains resilient to destruction, whether planted in the peach orchard or elsewhere. The outcome is essentially the same. However, should the peach tree be planted on the island of the Three Immortals above the weak waters, isolated by the latter. In due time, 100 peach trees would indeed become Feiping's private possessions. Chapter 76. The Three Holy Mothers, the preeminent female sovereign of the three realms. In contrast to the Queen Mother of the West, the Jade Emperor is a man who squanders women's wealth, utterly oblivious to the concept of empathy. He remarked, "I have heard of the three immortal islands. In ancient times, they were renowned as one of the finest paradises beyond the seas. Although their fame has waned, the foundation of that illustrious abode should still remain. Why not take matters into your own hands and restore the three immortal islands to their former glory, thereby rejuvenating their esteemed name?" Upon hearing the Jade Emperor's suggestion, the Queen Mother cast him a sidelong glance. As if a mere 100 peach trees are insufficient, she thought. And now you want me to revive the three immortal islands as well? Do you truly perceive me as a bottomless well of resources? However, the prospect of restoring the islands to their previous splendor intrigued her, especially since the islands now rested atop the weak water, which provided a formidable barrier. Unless permitted by the weak water, no one below the quasi-saint level could approach the three immortal islands. In terms of safety, it far surpassed the Peach Garden. Yet, this was contingent upon her ability to control the weak water and compel it to obey. At present, the weak water was overflowing in the lower realms, and whether Feiping possessed the capability to tame it necessitated further scrutiny. Therefore, the Queen Mother replied, "Allow me to ponder this matter. I shall address it once the peach banquet has concluded." Feiping immediately ceased further discourse and stepped aside. Observing this, the Jade Emperor turned to the Supreme Old Lord. "Old Lord, I entrust Sun Wukong to you. Whether you can refine the elixirs anew rests upon your expertise." The Supreme Old Lord flicked his whisk and bowed to the Jade Emperor, saying, "Allow me to refine this Sun Wukong with the Samadhi True Fire for a period of 49 days. Even if I cannot produce all the immortal pills he has consumed, I shall certainly be able to refine him into a human elixir for your majesty." The Jade Emperor nodded and declared, "Old Lord, proceed to the Duishui Palace and refine this demon monkey, the Queen Mother, the celestial beings, and I shall await your return here in the Yaoqi for 49 days. The Supreme Old Lord bowed again to the Jade Emperor before departing with Sun Wukong. Once Sun Wukong had left, the Jade Emperor invited Guanyin and several other illustrious beings among the primordial golden immortals to engage in discourse. Although Feiping yearned to hear the teachings shared by the Jade Emperor and the others, the ongoing turmoil of the weak water in the lower realms compelled him to attend to the matter at hand. Thus, he approached and bowed respectfully, saying, "Your Majesty, the weak water continues to flood the lower realms. As the Grand Marshal of the Celestial River's Water Army, I cannot stand idly by. I beseech your permission to descend and lead the weak water back to the heavens, alleviating the calamities caused by its presence in the mortal realm." The Jade Emperor nodded in agreement, stating, "The situation with the weak water indeed cannot be neglected. Where is the Water Virtue Star Lord?" Lord Lu Xiang stepped forward, bowing in deference. "What commands do you have, Your Majesty?" "You will accompany Grand Marshal Feiping to the lower realms to address the issues concerning the weak water." "I shall obey." As Feiping was preparing to meet the water deity, Lu Xiang, he suddenly heard a notification echoing in his mind. Sun Wukong is about to be refined by the three flavors True Fire. Would the host like to block the pain sensations from Sun Wukong? Feiping raised an eyebrow, nearly forgetting that he was bound to the Monkey King, sharing a myriad of experiences. If he were to endure the torment of the three flavors True Fire, the agony would undoubtedly surpass 1,000-fold compared to the previous suffering endured by the Monkey King against the celestial beings. If he chose not to block it, he might very well perish from the pain. Therefore, Feiping silently contemplated. Block. One must admit, his system was rather considerate, capable of shielding unnecessary shared sensations, emphasizing a service-oriented approach for the host. As Sun Wukong undergoes refinement by the three flavors True Fire, his physical strength is significantly enhanced, and the host's physical strength is also greatly increased. As Sun Wukong undergoes refinement by the three flavors True Fire, his physical strength is significantly enhanced, and the host's physical strength is also greatly increased. As Sun Wukong undergoes refinement by the three flavors True Fire, his physical strength is significantly enhanced, and the host's physical strength is also greatly increased. Feiping felt his own physique strengthening at a visibly rapid pace, and the circulation of his 8-9 mystical skill accelerated as well. Unforeseen circumstances aside, after 49 days, breaking through to the 7th transformation of the 8-9 mystical skill would pose no significant challenge. 49 days, which in the mortal realm equates to 49 years, provided ample time. Once he resolved the matters concerning the weak water, he would conveniently arrive in time for the Monkey King's tumultuous escapades in heaven. Just as Fei Ping was about to step through the southern heavenly gate with an uplifted spirit, a voice called out from behind him. Turning around, he was somewhat taken aback to see the three holy mothers. "You have matters to discuss?" he inquired. Indeed, it was the three holy mothers who had halted him. Confused as to why she had left the Yao pool to summon him, he awaited her explanation. "General," she began, "my second brother has instructed me to accompany you to the mortal realm to assist the populace affected by the calamity of weak water." With that, she produced the Bao Lian lantern, a divine gift from Yuhua, capable of healing all worldly afflictions and warding off weak water. Fei Ping's gaze fell upon the Bao Lian lantern in her hands. Was this truly the revered Bao Lian lantern, the foremost of the four sacred lamps? He pondered whether he would be able to wield it, for it was said that one must possess a compassionate heart to utilize the lantern. Having unleashed weak water to obliterate the demon tribe of Huagua Mountain and allowed it to flood, devastating the Eastern Victory Divine Continent's aquatic clans, he knew that immense harm would inevitably befall the common folk. To speak of compassion, he, Fei Ping, could hardly claim even a trace. It was highly probable that he would be unable to make use of the Bao Lian lantern. What remained uncertain was whether the legendary Yuhua could wield it. After all, there existed a saying, sages lack compassion, treating all living beings as mere fodder. During the calamity of the witches and demons, Yuhua had not intervened while the demon clans forged the slaughtering witch sword, suggesting that compassion was likely absent in her heart, especially towards humanity. Indeed, it is not merely the goddess Enhua, even the ordinary deities of the celestial realm, upon their transcendence from mortal forms, find it increasingly challenging to empathize with the common folk of the lower realms. Their so-called compassion often springs from considerations of self-interest. In truth, not only the celestial beings, but even the emperors, ministers, and noble families of the earthly realm, how many among them possess a heart as benevolent as that of the three holy mothers? In that moment, Fei Ping's gaze towards the three holy mothers shifted subtly. This woman, despite her somewhat lacking taste in men, is commendable in many other respects. In terms of lineage, her elder brother is the disciple of the revered Jade Ding Zhenren, a third-generation disciple of the Chan sect. And she is also the niece of the Jade Emperor. Moreover, she is a disciple of the goddess Enhua herself. When it comes to her background, even the seven fairies pale in comparison to the three holy mothers, who can be regarded as the foremost female figure across the three realms. Setting aside her lineage, the beauty and character of the three holy mothers are unparalleled. Such a woman, to not persuade her to return home and bear children, at least 100 or 80, would be an egregious waste. It is imperative to procreate abundantly, to the point where Erlang Xinyang Jian might feel compelled to throttle him out of sheer exasperation. Chapter 77. Fei Peng unperturbed. How does one commit murder? Observing the tender exchange between Fei Peng and the third holy mother, the passive and somewhat awkward Shui Dexing Jun discreetly opted to activate his invisibility mode, trailing behind the couple like an obedient shadow. Indeed, a mere sidekick, despite his esteemed position as the head of the water department in the heavenly court, ostensibly responsible for all matters concerning the world's waterways and capable of summoning river gods and river lords. He found his influence waning as the dragon clan's encroachment intensified. The number of river gods he could command was gradually diminishing, while powerful aquatic beings, akin to the dragon clan, infiltrated and supplanted the river gods sanctioned by the heavenly court. This predicament unfolded before his eyes, rendering him powerless. Reporting to the Jade Emperor proved futile, as he had long ceased to garner the Emperor's support. The underlying reason for this was intrinsically tied to his background, a figure on the investiture of the gods list. He had once been a general of the Shang dynasty, captured and slain by Jiang Ziya. Not only was he neither a disciple of the teaching of the Intercept nor of the teaching of the Expound, but he was also a legitimate deity on the list. Unable to advance in cultivation, consequently, he remained unnoticed by the Jade Emperor. This situation left him devoid of the Emperor's trust and support, as well as lacking the strength to counteract the infiltration from both the Dragon Clan and the formidable aquatic beings. The result was a decline in the water department's status, once deemed vital within the heavenly court, now reduced to a mere afterthought. Now, with the Jade Emperor assigning him to assist Fei Ping in addressing the matters of the weak water in the mortal realm, it was abundantly clear that he was being nudged to align himself with Fei Peng. Should he succeed in gaining Fei Peng's favor, both he and the water department would have a chance to reclaim their rightful standing. Thus, he firmly resolved to cling to the formidable leg of Fei Peng. Moving forward, if Fei Ping directed him eastward, he would not veer west. If instructed to chase chickens, he would not pursue ducks. His motto became unequivocal obedience. Chan Mei, I must tell you, the Huangdi Neijing encompasses a wealth of knowledge. We should delve into it together when time permits, Fei Ping remarked earnestly, his demeanor serious as he regarded Yang Chan. Earlier, he had taken advantage of Yang Chan's compassionate nature, sharing insights from the Huangdi Neijing regarding the healing of the populace with the Third Holy Mother. Under Fei Ping's deliberate guidance, their relationship blossomed swiftly, evolving from formal titles to intimate ones, progressing from Third Holy Mother to Third Sister, and finally to Chan Mei, achieving a remarkable leap in their rapport. Had their conversation not revolved around such earnest topics, one might have speculated romantic inclinations. Noticing Fei Ping's earnest and solemn expression, Yang Chan suppressed a flicker of doubt within her, nodding in agreement. Simultaneously, she chastised herself internally. Yang Chan, do not entertain such frivolous thoughts. General Fei Ping is certainly not that type of person. His research is undoubtedly serious, devoid of any indecorous elements. One must admit, the Huangdi's legendary affinity for women, resulting in the once respectable Huangdi Neijing taking on a hint of impropriety, added a layer of complexity to the situation. Even the benevolent Three Holy Mothers blush at the mention of studying the Huangdi Neijing. Fortunately, Fei Ping knows when to exercise restraint and does not pursue the matter further, thus avoiding frightening the Three Holy Mothers away. Upon descending to the mortal realm, Fei Ping, accompanied by Yang Chan and the water deity, quickly locates his second brother, who has been diligently acquiring land following the path of the weak water. Upon seeing Fei Ping, Tianpeng cannot contain his joy. Fei Ping, you have finally arrived. The second brother steps forward, offering a hearty embrace. Fei Ping, taken aback, can only accept it passively while casting a puzzled glance at his brother. Has he encountered some trouble? Setting aside his curiosity for the moment, Fei Ping introduces, Commander, this is the disciple of Niwa, the niece of the Jade Emperor, and the sister of Erlangshan Yangjian. She is the goddess of Huashan, the Three Holy Mothers. The Three Holy Mothers gracefully bows to the second brother. Yang Chan greets Commander Tianpeng. The commander hastily returns the gesture. I am honored. Tianpeng has met the Three Holy Mothers, though both are deities of the heavenly court. One serves in the celestial realm while the other remains in the mortal world. Thus, they are merely acquainted, lacking familiarity. After the introductions, Fei Ping encourages the Three Holy Mothers to proceed with her mission of aiding the common folk, as he wishes to discuss with his second brother how to bring the weak water to the heavens. The Three Holy Mothers says nothing and sets off on her own. Once she departs, Commander Tianpeng inquires curiously, Fei Ping, how did you manage to bring the niece of His Majesty into your company? I have heard that Yang Jian has quite the temper and is notoriously protective of his sister. Be cautious lest he find out, for he may come seeking you with his trident. Fei Ping rolls his eyes and replies nonchalantly, there is no need for your concern, Commander. Now, let us discuss the current situation. What troubles have you encountered? Upon hearing this, Commander Tianpeng's expression grows serious. After your ascent to the heavens, the East Sea quickly returned to tranquility. It is said that apart from a few demon kings who escaped, the others have all been slain. It can be confirmed that a great Luo Jingxian from the Dragon Clan has made an appearance, and not just one. As he speaks, a grave expression crosses his face. Clearly, once the great Luo Jingxian of the Dragon Clan intervenes, it will not be easy to eradicate their influence that has seeped into the various waters. However, Fei Ping does not seem daunted by this. A mere great Luo Jingxian is of little concern to me, he asserts. Issue a decree, all river lords and river gods who have abandoned their posts shall be dismissed, and their subordinates shall be retained based on merit. Simultaneously, we shall reconstruct the aquatic system of the East Qing Divine Continent, utilizing a base of 100,000 celestial river troops to ensure that every waterway, including underground channels and wells, is firmly under our control. Hearing Fei Ping's words, the second brother swallows hard. He can discern that Fei Ping intends to eliminate all forces within the waters of East Qing Divine Continent and establish complete dominion over its aquatic realms. Regardless of whether Fei Ping can achieve this, the audacity of his ambition is undeniable. Regardless, this Marshal Tianpeng is lacking. Upon hearing Fei Ping's words, the water deity hesitated momentarily and cautioned, Marshal, should we dismiss all the river lords and river gods, it may plunge the waters of the Eastern Victory Divine Continent into chaos. Fei Ping responded with a faint smile, his tone indifferent, I desire that chaos, without disorder. How can one slay? Within my 99 scattered soul gourd, there reside countless souls of the demon race, and I possess the ability to aid these spirits in reconstituting their physical forms to serve as expendable forces against those who dare to rebel. He bore no sorrow for the demise of expendables. Moreover, he could simultaneously reap souls while engaging in slaughter. This cyclical process would only strengthen his forces. increasing their numbers and prowess rather than diminishing them. Besides the Expendables, he commanded nearly 20 Tai Golden Immortals, including the Six-Eared Macaque, the Monkey King, and the Rui King. Unless the Dragon Clan or other formidable factions dared to send forth great Luo Golden Immortals against him, he harbored no fear of any rebellious forces. Of course, there is a saying, unite all forces that can be united, and he could not indiscriminately eradicate everyone. Thus, Faping continued, as the water deity. You must be well aware of which river lords and river gods can be of service to His Majesty. I require you to select them and establish a rain administration within the Water Department, responsible for overseeing all rainfall matters across the Eastern Victory Divine Continent. Chapter 78. The fish leaps over the Dragon Gate. The Dragon Abyss responds to the dragon. Ah, has happiness arrived so swiftly? Initially, the water deity believed himself to be destined for demotion or relegated to a mere decorative position. Little did he expect that the marshal would offer him strawberries to savor. To be honest, he was overwhelmed with emotion, as a general who had once pledged his life to the Shang dynasty. The water deity found himself once again ignited with a fervent loyalty to his sovereign, as neither a disciple of the cut-off teaching nor the expounding teaching. And being a rightful deity on the investiture of the gods, he felt the stagnation of his cultivation and the neglect from the Jade Emperor. Having witnessed the harsh realities of the heavenly court and tasted the vicissitudes of human sentiment, the water deity expressed, he once had no choice. But now he is endowed with options. He, Lu Xiong, has resolutely decided this time to stake everything on Marshal Faping. Jade Emperor, if you do not value me, then I, the water deity, shall pledge my life in unwavering loyalty to your majesty. Lu Xiong, the water deity, bowed respectfully and declared, rest assured, Marshal. This humble immortal shall select all the river lords and river deities capable of serving your majesty with utmost fidelity. Henceforth, every drop of rain, every moment of rainfall in the Eastern Victory Divine Continent, every posture and angle, shall be executed according to the directives of the Marshal, or rather, your majesty, ensuring your complete satisfaction. The water deity's declaration of loyalty caused the nearby Marshal Tianping to twitch at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, a loyal minister and righteous god. However, he pondered who precisely this sovereign was to whom the water deity pledged his loyalty. For beings like the water deity, who had ascended to the investiture of the gods yet were neither disciples of the cut-off nor the expounding teachings, lacking the physical sanctification to advance their powers, they were not regarded highly. Nevertheless, he had to concede one point. Even the weakest of the heavenly court's deities wielded significant influence. Should the water deity choose to cooperate, Faping could indeed grasp the reins of the water department of the heavenly court, legally and justifiably. It would allow them to seize the rain-making rights belonging to the Dragon Clan. The water deity's affirmation pleased Faping immensely, prompting him to dispense with pretense and advice. The Star Lord must be wary of those river lords and river deities who are allied through marriage with the Dragon Clan and possess dragon blood. Be vigilant. Such individuals must not be permitted to enter the Water Department's rainmaking division. The greatest merit and fortune of the Dragon Clan, as well as the source of their faith, lies in the authority to summon rain upon the mortal realm. When the common folk beseech for rain, they invariably worship the Dragon King. Therefore, to eradicate the influence of the Dragon Clan from the Eastern Victory Divine Continent, one must seize control of the rain-making rights. Otherwise, even if the various water domains of the Eastern Victory Divine Continent are controlled, the Dragon Clan's influence will persist, causing no detriment to them. Only by commandeering the rights to rainfall can one curtail the Dragon Clan's infiltration. Historically, the Dragon Clan's strategy for infiltrating the continent's rivers and waters has not been through violence, but rather through social connections. The act of slaying river lords and river deities is deemed a base tactic, one that the Dragon Clan appears to disdain, showing reluctance to take such risks. According to the information he has received, the Dragon Clan prefers to intermarry with river lords and river deities, permeating various water domains through these alliances. However, should an unforeseen incident arise concerning the river deity of a certain water domain, the Dragon Clan will, in their kinship capacity, step forth to support the descendants of the river deity who possess draconic blood. Once these descendants ascend to power, it becomes a matter of course for the Dragon Clan to effortlessly and without conflict establish dominion over that water domain. In truth, the most daunting aspect is not merely the intermarriage. For even if the river deity's offspring carry the blood of dragons, their essence does not embody that of true dragons, and thus they will not align themselves wholeheartedly with the Dragon Clan, much akin to earthly emperors, who may possess maternal lineage yet do not perceive themselves as part of that maternal clan. Once their authority is firmly established, They will invariably seek ways to liberate themselves from the maternal clan's influence, potentially eradicating that maternal power altogether. This dilemma is adeptly resolved by the Dragon Clan through the existence of the Dragon Gate. As the saying goes, a fish leaps over the Dragon Gate. Anyone possessing draconic blood who crosses the Dragon Gate can transform into a dragon, albeit a pseudo-dragon or a jiao, and although they may not be true pure-blood dragons, they are sufficiently recognized by the aquatic beings who share draconic lineage, fostering a sense of identification akin to that of humans who take pride in their ancestry. Regardless of the passage of generations, this sense of belonging significantly enhances the Dragon Clan's influence and control over those aquatic beings with draconic blood. Thus, it must be eradicated. In the land of Long Yuan, one of the Dragon Clan's prominent figures, Ying Long, after reflecting on the report given by his son Aoguang, remarked thoughtfully, "The Faping poses little threat. The primary concern lies with the weak water. Such waters are impervious to quasi-saints, and even sages cannot withstand their force. However, with the Jade Emperor watching closely, neither I nor your uncles can intervene, and the Dragon Clan cannot overtly confront the Heavenly Court at this juncture, even clandestinely. We must not leave any incriminating evidence behind. Otherwise, not only will the Dragon Clan lose the rights to rainfall across the Eastern Victory Divine Continent, Western Bulhi Continent, Southern Jianbu Continent, and Northern Julu Continent, but we will also forfeit our standing." Ying Long maintained a calm demeanor, recognizing that the Dragon Clan's ability to recover from burdensome karmic consequences was rooted in their acquisition of rainfall rights within the mortal realm. These rights were not simply bestowed. They were diligently sought after. Initially, during the conflict between the Yellow Emperor and Qiyu, he astutely aligned himself with the Yellow Emperor's factions, aiding in the defeat of Qiyu, and thus earning the goodwill of the Yellow Emperor and the human race. Later, during the era of the Yu's flood control, he personally intervened to suppress the formidable demon Waziki, confining it beneath Turtle Mountain and contributing to the success of the U.S. endeavors. Through these acts, he forged friendships with 2 successive human emperors. Additionally, the then Heavenly Emperor, known as Haotian, who was the previous incarnation of the Jade Emperor, sought to win over the ancient Dragon Clan by offering them the rights to rainfall in the mortal realm as bait, hoping to secure the Dragon Clan's allegiance to the Heavenly Court. In consideration of the Dragon Clan's interests, he made a promise to Haotian, leading the Dragon Clan to submit to the Heavenly Court. In truth, the Heavenly Emperor at that time was merely issuing a promissory note devoid of substance. The term empty promise is aptly applied for a simple reason. After the calamity of the Lich King, the human race emerged as the true protagonists of the heavenly realm. At that time, the authority of the human emperor in the mortal world was not inferior to that of the celestial emperor. In fact, one could argue that it surpassed even that of the supreme heavenly deity. If the human emperor were to dissent, the Dragon Clan, despite receiving the celestial court's endorsement and the right to summon rain, would find themselves powerless to act. However, thanks to the bonds of friendship forged with 2 successive human emperors, the Dragon Clan unexpectedly gained the recognition of humanity, thus transforming the empty promise of the supreme heavenly deity into reality. Now, the Jade Emperor seeks to usurp the Dragon Clan's right to summon rain. Indeed, in Ying Long's perspective, the so-called Flying Ping is merely a pawn of the Jade Emperor. Everything the latter does is simply a manifestation of his desire to prevent the Dragon Clan, which no longer bears the burden of karmic retribution, from rapidly advancing after breaking free from their shackles. He aims to disrupt or curtail the Dragon Clan's development. While Ying Long comprehends this motive, it is utterly inconceivable for him to remain passive and allow the Jade Emperor and the Celestial Court to suppress the Dragon Clan. Even if the Dragon Clan were to continue to feign submission, they could not permit the Jade Emperor and the Celestial Court to perceive them as mere soft targets, easily manipulated at will. Under Aoguang's watchful gaze, Ying Long murmured, "For so many years, I have been suppressed beneath Mount Gui. My sins have been absolved, and it is time to be liberated." Chapter 79, The Great Demon of the Huai River, Waziki. Beneath the Turtle Mountain, a creature resembling a monkey lay shackled, its flattened nose and prominent forehead marking its grotesque appearance. With a white head and green body, its fiery eyes glimmered with malice. This behemoth, with a neck spanning 100 feet, was ensnared by countless chains binding its limbs and neck, imprisoned within the dark river of Turtle Mountain. Suddenly, the creature, which had lain motionless like a corpse, opened its eyes, releasing 2 beams of golden light. Upon discerning the presence of an intruder, endless hatred flickered in Waziki's gaze. "Old dragon, you are still alive," it seethed. "To your chagrin, I have not only survived but have regained my status at the quasi-saint level, responded Ing Long, surveying Waziki. It was evident that after years of confinement, Waziki, once on the verge of breaking through to the quasi-saint realm from the peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal, was now destined to fall below that threshold. How lamentable indeed. Upon hearing that Ing Long had restored his quasi-saint status, Waziki's expression shifted dramatically, his hatred concealed. Noticing this, a faint smile graced Ing Long's lips as he spoke. Waziki, once you failed to recognize the celestial order and obstructed the Emperor Yu in his flood control efforts. I kindly suppressed you beneath Turtle Mountain to spare you from a fatal calamity. If one were to reckon, I have shown you a measure of grace. Waziki, incredulous, thought. Should I thank you for this? Yet, adhering to his belief that might makes right, he remained silent, awaiting Ing Long's next words. Curious about the dragon's intentions, whether he sought to subjugate him or something else entirely. Now, having endured years of confinement, you have paid the price for your past actions. I shall release you. At this, Waziki could not help but respond in a low voice. What do you desire from me? I have stated that your prolonged imprisonment has been a consequence of your previous deeds. I will release you without requiring anything in return. Save for your silence about my act of liberation, Ing Long clarified. Indeed, Ing Long had no intention of instructing Waziki to slay the Flying Ping. The dragon race needed to maintain a facade of submission to secure more time for their development, avoiding any overt conflict with the Heavenly Court. Should he use Waziki's release as leverage to compel him to assassinate the Flying Ping, it would inevitably lead to a confrontation with the Jade Emperor, a scenario he wished to avoid. Thus, he would not command Waziki to undertake any task, by merely setting Waziki free. Given his nature and the actions of the Flying Pong, conflict would arise organically. In that eventuality, could the Jade Emperor's pawn, that formidable General Flying Pong, handle Waziki, who had once posed an insurmountable challenge even to him? A subtle smile curled on Ing Long's lips, filled with anticipation. As time passed, several days elapsed in the heavens, while decades unfolded in the mortal realm. During his prolonged sojourn on Earth, the most striking transformation in the Flying Pong was the absence of any change. For decades, to the immortal, it was but a mere sprinkle of water. Moreover, during these years, he was exceedingly busy, under his direct or indirect influence. The aquatic beings of the Eastern Victory Divine Continent underwent an unprecedented cleansing, with the majority perishing under the corrosive grip of the weak water. No aquatic race could withstand its passage. Many, upon hearing of the approach of weak water, chose to flee to the shores in a desperate bid for survival. However, once they escaped, they became mere prey, and through a series of maneuvers, Faping stripped the river gods of their positions, inevitably resulting in turmoil. Yet, this was of little concern, for countless souls of the demon race, after bathing in the heavenly pool, returned as his loyal warriors. Subsequently, they unleashed endless carnage upon the mortal realm, turning the waters into rivers of blood. Indeed, a true river of blood. Over the span of decades, the rivers and lakes of the Eastern Victory Divine Continent ran red, instilling fear in the fish-loving people of the Western Han, who even refrained from consuming sashimi. The magnitude of such slaughter produced astonishing karmic repercussions. However, he remained largely unaffected, thanks to the 12-petal Pure World White Lotus. As one of the 4 Great Lotus platforms, the 12-petal Pure World White Lotus possessed formidable purifying abilities, capable of cleansing the filth of the world and refreshing the spirit. Additionally, he was under the protection of humanitarian fortune, alongside the Chaos Pearl, the Eastern Emperor's Bell, the Heavenly Emperor's Seal, and the fortune bestowed by 1,000 Chaos Peach Tree, all of which suppressed the karmic repercussions. Hence, this mere karmic burden posed no threat to him. It could only provoke anxiety from the outside, failing to penetrate his defenses. Nevertheless, the immense karmic consequences could not be disregarded. This compelled him to construct his own temples in the mortal realm in advance, utilizing the incense and faith to counterbalance the karmic repercussions. Thus, with the assistance of the renowned families of the Western Han and the imperial families such as Empress L, his name and deeds were celebrated by the people. The Heavenly River's military commander, Faping, descended to eliminate demons, resulting in the slaughter of billions of demon beings, which caused the rivers to change color. With the endorsement of the Heavenly Court and the positive promotion from noble families, as well as Faping's own past as a member of the human race, he understood well that ancestral veneration, whether to gods or Buddhas, hinged on one principle: the efficacy of the spiritual. Worship was only warranted if it bore fruit. If it did not, one might as well stay away. To address this, Faping employed the great cloning technique. making each temple's golden body a reflection of himself. Through a comprehensive data analysis, he ensured that in matters of reign, offspring, wealth, love, health, and officialdom, a certain proportion of miraculous responses would occur. As a result of these efforts, his temples flourished across the Eastern Victory Divine Continent, with the number of faithful rapidly increasing. In many regions of rivers and lakes that had once worshipped the Dragon King, statues of Faping began to replace those of the dragon deity, transforming innumerable Dragon King temples into martial temples, even within the three pure ones and Heavenly Emperor temples, where his golden body was enshrined, holding a status just beneath the three pure ones and the Heavenly Emperor. During this period, the Dongsheng Shinzhou witnessed the emergence of numerous temples dedicated to the three Holy Mothers. They utilized the precious lotus lantern to heal the citizens afflicted by the calamity of the weak water, thus spreading the legends surrounding the three Holy Mothers. Within these temples, not only was the three Holy Mother revered, but also the presence of the Flying Pong was honored. The reason being, the Flying Ping would accompany the three Holy Mother in her endeavors to aid the populace. Consequently, when the citizens constructed the temples, they enshrined his golden effigy alongside that of the three Holy Mother. This resulted in two distinct representations of his golden form, one exuding an aura of might and the other embodying compassion. In regions near rivers and lakes, his effigy predominantly displayed a formidable visage, while in areas further removed from such bodies of water, it radiated a countenance of kindness. Chonner, now that the weak water has ascended to the heavens and the threat it posed has been resolved, it is time for us to return to the celestial court to report our deeds. The Flying Ping gazed at the three Holy Mother, who had spent decades by his side and now emanated an air of wifely grace. A smile of unique male satisfaction graced the Flying Ping's face. Erlangshan Yangjian, my apologies for inadvertently transforming you into a brother-in-law. It is a pity that all these years have passed without the emergence of Qin Xiang. Otherwise, the expression on Yang Jian's face as a brother-in-law would surely be quite remarkable. Just as the Flying Ping resolved to return and strive for further accomplishments, the sudden arrival of the six-eared macaque disrupted his plans. General, trouble looms. Wu Zhiqi has been released by someone. Chapter 80. Empress Wu's grief and loss of reason. Li Ji. Has the Dragon Clan finally made their move? Faping displayed not a hint of panic. The reason for his unimpeded success over the years lay not only in the invincibility of the weak water, but also significantly in the Dragon Clan's choice to avoid direct confrontation with him. Whenever weak water appeared, the Dragon Clan would promptly withdraw with their aquatic kin to the East Sea. Their retreat was swift and decisive. Faping did not interpret this as cowardice on their part, fearing a mere Tai Golden Immortal. The Dragon Clan likely sought to avoid a rupture with the Jade Emperor. After all, his series of maneuvers was confined to the Eastern Victory Divine Continent, with no actions taken against the other three continents. For the sake of those three lands, the Dragon Clan would not engage in a head-on clash. However, he could not believe that the Dragon Clan would willingly relinquish dominion over the rainfall of an entire continent so easily. Now, as weak water ascended to the heavens, the Dragon Clan finally struck just as he was about to return to the heavenly court. And when they did strike, it was with formidable force. Wu Zhiqi, one of the notorious four mischievous monkeys, the Red Butt Monkey, had emerged, a great demon subdued by Yinglong. It was evident who had released him. Without Yinglong's consent, could Wu Zhiqi have escaped? Should he fail to withstand Wu Zhiqi, given that he had already purged the aquatic kin of the Eastern Victory Divine Continent? The Dragon Clan's resurgence would lead to their overwhelming control over the entire region. Truly, they were the ancient overlords. The six-eared macaque, with its 6 ears quivering in anxiety, urgently inquired, "Commander, what shall we do now?" Wu Zhiqi possesses the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal and is in the process of regaining strength. It is said that during the era of Diyu, Wu Zhiqi was already on the verge of slaying 3 corpses, a peak-level great demon. Should he recover to his full strength, all our current efforts would be in vain. Faping cast a calm glance at the six-eared macaque and replied, "Why the haste? He is merely a great Luo Golden Immortal. Continue to monitor Wu Zhiqi closely and inform everyone to refrain from provoking him. I shall speak of our actions once I have broken through to the great Luo Golden Immortal." Upon finishing, Faping turned to the 3 Holy Mothers and said, "Chonner, assist me in safeguarding my path." The 3 Holy Mothers gazed at Faping in bewilderment, pondering, is the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal something one can simply break through at will? Moreover, even if he does break through, he must return to the heavenly court. What if someone obstructs him here in the mortal realm? What if Wu Zhiqi ambushes him? The 3 Holy Mothers advised, Faping, "We should return to the heavenly court. Even if a breakthrough is necessary, it would be safer there." Faping shook his head and stated resolutely, "Now that Wu Zixi has been unleashed, should I return to the heavenly court, it would undoubtedly destabilize the hard-won situation. Furthermore, if I depart, how could I grasp the Dragon Clan's weaknesses? If Wu Zixi were to refrain from coming, it would be for the best. However, should he arrive, the Dragon Clan would be inextricably linked to the ensuing chaos." At this juncture, Faping displayed a glimmer of anticipation. The Dragon Clan, known for their strategic retreats, had once again chosen to release Wu Zixi. The stakes were high. A Dragon Clan so formidable instilled great trepidation. Ideally, this would incite a profound rift between the Dragon Clan and the Heavenly Court, effectively stymieing the former's ascendance. As for his safety, Faping asserted his mastery of the Great Avatar technique, capable of using his doppelganger to absorb lightning strikes. He could comfortably conceal himself within the Chaos Pearl, focusing on his ascent to the Great Luo Golden Immortal without concern for his safety. Therefore, he was not anxious about Wu Zixi's potential arrival. Rather, he feared the opposite. Within the Chaos Pearl, Faping sat cross-legged, poised to transcend into the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm. Calculating the time, he noted that it had been 48 days since Sun Wukong was cast into the 8 trigrams furnace, with only 1 day remaining until the fateful 49 days. Through the system prompt, he was aware that Monkey King's power had reached the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal stage, merely a step away from the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm, needing but a modicum of merit and fortune. However, to transcend into the Great Luo Golden Immortal, Monkey King must await the journey to the west, where he would be conferred the title of the Fighting Buddha and acquire the merits of his pilgrimage. Only then could he hope to break through, as relying solely on his own strength would render such an endeavor exceedingly arduous. First, Faping resolved to advance in the 8-9 Profound Art. He began to cultivate the 7th transformation of this technique to attain a body of immense power akin to that of a great shaman, before pursuing the Great Luo Golden Immortal and condensing the 3 flowers. Thus, he settled beneath the Chaos Peach Tree, loosening the restraints on his breakthrough. Suddenly, Faping's body jolted. Unimpeded by any barriers, effortlessly stepping into the 7th transformation of the 8-9 Profound Art. Following this breakthrough, the imperial scripture within him began to operate autonomously, and the 3 flowers above his head began to blossom first, second, third. In the instant the 3 flowers flourished, 3 petals emerged, enveloping him in an ineffably profound aura, elevating his very essence. As Faping reveled in this mysterious energy, the 3 flowers continued to grow, sprouting a 4th, 5th, and 6th petal. However, upon the emergence of the 6th petal, the growth of the 3 flowers suddenly decelerated. The scene shifted to the heavenly court, where in the Doshui Palace, Laozi sat serenely upon a mat, his previously half-closed eyes gradually opening. One hand was engaged in intricate calculations. After a moment, Laozi spoke. The time of 49 days has arrived. With this proclamation, he rose gracefully, waving his whisk lightly, and turned to the 2 attendant boys beside him, instructing, "Boys, open the 8 trigrams furnace." Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao exchanged bewildered glances. According to tradition, their master would first extinguish the flames within the furnace before commanding them to lift the lid. Yet today, their master's behavior was decidedly anomalous. He did not extinguish the fire, but instead ordered them to open the furnace lid. Although Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao were filled with perplexity, they dared not inquire further or offer a word of caution, merely exchanging a glance before silently advancing. With utmost care, they lifted the lid of the furnace. The moment the lid was removed, a torrent of scorching air surged forth, accompanied by 2 dazzling beams of golden light that erupted from the Bagua furnace. Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao were momentarily blinded by the sudden brilliance, hastily shielding their eyes with their hands. As the radiance began to wane, they focused their gaze and beheld a fiery monkey standing atop the furnace. It was none other than Sun Wukong. The 2 were astonished to discover that Sun Wukong had not perished and appeared even more formidable than before. Consequently, they retreated repeatedly. Sun Wukong, standing resolutely on the Bagua furnace, fixed his gaze on Taishang Laojun, as if he intended to devour him whole. However, Taishang Laojun gazed calmly at Sun Wukong, seemingly already aware of his survival. This composed demeanor from Taishang Laojun tempered Sun Wukong's fury, preventing him from succumbing to irrationality. Yet, Sun Wukong, in a fit of rage, bellowed and kicked over the Bagua furnace beneath him, venting his inner turmoil. And then, Sun Wukong fled in utter disgrace. Indeed, he fled. Chapter 81. Breaking through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal, blossoming at the 7th grade. After escaping from the Doshui Palace, Sun Wukong did not arrogantly rush to the Lingxiao Hall to provoke the Jade Emperor. Instead, he hastened towards the southern heavenly gate, preparing to flee to the mortal realm. Having undergone rigorous training under the teachings of the disciples of the and the practical lessons from Neza, Yang Jian, and the likes of Feiping, Sun Wukong now possessed a clear understanding of his own strength. He recognized that, despite having forged an indestructible golden body in the 8 trigrams furnace and reaching the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, he was still insignificant in the heavenly court. He was merely one step away from the great Luo Golden Immortal, but lacked the confidence to confront the disciples of, along with Yang Jian and Feiping. The memory of being captured by Feiping and the harrowing experience in the gourd haunted him. The torment from countless demon souls demanding his life lingered in his mind. Sun Wukong was resolute. Once he descended to the mortal realm, he would find a secluded place to hide. He intended to wait until he broke through to the great Luo Golden Immortal, at which point he would seek retribution from Feiping. Indeed, he felt compelled to confront Feiping, as being caught twice had turned Feiping into a psychological demon for him. If he did not reclaim his dignity, he feared he would never escape the shadow cast by Feiping. Every move Sun Wukong made was observed by the Jade Emperor, the Queen Mother, Xinyuanzi, and Guanyin Bodhisattva in the Jade Pool. Upon seeing him flee the heavenly court without further incident, Guanyin Bodhisattva let out a sigh of relief. This monkey has finally shown some wisdom. After Sun Wukong's previous escapades, stealing the peaches of immortality, consuming celestial elixirs, and disrupting the Queen Mother's peach banquet, Guanyin had genuinely feared that he would once again provoke chaos in the heavenly palace. She was uncertain how to persuade the Jade Emperor and the celestial beings to cooperate with the performance. Moreover, the disciples had already revealed their prowess, making any further enactment seem disingenuous. As for the disciples their pride rendered any collaboration impossible. With Sun Wukong having escaped, there was no need for a continued charade, and the Buddhist sect could spare some resources. Observing Sun Wukong's flight beyond the southern heavenly gate, the Jade Emperor spoke, Bodhisattva. Now that Sun Wukong has fled the heavenly court, what are your plans? Should I send someone to capture him? Truthfully, ever since realizing that Feiping was also a protagonist of destiny, the Jade Emperor had lost all patience with Sun Wukong. How dare this monkey create chaos in his heavenly realm? What did he think the heavenly court was? With Sun Wukong's escape, the Jade Emperor proclaimed, may he never return. It would be best if he perished outside. Guanyin Bodhisattva, after a moment of silence, bowed respectfully and replied, Your Majesty, let us leave the matter of Sun Wukong as it stands for now. Allow me to journey to the Ling Mountain to confer with the Buddha before making any further decisions. In the present moment, Sun Wukong has evidently recognized the disparity in his own strength, leading to a reconsideration of matters such as Five Finger Mountain. What exactly is Five Finger Mountain? Host, Feiping, Eye of Divine Punishment, Race, Human, Identity, Deputy Marshal of the Heavenly River Navy, Realm, Mid-Stage Great Luo Golden Immortal Physique, Water Deity, 10 of the Law of Water, Techniques, Grand Celestial Art. 8-9 Mysteries, 7th Transformation, Huang Din Aging, Imperial Cannon, Magical Artifacts, Demon Suppressing Sword, 9-9 Scatter Soul Gourd, Chaos Pearl, Heavenly Emperor Seal, Purifying White Lotus, Eastern Emperor Bell, Water and Fire Gourd. Several innate treasures of various grades, 3 flowers, blossoming at the 7th rank capable of growth, having attained the mid-stage Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm upon breaking through. Feiping felt a profound sense of satisfaction, as he had not merely reached the initial stage. His accumulation of strength had proven to be a wise choice. Moreover, the blossoming of his 3 flowers at the 7th rank, akin to the innate deities such as the Jade Emperor and the Primordial Master, bestowed upon him the semblance of sanctity, with further potential for growth. Though his 3 flowers had reached the 7th rank rather than the 8th or 9th, he bore no disappointment. In strict terms, as a member of the human race, predestined protagonists endowed with an innate Tao body, their foundational strength pales in comparison to that of innate deities. Thus, achieving the 7th rank was a commendable feat. Many others, even those of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, might not attain such a rank. Therefore, Feiping felt no dissatisfaction. His 3 flowers were still capable of growth. When Sun Wukong eventually breaks through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal, perhaps his own 3 flowers will have the opportunity to reach the 8th or 9th rank. Contemplating this, Feiping found himself filled with a sense of anticipation. At this moment, the Monkey King must surely be causing a ruckus in the heavenly palace. Without his presence in the celestial court, he wondered if the revered Jade Emperor might be driven to hide beneath a table. He yearned to witness such a spectacle. Upon returning to Earth, he could pen a novel titled, In Journey to the West, I witnessed the Jade Emperor hiding under a table. With these thoughts, Fei Ping activated the system prompt. Sun Wukong is refining the fire eyes in the Bagua furnace. Host acquires the Eye of Divine Punishment. Note, this eye can perceive the evils of the world, invoke the power of divine punishment, and judge and sanction malevolent entities, as well as discern the essence of all things. Sun Wukong overturns the Bagua furnace. Host gains experience from overturning the Bagua furnace. Sun Wukong escapes from the heavenly palace. Host gains experience from fleeing. Upon reading the final system prompt, Fei Ping was momentarily taken aback, gradually regaining his composure. He mused, the fearless great sage equal to heaven did not adhere to the expected script of creating chaos in the heavenly palace. Even if the Jade Emperor was not to be driven beneath a table, it would be reasonable to expect a few heavenly soldiers at the southern heavenly gate to be taken down, thus garnering some battle accolades. How could he escape so decisively? How could the Monkey King flee? If the Monkey King has escaped, how can the Buddha maintain his composure? More importantly, he not only wishes to see the Jade Emperor squirm beneath the table, but also longs to witness how the Monkey King would relieve himself in the presence of the Buddha. He is curious to observe the expression on the face of the foremost figure in Buddhism, the one who receives offerings from all realms, during such an act, in hopes of capturing it for a meme. Furthermore, he is intrigued by the size of the Monkey King's appendage. Thus, how could the Monkey King be allowed to escape? How could he possibly evade capture? This is akin to an actor unilaterally altering the script. No, the Monkey King must be recaptured, compelled to perform the spectacle of chaos in heaven once more. Should he refuse, he shall employ the celestial punishment to let him experience the taste of divine retribution. It must be said, he has developed a fondness for this pair of celestial punishment eyes awarded by the system. Divine retribution, a punishment from the heavens, is truly to his liking. However, Fei Peng harbors serious doubts. Is the system inciting him to usurp the position of his uncle, the justice god Yang Jian? One must ponder, with the celestial punishment at his disposal, who in the heavenly court would be more suited to the role of a part-time justice god. Chapter 82, The 7 Grades of Blooming, and the Distinction from the 6 Grades. Fei Ping emerged from the Chaos Pearl, still unable to fully suppress the overwhelming aura of a great Luo Golden Immortal due to his recent breakthrough. Unsurprisingly, the protective figure, the Three Holy Mother, sensed it. Has he broken through? The Three Holy Mother was momentarily taken aback. It seemed that hardly half a year had passed since Fei Ping entered seclusion. Chana, what are you thinking? The Three Holy Mother regained her composure, gazing at the newly emerged Fei Ping, who exuded immense pressure. Yet, she could not help but inquire, Fei Ping, have you achieved a breakthrough? Fei Ping smiled and nodded. I have reached the mid-stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal, surpassing my initial expectations by 1 minor realm. Upon hearing this, the Three Holy Mother's face displayed astonishment. She had not anticipated that Fei Ping would break through to the great Luo Golden Immortal so swiftly, let alone leap directly to the mid-stage. Initially, she had thought Fei Ping's cultivation speed was excessively rapid, concerned about insufficient accumulation and the hasty nature of his retreat. She had even prepared herself for the possibility of Fei Ping's failure, contemplating how to console him should that occur. However, to her surprise, not only had Fei Ping succeeded, he had also advanced further to the mid-stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. The great Luo Golden Immortal was not to be compared with the Xian Immortal or the Golden Immortal. Many stagnated after breaking through to the great Luo Golden Immortal, let alone achieving yet another minor breakthrough. Such instances were unheard of in her experience. Suddenly, the Three Holy Mother recalled something and quickly asked, by the way, what grade is your 3 flowers? To attain the status of a great Luo Golden Immortal, one must condense the 3 flowers. The grade of the 3 flowers determines an individual's potential. If the grade were too low, even a minor breakthrough would hold little significance. In her view, if Fei Ping's 3 flowers could reach the 6th grade, he would continue to garner the favor of her uncle, the Jade Emperor. The grades of the 3 flowers are categorized into 9 ranks. From the 1st to the 9th, the higher the grade, the greater the potential. Should Fei Ping's 3 flowers attain the 6th grade, there would be hope for him to comprehend the Tao of the primordial unity. Here, primordial unity does not refer to a sage, but rather to the realm of the primordial golden immortal, a quasi-saint stage. As a disciple of Niwa, the Three Holy Mother understood well the difficulty of attaining the status of a sage. Even her uncle, the Jade Emperor, revered as the ruler of the heavenly court and the 3 realms, had once failed to achieve such a status. Moreover, the threshold for becoming a sage required the 3 flowers to reach the 7th grade. Although she held high hopes for Fei Ping, the 7th grade 3 flowers seemed somewhat unrealistic. Achieving the 6th grade would be sufficient. She did not wish to set her expectations too high to avoid disappointment. However, when Fei Ping smiled mysteriously and revealed his 3 flowers, The Three Holy Mother was left speechless. Covering her mouth in shock, her pupils widened as she muttered, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. My heavens! Am I seeing things? The Three Holy Mothers rubbed her eyes and extended her fingers to recount, fearing she might have miscalculated even after completing the count. She repeated the counting several times, and once assured that her vision was not deceiving her, her gaze towards our commander Faping brimmed with admiration. I, the Three Holy Mother, disciple of Nuwa, niece of the Jade Emperor, daughter of Yaoji, and sister to Erlangshan Yangjian, stood in awe, her partner, blossoming into the 7th tier of excellence. And my sister Yangchan's companion, possessed a saintly demeanor, regardless of whether Faping could attain the path of sanctity. Let us focus on this. Does he not embody the essence of a sage? Faping, you are truly remarkable. Normally hesitant to display too much closeness to Faping in public. The Three Holy Mothers seized this rare opportunity to embrace him, holding on tightly, as if fearing he might vanish. Observing this, Faping lifted her chin and inquired, how does he compare to your brother Yangjian? Without hesitation, the Three Holy Mother replied, though my brother is exceptional. The prospect of him blossoming into the 7th tier is rather improbable. This was not a slight against her brother, rather. It reflected the reality that even the Jade Emperor's 3 flowers rank merely at the 7th tier. Her mother, Yaoji, as the sister of the Jade Emperor, only possesses a 6th tier status. As for her father, Yang Tianyu, a mere mortal lacking any cultivation, cannot even be mentioned in the context of the 3 flowers. Unless her brother were to be a reincarnation of an ancient powerhouse, the likelihood of achieving a 3 flowers rank exceeding their mother's 6th tier is minimal. Though seemingly a single tier apart, the disparity is vast. With Faping at the 7th tier, even if he does not achieve sanctity, breaking through to the mixed origin golden immortal in the quasi-saint realm should pose little challenge. With diligent cultivation and the endowment of the 7th tier 3 flowers, attaining the mixed origin and achieving quasi-saint status is well within reach. Conversely, with only a 6th tier 3 flowers, the path to breaking through to the mixed origin golden immortal and quasi-saint becomes exceedingly arduous, necessitating not just relentless effort, but also immense merit and fortuitous circumstances. To illustrate the difficulty of achieving the mixed origin with a 6th tier 3 flowers, one need only consider a few examples. Take the Buddha Tathagata. Originally the foremost disciple of the Jie Jiao Tongtian teacher, who, after the Jie Jiao's defeat in the Fengshan War, was compelled to abandon his path and embrace Buddhism, ultimately becoming the leader of a Western sect. Only then did he attain the mixed origin and break through to the quasi-saint realm. In addition to Tathagata, there is also the ancient Buddha of the Lamp, who was one of the 3,000 guests in the Purple Cloud Palace. Later, he joined the Dao Tianzuan's Chan Jiao as a deputy leader. During the Fengshan War, he obtained the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the 24 Sea Calming Pearls, from Zhao Goming, a prominent disciple of Jie Jiao. Subsequently, he too abandoned his path for Buddhism and, through the comprehension of the 24 Sea Calming Pearls, transformed them into the 24 heavens, establishing the 24 Buddhist realms, which laid the foundation for the Buddhist faith. With this, the Lantern Master received the blessings of the Buddhist virtues, successfully attaining the Tao of the primordial unity and breaking through to the quasi-saint realm, becoming one of the prominent figures in Buddhism, second only to the 2 saints of the Western teachings. Besides the Tathagata and the Lantern Master, there are also the Bodhisattva Guanyin and the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. The former, Guanyin, lacked the fortune of the Lantern Master and was unable to acquire the 24 Supreme Primordial Spirit Pearls, which laid the foundation for Buddhism. She did not have the background of the many treasures Tathagata, nor was she the eldest disciple of the Celestial Master of the, who was arranged by Laozi to join Buddhism and become its sovereign. Guanyin's attainment of the Tao of primordial unity and quasi-saint status was not solely reliant on great virtues or immense fortune, but rather on her compassion for suffering beings. In addition to alleviating suffering, she also assists in bringing children to those in need. The depth of Guanyin's connection with humanity is self-evident. Initially, when the 4 great golden immortals of the joined Buddhism, only Guanyin has since attained the Tao of primordial unity and achieved quasi-saint status, attesting to her relentless efforts behind the scenes. Through her continuous accumulation of faith and devotion from the world, she ultimately attained the Tao of primordial unity and became a quasi-saint, truly embodying the archetype of inspiration among immortals. On the other hand, the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, inspired by the 2 saints of the West, vowed to make great aspirations, attain the Tao of primordial unity, and achieve quasi-saint status. If I do not enter hell, who will? While hell remains unemptied, I vow not to become a Buddha. It must be said that Ksitigarbha has learned the essence of the Western teachings. Originally, the two saints of the West, Amitabha and Guanyin, relied on making numerous vows and aspirations, alongside the three pure ones, to attain their saintly status. Regardless of whether these vows can be fulfilled, one must ask, have they borrowed the merits? As long as they have borrowed, they can repay gradually over time. The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva and the two saints of the West have exemplified the saying, owing 1,000 is a minor debt, owing 1,000,000,000 is a major one. It is highly probable that the heavenly Tao, fearing that the two saints of the West could not repay their debts, actively promoted the flourishing of Buddhism. Chapter 83. The Importance of Influence and Background Through the Four Individuals. One can discern the formidable challenge of attaining the Tao of Hunyuan and achieving the status of a quasi-saint, as evidenced by the distinction between the 3 flowers of the 6th rank and the 7 flowers of the 7th rank. The latter, with an additional flower, does not necessitate great merits or auspicious fortune, nor does it require grand oaths or lofty aspirations. It simply demands a methodical approach to cultivation. When the time is ripe and sufficient accumulation has been achieved, the path to the Tao of Hunyuan and the attainment of quasi-saint status will naturally unfold. This contrasts sharply with the 6 rank 3 flowers. However, to ascend to the status of a saint from the 7 rank 3 flowers, significant merit and auspicious fortune are still imperative. Particularly, merit is crucial. Her master, the goddess Nuwa, originally attained sainthood through the merit of creating humanity. Yet, while merit is readily available, substantial merit is elusive. As for the prospect of becoming a saint, she does not harbor expectations for Faping to inevitably reach such heights. Rather, she hopes he merely grazes the realm of sainthood, achieving the status of a quasi-saint. Once Faping becomes a powerful quasi-saint, his standing in the heavenly court will be second only to that of her uncle, the Jade Emperor. The Queen Mother, and the Supreme Lord Laozi, as well as the supreme leader of the Chan sect in the heavenly court, the Grand Emperor of Longevity. The Southern Pole Immortal. Presently, there are only 3 quasi-saints in the heavenly court. The Supreme Lord Laozi, as an incarnation of the sage, raises questions regarding his classification. Yet such distinctions are ultimately inconsequential. The moment Faping breaks through to quasi-saint status, he will have the opportunity to establish his own faction within the heavenly court, potentially becoming a player in the grand scheme of the 3 realms, or at the very least, a significant presence within the heavenly domain. Women are naturally drawn to strength, and the 3 holy mothers are no exception. Had she not encountered Faping, she might have whimsically engaged in a romance with a mortal suppressed beneath Peach Mountain. However, with Faping in her life, even a figure like Lu Yinchang would not dare to dream of offending her. A mere lingering glance would result in a swift and dire consequence. When the 3 Holy Mother, without hesitation, asserted that Faping surpassed Erlang Shenyang Jian, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. His dear sister had spoken the truth. Such words could only come from a true sister. After sharing tender moments with the 3 Holy Mother, Faping summoned the 6-eared macaque, eager to inquire about the situation regarding Waziki. To his slight surprise, Waziki had not launched a surprise attack. The 6-eared macaque, sensing the formidable pressure emanating from Faping, could not help but ask, "Marshal, have you broken through to the great Luo Golden Immortal?" Despite being able to overhear the conversation between Faping and the 3 Holy Mother as a subordinate, the 6-eared macaque was astute enough to understand that eavesdropping on others differs from prying into Faping's private matters. Thus, he approached the inquiry with caution. Faping nodded and inquired, "What is the current situation with Waziki? Where is he now?" In response, "Marshal, Waziki remains at the Huai River. After seizing control of the water palace there, he has made no further moves, seemingly harnessing the power of the Huai River's waters to restore his strength." Faping raised an eyebrow and continued, "Is that all he is doing? Merely occupying the water palace?" "Indeed, Waziki has only taken over the Huai River's water palace, and has merely driven our people away without causing any harm." How intriguing. Faping's lips curled into a faint smile as the formidable demon Waziki was released. Not only did he refrain from confronting Faping, but even the aquatic beings of the Huai River posed no threat. As the saying goes, extraordinary occurrences often herald the presence of demons. Thus, Faping turned to the 3 Holy Mothers, speaking Chaner. "You should return to the heavenly court for now, allowing me to deal with Waziki. Afterward, you may report to His Majesty. If His Majesty and the Empress inquire about me, you shall inform them of my breakthrough to the great Luo Golden Immortal and the matter of Waziki." The 3 Holy Mothers nodded in agreement, then inquired, "Should I disclose your 3 flowers rank to His Majesty and the Empress? If they ask, you may tell them. If they do not inquire, I shall inform His Majesty upon my return to the heavenly court." Indeed, He had no intention of concealing his three flowers rank from the Jade Emperor. A rank of the 7th tier was neither the 8th nor the 9th, rendering secrecy unnecessary. On the contrary, should the Jade Emperor become aware, he would undoubtedly regard him with even greater esteem. After bidding farewell to the three holy mothers as she returned to the heavenly court, Faping turned his gaze toward the six-eared macaque, commanding, Sun Wukong has escaped from the heavenly court. I need you to locate him and keep watch. Do not act recklessly. Yes, Commander, came the response. Upon arriving at the Huai River, Faping utilized the Chaos Pearl to obscure his presence. Once he successfully entered the water realm, he beheld a monkey seated regally upon the throne, seemingly harnessing the power of the Huai River's current to restore his strength. Witnessing this scene, Faping refrained from taking action, instead revealing his concealed presence. Waziki, sensing the aura of an intruder, abruptly opened his eyes. Upon seeing a figure before him, he feigned composure, inquiring, Who are you? Waziki was filled with wariness and trepidation, for the individual before him had managed to appear silently, and had he acted just moments earlier, he could have inflicted serious harm upon him unawares. In response to Waziki's vigilant gaze, Faping remained unfazed, gradually introducing himself, I am Faping, Commander of the Heavenly River's Water Army. I trust you are familiar with my name. The reason he refrained from employing underhanded tactics was twofold. Waziki had not assaulted his subordinates, and he recognized that Waziki currently possessed only the early-stage strength of a great Luo Golden Immortal, a tier beneath his own mid-stage prowess. Although Waziki had once reached the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal, regaining such strength would not be a simple task. Under normal circumstances, it would take at least a millennium, if not several, to restore himself to his former glory. There was even a possibility it could take longer, considering that Waziki had been suppressed for obstructing the Great Yu in his water management efforts. He might still bear wounds from that encounter, otherwise his strength would not have diminished so significantly. Thus, a thought took root in Faping's mind to recruit Waziki. Currently, he lacked a great Luo Golden Immortal expert among his ranks. If he could successfully win over Waziki, it would serve as a tremendous boon to his endeavors. Simultaneously, should Waziki seek refuge with him, the release of Waziki, or rather the Dragon Clan, would likely result in their utter dismay. Faping, the commander of the Tianhe Water Army? Waziki shook his head, indicating unfamiliarity and ignorance. However, a thought crossed his mind. Gazing at Faping, he inquired, Do you harbor animosity towards the Dragon Clan? Observing this, Faping, intrigued, queried, What? The one who released you has not revealed my identity to you? Did he not instruct you to confront me? Waziki shook his head once more, scrutinizing Faping for a moment before stating, That old dragon must indeed fear the individual behind you. Hence he merely set me free without imparting any directives regarding you or anyone else. The old dragon. Faping surmised the identity with relative ease. It was no surprise that he, having aided the human emperor twice in liberating the Dragon Clan from their karmic entanglements, conducted himself with utmost caution, leaving no detail overlooked. At that moment, Waziki took the initiative to declare, I have no interest in assisting the Dragon Clan against you. Please do not disturb me. How about we coexist peacefully? Upon hearing this, Faping shook his head and remarked, Waziki, having been suppressed beneath Turtle Mountain for so many years, have you not yet grasped a fundamental truth? To live comfortably in this world, one must possess power and a formidable background. Otherwise, others will ruthlessly oppress you, kill you, and disregard your thoughts and feelings, calculating your downfall. Do you wish to be once again confined beneath Turtle Mountain? Chapter 84. Waziki, better dead than unfree. Do you wish to recruit me? Waziki discerned the underlying intent behind Faping's words, casting a keen yet subtly disdainful gaze upon him. Indeed, it was disdain. As a formidable demon who once dared to oppose the great Emperor Yao, the prospect of aligning himself with a mere human possessing only the strength of a Daluo Golden Immortal was utterly inconceivable to Waziki. He declared resolutely, It is impossible. Absolutely impossible. In his life, even if it meant perishing by drowning in the Huai River, he would never accept Faping's overtures. Although Faping's reasoning held merit that a comfortable existence requires power and backing, Waziki's conviction remained steadfast, better dead than unfree. The demon clan shall never serve the human race. Faping remained silent, undeterred by Waziki's contemptuous demeanor. He slowly produced a spiritual treasure and began to elucidate. This is the exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the water and fire gourd. Within this gourd reside two water and fire qilin, capable of imparting the understanding of the principles of water and fire. You, Waziki, were once at the pinnacle of the Daluo Golden Immortal realm. The reason you have yet to advance to the final step likely stems from a deficiency in comprehending the principles of water. The principles contained within this gourd can aid you in grasping the forces of the law, assisting you in achieving the path of primordial unity and attaining quasi-saint status. Should you lack the method to attain the path of primordial unity, I can also assist you in acquiring the technique to sever the three corpses. Furthermore, this treasure allows you to annihilate the corpses. An exquisite innate spiritual treasure capable of severing the three corpses is a privilege reserved for only a select few ancient powers, such as the demon Emperor Dijuan, the great immortal Zenyuanzi, and the Azura leader Mingi. The three corpses severed by an exquisite innate spiritual treasure are of the highest caliber, granting you the potential to become one of the most formidable quasi-saint beings across the three realms, rather than merely a subpar quasi-saint struggling against Daluo golden immortals. Subpar quasi-saint? Waziki's lips twitched in amusement, pondering, is there truly such a thing as a subpar quasi-saint? Nevertheless, he quickly dismissed the triviality of the term and fixated intently on the water and fire gourd in Faping's grasp. Swallowing hard, he inquired, are you willing to part with it? Noting Waziki's evident interest, Faping replied nonchalantly, as long as you pledge a heavenly oath of loyalty to me. From this day forth, serving under my command, this treasure shall be your key to the path of enlightenment. Upon hearing the phrase key to the path of enlightenment, Waziki could no longer remain seated. He acknowledged that his previous stance had been somewhat hasty, indeed politically incorrect. Is freedom truly more significant than an exquisite innate spiritual treasure? Is it more vital than the attainment of enlightenment? Regarding the enmity between humans and demons, Waziki thought, unspoken words bear no weight. He merely contemplated these notions internally. For pondering does not constitute a transgression of heavenly laws. Rising from his throne in the water palace, Waziki approached Faping and knelt before him, proclaiming, Commander Faping, I pledge my allegiance to you. Without support, I have wandered aimlessly for half my life, lamenting the absence of a wise sovereign. If today the marshal does not abandon me, I am willing to serve him faithfully. I, without support, vow before the heavens that should I ever harbor a treacherous heart, may the heavens despise me, and may I suffer the wrath of celestial punishment, enduring countless tribulations. I implore the heavens to witness this. As soon as my words fell, an invisible force materialized and enveloped me. Seeing this, Faping felt a surge of joy and without hesitation, he handed the water and fire gourd to my hands. Witnessing Faping's promptness, my admiration for him surged exponentially. Thank you, Marshal, for this treasured gift. I extended my trembling hands to receive the water and fire gourd. Do not consider this an exaggeration. As a wild demon, a primordial spiritual treasure is something I yearn for yet find unattainable, let alone a supreme primordial spiritual treasure. Such treasures are not as common as cabbages. Not everyone possesses the background of Neza, reincarnated with a full set of spiritual treasures. Furthermore, none dare to covet them. In comparison to the spiritual jewels, the treasures of Erlang Yangjian are lacking, with only a double-edged knife to showcase. Well, Yangjian might possess other treasures, though I am not well informed about them. But the Three Saints' mother certainly has the Lotus Lantern for protection. It can be said that disciples of the Nuwa Palace are indeed not lacking in treasures. However, this applies solely to the disciples of Nuwa Palace. Other disciples from the three teachings still have a thirst for primordial spiritual treasures, even in the bountiful ancient times. The emergence of a primordial spiritual treasure would incite a storm of bloodshed. Moreover, in this era governed by saints and the heavenly court ruling the three realms, any appearance of a primordial spiritual treasure would be beyond the reach of a wild demon like me. To put it bluntly, the treasure may not even have emerged yet. The saints likely anticipated this in advance and arranged for their disciples to acquire it. Therefore, it is not justifiable to blame me for my lack of ambition. If anyone were to face the supreme primordial spiritual treasure, the water and fire gourd, they would kneel. Attaining the status of a great Luo golden immortal is easy. Yet securing a supreme primordial spiritual treasure is a rare feat. Without support, do not kneel, while there are many who would. Had it not been for my standing as one of the four mischievous monkeys and my potential to achieve quasi-saint status, I would not even have the chance to stand. Come with me to the heavens to meet the Emperor. Alongside, we shall attend the Peach Banquet. Indeed, the primary purpose is to meet the Jade Emperor. Attending the Peach Banquet is merely a secondary matter. As a great demon of the great Luo golden immortal level, I must greet the Jade Emperor, even requesting him to arrange my tasks. This way, the Jade Emperor, my esteemed superior, will not harbor any misconceptions or think that just because I have broken through to the great Luo golden immortal, I have grown wings. Not to mention, Even if I were to reach quasi-saint status, as long as the Jade Emperor remains in his position, I, Fei-ping, shall remain the most loyal member of his faction, his most trusted confidant. As for how the three knights and the disciples of the will react to my receiving the supreme primordial spiritual treasure, the water and fire gourd, Fei-ping expresses, 100 birds in the forest are not as good as one in the hand. Moreover, he has now reached the 7th rank of blossoming, possessing the potential to attain sainthood. Regardless of whether he can ultimately achieve such a state, one must ponder, is it possible? If so, he must consider the ramifications of his closeness to the disciples of the and whether the Great Lord, the Jade Emperor, can accept such a relationship. Simultaneously, he must contemplate the response from the. After all, with his blossoming at the 7th rank, the prospect of achieving the mixed origin and becoming a quasi-saint seems quite attainable, especially given his rapid cultivation speed. It is plausible that might fear the day he breaks through to quasi-saint status, particularly with his entanglement with. If they were to act preemptively, how would they counter him? The esteemed of is notorious for his tendency to leverage his might against the less powerful. Thus, after his blossoming to the 7th rank, his previous inclination to ally with transformed, rather than courting and becoming a thorn in the side of. It would be wiser to establish his own faction, should the Jade Emperor place sufficient trust in him. He could also take this opportunity to absorb and win over members of the imperial faction, such as this, laying a solid foundation for the future when the Jade Emperor descends once more to undergo tribulations. You may inquire, why would the Jade Emperor descend to face tribulations? Fei-ping asserts, following the events of the journey to the west, there was a calamity that swept through the 3 realms. Such a monumental disaster. How could the Jade Emperor, as the sovereign of the heavenly court, remain unscathed? It is imperative that he faces challenges. Eventually, after enduring several thousand or even millions of years of tribulations, he, as the trusted aide of the Jade Emperor, must safeguard the realm, ensuring the well-being of the Queen Mother and the 7 fairies. Chapter 85. With His Majesty's favors, I shall rise from accumulated power. Departing from the Huai River, Fei-ping accompanied the formidable Waziki back to the Celestial Court. Upon reaching the southern heavenly gate, the 4 generals of the demon clan, stationed there, immediately offered their respectful greetings upon seeing Fei-ping. We pay our respects to General Fei-ping. Fei-ping smiled gently and gestured for them to rise, saying, There is no need for such formalities, my esteemed generals. After the 4 generals had bowed, they cast a glance at Waziki, prompting Mo Liqing to inquire, Might I ask who this esteemed figure is, General? Fei-ping, unreservedly, introduced, This is the great demon Waziki from the Huai River. The 4 generals were momentarily taken aback, then scrutinized Waziki more closely, noting his demeanor, reminiscent of a subordinate to Fei-ping. This stirred a wave of intrigue within them. They had certainly heard of the great demon Waziki, but such hearsay led to incredulity. Could it be that General Fei-ping had achieved a breakthrough? Had he ascended to the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal? While the 4 generals were beset by countless curiosities, they dared not inquire further. Just as they prepared to turn a blind eye to the matter, an ethereal servant of the Jade Emperor arrived. Upon arrival, the servant bowed deeply, addressing Fei-ping, Esteemed General. I bring greetings from the Jade Emperor. His Majesty has commanded you to proceed to the Taiwei Yuqing Palace for an audience. Hearing this, Fei-ping nodded. It was no surprise that the Jade Emperor's servant awaited him at the southern heavenly gate. Undoubtedly, the 3 holy mothers had conveyed his affairs to the Emperor, leading to this arrangement. Esteemed generals, I must take my leave, Fei-ping said, not forgetting to bid farewell to the 4 generals of the demon clan. After all, one should never underestimate the value of even the humblest of roles, despite their position merely as gatekeepers of the southern heavenly gate. The 4 generals held significant influence within the celestial court. There were only 4 gates in total, east, west, south, and north, with the other 3 being controlled by the forces of the Chan School, led by the likes of the Great Emperor of Longevity, the Southern Pole Immortal, the Great Emperor of Guochun, and the Great Emperor of Ziwei. In truth, high-stakes competition often appears deceptively simple, even if one holds the title of chairman. A mere security guard could dismiss such authority with a simple statement, I do not recognize any chairman. I suspect the chairman is merely a monster in disguise. My eyesight is poor, and I cannot discern whether he is indeed the chairman. In summary, if one is bold enough, what does it matter if one is a chairman? They may still find themselves obstructed at the door. Therefore, though the 4 generals of the demon clan may seem weak and of lowly status, their potential impact during critical moments is profound. Moreover, as the gatekeepers of the southern heavenly gate, they possess a wealth of information and the ability to relay reports, making them invaluable allies. Most deities descend through the southern heavenly gate, particularly the disciples of the Imperial Party, further underscoring the significance of the four generals. Especially since he was once a celestial soldier of the southern heavenly gate, even if he had little prior interaction with the four generals of the demon clan. One might ponder, would he address the four Azold leaders? Surely, the four generals would feel a sense of joy within. If one were to think about it, it is evident that they would be quite pleased. As for whether the four generals would be inclined to change their allegiances, if memory serves, the four generals were once commanders during the Shang dynasty, serving under the esteemed General Wenzhong of the sect. However, after ascending to the heavens, they became entangled with Li Jing, aligning themselves with the Buddhist teachings. It would be more accurate to say they gravitated towards Buddhism rather than simply seeking refuge. In essence, the four generals possess the potential to be akin to three surnamed servants. Do not perceive such individuals as inherently malevolent or rebellious. To quote Elbu, a true man born amidst the heavens and earth cannot long endure the status of subservience. In simpler terms, they merely seek advancement, albeit through somewhat extreme measures. This inclination may stem from their place of origin or perhaps the influence of the Hu people, notably Maoduan's patricide, which might explain Elbu's actions towards his adoptive father. There exists a lack of moral constraints and pressures. In summary, they are not Ding Yuan or Dong Zhuo. And the four generals are not Elbu. Despite their potential to be three surnamed servants, they are destined to remain honest servants. Upon arriving at the Taiwei Yuqing Palace, Feiping instructed Waziki to wait outside for the emperor's summons. At present, Waziki still holds the identity of a great demon of the Huai River, lacking the qualifications to meet the emperor directly. In fact, had it not been for the emperor's regard for him, Waziki would not even have been permitted to enter the southern heavenly gate. Under normal circumstances, he would have been required to wait outside. This illustrates that the four generals have indeed broadened their paths. Feiping, presenting my respects to your majesty. Before his superior, the Jade Emperor, Feiping maintained his customary reverence. Observing Feiping's unwavering respect, the Jade Emperor nodded with satisfaction, stroking his beard. Given that Feiping had now transcended to the realm of the Luo Golden Immortal, blooming at the 7th tier, the Emperor's heart swelled with joy. He had indeed demonstrated discernment in recognizing talent. In all of Heaven's realm, how many loyal and devoted subjects like Feiping could one find? None, not a single one. Even after achieving the status of the Luo Golden Immortal and blooming at the 7th tier, Feiping remained deserving of respect from the beginning to the end. The marshal need not be overly courteous. With these words, the Jade Emperor inquired, I hear from Chana that the marshal has broken through to the Deluo Golden Immortal? Thanks to your majesty's great fortune, I have fortuitously broken through to the Deluo Golden Immortal, currently possessing mid-level cultivation in that realm. The curtain-rolling general, Sha Sang, was taken aback. Fortuitously broken through? Mid-level Deluo Golden Immortal? Were it not for the presence of the Jade Emperor, Sha would undoubtedly have lost his composure. Any celestial in heaven could claim to have achieved such a breakthrough, but only Feiping had smoothly ascended through the ranks of Golden Immortal, Tai Golden Immortal, and now to Deluo Golden Immortal as effortlessly as drinking water, so swiftly it seemed almost unbelievable, too rapid to even inspire jealousy, leaving only admiration and reverence. Regarding Feiping's words, the Jade Emperor did not pay them much heed and continued to feign ignorance, inquiring, Marshal, to what rank does the Daluo flower bloom? Thanks to your majesty's great fortune, I have fortuitously achieved the blooming of the Daluo flower at the 7th rank. As he spoke, Feiping unreservedly unveiled his 3 flowers. Upon witnessing Feiping's 3 flowers, even though the Jade Emperor had mentally prepared himself, he could not help but feel a tinge of astonishment. Feiping's innate talent was indeed extraordinarily remarkable. The Daluo flower blooming at the 7th rank signified a sage's potential. At this moment, gazing at the respectful Feiping, the Jade Emperor had already reached a resolution in his heart. A mere niece was evidently insufficient to win over Feiping. He must ensure that Feiping becomes his son-in-law. It would be even better if he could bear several grandchildren. Only in this way could Feiping truly bear the Jade Emperor's mark, becoming his most loyal and steadfast supporter. Unclaimed by the teachings of the Chan and human sects, nor by the Buddhist path, reflecting on the calamity of the journey to the west, and considering that Feiping shared the same fated protagonist status as Sun Wukong, the Jade Emperor could not help but murmur, perhaps it is time to elevate Feiping to the highest position at once. Should the Buddhist sect entice this fated protagonist with the position of Buddha, would Feiping withstand the allure of the thriving Buddhist order? After all, Feiping has now attained the cultivation of a Daluo Golden Immortal, and given the opponent's rapid advancements, he may soon contemplate the matter of attaining the mixed origin and breaking through to the quasi-saint level. The position of Buddha possesses immense merit and great fortune. Furthermore, in the context of the journey to the West calamity, it should more accurately be termed the Buddhist calamity. In that case, it may be prudent to have the Tathagata Buddha retreat to the sidelines like the lamp illuminating Buddha, making way for a new Buddha. The two saints of the West have already undergone such a transition once. There is no reason it cannot be replicated. Just as the lamp illuminating Buddha was once replaced by the treasure Buddha, so too could Faping replace the treasure Buddha. Chapter 86. Am I, Faping, the true martial emperor? I have the intention to appoint the marshal as the true martial emperor, overseeing and managing the heavenly court as water army, along with all affairs in the Eastern Victory Divine Continent. What say you, marshal? The title of true martial emperor? Faping, with a look of astonishment, gazed up at the Jade Emperor, perplexed by the sudden elevation to such a grand title. Furthermore, this role encompasses the command of the Heavenly Court's aquatic forces and all matters pertaining to the Eastern Victory Divine Continent. Far surpassing titles such as the Supreme Benevolent Emperor of the East Mount Tai, the Celestial Proclamation Emperor of the South Mount Hung, the Revered Emperor of the Central Mount Song, the Profound Tranquility Emperor of the North Mount Hung, the Golden Wool Emperor of the West Mount Hua. These titles, which merely govern a single mountain, pale in comparison to the authority granted over an entire continent. Should this appointment be realized, his true martial emperor status would rival that of the other four sovereigns, even eclipsing the likes of the great Emperor of the Lightning, Lei Zhenzi, and the Emperor of the Purple Star, Bo Yiqiao, both of whom are mere figureheads. He would stand just below the great Emperor of Eternal Life, the numinous Old Man of the South Pole, and the Lady of the Earth, ruler of the underworld. This would fulfill his previously set minor goal of becoming the fifth sovereign emperor. Yet, the rapidity of this advancement caught him off guard. He had anticipated achieving this only after embarking on the journey to the Western Paradise. Now, before that endeavor has even commenced, the Jade Emperor is poised to confer upon him the title of Emperor. Is this a test, or a genuine intention to elevate him to such heights? Faping found himself at a loss regarding the Jade Emperor's intentions, unsure of how to respond to such a monumental proposition. The magnitude of this offer left him momentarily speechless. Observing Faping's bewilderment, the Jade Emperor's lips curled into a slight smile. Bewilderment is precisely what he desired. He wanted Faping to be taken aback. Without awaiting a response from him, the Jade Emperor shifted the conversation. What arrangements do you have for Waziki, Marshal? As the sovereign of the Heavenly Court, the Jade Emperor was acutely aware of the presence of Waziki outside the Ta Yuqing Palace. It was likely that Waziki had been courted by Faping. The Jade Emperor had little interest in the details of how Faping had gained Waziki's allegiance. Sometimes, even as the Heavenly Emperor, one must turn a blind eye. Seeing the Jade Emperor abruptly change the subject, neglecting the matter of the true martial emperor, Faping felt a slight pang of disappointment. However, he quickly recalibrated his mindset and recognized that this esteemed figure, whom he respected deeply, his boss, his uncle, the Three Holy Mother, and his future father-in-law, was playing a game of imperial strategy with him. Yet, it was evident that the Jade Emperor was not jesting. He would surely confer the title upon him, so he resolved to remain calm and patient. Without the Emperor's permission, I have taken the liberty to court the great demon of the Huai River, Waziki. I humbly seek your pardon, your majesty. Oh? The Jade Emperor raised an eyebrow, deliberately suppressing his smile, and replied nonchalantly, what if I do not grant you pardon? Upon hearing this, Faping showed no hesitation, bowing deeply as he declared, then I shall go at once to bring him to the demon-slaying platform for execution. With that, he feigned an intention to depart, as if he were truly set to eliminate Waziki. Upon witnessing this, the Jade Emperor twitched his lips and promptly exclaimed, come back. When did I ever decree that you should slay that Waziki? He possesses the cultivation of a great Luo Golden Immortal, and is indeed a rare ally. To kill him would be a lamentable loss. Faping shook his head and reminded him, your majesty, Waziki is not my subordinate. Rather, he is a talent I have recruited for you, and thus, he is your subordinate. The Jade Emperor, upon hearing this, scrutinized Faping closely. Are you truly willing to part with him? It is essential to understand that Waziki holds the strength of a great Luo Golden Immortal and is one of the four mischievous monkeys. Should he regain his peak powers, he would rival even the likes of the Tai Bai Jinxing. Do not be deceived by his elderly appearance. Tai Bai Jinxing is, in fact, the most formidable force by my side, holding a position akin to that of the Nine Heavens' mysterious lady beside the Queen Mother, and his strength is not inferior to hers. Thus, the Jade Emperor regarded the formidable demon Waziki with considerable weight. Unfortunately, during the era of Diyu, Waziki obstructed the human emperor's efforts to control the waters, rendering him a political criminal of significant consequence. Moreover, he was personally subdued by the dragon deity Yinglong. This entangled the matter with a former human emperor and one of the great leaders of the dragon clan, which is why Waziki had long been suppressed beneath Turtle Mountain, neglected and forgotten. Now that Waziki had been released by the dragon clan, and Faping had somehow managed to recruit him, the Jade Emperor felt a strong desire to possess another great Luo Golden Immortal under his command. Yet, considering Faping's exceptional talent, being a saint of the 7th rank, the Jade Emperor ultimately chose to relinquish that ambition. In comparison to Faping, Waziki was of little significance. Thus, before Faping could voice his thoughts, the Jade Emperor declared, "Let Waziki serve as the general of the water army in the Heavenly River. In 2 days, during the Queen Mother's peach banquet, take him along as well." With that, the Jade Emperor waved his hand, signaling the end of the discussion. "All right, you may return and rest now." Faping did not hasten to leave. Instead, he inquired, "Your Majesty, what of Sun Wukong?" Although Sun Wukong had already fled to the mortal realm, he sought to grasp the Jade Emperor's sentiments regarding him, pondering whether to capture Sun Wukong and recreate that classic scene of the Heavenly Ruckus. Regarding Sun Wukong, you need not concern yourself. He will be handled by the Bodhisattva Guanyin of the Buddhist realm. Thus, it seemed that the prospect of witnessing the grand spectacle of the Jade Emperor drilling through the table was utterly dashed. Had he known, he would have taken a more cautious approach previously. Now, the Monkey King dared not cause chaos in heaven, opting instead to escape to the mortal realm. Indeed, Faping felt that the Monkey King's retreat was largely his responsibility. He had undoubtedly pushed the Monkey King too hard before, exposing the true strength of the Celestial Court and thereby eroding the Monkey King's confidence, prompting his hasty departure. Seeing Faping's expression of regret, the Jade Emperor, perplexed, inquired, "Do you have any other matters to discuss?" Faping instinctively prepared to take his leave, but suddenly recalled the Sansheng Mu. He said, "Your Majesty, the Sansheng Mu has been tirelessly healing the common folk in the mortal realm and is beloved by the people of the Eastern Victory Divine Continent. I humbly beseech your Majesty to summon her back to the Heavenly Court for service." Although the Sansheng Mu was now his beloved, making any connection with Liu Yancheng unlikely, there remained the ominous curse concerning the women of the Jade Emperor's family falling in love with mortals. This was no trivial matter. It was a certainty that any descent to the mortal realm would lead to entanglements with humanity, regardless of whether there were hidden machinations at play. Thus, it would be prudent to recall the Sansheng Mu to the Heavenly Court, providing a measure of assurance. Under the watchful eyes of the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother, even if there were schemes afoot, they would likely be thwarted. I shall discuss this matter with the Queen Mother. As for your relationship with Chan I hold no objections, but there is one person whose opinion you must seek. Should she disagree, I will find another solution for you." Faping, momentarily taken aback, asked, "May I inquire, Your Majesty, who you refer to?" "Chan's mother, my sister, the Princess of Heaven, Yaoji." Chapter 87. The Celestial Princess, Yaoji, presents a gift. In the enchanting realm of Yaopool, the Queen Mother is engaged in conversation with a woman of striking resemblance to the 9 heaven Xiannu. This woman is none other than the mother of the 3 holy mothers and the Erlang god Yangjian, Yaoji, the celestial princess and sister of the Jade Emperor. Suddenly, as the Queen Mother converses with Yaoji, she pauses, then turns to Yaoji and inquires, "Yaoji, His Majesty has sent word to me. He mentioned that Fei Peng has returned to the Heavenly Court with his report. The Emperor would like to know if you wish to meet him. If so, he will have him come to pay his respects." Upon hearing this, Yaoji hesitates for a moment before nodding. "Let him come. I am curious to see what kind of person this General Fei Peng is, to be held in such high regard by my brother and you, dear Queen Mother." Indeed, Yaoji addresses the Queen Mother as dear, rather than sister-in-law. The reason for this distinction lies in the nature of their relationship. The Queen Mother and the Jade Emperor are merely Taoist partners, not husband and wife. There exists a fundamental difference between partners and spouses. The former are 2 individuals who cultivate together, sharing a profound spiritual connection. They need not be of opposite genders. As illustrated by the likes of Western figures such as Jiayin and Juanti, the former 3 pure ones, Laozi, and Yuhua and Fuxi, as well as Xinyuanzi and Hongyun. Any 2 individuals, regardless of gender, who engage in the path of cultivation and assist one another may be referred to as partners. Conversely, the definition of marriage is self-evident. However, one could argue that the Queen Mother and the Jade Emperor share a semblance of a marital bond. When the Jade Emperor descended to the mortal realm to endure tribulations, the Queen Mother sent a fragment of her lunar essence to accompany him, akin to Laozi's incarnation as Taishang Laojun. This essence became his partner in the mortal world. And together they bore 7 daughters, known as the 7 fairies. The term half-spouse is employed here for clarity. To provide a contemporary analogy, is there a connection between a sperm donor and a recipient? Can they be considered spouses? Clearly, they cannot. Similarly, the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother cannot be deemed true spouses, as the essence accompanying the Jade Emperor during his trials was merely a fragment of the Queen Mother's essence, not her true self. This is akin to the distinction between the 3 pure ones and the 12 ancestors, who are not Pangu himself. The connection is tenuous and cannot replace the true individual. Upon realizing this, the Queen Mother, after responding to the Jade Emperor, finally speaks. Chana may not have mentioned it to you, but Fei Peng has now ascended to the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, blossoming at the 7th grade of the Great Luo. He possesses the potential of a sage. Yoji is momentarily taken aback, eager to respond. However, the Queen Mother seems to anticipate her question and continues, His Majesty has personally confirmed this. There is no doubt. With these words, the Queen Mother's heart lightens. Previously, when she had heard from Yang Chan about Fei Peng's 7th grade blossoming, she was somewhat skeptical. Yet, now that the Jade Emperor has verified it, it affirms that Yang Chan has not spoken falsely. Fei Peng indeed possesses sage-like potential. As one of the illustrious guests of the Purple Cloud Palace, the Queen Mother has not forgotten the words of the Venerable Hongjun, who once proclaimed, there are 9 sanctified positions. This implies that there should be 9 saints within the 3 realms. Yet, currently, only 8 saints exist, the 3 pure ones, Laozi, Yuan Shi, Tong Tian, the 2 saints of the West, Jane and Juanti, Niwa, and Hutu, including Hongjun himself. Thus, the 3 realms are still missing 1 saint. This final saint could potentially be the Jade Emperor, or perhaps the Queen Mother herself. Or even the great beings from the Azura realm, such as the River of the Underworld, Zenyuanzi, or the ancient Master Kunping. Notably absent are the Tathagata Buddha and the ancient Buddha of Light. It is not due to their insufficient status or power, but rather because both possess only 6 grades of the 3 flowers to attain the Tao of the primordial and achieve sainthood. A crucial criterion is that the Great Luo flower must bloom to the 7th grade. Without reaching this threshold, one cannot attain the Tao of sainthood, nor even break through to the level of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. This is akin to the 3 sovereigns of the ancient human race, despite being the destined protagonists. Their inadequate qualifications prevent them from progressing beyond the realm of the primordial Golden Immortal. Now, with the Great Luo flower blooming to the 7th grade, there emerges another potential contender, Fei Peng. Regardless of whether Fei Peng can ultimately attain sainthood, the mere fact that he has reached the 7th grade of the Great Luo flower endows him with boundless possibilities. The cosmos remains uncertain, and everyone possesses the potential to be an underdog. Who can guarantee that Fei Peng will not be that dark horse? Upon arriving at the Yaoqi, Fei Peng beheld the enchanting Qingyi, a fairy waiting for him at the entrance. With a smile, he greeted her, Fairy Qingyi, it has been a long time. The moment Qingyi heard Fei Peng's salutation, her heart leapt with joy, and she quickly replied, Qingyi pays her respects to the marshal. Stepping closer, Fei Peng looked intently at Qingyi and softly inquired, is the Queen Mother and the Crown Princess inside? As she stood close to him, Qingyi felt her heart race and blushed. Responding, the Queen Mother and the Crown Princess are within. The Queen Mother instructed me to await you here, Marshal. Observing her bashful demeanor, Fei Peng gently patted her on the backside, conveying through sound, do take a leave and come find me at the Marshal's residence. Previously, Yushu had suggested assisting him in winning over Qingyi, allowing him to relish the company of the Queen Mother's attendants. However, due to the emergence of Wang Zhaojun, he had been distracted with a multitude of imperial consorts and had momentarily forgotten about Qingyi. Now, confronted with her presence again, his thoughts rekindled. She was a delicacy he could savor at any moment. He could not let this opportunity slip away. He must indulge in her company. To his teasing, Qingyi exhibited no displeasure. Rather, she softly acquiesced with an mm. She was acutely aware of what Fei Peng intended by inviting her to the Marshal's residence. Reflecting on her recent regrets, she lamented why she had not been more proactive, wishing she had not overthought things and had seized the moment to offer herself to Fei Peng. However, when Yushu sought her out, she should have promptly gone to the Marshal's residence and offered herself to Fei Peng. Most likely, there would have been no involvement of Wang Zhaojun. Initially, she believed that with Fei Peng having those empresses and concubines from the mortal realm, he would no longer harbor any thoughts of her. Yet unexpectedly, she found herself once again under his attention. Although the celestial maiden Qingyi was eager to devote herself to Fei Peng at that moment, she had not forgotten the nature of this place. Thus, her expression shifted instantly, transforming into that of an aloof goddess, exuding an aura that kept others at bay. Marshal Faping, please follow me. Faping raised an eyebrow. Having heard that women possess two faces, today he was witnessing such a phenomenon. Upon entering the Yaoqi, Faping maintained a respectful demeanor, refraining from casting glances at the celestial maidens. Your Majesty, Marshal Faping has arrived. The celestial maiden Qingyi bowed to the Queen Mother and stepped aside. Faping approached, bowing deeply. Faping pays his respects to your Majesty. There is no need for such formalities, Marshal. The Queen Mother gestured lightly, a wave of power lifting Faping to his feet. Then introduced, this is the Emperor's sister, the Princess of Yaoji. Faping quickly assessed his mother-in-law, the Princess Yaoji of the Heavenly Court, and thought to himself that she truly deserved her reputation as the second female warrior of the Heavenly Court. Her figure was indeed remarkable. Coughing slightly, he hastily bowed again. Faping pays his respects to your Excellency, mother-in-law. Yaoji, observing Faping's unhesitating address of her as mother-in-law, was momentarily taken aback before quickly regaining her composure. Scrutinizing Faping for a moment. I hope you will treat Chana well in the future. Faping, surprised, lifted his gaze towards his mother-in-law, puzzled by her reaction. He had anticipated sharp scrutiny from her, preparing himself for potential criticism, or at the very least, a warning not to mistreat the third Holy Mother, lest he face her wrath. Yet, all she said was to treat Chana well, and then nothing more. When had his mother-in-law become so amicable? However, what astonished him further was when Yaoji produced a jade bottle and announced, this bottle contains the three lights divine water that I have refined over the years. It is a concoction of sunlight, moonlight, and starlight divine waters, heralded as the premier healing elixir of the three realms. Not only can it mend all wounds, but it also dispels all poisons and restores vitality to the land. Since you have called me mother-in-law, I shall not let you do so without recompense. Consider the three lights divine water as my gift to you. 3 lights divine water? A gift? Faping was somewhat bewildered. Was it customary for a mother-in-law to present a gift upon meeting her son-in-law for the first time? Did such traditions exist in the Heavenly Court? If he were to win over the 7 fairies, would the Queen Mother then be obliged to present him with gifts too, and not just 1 but 7? Chapter 88. The sugar-coated shell of the Queen Mother. Upon noticing Faping's gaze directed towards her, the Queen Mother seemed to discern his thoughts and shot him a disapproving glance. This fellow truly exemplifies the notion of being preoccupied with what he has while coveting what lies beyond. Subsequently, she cast a sidelong glance at the celestial maiden Qingyi beside her. As the sovereign of the Yaoqi celestial realm, she was acutely aware of Faping's recent antics at the entrance of her domain. During Faping's initial visit to the Yaoqi celestial realm, his immediate request for the Huangdi Neijing from the Lady of the Nine Heavens had left her with the impression that he was a lecherous man. Otherwise, she might have doubted whether he had indeed transcended to the realm of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. After all, the blossoming of the Great Luo ranks is elusive. Nevertheless, Faping had certainly grown bolder, daring to flirt with her maidens at the entrance of the Yaoqi celestial realm. Were it any other deity, the Queen Mother would not have turned a blind eye as she currently did. In fact, she found herself harboring thoughts akin to those of the Jade Emperor, contemplating how to exploit Faping's vulnerabilities to win him over. His lust was not inherently problematic, as long as he was presented with women. He could be drawn closer to her side. If he were not so enamored, it would only lead to headaches for both her and the Jade Emperor. Ideally, Faping would channel his desires entirely towards women. However, that too posed a risk, should he devote all his thoughts and energies to women, neglecting his cultivation. It would not be a scenario either she or the Jade Emperor would wish to witness. It was imperative to provide him with suitable companions to prevent his moral decline. One should not assume that deities can easily master their emotional desires. In many instances, celestial beings experience these sentiments even more intensely than mortals. The pursuit of immortality itself is the most profound longing of all. Faping, oblivious to the Queen Mother's musings, was nearly enraptured by her alluring glance, prompting him to hastily avert his gaze and bow respectfully, saying, I humbly accept your graciousness, my esteemed elder. My deepest gratitude to you, honored mother-in-law. Yaoji nodded in acknowledgement but displayed no inclination for conversation. She was already well informed about Faping from Yang Chan, and even the Queen Mother had shared insights with her. Thus, there was little left to discuss. The Queen Mother then spoke, regarding your earlier request to transplant the 109,000-year peach tree saplings to the 3 Immortal Isles. I have conferred with His Majesty, and we have decided to grant your wish. The divine water of the 3 lights that Yaoji has provided will revitalize the 3 Immortal Isles, enabling the 9,000-year peach tree to swiftly acclimate to its new environment. Feiping's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he quickly replied, "Your Majesty, might it be possible to transplant an additional 200 peach tree saplings to the three Immortal Isles? Specifically the 6,000-year and 3,000-year varieties? I intend to transform the Pinglai and Fangzhong Isles into medicinal gardens, while the Yingzhou Isle shall be fortified into a military bastion, establishing it as a new base for the Heavenly River Navy. My goal is to maximize the potential of these three celestial islands." Upon completing his proposal, Feiping gazed earnestly at the Queen Mother, for his desire to transplant the peach trees was merely a pretext. His true intention was to develop the three Immortal Isles. When the time came for the invasion by the untamed forces during the aftermath of the journey to the west, he would simply need to seal the three Immortal Isles with the waters of the Weak River. When the time comes, one can leisurely observe the tumultuous skies from the Three Immortals Island. The guiding principle is, a dead friend is preferable to a living foe. Preserving one's power is paramount to reclaim the heavenly court and even the three realms in due course. Witnessing Feiping's relentless ambition, the Queen Mother of the West remained unperturbed. Having resolved to win him over, she was indifferent to whether there were 100 or 300 peach trees. Thus, she inquired, "Is 300 peach trees sufficient?" Feiping momentarily hesitated, realizing that his request for an additional 200 trees did not provoke her wrath. In fact, it seemed she was open to further augmentation. Naturally, there existed the possibility that her words were laced with irony. Prompted by curiosity, Feiping tentatively asked, "How many do you deem appropriate, Your Majesty?" "Perhaps 600, replied the Queen Mother, adding, "However, the peach trees require diligent care. The second princess, the seventh princess, and the eighth princess possess the requisite experience. Let them tend to these 600 trees." Furthermore, she reminded him that the peach trees belonged to the heavenly court and were not the personal property of the marshal. He could not claim them as his own. This final admonition, while seemingly unnecessary, held weight. If it were merely a few trees, dozens or even 100, it might have been permissible for Feiping to appropriate them. But 600 trees comprised a significant fraction of the total. Even if he had 100 lives, he would not dare to seize them, for they represented the wages and benefits of the celestial beings. Should an unforeseen calamity befall the heavenly court and turmoil arise in the three realms, circumstances might certainly shift. Emerging from the Yao pool, Feiping felt invigorated by joyous tidings. 600 peach trees, along with the second, seventh, and eighth princesses, left him marveling at how generous his mother-in-law, Yaoji, had been. She had presented him with the supreme healing elixir of the three realms, the three light divine water. Yet, he had not anticipated the Queen Mother's even greater generosity. 600 peach trees, bestowed without hesitation, along with the companionship of the three princesses. She merely inquired, "What is your opinion, Your Majesty?" The bounty bestowed by the Queen Mother was indeed considerable, inevitably sowing seeds of doubt regarding his loyalty to the Jade Emperor. After all, when faced with the choice between the alluring pomegranate skirts and the tainted feet of middle-aged men, the ministers of Wu Zetian's court would surely comprehend the dilemma. Just as Feiping was enveloped in thoughts akin to those of a business magnate, a voice of righteousness jolted him back to reality. Feiping, turning to face the source, he found it was the Nine Heavens Xin Nu. Upon sighting her, Feiping hastily bowed in greeting. "I pay my respects to the Xin Nu." Unlike her previous gracious acceptance of his greeting, this time the Nine Heavens Xin Nu swiftly stepped aside and reciprocated the gesture, saying, "You have now ascended to the esteemed rank of a great Luo Golden Immortal within the heavenly court, aside from His Majesty, the Queen Mother, and the Supreme Lord Laozi. There is no need for such formalities." Hearing her reminder, Feiping recognized that his actions were somewhat incongruous with his elevated status. Not to mention, he was a great Luo flowering at the 7th rank, endowed with the potential of a sage, merely possessing the prowess of a celestial being among the heavenly court. Aside from the Jade Emperor, the Queen Mother, the Supreme Patriarch, and the Elder of the Southern Pole, others such as the mysterious Maiden of the Nine Heavens, the Three Stars, and Zhao Gongming are merely of equal standing to him. Henceforth, he could not lower himself to bow in greeting to anyone, as it would be unbecoming of his stature. "Thank you, mysterious maiden," he expressed, as Feiping noticed the mysterious Maiden of the Nine Heavens raise an eyebrow, promptly rephrasing, "I appreciate your reminder, fellow friend." Upon hearing this, the mysterious maiden nodded in satisfaction and invited, "Please, Marshal, accompany me to the palace of the mysterious maiden." With that, she turned and departed, regardless of Feiping's agreement. Feiping, taken aback, pondered to himself, Is this truly the manner in which the female or god of the three realms extends an invitation? Indeed, he found that he was rather taken by this approach. Had the mysterious maiden extended her invitation with excessive formality, he might not have acquiesced, considering the anticipation of the women in his own residence. Upon his return, regardless of whether it was the mysterious maiden or even the Jade Emperor summoning him, he might find himself questioning, does my esteemed superior, the Jade Emperor, not consider the well-being of his subordinates? Thus, Faping followed silently behind the mysterious maiden, both entering the palace of the mysterious maiden without exchanging a word. Chapter 89. The Enigmatic Maiden Palace. The Marshal's Fall from Grace. After a night of indulgence, he found himself utterly depleted. The sun had risen, heralding yet another day of insufficient vitality. At this moment, our stalwart marshal, supporting his waist and trembling on unsteady legs, emerged from the enigmatic maiden palace, the very place where he had lost his virtue. Indeed, he had succumbed just a couple of days prior, though I misspoke. It was actually the day before yesterday. He vividly recalled stepping out of the Yaoqi fairyland, only to encounter the celestial Nine Heavens Maiden, who called out to him and invited him to her palace. Initially, he presumed that the Nine Heavens Maiden wished to delve into the Huangdi Neijing. But the reality was that she indeed intended to study the ancient text, albeit in a rather unconventional manner. Let us not question the authenticity of her methods. Suffice it to say, they were decidedly unorthodox. Moreover, the approach she employed to explore the Huangdi Neijing far exceeded his expectations, proving to be quite brutal. The moment he crossed the threshold of the enigmatic maiden palace, he was overwhelmed, falling into unconsciousness. Upon regaining his senses, he found himself under assault. No, not merely an exchange of blows, but a full-fledged attack from the Nine Heavens Maiden, who showed no regard for decorum. For one unaccustomed to defeat, such as Faping, this was intolerable, and he retaliated with fervor. After an intense clash, it was indisputable. Without a shadow of doubt, he emerged victorious. How else could he possibly be the one stepping out into the daylight? As the saying goes, the one who stands upon the stage is the true victor. In the realm of the heavens, apart from the grand figure of the Jade Emperor, none understood the meaning of winning more profoundly than he. Having waited an entire day and night outside the palace, the celestial Qingyi, upon seeing Faping finally emerge, rushed forward with concern. Marshal, are you unscathed? Observing his severely diminished vitality, she felt a pang of sympathy. The Nine Heavens Maiden had not merely drained Faping, she had seized her cherished sustenance. Were it not for her inability to contend with the Nine Heavens Maiden, she would have stormed into the palace the previous day, rescuing her precious supply, at least leaving her with a morsel. You may wonder, why not spare Faping a little? Qingyi lamented, there is simply no room to spare. The Marshal's residence is filled with women aplenty. If I leave any behind, who will benefit? I cannot say. Thus, it was impossible to leave anything. Faping's expression stiffened, and a flush crept across his face as he inquired, Qingyi, what brings you here? She replied, when you were summoned by the maiden to her palace. She was immediately informed. The maiden instructed me to wait